In the primordial wilderness, this was a high-end Honghuang realm where supreme innate spirit treasures were as common as coins scattered everywhere across the land. On the shore of the eastern sea, a mighty river surged in roaring waves. The boundless yellow river rushed for tens of thousands of miles before finally merging into the vast eastern sea, its waters crashing against the banks, Dao resonance rolling endlessly. This was one of the most fertile and top-tier lands in all the Honghuang. At the very edge of this auspicious land where immortals and gods rarely set foot, a small shop suddenly stood out, its style utterly out of place. An orange-eared signboard blazed eye-catchingly, bearing 6 large characters, "Really want to open snack shop." Beneath the signboard, a single domineering slogan was written brazenly, holding the ground. A single oversized character Kai occupied almost the entire plaque, clamorous and arrogant like the wildest slogan in all the Honghuang. The interior of the shop seemed to defy normal notions of space, neither large nor small, profound in a way that was hard to grasp. The decor was trendy and modern, a jarring contrast that made one's scalp tingle in this ancient, desolate world of Honghuang. At this moment, the shopkeeper, Yi Kai, was slumped in a chair behind the cashier counter, listlessly picking his nose. He had transmigrated into Honghuang for quite some time, and sheer boredom was about to make him moldy. He had once been a miserable delivery worker in Honghuang on Earth, so poor he barely had any underwear left. Scraping together his entire savings, he opened a snack shop only to lose everything and go completely bankrupt. When he was driven into a corner with no way out, a meteor descended from the heavens, smashing straight through time and space with him and the entire snack shop in tow, dropping them into the Honghuang. Strangely enough, Yi Kai also became bound to a snack blind box system. The system's rules were brutally simple. Every blind box in the shop would at minimum produce an innate treasure of Honghuang, and at maximum yield top-tier chaotic divine artifacts. Things like Hongmeng Purple Qi, Dao Merit, Hongmeng Supreme Treasures, Chaotic Supreme Treasures, Pangu's Blood Essence, and other complete sets of Pangu-level wonders. Moreover, the snack shop itself carried an invincible domain. Even the Heavenly Dao could not so much as touch a single hair on Yi Kai's head. Yet Yi Kai was a staunch materialist at heart, determined never to believe such things. Anyone who believed it, he felt, was brainless. Thus he hid in the shop, lying flat and doing nothing, squatting there till heaven and earth grew old, without a single customer ever appearing. Just when Yi Kai was on the verge of doubting his entire life, 3 figures stepped upon waves of the void and entered the little shop. At their head was a young man in green robes, his bearing as deep as the sea, and his Dao aura reigned in. He appeared ordinary at first glance, yet a hidden pressure seemed to overshadow mountains and rivers. Behind him stood a pair of delicate, bright-eyed boy and girl attendant disciples, obedient, yet utterly vigilant. The youth was Hongjun, not yet sanctified and stuck at the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and the 2 attendants following him were Haoyan and Yaoqi. Yi Kai's pupils lit up abruptly as he sprang from his seat. The hand that had been digging at his nose flashed behind his back, his spine snapped straight, and a professional full-wattage smile instantly spread across his face. In his heart, he cried out, "Cash cows. No deities. Major customers. Top-grade fat sheep have come to the door." Ecstatic inside, he spoke with overflowing enthusiasm, "Honored guests, welcome." At his form of address, Hongjun, Yaoqi, and Haoyan were all stunned, their brows furrowing in unison. In the endless ages of Honghuang, they had only heard of chaotic gods and demons, the great god Pangu, immortal imperial dynasties, Heavenly Dao, saints, old patriarchs, heavenly venerables, and Dao ancestors. Never had they heard of any so-called god in this sense. Moreover, in Honghuang, the realms of power were clearly divided: Golden Immortal Tai, Golden Immortal De Luo, Golden Immortal Quasi-Saint, also called Hunyuan Golden Immortal Saint, namely Hunyuan De Luo Golden Immortal, or Hunyuan Saint titled Heavenly Venerable, or some form of Master of Creation. Then Chaotic De Luo Golden Immortal, termed Dao Ancestor, or some Supreme God. And finally Hongmeng De Luo Golden Immortal, honored as Hongmeng Supreme, controller of Hongmeng, some ultimate Dao, sovereign or embodiment of the great Dao itself. Within these realms there was no mention of such a title. Only Hongjun truly understood this hierarchy. At once the 3 of them entered a state of utmost vigilance, their gazes swiftly sweeping across the entire little shop. One glance told them little, though after a full sweep they were genuinely taken aback. The shelves were neatly lined and filled, but the names of the products atop them were so outrageous they overturned their understanding of reality. Their sense of reality wavered. Labels read: Hongmeng Purple Qi Blind Box, Dao Merit Pangu Primordial Spirit Blind Box, Pangu Blood Essence Blind Box, Pangu Jade Marrow Blind Box, Hongmeng Supreme Treasure Blind Box, Chaotic Supreme Treasure Blind Box, and many more. So many different kinds of blind boxes. Each name alone was enough to drive the great powers of Honghuang into frenzied slaughter, smashing heads, and spilling blood. Yet here they were simply arranged on the shelves, seemingly sold like snacks. Hao Yin and Yaoqi both widened their eyes round as plates, their eyeballs almost dropping to the floor as their hearts went wild. Hao Yin refused to accept it, roaring inwardly, "This is madness. This shopkeeper is absolutely insane. Selling Pangu-level supreme treasures as blind boxes. He must be using it as a gimmick to fool idiots. It's certainly all fake goods." Yaoqi stared fixedly at Ye Kai and then at the blind boxes, excitement surging in her heart as she silently declared, "All these blind boxes are mine. I've finally figured it out." Even in Hongjuan's eyes, waves of shock surged, though his surface remained calm. Inwardly, he was profoundly shaken, his sense of reality thrown into doubt. He had lived through countless Yuanhui, yet this was the most outrageous shop he had ever seen. Behind the counter, Ye Kai had already gone mad with laughter inside. This was as good as settled. He had them in the palm of his hand. He understood all too well Honghuang big shots had this one flaw. The more outrageous something was, the more curious they became, the more impossible it seemed, the more they wanted to try. The less they believed, the easier they were to harvest like leeks. This was a top-tier sales tactic long lost on Earth. Suppressing his surging joy, Ye Kai put on the harmless, sincere face of a shop owner and spoke with a squinting smile, "Honored guests, feel free to look around and choose as you please. My shop is all about excitement. A small gamble for pleasure, a big gamble to defy the heavens. Take a chance, and a bicycle might become a motorbike. One day, perhaps mere air will turn into Heavenly Purple Qi." At these words, Hao Yan's whole body trembled, his face turning pale as he clutched Hongjuan's robe and cried anxiously, "Master, be careful. This person is using demonic words to confuse us. When something is this abnormal, there must be something sinister. We absolutely must not be deceived." Yaoqi meanwhile stared fixedly at Ye Kai on full alert, terrified that her elder ancestor would be tricked into ruin. Ye Kai, however, stole a few secret glances at Yaoqi, as if silently hinting, "Little beauty, one day, I'll take you soaring." Hongjuan, in contrast. On the surface, he was as calm as still water, steady as an old hound, yet inside his heart was already surging with torrential waves. At this moment, Hongjun was at the great perfection of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. He lacked only a single final step to charge into Hunyuan Saint. Yet he was stuck at a crucial deadlock. He lacked Hongmeng Purple Qi. The Heavenly Dao had promised 9 strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi, but after living so long, Hongjun had long seen through the nature of Heavenly Dao. Everything from the Heavenly Dao was bound with karmic chains and hidden calculations. To take it was to be shackled for life. In other words, the Hongmeng Purple Qi from Heavenly Dao was poisoned. Hongjun had been painstakingly seeking Hongmeng Purple Qi that was pure and free of side effects. And now this absurd little shop actually claimed to have a Hongmeng Purple Qi blind box. Hongjun forcibly suppressed his excitement, feigning calm, as he slowly asked shopkeeper, "What is a blind box?" Ye Kai's lips curled as he launched into his classic spiel. "Simple. It's a product of probability. The treasure inside has a certain chance of being real. If you happen to open the true item, you've earned immensely and lost nothing. Could such a thing be possible?" Hongjun raised his brows slightly. "What is probability?" "Probability means there is a possibility." Those few simple words pierced straight through Hongjuan's Dao heart. A possibility of opening Hongmeng Purple Qi. A possibility of opening Pangu's supreme treasures. That alone was enough. Those who walk the Dao pursue nothing more than a sliver of opportunity, a single thread of possibility. In an instant, Hongjuan's mind raced. If he truly opened Hongmeng Purple Qi unbound by Heavenly Dao, he could evade its schemes, perfectly sever his 3 corpses, and become a saint of the righteous Dao. From then on, he would no longer be constrained by Heavenly Dao, transcending the game itself. At that thought, Hongjun could no longer remain calm. Regardless of truth or falsehood, even if the odds were 1 in billions, he had to try. Ignoring Hao Yan's desperate tugging at his sleeve and frantic attempts to dissuade him, Hongjun locked his gaze on the shelves and spoke firmly, "Shopkeeper, how does one open a box?" Within Ye Kai's heart, fireworks went off in celebration. The fish had bitten, the top-grade fat sheep was caught. Earth's sales techniques utterly crushed the ancient fossils of Honghuang. Internally snickering, naturally fabricating the story of excavating ancestral graves, Aoqian could not possibly reveal the secret of emptying the Dragon Clan's treasure vault. No cash is needed. Just take any valuable item on your person, touch it to the machine in front, and it will measure and convert it into a number of box openings. Best if it is a Honghuang artifact, such as a top-grade innate spirit treasure. Each counted chance allows you to choose any blind box in the shop to open. Everything depends on luck, everything depends on fate. Ye Kai pointed at the tapping machine at the counter, his face full of sincerity, while inside, he was overjoyed. The first Honghuang leak customer, a sure opening day success. Today he had to shear this first fat sheep until its Dao heart trembled. At his side, Hao Yan was close to tears. Yaoqi, on the other hand, was filled with expectation. She had truly made up her mind the shopkeeper must let her open a box. Inwardly she cheered, urging her elder, hoping fervently, to open Hongmeng Purple Qi. Cheer upon cheer echoed in her heart. Open a blind box today, become a saint tomorrow. Seeing Hongjun in this state, Hao Yin felt utterly miserable. It was over. His master had been completely bewitched. This wretched shop was doomed. Ye Kai raised his hand and patted the silver-gray machine on the counter, his expression casual, yet exuding effortless swagger as he said, "This object is called the bump machine. Place anything inside, and it will automatically appraise its value fair and just to all. This thing is strange." Hongjuan's gaze fell upon the oddly shaped machine. His Dao-level divine sense surged forth to probe it, covering everything like a vast canopy, yet no matter how he deduced, he could not grasp the essence of this little contraption, and his suspicion only deepened. What is going on? How is it that I of all beings cannot see through this object? What a bizarre material. Not a single Dao rune upon it, no restrictive formations of any magic treasure, and yet it remains opaque to me. Could it be a divine artifact surpassing even the Dao itself? Having lived through countless kalpas, having seen innately supreme treasures and chaotic spiritual treasures beyond number, Hongjun had witnessed more divine artifacts than could be counted. Yet this machine alone stood outside the scope of all primordial knowledge, its reality entirely inscrutable. Even so deep in his bones, Hongjun still refused to believe that a mere mundane little shop could truly evaluate the worth of any innate object. He immediately turned his head and instructed Hao Tian Yaoqi. Hao Tian and Yaoqi stepped forward, their pure gazes faintly hinting at deference toward Hongjun. Hongjuan's eyes, however, were resolute. He was determined to play this game. Hao Tian, Yaoqi, then, could this be Hongjun? Ye Kai's brows knitted slightly as he guessed in his heart, yet he dared not be certain. Hao Tian's face twisted with pain, reluctant to take out his own personal magic treasure. Yaoqi, however, instantly understood their ancestors' intent. Raising her hand, she summoned forth a scroll of brilliant flowing light, and said softly, "My lord, this is the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the Rivers and Mountains Social Order Diagram. In the primordial wilderness, magic treasures are ranked common. Acquired treasures are as cheap as weeds beneath anyone's notice. Above them lie lower, middle, upper, and supreme innate spiritual treasures. Beyond these stand innate supreme treasures, merit treasures, and chaotic supreme treasures, which know no subranks. Any one of them can ignite a blood-soaked war across the primordial world. Above chaotic supreme treasures lies the Hongming supreme treasure, and even higher exist realms of power, yet more exalted." Nodding slightly for Yaoqi to begin, Hongjun fixed Ye Kai with a piercing gaze, secretly observing him, while muttering in his heart, "I simply refuse to believe it. What exactly are you hiding in that gourd of yours? Are you merely putting on an act, or are you a fame-seeking charlatan?" Ye Kai meanwhile announced cheerfully, "Sit tight, I'm about to hit the highway of blind box draws. Bump machine, let's bump. Big more draws." Holding the Rivers and Mountains Social Order Diagram in her hands, Yaoqi walked slowly to the counter and carefully pressed the scroll against the surface of the bump machine. With a sharp swoosh, a blinding radiance exploded forth. The bump machine's light surged, sweeping up the entire scroll of the Rivers and Mountains Social Order Diagram and swallowing it completely, not leaving the slightest trace behind. Whoa, it really ate it. Yaoqi's beautiful eyes widened as the bump machine devoured a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. It was truly astounding. Is this some sort of devouring law at work? And yet, there is no fluctuation of any law. It doesn't resemble a devouring Dao at all. How bizarre. A trace of confusion flickered across Hongjuan's gaze. Mere tricks, he scoffed inwardly. Hao Tian's lips tugged upward in a faintly contemptuous smirk, pretending to be profound. Come on then, Pikachu. Inside Ye Kai's mind, a cold mechanical chime suddenly rang out as a gigantic lottery wheel materialized out of thin air, densely packed with rewards. 6 of the slots were cruelly labeled, "Thank you for participating," with only 3 meager spaces hiding supreme fortunes. Ding! Supreme innate spiritual treasure, Rivers and Mountains Social Order Diagram, detected, converted into 9 blind box draw attempts. Would you like to initiate a 9-time continuous draw immediately? Ye Kai's eyelid twitched as he furiously cursed the trash system in his heart. 9 draws, with a 60% chance of getting nothing at all. A supreme innate spiritual treasure exchanged merely for this shabby set of chances. Utterly Blackheart merchant tactics. On his face, however, not a ripple appeared. Without moving a muscle, he silently intoned, "Begin the blind box draw." The system's wheel spun at high speed, streams of light dazzling the eyes, and after a brief moment, it suddenly halted in place. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn. Thank you for participating. All 9 attempts have failed. Useless system, Blackheart peddler." Ye Kai's mouth twitched violently as he inwardly cursed the system and its 18th ancestral generation, yet outwardly his smile remained warm and gentle. Turning toward the expectant trio, he said, "According to the bump machine's appraisal, this innate spiritual treasure can be exchanged for 9 blind box openings. The blind boxes must be opened here in the shop and cannot be taken away. As he spoke, Ye Kai reached into the machine's groove and retrieved 9 palm-sized miniature cubes. These are the keys to opening the boxes. I wish the 3 of you, my gods, the best of fortune. Thank you, Dao friend. May your words prove auspicious. Hongjun reached out to take the cubes while Haoyin and Yaoqi exhaled in unison. 9 chances, neither many nor few, but enough to wager on fate. Haoyin could no longer contain his restlessness. Stepping forward ingratiatingly, he said, "My lord, allow this disciple to test the waters for you first. I'll open one." His gaze clung hungrily to the chaotic supreme treasure blind boxes on the shelves, nearly drooling. Haoyin stepped back. "Release that blind box, and let me." Yaoqi, equally eager, was about to argue. Hongjun merely shook his head lightly and cast them both a faint glance. "In terms of vision, fortune, and status, which of you is the master here? Or MIA? Who is greater, you or I? I am your lord." "You are, of course you are my lord," Haoyin replied, at once, his expression collapsing. He did not dare refute, and could only retreat, obediently gazing up at Hongjun with wide eyes. Following closely behind, Hongjun, Haoyin stared with undisguised envy at the shelves filled with dazzling top-tier blind boxes, his eyes brimming with longing. "My lord, you can do it. Go on, my lord. I'll cheer for you, and you can bless me in return." Yaoqi whispered encouragement. "You 3 come on." Ye Kai strolled lazily behind the trio, not because he feared they might steal any blind boxes, but simply because he worried they would shuffle the shelves around, forcing him to reorganize them later, which would be terribly troublesome. Hongjun's gaze swept across row after row of blind boxes, finally locking dead center on a shelf marked for Honghuang Purple Qi blind boxes. This had long been a knot in his heart. Heaven's Dao had promised 9 strands of Honghuang Purple Qi, yet hidden within that promise were shackles and schemes. He had always sought a strand of pure, unbound Honghuang Purple Qi. Now that the opportunity lay before him, how could he possibly let it slip away? "Heaven's Dao, watch how I take you in hand. Honghuang Purple Qi, my child, hurry, over to your father." Hongjun reached up and took down a Honghuang Purple Qi blind box, clenching the miniature cube tightly in his right hand. The entire room fell silent at once as Haoyin and Yaoqi held their breath, their eyes locked firmly on the box. "Open!" In a flash, the cube slid into the slot of the blind box. The box's surface flared with brilliant light as the lid slowly unfolded to both sides. A thick, pure purple Dao aura poured forth, purple mist swirling across the air. The breath of the great Dao swept out. At a single glance, one could tell it was a supreme divine object. By the heavens, it really came out. Haoyin's eyes bulged as though they would pop from their sockets as he cried out in shock. "Heavens, a one-shot soul hit, a single strike to the heart. It's like threading the needle in one go, striking true in a single thrust. As expected of my lord. You even seized the first blood." Yaoqi hurriedly covered her mouth, her apricot eyes filled with sheer disbelief, her entire being stunned senseless. Even Hongjun, usually as calm as an ancient well, unmoved even if the sky collapsed, could not stop his body from trembling violently. A crude exclamation slipped from his lips. "Damn! Honghuang Purple Qi. Pure immaculate Honghuang Purple Qi. Born from the very source of the great Dao, bearing not the slightest shackle of Heaven's Dao, flawless and perfect. This is the genuine Honghuang Purple Qi. Compared to it, Heaven's Dao's pirated and poisonous version is nothing. This authentic Honghuang Purple Qi is simply the source of the great Dao itself." The paper shell of the blind box lost its luster and drifted lightly to the floor. Ye Kai casually picked it up as a dreamlike cluster of purple Dao energy floated in midair, circling the 3, once before slowly descending into Hongjun's palm. Ye Kai could not help feeling envious. It truly is Honghuang Purple Qi, the foundation of sainthood. When will I ever obtain it? Good, very good, truly excellent. What a magnificent strand of Honghuang Purple Qi, what a marvelous blind box. Hongjun subconsciously raised his hand to receive the purple Qi, still unable to believe what he was seeing. Lifting his left hand, he gave himself a resounding slap across the face, the crisp crack echoing throughout the small shop. "Face slapping, my lord." Haoyin was dumbfounded on the spot. He rubbed his eyes hard and pinched his own cheek, confirming it was no illusion. Their lord had indeed slapped himself, and truly drawn the legendary Honghuang Purple Qi. "Is my lord slapping himself awake?" Yaoqi muttered under her breath. The way Haoyin and Yaoqi looked at Ye Kai changed completely. Their earlier disdain and doubt vanished without a trace, replaced by heartfelt awe. Inwardly, they thought this shopkeeper must be an incomparably transcendent supreme being, hidden from all heavens, casually placing Honghuang Purple Qi on the shelf as blind boxes for sale. Such terrifying breadth of vision. "Dao friend, you are indeed a true expert, of noble character and lofty virtue. I, Hongjun, am impressed." The look Hongjun cast at Ye Kai shifted drastically from initial indifference and disdain to shock and doubt, until at last his mind was left in utter confusion. He could not fathom it. Who exactly was this man to dwell in seclusion by the East Sea shore and casually place a treasure like Honghuang Purple Qi, the very cornerstone of proving the Dao, upon a mere shop shelf? They opened several more boxes after that, but nothing else was drawn. With no time to think further, Hongjun swiftly collected the Honghuang Purple Qi in his palm, intending to return to Zhixiao Palace to enter seclusion and refine it. His heart burned with urgency. It is time to wrestle with Heaven's Dao. With genuine Honghuang Purple Qi in hand, I no longer fear Heaven's Dao. This fellow is so young. Doesn't quite look like Hongjun. Wasn't Hongjun supposed to be an old man? Ye Kai suppressed his flood of curiosity and envy. Leaning against a shelf, he chuckled lightly. My gods, are you satisfied with this opportunity? With Honghuang Purple Qi right before him, no one could possibly remain unmoved. Hongjuan's heart was bursting with joy, nearly out of control, yet he insisted on maintaining the aloof persona of a Dao patriarch. He waved lightly with feigned nonchalance. It will do. Mere Honghuang Purple Qi, nothing extraordinary. I hardly take notice of it. As for Honghuang Purple Qi, I have an entire vat of it at home. Is my lord bragging? How do I not know we have so much Honghuang Purple Qi? Hao Qian swallowed hard, inwardly ranting, my lord, we all saw you slap yourself just now. Why pretend to be calm? He dared not voice his thoughts aloud, and could only grumble in silence. Could there truly be a whole vat? Does my lord have a private stash? I'll have to secretly check when we return. Suspicion flickered in Yaoqi's heart. If I could obtain a few more strands of Honghuang Purple Qi, would Heaven's Dao then have to address me as Hongjuan's father? Crushing his wild fantasies down, Hongjun ignored the shocked looks of his attendants and eagerly pressed on. Shopkeeper, may I continue opening Honghuang Purple Qi blind boxes? In his heart, Hongjuan's calculations crackled like firecrackers. If he could draw dozens more strands of pure Honghuang Purple Qi, then in the future, he would not need to heed Heaven's Dao at all. He could cut off the source beneath the pot and entirely escape Heaven's schemes. Got you. I only fear you won't grow addicted. Ye Kai laughed inwardly. This old thing had merely stepped in dog's hit luck once, and thought he could draw Honghuang Purple Qi every time. Out loud, he replied politely. Naturally, there is no problem. As long as you still have opening attempts, you may choose any blind box on the shelves at will. Excellent. Truly excellent. Step back, all of you. I am about to unleash a grand move. I am going to show. Forcing down the restlessness in his heart, Hongjun strove to maintain a Dao patriarch's bearing, pretending serenity, as he once more took down a Honghuang Purple Qi blind box and slammed the cube into its slot. Open. Let me draw it again. The lid flipped open. Inside it was utterly empty, not so much as a single thread of Dao energy. What? There's nothing inside at all. Hao Qian rubbed his eyes 3 or 4 times, yet still saw only emptiness. Yaoqi let out a long breath of turbid air and said in disappointment, so we didn't hit this time. It must be the posture that's wrong. Opening blind boxes depends on posture. Hongjuan's face darkened as he turned toward Ye Kai, doubt filling his eyes. Dao friend, what is the meaning of this? You're not cheating, are you? What a joke. My shop is built on integrity. Ye Kai spread his hands with an easy smile as he calmly slapped back the accusation. What is a blind box? The key lies in the word blind. There is only a chance of drawing a treasure, never a guarantee. I clearly explained the rules when you first entered. By heaven and earth, this humble shop conducts business on the principle of honesty above all. That is indeed how it is. Hao Qian thought back carefully. The talk of probability had indeed been mentioned from the start, leaving him momentarily speechless. The shopkeeper looks like an honest man, a good person, Yaoqi added softly, more like a devoted flatterer type. He probably wouldn't lie. Ye Kai's mouth twitched. Good person, your grandfather. Sooner or later I'll go to Yaoqi and open the gates. He casually picked up the empty paper box and tossed it aside. My gods, please continue. It must be the posture. Watch how I change to a new showing-off stance. Forming a strange hand pose, Hongjuan, still unwilling to admit defeat, picked up another Honghuang Purple Qi blind box and inserted the cube once more. Open. The lid lifted. Once again the inside was utterly empty. Missed again. Hao Qian sighed. My lord's earlier stroke of luck really was stepping in dog's hit. Yaoqi pondered carefully. So the probability really exists. Perhaps we'll hit it in some other round. This, Dao friend, you. Hongjuan's face grew grim as he stared directly at Ye Kai and demanded, Shopkeeper, is your establishment secretly cheating us? Dao friend jests. Ye Kai replied with folded arms and a cold smile, his air of swagger swelling. A supreme innate spiritual treasure for 9 opening attempts. Just now you already drew a prize from a blind box, and even received a strand of Honghuang Purple Qi for free. No matter how you count it, you are making a sure profit. Why would my shop need to cheat? That does seem to be the case. Hongjun froze for a moment, then thinking it through had to admit it was so. He could only suppress his anger and continue opening boxes. The 6th attempt, empty. The 7th, empty again. Hao Qian could not hold back any longer and advised, my lord, that earlier success was purely a burst of luck. Your hands are already beginning to tremble. Perhaps we should pause for a while and drink some air to calm down. Yuanshi nodded in agreement. My lord is simply too excited. Hao Yin, if you don't know how to speak, no one will mistake you for mute. My lord, do your best. I applaud you, I cheer for you, I give you all my support. Hongjun snorted coldly at Hao Yin, forcing his back straight. Do not spout nonsense. My Dao heart is as firm as bedrock. How could it be shaken by mere lottery results? This is not trembling, this is excitement. Yuanshi is right. I am excited. Hao Yin, do not disturb me. In the next round, I will definitely draw Honghuang Purple Qi. The 7th attempt, empty. The 8th, still empty. When the 9th and final chance was spent, and the last Honghuang Purple Qi blind box was opened, there was once again nothing inside. The streak of empties left the room heavy with silence. What? Hao Yin could not help but mutter under his breath. This is far too ruthless. 9 chances just to draw a single strand of purple qi with all the rest empty. Yuanshi added thoughtfully in a low voice. It looks exactly like baited law enforcement. Using a great treasure in the first draw to hook someone, and then leaving all the rest empty. Then why don't you bait me with Honghuang Purple Qi? I'd gladly be deceived 100 million times. Ye Kai lounged against the shelf, merely smiling faintly in silence as he watched from the sidelines. He could see clearly that Hongjuan's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing rapid. The Dao Patriarch had already become thoroughly intoxicated with blind box opening, utterly lost in the high. I refuse to believe this. Hongjun flung the empty paper box to the floor, his chest heaving as he forced down his pent-up frustration. Lifting his head, he fixed Ye Kai with a hard stare and ground out, "Shopkeeper. I still have countless innate spiritual treasures on me. I want to keep recharging and opening blind boxes." Ye Kai bent down to pick up the empty paper box on the ground, his heart leaping with joy as he bounced in place, shouting excitedly, "Let it open. The more the merrier. You all crazily smash treasures, and I can crazily grab opportunities from the system to open blind boxes, guaranteed to make a profit." But in the next moment, the store suddenly fell silent. Hongjun, who had just been eager to continue opening blind boxes, abruptly froze in place, raised his hand to rub his throbbing temples, and instantly snapped back to reality, speaking in a deep voice, "No more opening. Shopkeeper, I have important matters to attend to. I must take my leave first." With that, Hongjun turned and quickly walked out, followed by Hao Tian and Yuanshi, both of whom were utterly confused, wearing expressions full of questions. How could he abruptly hit the brakes and walk away after being so obsessed with drawing the Honghuang Purple Qi just a moment ago? Stepping out of the store, Hongjun paused and looked back, his gaze lingering on the orange-eared sign. How he wished to open a snack shop. Open until you go bankrupt. Hongjun, stroking his few unshaven whiskers, silently reviewed the situation and couldn't help but feel this shopkeeper is surprisingly frank and straightforward. The sign itself is a warning, clearly advising guests not to become addicted and to guard against the rise of inner demons. Fortunately, I woke up in time, almost completely ensnared by greed and the inner demon. I cannot coexist with the inner demon. Hongjun said seriously, as if advising Hao Tian and Yuanshi not to open blind boxes or gamble. Hao Tian and Yuanshi exchanged glances, and Hao Tian couldn't help but mentally criticize, "What inner demon? Old man, you're clearly addicted to gambling on blind boxes," desperately trying to find a dignified excuse. Yuanshi felt a wave of exasperation. "Old man, even the inner demon wants to tell you you're just lying there, taking fire." Inside the store, Ye Kai, holding the empty paper box, leaned against the door frame, watching the 3 retreating figures with a puzzled expression, murmuring softly, "What's going on with that person? Just a second ago he was shouting to continue opening, now he turns around and leaves. Is one piece of Honghuang Purple Qi not enough to entice him?" Indeed, for ordinary powerful beings, obtaining a piece of Honghuang Purple Qi is already a tremendous fortune. It's normal to be content. That fellow doesn't seem like Hongjun. Hongjun is an old man, a villain. This youth seems quite righteous. Ye Kai turned back, sat down at the cash register, tossed the waste paper box into the trash, and propped his chin on one hand, his eyes filled with a longing for power as he sighed deeply. In this vast primordial world, fierce beasts, dragons, and the calamity of the witch race alternate in appearance, with the weak being devoured by the strong, everyone in fear. Without the cultivation of a saint, ultimately one is just an ant that can be easily manipulated. When will I be able to break free from this mortal body and step into the realm of the mixed element saint? In the outer heaven, at the Zhixiao Palace. The Zhixiao Palace is located in the outer chaos, surrounded by diluted chaotic energy, extremely perilous. Anyone below the Great Luo Golden Immortal or Quasi-Saint Mixed Element Golden Immortal risks falling upon entering this place, and even a Great Luo Golden Immortal must tread carefully here. Upon returning to the dojo, Hongjun immediately entered seclusion to meditate, saying, "Heavenly Dao, I don't believe you can endure this." Hao Tian and Yuanshi obediently waited outside the palace door, daring not to make a sound. The silence that had lasted for millions of years in the palace suddenly trembled and a piercing hum resonated throughout the hall. The Heavenly Dao condensed a one-eyed phantom hovering in midair looking down at Hongjun, who was sitting cross-legged on a mat. The heavenly sound carrying immense pressure. Hongjun, after countless epochs, how have you considered? To be noticed by this Heavenly Dao is your supreme fortune. Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, a barely contained joy hidden within as he coldly sneered. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Heavenly Dao, you are still too young. How can you outmatch the cunning of the true self? The pure Honghuang Purple Qi that was opened in the snack shop free from the shackles of the Heavenly Dao had already quietly helped him step into the mixed element saint realm without revealing any traces to the Heavenly Dao. At this moment, facing the Heavenly Dao's invitation, Hongjun remained calm and composed, speaking softly. I have already considered it clearly. The Heavenly Dao's one eye brightened, seemingly filled with personal affection and greed like a divine being speaking with a hint of self-satisfaction. So you agree to be the spokesperson for the Heavenly Dao, eh? This is a wise move. Once you become my incarnation of the Heavenly Dao, you will be the supreme overlord of the primordial world, exclusively enjoying the power of the Heavenly Dao, and will also receive exclusive Honghuang Purple Qi, steadily certifying your path to mixed element. The remaining 8 pieces of Purple Qi will all belong to you for allocation, allowing you to freely nurture 8 saints who obey you. There will never be such generous opportunities in the world. The conditions promised by the Heavenly Dao were incredibly tempting. Any mixed element golden immortal would kneel and submit without hesitation. Currently, the calamity of the dragon and the calamity of the mixed element golden immortals are as numerous as dogs, and Hongjun has not yet taught the Dao, so there is no such thing as quasi-saints, nor has the concept of saints spread in the primordial world. Hongjun merely raised the corners of his mouth coldly, his tone filled with mockery, directly slapping the Heavenly Dao's face. Heavenly Dao, thank you for elevating me so much. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept such great fortune. There is an ancient saying, if you wish to make someone perish, you must first drive them mad. If you refuse, this Heavenly Dao can turn and seek Luo Ho, who would surely be eager to take this position. Do you really want to be suppressed by Luo Ho? The atmosphere in the entire Zixiao Palace instantly plummeted. A bone-chilling cold swept in all directions. The Heavenly Dao's one eye shone with a cold light as it spoke icily. Hongjun, don't push your luck. If you refuse, this Heavenly Dao can turn and seek Luo Ho, who would surely be eager to take this position. Do you really want to be suppressed by Luo Ho? Hongjun, feeling irked, suddenly stood in the center of the hall, his aura clashing against the Heavenly Dao's phantom, confronting it directly. This is the dojo of my Zish. Go find Luo Ho for all your eggs. The Heavenly Dao was completely enraged, the one eye swirling with world-destroying lightning. Hongjun, are you truly determined to refuse? Hongjun, feeling irked, suddenly stood in the center of the hall, his aura clashing against the Heavenly Dao's phantom, confronting it directly. This is the dojo of my Zixiao Palace. Please speak with restraint. Excessive. You barged into my dojo to threaten and tempt me, yet you accuse me of being excessive. I do not covet your so-called position of Heavenly Dao spokesperson at all. Don't treat me like a soft persimmon that you can knead at will. I see through your calculations clearly. The Honghuang Purple Qi you grant has all been tampered with. Anyone relying on your Purple Qi to certify the Dao will become your puppet, entirely at your mercy, and the saints born afterward will also be entirely under your control. Such schemes cannot be hidden from me. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent, the air nearly frozen. Hongjun, you're spouting nonsense. You're slandering the Heavenly Dao. You're simply outrageous. The Heavenly Dao, having his thoughts exposed, was furious, and a purple lightning bolt shot out from his one eye. The lightning appeared slender but contained the power to annihilate worlds, capable of obliterating countless stars, but could not destroy the primordial world's essence. I'm not afraid, one-eyed Heavenly Dao. Hongjun's expression changed drastically, quickly summoning the Chaos Jade Dish, unleashing the boundless Dao power of his mixed element Dao fruit to resist. Bang! The deafening sound of the Dao exploded, and the Chaos Jade Dish withstood the impact of the divine thunder, causing Hongjun to stagger back a step, his body shaking violently, feeling deep fear. Within the power of the Heavenly Dao is indeed terrifying. Merely one strike forced me, who has already become a mixed element saint, to retreat. What's going on? This is unscientific. The Chaos Jade Dish withstood the impact of the divine thunder, causing Hongjun to stagger back a step, his body. This is absolutely impossible. Pangu opened the heavens, leaving only 9 pieces of Honghuang Purple Qi, all under my control. Where did you get the Purple Qi to certify the mixed element Dao? Moreover, your saintly Dao rhyme is several times thicker than that of ordinary saints relying on my Purple Qi to certify the Dao. Haha, you found me out. That's right, I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. Hongjun stepped forward, no longer deliberately hiding his cultivation, the complete aura of a mixed-element saint sweeping across the Zixiao Palace, like a tsunami raising his prestige as he declared loudly, "I have already certified as a mixed-element saint." Oh, what's so strange about that? The Heavenly Dao's aura sank, speaking coldly. "So you are confident. But do you think being the spokesperson for the Heavenly Dao is merely a title? Holding this position allows you to freely summon the Heavenly Dao's divine thunder. Even saints fear the original power of the Heavenly Dao. Are you really not afraid?" Hongjun's gaze was sharp as a drawn sword, unafraid as he slapped back. "Others may fear the Heavenly Dao. Why should I be afraid? Your original power of the Heavenly Dao is already incomplete. If you forcefully strike to severely injure a saint, you will pay an irreparable heavy price. Otherwise, why would you go to such lengths to look for a spokesperson to repair yourself? Furthermore, I have created my own path to the Dao by slaying the three corpses, cutting out evil thoughts, good thoughts, and obsessions, which are respectively the evil thought Dao body, good thought Dao body, and obsession Dao body. Each Dao body possesses the battle strength of a saint. When the three corpses unite, they are both a mixed element great Luo golden immortal and a saint. This mixed element saint of mine can easily face 4 at once, and when 4 ordinary saints join forces, I can also hold them down firmly." The implication was clear. Relying solely on his own strength, he could crush 4 saints. The Heavenly Dao was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a long silence the phantom slowly dissipated, leaving behind a sentence full of threat echoing in the hall. "Hongjun, today's matter, I'll count you as formidable. One day you will regret today's choice." Hongjun looked in the direction the Heavenly Dao had disappeared with a sneer, muttering to himself, "Regret? That's simply the greatest joke under heaven. To be controlled by the Heavenly Dao and become a puppet saint is the true path to self-destruction. That is the real regret. I spit, I don't covet anything. The Heavenly Dao has hit a wall with me this time. Surely it will turn to find Luo Ho and offer the same conditions. Luo Ho has great ambitions and will probably agree directly. No, I cannot let my guard down. I need to plan ahead. I must prepare early." Thinking of Luo Ho holding the power of the Heavenly Dao, cultivating a group of puppet saints, Hongjun felt an increasing sense of crisis and immediately ordered Hao Tian and Yao Qi to guard the dojo before turning and heading straight for the exit of the outer heaven. Outside the hall, Hao Tian watched as Hongjun carried a full bag of innate spiritual treasures into the sky, looking at Yao Qi with a puzzled expression. "Yao Qi, why is the old man taking so many innate spiritual treasures, and why is he using a bag? Where is he going? Is he going to give them to an old friend?" Yao Qi's eyes flashed with understanding, seeing through it, but not saying anything, replied lightly, "Probably just visiting an old friend." Yet inside she secretly criticized, "Clearly he is going back to that snack shop in the EC to open blind boxes for the Honghuang Purple Qi again," stubbornly refusing to admit it. Sigh. Prosperity brings suffering to all beings. Perishing brings suffering to all beings. Hongjun traversed the primordial land on clouds, witnessing the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins rampaging, countless beings suffering and dying, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The 3 clans of dragons and phoenixes are gathering and oppressing the myriad tribes of the primordial world, attempting to rely on gathering the luck of the primordial world to walk the path of luck and certify their Dao, imitating the beast Emperor Shun Ni of the past during the calamity of fierce beasts. Are they trying to break through to the mixed element great Luo golden immortal? The first immeasurable calamity of the primordial world was indeed the calamity of fierce beasts, where the beast Emperor Shun Ni unified the fierce beasts and established an eternal dynasty, gathering most of the heavenly luck just a step away from certifying the Dao as a half-step mixed element great Luo golden immortal. Yet the alliance of the 100 tribes fought desperately to stop them, countless mixed element golden immortal experts self-destructing their Dao foundations, perishing together, ultimately slaying Shun Ni, ending in a suffocating conclusion. The 3 clans are in a constant state of war, and the myriad beings in the primordial world are suffering unbearably. I must become stronger to stop the conflict among the 3 clans and thwart the schemes of the Heavenly Dao. Hongjun's thoughts returned to himself, calculating more urgently in his heart. I do not wish to be a puppet of the Heavenly Dao. I cannot rely on the Heavenly Dao's hand to cultivate saints in bulk. Hongjun's thoughts returned to himself, calculating more urgently in his heart. I do not wish to be a puppet of the Heavenly Dao. I cannot rely on the Heavenly Dao. I need to acquire more Honghuang Purple Qi and cultivate more mixed element saints. Only that snack shop in the EC can open pure Honghuang Purple Qi free from the control of the Heavenly Dao. If I stockpile enough Purple Qi, I can personally take disciples and create my own team of saints. If the Heavenly Dao wants to play chess, I will accompany him in the game to the end. Clouds rolled as he quickly reached the shores of the East Sea. The orange sign saying, "I really want to open a snack shop," stood quietly by the beach. Hongjun patted the heavy bag filled with spiritual treasures on his shoulder, adjusted his robes, and forcibly put on an indifferent, carefree demeanor as he stepped into the store. Suddenly startled, "Welcome, God." Leaping up with a sparkle in his eyes, Ye Kai nodded and bowed, seeing a familiar face. Instantly he wore a skin-deep smile, saying, "Oh, a regular customer, a regular customer." Quickly. Such enthusiasm surprised Hongjun, and he spoke up, "Shopkeeper, I am here to open blind boxes." Nodding, this was obvious Ye Kai was eager for customers. Then, "Come on, come into my bowl." He looked like a scheming merchant. Casting a furtive glance at the Honghuang Purple Qi blind boxes on the shelves, Hongjun withdrew his gaze, pulling out a top-grade, innate spirit treasure from his sleeve and placed it on the vending machine. Originally, his sack had been tucked away in his sleeve, naturally preventing anyone from seeing him gamble. As the vending machine's light and shadow flickered, it absorbed that treasure. Ye Kai smiled, his heart blooming with joy, and he heard the system's notification, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a chance for 9 consecutive draws. Would you like to start the 9 consecutive draws?" Immediately he thought start. The system's roulette spun wildly, the blind boxes kept popping out. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage." 6 Congratulations, host, you have drawn a magical power blind box, rewarding you with 1,000 billion in magical power cultivation. This will be forcibly infused into the host's body like a top-down power. Boom. In an intangible way, it was explosively satisfying. Ye Kai stepped into the heavens instantly, becoming an immortal, achieving the golden immortal. From then on, the golden immortal was immortal. Moreover, Ye Kai was shocked beyond belief. This golden immortal status within his body contained a vast world, making him realize that the golden immortal was continuously supplied with magical power from a world within. Incredible. A vast world. That is one of the elemental components of the myriad realms. There are many types of worlds, and let's not even mention the advanced Honghuang. The world is divided into the vast world, middle world, small world, micro world, minor world, alternate world, paradisiacal caverns, and caves, among others. The vast world has many middle and small worlds attached to it. Thus, being able to become a golden immortal is quite impressive. It is only in Honghuang that one can easily achieve golden immortal status. Outside of Honghuang, it is particularly difficult. After all, what does the vast world signify? Ye Kai, with a radiant smile, handed 9 mini magic cubes to Hongjun. "Friend, please." After receiving the magic cube, Hongjun stared at Ye Kai for a few moments, still unable to see through him. He felt that this shopkeeper seemed to have changed, though he couldn't pinpoint how, so he said, "All right, shopkeeper." Walking ahead as he approached the shelves, Hongjun picked up a Honghuang Purple Qi blind box. Ye Kai observed Hongjun's actions, watching him insert the mini magic cube into the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box. Purple light swirled, about to explode, but it suddenly extinguished. Not a hit. Hongjun did not sigh, remaining calm. He then proceeded to open the second blind box. Honghuang Purple Qi blind box. Not a hit. Try again. 3rd time. 4th time. 9th time. Bad luck today. Hongjun used up all his chances to open blind boxes. He mumbled to himself, frowning. Beside him, Ye Kai picked up the 9 discarded boxes and consoled him, "God, it might be a matter of luck. After all, this is all about probability, right? There's a possibility. Where there's a possibility, there's hope. Anything is possible. That's the way it is. You know, think about it. You had incredible luck before when you drew the Honghuang Purple Qi. That's the Honghuang Purple Qi. Customer, are you just going to give up?" Goodness. Directly brainwashing. Only Ye Kai has this kind of eloquence. Thus Hongjun thought about it, understood, and walked to the cash register to take out. This time is 9 pieces of top-grade innate spirit treasures. Ye Kai hurried to the cash register, nearly exploding with excitement. 9 pieces, truly rich. Watching the vending machine absorb the 9 pieces of top-grade innate spirit treasures. Maintaining a forced calm expression, Ye Kai hurriedly grabbed 81 magic cubes from the vending machine, handing them to Hongjun. "Sir, you keep them well. Good luck." With a gaze as sharp as an arrow, Hongjun internally muttered, "It seems the shopkeeper is the one who can drive this so-called vending machine to extract the keys for opening blind boxes. The shopkeeper's items are truly mysterious. This person is definitely not simple. I should observe more." Nodding, Hongjun placed the magic cubes into his sleeve, then walked over to the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box on the shelf. Ye Kai followed behind, his face showing confusion, internally muttering, "What's up with this guy? Why is he so fixated on the Honghuang Purple Qi?" Curiosity piqued. Unable to hold back, Ye Kai said, "Friend, why don't you open other blind boxes? Look." Then Ye Kai pointed at the shelves in the snack shop, saying, "Pangu complete set blind box. From head to toe, armed to the teeth. There are also treasures, chaos treasures, and merit treasures. Why not give it a try? And there are spiritual roots, chaos spiritual roots, Huangjun tree, peach tree, and so on. These chaos spiritual fruits can help one achieve the Deluo Golden Immortal with just one bite. Doesn't that tempt you? Seeing Hongjun shake his head refusing to budge, Ye Kai lost the motivation to continue the pitch. This guy, stubbornly fixated on the Hongming Purple Qi. He took a Hongming Purple Qi blind box and used the magic cube to open it. First one, not a hit. Second, up to the 81st. The ground was littered with discarded boxes. Ye Kai cautiously picked them up to the side, glancing at Hongjun, only to see Hongjun's eyes slightly bloodshot. Yet he made no other moves. Internally, Hongjun, who was already starting to doubt his life, wondered whether his luck was affected by the Heavenly Dao. Or was it the crow's mouth of Hao Ian influencing his luck? Self-doubt arose. This time he opened 90 times, and not a single hit. What's going on? He turned his gaze to Ye Kai and asked shopkeeper, "Are you truly running an honest business?" "Are you sure?" Ye Kai hurried over, saying, "Customer, what you're saying isn't right. Didn't we say earlier? Opening blind boxes has its possibilities or probabilities are hard to define. What should come will come as scheduled. What shouldn't come may still come periodically. So the key to opening blind boxes is to maintain a calm heart. Being peaceful is very important. Just like your first time, weren't you calm? Then you drew the Hongming Purple Qi. Think about it, if you had the Hongming Purple Qi, you would be calm." Hongjun, appearing dazed but internally hesitant, said, "Hearing the shopkeeper's words is like enlightenment. Truly a revelation." Thus, without further ado, Hongjun walked to the cash register. "Shopkeeper, come help," pulling out his sack, using the sack to hold the treasures. "All right, dear God." Ye Kai was shocked, his eyes almost popped out as he hurried to the cash register quickly, helping Hongjun lift the sack one by one, brushing the treasures into the vending machine. Soon finished, Ye Kai said, "Friend, there are a total of 1,000 top-grade innate spirit treasures. That equals 9,000 chances. 9,000 magic cubes." Thus Ye Kai, undeterred, took out all the mini magic cubes from the vending machine, stacking them beside the Hongming Purple Qi blind box on the ground, forming a path leading to the cash register. Even Hongjun appeared calm, yet his heart ached. "Oh, after all, that's 1,000. 1,000 top-grade innate spirit treasures." Just thinking about the treasure cave at home eased his heart a bit. Even Hongjun appeared calm, yet his heart ached. "Oh, after all, that's 1,000. 1,000 top-grade innate spirit treasures. Just thinking about..." "Esteemed customer, please. I want to accompany you. I'm a bit thirsty, even going to grab a drink first." Seeing Hongjun nod, Ye Kai seized the opportunity to leave, returning to the cash register. He was truly thirsty thanks to the overwhelming number of lottery draws from the system. Too many. Happiness came too suddenly. Of course he was thirsty. Taking out a bottle of mineral water, he took a sip to calm himself. Ye Kai sat on a chair, closed his eyes, and silently chanted, "System." Too many. Happiness came too suddenly. Of course he was thirsty. Taking out a bottle of mineral water, he took a sip to calm himself. Ye Kai sat on a chair, closed his eyes. Internally complaining, Ye Kai was speechless, glancing at Hongjun across the shelves only to see him busily working away. That guy was incredibly fast. Not listening to the blind boxes. Just like packing a delivery, tossing the flying boxes away. One. Next one. So fast. That guy doesn't seem to have good luck either. Retracting his gaze, Ye Kai continued opening the system's blind boxes. "System, give me 100 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage." 100. Damn. Unwilling. "System, give me 100 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage." 100. After 800 consecutive draws, not a single hit. Ye Kai directly scolded the system, internally cursing, "Stupid system, what a piece of junk. Drawing so many times without a hit. Are you trying to scam me?" He was doubting life. He constantly comforted himself, drawing once the golden immortal turns into the primordial saint. When things aren't going well, just think of the primordial saint. That gives motivation. "System, give me 100 consecutive draws. The last time. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a card for early use of the Tai Golden Immortal." Damn it. My fuck. Ye Kai directly exploded. After 900 draws, I finally got a Tai Golden Immortal. Why can't I be like that customer who drew the Hongming Purple Qi? Thus, without saying a word, feeling powerless, Ye Kai used this card. His cultivation soared from Golden Immortal to early Tai Golden Immortal. To his astonishment, Ye Kai discovered that his Tai fruit position contained not one, but 3,000 vast worlds. 3,000 vast worlds. Is it really this incredible? Is the Tai Golden Immortal this powerful? Then isn't the future going to soar? However, Ye Kai saw Hongjun looking dejected, his eyes red and bloodshot, walking towards the cash register, and Hongjun said, "Shopkeeper, what time do you open and close every day?" Ye Kai, looking confused, said, "From sunrise to sunset, and there are night sessions until 10. Customer, listen to my advice. Big draws are harmful, small draws are pleasurable. Think about the Hongming Purple Qi. That kind of thing is something you can't just ask for. Although it could also be in the blind boxes. Upon hearing the primordial purple energy, he immediately perked up, feeling rejuvenated. It was truly invigorating. Hongjun nodded and said, "Shopkeeper, you are absolutely right. Opening blind boxes must be controlled. Once you get carried away with this, it can harm your health." The shopkeeper's kind reminder was like a revelation, making me feel as if I were bathed in spring breeze. "I've realized something," the shopkeeper said. "You go ahead and busy yourself. I have a little matter to attend to." After saying this, Ye Kai fell silent. Hongjun turned and left the snack shop. He glanced at the slogan of the snack shop, "Go bankrupt." Hongjun transformed into a stream of light and departed, muttering to himself, "What a joke. Go bankrupt. I am the richest in the primordial world. Shopkeeper, who are you trying to scare?" The shopkeeper was truly petty, misjudging people. As Hongjun left, Ye Kai walked over to the shelf for primordial purple energy blind boxes, tidied up the discarded boxes from the opened ones, and tossed them into the storage room. Then he approached the blind box shelf, resting his chin on his hand and murmuring, "That guy opened it 900 times and didn't get anything. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Opening 9000 times and getting nothing. I'm a bit luckier, at least I got a tiny golden immortal card. Ha ha, just thinking about it is funny." After laughing, he returned to the cash register. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard some commotion outside the shop. Thus Ye Kai peeked through the transparent glass of the snack shop to see outside. He was startled. "So beautiful. I can't believe it. Who is that? So stunning. Are the female immortals of the primordial world this beautiful?" He followed his gaze outside. At that moment, a stunning female immortal dressed in a light green celestial gown and wearing high heels with 3,000 strands of black silk cascading down appeared, somewhat flustered, seemingly being pursued. As the female immortal landed, she noticed this strange building, her gaze dazed, murmuring, "Snack shop. What kind of place is this? What a strange place. Never mind. They'll just go in and hide." She was Nuwa, who had come to wander through the primordial world and had lost her way from her brother Fushi. Unexpectedly, while passing by the East Sea, she had initially intended to go swimming, but was targeted by the Dragon Clan. Hence she ran and ran hurriedly, making her way into the shop. In the sky behind her, sure enough, a group arrived. "Nuwa, you run. Can you escape the first day of the month? Can you escape the 15th? Just obediently come back to the Dragon Palace as my 9th concubine. My patience is limited, or else don't blame me for being ruthless and harsh." The Dragon Prince had many brothers. This one was Ao Qin, the 9th son of the ancestral dragon, and also the 9th prince of the Dragon Clan. Ao Qin led 30 million true dragons to capture Nuwa. They all landed seeing Nuwa enter the snack shop. Some true dragons warned Ao Qin, saying, "Your Highness, be careful of a trap." Some true dragons held differing opinions. "Your Highness, just crush through. This tiny building is not even 1/1000th the size of a true dragon's hair. What is there to be afraid of? We are all Honghuang golden immortals, and with our strength, we can just trample through." The other true dragons nodded in agreement, as most of the Dragon Clan's powerhouses were arrogant. They looked down on the innate beings of the primordial world. They were too weak. It should be known that the Dragon Clan was strong. Only those in the early, mid, and late stages of Honghuang golden immortals could serve as soldiers or generals. Great Luo golden immortals were not qualified to enter the combat ranks. Thus, the Honghuang golden immortals of the Dragon Clan were abundant. This era had its reasons for the strength of the Dragon Clan. Pride and arrogance were built upon strong power and confidence. No rush. Let's observe first. I want to see what tricks that woman can pull. Everyone has been chasing this woman for 3 yuan meetings. You all have worked hard. Let's rest here on the beach for a while. They'll keep an eye on that woman. Ao Qin was naturally worried about traps. Better to be cautious than sorry. What if this is Nuwa's trap? It was said that her brother was seemingly a Honghuang golden immortal. This woman is also a Honghuang golden immortal. Let's observe. Anyone who can be in the prince's entourage is definitely not a reckless person, but a politician. The ancestral dragon has many children. Not everyone can be a prince or princess. It all depends on wisdom and strength to attain that status. Ao Qin ordered a rest, and all those Dragon Clan powerhouses complied, each spreading out on the beach, relaxing and playing while also being vigilant. Protecting the prince was their responsibility. These true dragons were all Ao Qin's guards. On this side, Ye Kai in the shop saw Nuwa enter and said, "Welcome, esteemed guest." He carefully scanned the shop filled with peculiar items, but saw the words causing Nuwa's heart to surge with a tsunami of emotions, and she exclaimed in shock, "Primordial purple energy. Pangu, chaos, supreme treasure. Spiritual roots, primordial creation technique. So many skills. The method of transformation into freedom." While her heart was shouting, she was also bewildered and confused. She suppressed her emotions and with a calm expression said to the shopkeeper, "Esteemed shopkeeper, may I ask, are these items real? Can they be bought?" The first choice was the primordial purple energy. "I must get it." Ye Kai stood up, shook his head, and said, "This is a blind box product. It's just like that. He explained the rules of the blind box in detail. Hearing this, Nuwa swallowed hard, clearly tempted, then looked at herself. A treasure. Not much. It seems I'm not wealthy. But thinking about those Dragon Clan powerhouses lurking outside, she was filled with anger. I cannot let those Dragon Clan powerhouses bully me. Gritting her teeth, Nuwa took out a low-grade innate spiritual treasure and placed it on the exchange machine. Watching it being consumed, her heart ached terribly. Ye Kai took out a mini magic cube, handed it to Nuwa, and said, "Esteemed guest, the low-grade innate spiritual treasure has only one chance. Hold it well. Only once." How heartless. Nuwa's face darkened, nearly exploding with anger, secretly cursing this shopkeeper for being so unscrupulous. This was outright robbery. That is indeed an innate spiritual treasure. Although it is low-grade, it is still several tens of thousands of times better than a postnatal spiritual treasure. It pains me, but it's like cutting my flesh. Gritting her teeth, Nuwa stopped looking at Ye Kai, wandering around the shop checking this blind box, and that blind box, ultimately returning to the Primordial Purple Energy blind box shelf, biting her pristine white teeth, inwardly muttering, "Let's give it a try. Maybe I can get Primordial Purple Energy from this." She then inserted the magic cube into the blind box. Purple energy erupted. The next second it extinguished. Dumbfounded, Nuwa directly crushed her fist in anger. She glared at Ye Kai, stormed up to the cash register without cursing, biting her teeth, and asking shopkeeper, "You wouldn't be cheating me, would you?" Ye Kai said solemnly, "Esteemed guest, do you see my uniform?" The delivery uniform on the chest, besides the logo also written, are the two characters. Integrity. Nuwa furrowed her brows. Integrity. Ye Kai nodded yes. Conducting business with integrity. And I have explained the rules of the mystery boxes. It's possible to open them, but it's not 100% guaranteed. Moreover, I have warned you that opening mystery boxes could lead to financial ruin. It's just for fun. Do not get too obsessed. Just think about the Honghuang Purple Qi. Ye Kai's tone became serious as he added, "The Honghuang Purple Qi is not so easily obtained. Perhaps you haven't tried enough times. With more attempts you might just succeed. The odds are not something you can easily predict." Thus, biting her lip, Nuwa took out another magical artifact and placed it on the machine, which consumed it. "It hurts. My heart is bleeding." Another innate spiritual treasure. Ye Kai smiled and handed the cube to Nuwa, saying, "Customer, this is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. You have 6 chances to open mystery boxes." Receiving the cube and placing it in her sleeve, Nuwa ignored Ye Kai and walked to the Honghuang Purple Qi mystery box shelf. Ye Kai dared not follow. He silently chanted in his mind, "System, give me 10 continuous draws. Thank you for your patronage. 10, damn it, this system. Is this intentional? I didn't get a single one after 10 attempts." After contemplating, he remembered that time when he tried 9,000 times just to get that card. Ye Kai's heart felt a little better. He looked towards Nuwa and saw her eyes turning red. Soon filled with rage, Nuwa walked to the checkout counter and questioned, "Shopkeeper, I didn't get a single one out of 6. You say I haven't tried enough." With a slight smile, Ye Kai replied, "Customer, what do you call this? My previous client tried 9,000 times without success." Of course, he didn't mention Hongjun successfully obtaining the Honghuang Purple Qi, keeping that a secret. What? Nuwa was astonished, her mouth agape, internally muttering, "How many magical artifacts could that be? That friend must be wealthy. I must make a point to befriend him." Thus, Nuwa gritted her teeth, nearly breaking her teeth, and took out her last magical artifact. For self-defense, placing it on the machine, it was consumed. Ye Kai hurriedly handed 9 cubes to Nuwa, saying, "Customer, this is an exquisite innate spiritual treasure with 9 attempts. Keep it safe." After receiving the cube, Nuwa tucked it into her sleeve without looking at Ye Kai. She walked directly to the Honghuang Purple Qi mystery box. After glancing a few times, she seemed reluctant to leave. This left Ye Kai stunned as he murmured, "Giving up. This woman really gave up on the Honghuang Purple Qi. What's so good about selecting techniques?" Thus he continued to observe. Looking at the technique mystery box goods, Nuwa saw many options. Ultimately, her gaze focused on the transformation into the unfettered method mystery box. Thus, she took it down and inserted the cube. Boom. A myriad of light particles erupted from the box. They did not extinguish. Instead, they transformed into photons and landed in Nuwa's hands. "I got it. Ha ha." Finally, she opened a mystery box, and Nuwa laughed joyfully. The transformation into the unfettered method. Without a second thought, she directly infused the method's photons into her mind. In an instant, her mind exploded with countless figures, each one being her, as every light transformed into drops of blood, instantly mastering the technique. This is simply. Nuwa was so shocked that she could not speak. Transformation into the unfettered, transforming across the ages. This is simply infinite duplication. An existence that cannot be killed. It transforms the self into countless beings of power, not only dispersed in the present, but also across endless ages, existing in the past, and future. If that's the case, then I can use this technique to spread countless avatars across different timelines. Even if the me at this moment is killed, I can return from another timeline. Okay. Excellent. Wonderful. Equivalent to having countless lives. An existence that cannot be killed. Although she longs for the Honghuang Purple Qi, this technique is indeed against the heavens. It was worth it. Okay. Thus Yuanshi suppressed her inner excitement and continued opening mystery boxes. The subsequent 8 attempts yielded nothing. However, she was still satisfied. Anyway, in the future, I'll borrow some magical artifacts from my brother, steal them, and then come back to open mystery boxes. The Honghuang Purple Qi is a must-have. Yuanshi walked to the checkout counter, glanced at Ye Kai, and said, "Dao friend, do you really think the Honghuang Purple Qi can be obtained?" Ye Kai smiled. Of course. After all, something as extraordinary as the Honghuang Purple Qi, since it exists, it must be obtainable. Naturally, there is a probability of obtaining it. Existence implies existence. Yuanshi savored this, chuckling. "Dao friend, you are truly interesting. Farewell." After speaking, she walked out of the snack shop. Glancing back, she saw the sign that read "Go Bankrupt." In her heart, she scoffed, murmuring, "What a joke. Would this palace ever go bankrupt? I still have my brother." Unbeknownst to Fushi, a thief of magical artifacts had joined the family. This is a story for another time. Swordman, run. Can you escape? Ha! Surrender and save yourself some trouble. Seeing Yuanshi emerge, Ao Qian had been waiting for a long time and suddenly laughed towards the sky. "This prince will deal with you properly. All guards capture her for this prince. Make sure to capture her alive. Whoever kills her, this prince will destroy their entire family, leaving no trace." Thus, countless powerful dragon clan members charged towards Yuanshi. "Capture her. Run." Instantly fleeing, Yuanshi unleashed the transformation into the unfettered method. Suddenly her entire being exploded. Countless blood rains fell, with thousands of blood drops vanishing into the void, entering the river of time. Different timelines. At this moment, Yuanshi was still present, and she coldly laughed. "Ao Qian, remember this, I will eventually strip the skin from you and your entire dragon clan, using it as a whip, exterminating your 9 clans. I will surely avenge today's grudge." Suddenly there was an explosion. This avatar blew up. The explosion wave from the early stages of the Honghuang Golden Immortal. It self-destructed. Everything was obliterated, and the shockwaves swept in all directions. Boom. No. Many true dragons were blown to pieces. No bones remained. And Ao Qian, with the artifact bestowed by the ancestral dragon, narrowly escaped with his life. Looking at the guards, nearly all were dead or injured, only a few remained. His heart bled. This was the foundation of this prince. A team of death warriors cultivated over countless Yuan meetings. Thus Ao Qian had the remaining few soldiers taken back first. He witnessed this scene. Seeing that Yuanshi was dead, there was nothing worth lamenting about that woman. His gaze shifted towards the snack shop. Could it really not explode? How curious. His interest piqued. Ao Qian approached. Moments later, transforming into a pedestrian, he saw the snack shop. "I really want to open a snack shop. Going bankrupt." Suddenly Ao Qian chuckled, looking down on it. "Going bankrupt. This prince. My dragon clan has so many territories. The expanse of land and sea is vast, occupying half of the primal chaos. Even the Qilin and Phoenix clans only share half. The foundation of my dragon clan is higher than the heavens. How could we ever go bankrupt?" The shopkeeper's vision is truly lacking, too narrow-minded, unaware of what it means to be wealthy enough to rival the foundations of myriad clans. With a disdainful gaze, Ao Qian entered the snack shop. "Welcome, esteemed guest." Originally, Ye Kai intended to spin the 9 draws from the Yuanshi exchange system, but he noticed another customer had arrived. He hurriedly got up to welcome them. Upon entering, his gaze swept across the room, leaving him stunned, and Ao Qian was left speechless. "What? Is this snack shop for real? Those items are labeled Honghuang Purple Qi, Pangu, spiritual roots. What the heck is this for real? I haven't read much. Could all this be a scam?" In his heart, Ao Qian was frantically shouting, "Can someone tell me if this is true? Family, I'm waiting online." Seeing Ao Qian's confused expression, Ye Kai was accustomed to it, as every customer entering had that same ghostly look. He chuckled and immediately began to explain. "Customer, this is a blind box snack product. This and that," cutting out a million words. Ye Kai's throat was dry from his enthusiastic explanation, which was essentially brainwashing. He discovered that this customer seemed like a fat sheep, a big client, someone influential at home. This person walked with too much swagger, unmistakably a rich second generation, a nouveau riche. They must be thoroughly fleeced. Hearing this, Ao Qian's eyes widened, swallowing hard, and without hesitation, he jumped right in, raising a hand to produce a Chincoin bag. The Chincoin bag, a storage bag, was right on the cashier's desk. "Recharge. Recharge for this prince. This prince wants to load 900 pieces of top-grade innate spiritual treasures." He shouted loudly. Ao Qian was full of confidence, as if he saw the Honghuang Purple Qi beckoning to him in the air. Yi Kai, who had originally looked eager hearing 900 pieces, he had thought it was a lot assuming it was 9,000. But seeing it so little, he suddenly went from extreme excitement to speechlessness, biting his lip, inwardly cursing, I overestimated this guy, thinking he was a big spender, but turns out he's so stingy. Only 900 pieces. That's even less than the last young man who directly ordered 1,000 pieces. Hush hush. A guest is a guest. Every penny counts. After comforting himself, Yi Kai took the Qinquan bag and began to feed the treasures into the machine one by one, counting and confirming before saying customer. A total of 900 pieces of top-grade treasures. The estimated value in draws is 8,100 times. You have this mini blind box draws. This is the key cube, keep it safe. Taking the cube handed over by Yi Kai, Ao Qian chuckled, shopkeeper, you're doomed. Just wait to go bankrupt. Huh. Laughing as he walked away, he turned back and shook his head at Yi Kai at the cashier, seemingly disdainful, as if saying had taken advantage of him. Shopkeeper, just wait to cry. This prince is the gambling saint of the clan. This time it's a sure win. After mocking Yi Kai, Ao Qian turned back, looking at the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box shelf, stopping in his tracks, shouting, Honghuang Purple Qi, father, your son has arrived. Your son is here to pick you up. Father, 8100 fathers, I love you. And upon seeing this person, Yi Kai inwardly muttered, this madman. A gambling saint. I think he's just a gambling loser. So proud. Who's he making fun of? Who does he look down on? What kind of person is acting crazy like this? However, he secretly hid Ao Qian's Qinquan bag, swallowing it discreetly. This is a treasure for storing items. Although it's quite useless, merely a postnatal treasure crafted after birth for him, it's enough to conveniently store and carry things. Congratulations, host, you've obtained 810,010 draw opportunities. Would you like to start a 100 continuous draws? Yi Kai was overjoyed. Suppressing the surging joy in his heart, he silently thought, system, open all draws for me. Big spender with a wave of a hand. Making a big deal all at once. Thank you for your patronage. 8,109. Congratulations, host, you've drawn a hat. What the hell? Damn system, you're so stingy. You scammed me again. Covering his face, looking as miserable as a blackened pot bottom, Yi Kai held the suddenly appeared hat, which had a Kai logo on the front, and I want to open on the right. What's key is this hat for real? Pure green. So seeing the hat looking good, Yi Kai endured his displeasure and put it on. Leaving the cashier, he approached Ao Qian. He saw Ao Qian was excited, opening one blind box after another. Customer, what's this? Why are you so happy? You've opened so many. Not a single good one, and you're still happy. Why is that? Putting away the discarded boxes, Yi Kai scratched his head, confused. This person seems a bit crazy. So optimistic. With a cold laugh, Ao Qian ignored Yi Kai, busy opening his blind boxes, not stopping, saying, shopkeeper, you don't understand. This prince believes persistence is victory. This prince is the most optimistic cutie in the clan. Loved by everyone. Naturally, one must face everything with optimism. This prince can't get angry over not winning even once. I look down on those who lose their temper at the drop of a hat and can't control their emotions. Suddenly, Yi Kai was stunned. Swallowing hard, he fell silent, just quietly watching this self-proclaimed optimistic highborn prince. In his heart, he scoffed, I wonder how long you can stay optimistic. After all, I just got scammed by the system, as well, drawing a pure green hat. In no time, Ao Qian had opened all the blind boxes. His eyes were still pure optimism intact. This is so unsatisfying. So unsatisfying. Shopkeeper, this is 2,000 pieces of top-grade innate treasures. Hurry up in exchange for the cube key for me. This prince doesn't believe it. A mere blind box can defeat this gambling saint. A mere blind box, this gambling saint will surely finish all of them. Ao Qian directly took out a Qinquan bag. All right, God. Yi Kai immediately nodded and bowed, taking Ao Qian's Qinquan bag. Without hesitation, he went to the cashier to exchange it. He quickly returned. Yi Kai packed the cube into this Qinquan bag and handed it to Ao Qian. Just wanting a Qinquan bag was enough. There was no need to greedily take more from the customer. Customer, keep it safe. A total of 18,000 pieces. Customer, I hope you have fun. I'm thirsty, going to drink some water. Seizing the chance, Yi Kai returned to the cashier, not looking at Ao Qian. Meanwhile, Ao Qian paid no attention to anything else, taking the Qinquan bag and busily playing with it, opening blind boxes. No one could disturb him. Honghuang Purple Qi. My grandpa. Come to your grandson's bowl. Grandpa. Grandpa. Come inside. Yi Kai at the cashier was utterly speechless. From father to grandpa. Damn, this prince really knows how to play. He's a good person. He is a good person. Because he recharged a lot. Recharged way too much. Ha ha. Inwardly laughing with joy, Yi Kai delightedly thought, system, give me all continuous draws. Okay, host, good luck. The The system's spinning wheel spun wildly, opening blind boxes faster than a high-speed train. Thank you for your patronage. 17999 Congratulations, host. You've drawn a Tai Golden Immortal spell card mid-stitch. Yi Kai spat in frustration, looking utterly defeated, nearly cursing out loud. Is that it? In an instant, Yi Kai was enlightened. His strength ascended to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. He discovered that within the fruit position lay countless small worlds birthed from the 3,000 great thousand worlds. Have we developed towards the myriad realms? Haha, becoming an immortal is truly delightful. Although I am still weak now, in due time this Holy One will trample upon the Dao and punch Hongjun, slapping Pangu in the face, demanding the great Dao. Suppressing his delusions, Yi Kai approached Ao Qian. He saw this fellow with an optimistic demeanor. He then asked guest, "What is this? Why are you so optimistic? You've drawn so many times and haven't hit anything. Yet you still maintain a smile?" Disinterested in Yi Kai, Ao Qian remarked, "Shopkeeper, your perspective is too narrow. It's far too small. This prince has already said face failure with optimism. Always wear a smile. It's just opening blind boxes. This prince is just playing casually. Alright, the world of the wealthy is incomprehensible. So many treasures. Is this what you call playing casually?" Soon, Ao Qian had used up the magic cube key. Then Yi Kai asked guest, "Are you still charging?" After thinking for a moment and waving his hand, Ao Qian said, "I rushed out and was careless. I didn't bring that many treasures." Shopkeeper, rest assured. This prince has plenty of treasures, it's just a matter of charging. This prince will head back first. Yet internally contemplating, no, I must return you. I cannot give up the Honghuang Purple Qi. There are still hidden goods at home. Moreover, my dragon clan loves to collect. We possess the most rare treasures of the primordial era. The Honghuang Purple Qi must be obtained. This prince must acquire it, surpassing my father. Yi Kai watched Ao Qian's departing figure, mumbling, "Just a simple charge." He then tidied up and returned to the cash register. Ao Qian hurriedly returned to his clan. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace, he was caught by the ancestor dragon. "Little Nine, have you grown wings and become infatuated with women again? What happened to the guards you took with you? Why did only a few return and they came back injured? Provide me with an explanation." The ancestor dragon sat in the dragon chair, questioning Ao Qian. This son is too lustful, that's his only fault. Everything else is quite optimistic. He is a talented individual. What a pity. After bowing, Ao Qian said cheerfully, "Old Deng, you are mistaken. This prince is not interested in women. Do not slander this prince. Currently this prince is only interested in treasures." "Old Deng, are you satisfied now?" "Old Deng." The ancestor dragon gently shook his head. This son just knows how to call him father randomly, but what about women? Thus he asked in confusion, "Little Nine, is this true? Not infatuated with women. But why are you interested? Do not act recklessly. Treasures cannot be used for procreation. Do not embarrass the dragon clan. Otherwise I shall not spare you." Haha, smiling and facing it optimistically, Ao Qian said, "Old Deng, you think you can have rabbits with treasures? This prince says collect treasures. What do you understand? This is called collecting antiques, gathering relics." Suddenly the ancestor dragon was overjoyed. This child is teachable. He waved his hand and tossed out a bag of holding, laughing heartily. "Little Nine, the prodigal son returns. This is 100,000 pieces of top-tier innate spiritual treasures. I bestow them upon you." Receiving the bag of holding with a smile, Ao Qian immediately bowed and said, "Old Deng, so generous. Impressive." Changing the subject, shaking his head, the ancestor dragon was puzzled. "Is it too few?" Ao Qian nodded. "Old Deng, this is merely your collection. Look, I have already reformed. Can you give an opportunity? Let this prince pick from the Dragon Palace's treasure vault." Now the ancestor dragon fell silent. The Dragon Clan's treasure vault. That is the collection of the Dragon Clan and all scaled clans. Although the Dragon Clan does not favor fighting with treasures, for the true dragon embodies ultimate strength and fights with their physical body, more treasures are still a symbol of a clan's strength. Seeing Ao Qian's determined gaze, the ancestor dragon softened and said, "Little Nine, I shall observe your performance. Here is an opportunity. Remember, I am the ancestor dragon, the mightiest of the primordial era. I grant you the freedom to choose. Choose as you please. Do you understand?" Fearing Ao Qian would hold back, the ancestor dragon emphasized this. Otherwise people will say that the ancestor dragon is stingy, giving his son only a few treasures. With a sudden glare, maintaining optimism, Ao Qian clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Old Deng," suddenly transformed into a stream of light. Exiting the Dragon Palace, heading towards the treasure vault, the ancestor dragon laughed heartily, as expected of my ninth son. How wonderful. If he were to focus his energy on cultivation, he would undoubtedly be a peerless genius of our clan. A person walked in. Unwilling, he spoke up, "Father, Old Nine is too rude. He addresses you like that. Truly lacks upbringing." With a dark expression, the ancestor dragon's face quickly shifted from excitement to a deadpan, and he suddenly stood up, transforming into a stream of light. Smack! With a loud sound, he sent that person flying. Immediately, the ancestor dragon scolded, "Oldest, what did you say? Who lacks upbringing? How dare you? You are the one who is uncouth." That person was the dragon clan's eldest prince, Aoe. Sent flying by the ancestor dragon, he crashed into the palace wall, directly smashing out of the hall. Through the hole created, the ancestor dragon questioned, angrily scolding Aoe, causing Aoe to feel a surge of fury inside, but he still covered his face, getting up from outside the hall, returning inside, bowing to the ancestor dragon, once then 9 times. His forehead was all red and bruised. "Father, I won't dare again. I merely misspoke. Facing Aoe's explanation, the ancestor dragon pressed down, signaling him to stop talking, then spoke, "Oldest, you have disappointed me too much. Go back to your territory and be confined for 1,000 yuan meetings. 1 yuan meeting equals 129,600 billion primordial years. Direct confinement. This is not confinement at all. This is simply a punishment of being locked up and cut off." Lying on the ground, Aoe felt immense hatred for Aoe Qian, screaming in rage, Why does that scoundrel Aoe Qian receive father's overwhelming love? I will not accept it. I am the dragon clan's eldest prince. Father is unfair. With a face of despair, Aoe bowed, "Father, I take my leave," and then left. The ancestor dragon watched Aoe leave, shaking his head repeatedly. "What an unworthy being. You have truly disappointed me." Soon after Aoe's departure, 7 more sons came to pay their respects to the ancestor dragon. Seeing so many sons coming, the ancestor dragon's heart was like a clear mirror. Internally sneering, "These good for nothings must have come to see little Nine's return. They are either here to watch the joke or to curry favor." Sighing helplessly, exiting the treasure vault, Aoe Qian hurried on, secretly going out, not telling anyone, making a beeline for Yi Kai's snack shop. "Oh, Prince, what is this? Didn't you say to remain optimistic? Why are your hands shaking? Your eyelids are twitching. Did you win the jackpot?" Seeing Aoe Qian acting sneakily worried about being followed, Yi Kai questioned with a suspicious gaze, looking outside to see no one following him, and then asked, "Afraid? Definitely afraid." Deeply insecure, Aoe Qian's feet were floating, let alone his hands. His hands shaking was not fear, but because he had counted so much that they cramped, and his eyelids twitching was due to laughing so hard. Aoe Qian trembled internally, murmuring, "The dragon clan's treasure vault has been emptied by this prince." "Old dang, that was your own words. The dragon clan's treasure vault at my discretion. Now that this prince has acted freely, I am no longer a dragon. This prince has already acted freely. The dragon clan's treasure vault this prince shall graciously accept." Suddenly the Chinkoan bag. 1 bag. 2 bags. 100 bags. Hee, this prince has gone tomb raiding for treasure. Look, I've unearthed a treasure. Ao Qian laughed heartily as he pulled out the 100 Chinkoan bags and slammed them onto the counter. The result was predictable. It was full. The counter was piled high with bags sliding to the floor, forming a small mountain. Looking at these spoils, Aoe Qian's eyes were filled with scheming as he murmured to himself, "Hee, old dang, it's not excessive for me to take a bit more, right?" Seeing this scene, so many bags, too many to count, Yi Kai was filled with excitement, shouting and screaming, amplifying his joyful shriek, and as he looked at Ao Qian, the more he felt the other resembled a fool, a leak. There truly is no leaks like this. A good person, absolutely a good person. Directly giving a thumbs up, Yi Kai raised both thumbs again and looked at Ao Qian, who was secretly eyeing the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box, saying, "Brother, I respect no one but you. You must be my long-lost brother from my previous life. Brother, I have searched for you for so long." Retracting his gaze, Ao Qian instantly turned dark-faced, but still wore an optimistic expression, waving his hand. "Ahem, shopkeeper, don't recklessly recognize brothers. This prince is the prince of the dragon clan, don't confuse relatives. My dragon bloodline is noble, not something you can aspire to. Don't say such things in the future. Only this once. If you are willing, this prince can recognize you as a dog-headed military advisor." Seeing how the shopkeeper looks like a dog-headed tribe, right? As soon as these words came out, his face darkened terrifyingly black like the bottom of a pot. "Dog-headed." Yi Kai's mouth curved into a smirk. "Prince, you are mistaken. I am the future. Just forget it, no need to say. Talking to this guy wouldn't make sense. After all, the human race hasn't emerged yet in this primordial era. Even if the human race were to emerge, it would be a path filled with hardship and twists. Moreover, from what this prince said, the dragon clan, it seems this should be the era of the Dragon Han calamity, where the dragon clan is the most powerful, looking down on everyone. So arrogant, with a gaze that was simply contemptuous of others. Their pride comes from the fact that the dragon clan is indeed powerful, with strength and heritage. No more words. Let's get to work. Directly getting to work while brushing the magic cube, Ye Kai handed it to Aoqian and said, "Prince, where did you dig for treasure? How about we partner up for a big score?" As he packed the magic cubes into the Qincoin bag, Aoqian said, "You can eat dirt, shopkeeper. This prince dug up my dragon clan's dragon tomb, completely excavating the graves of my ancestors." Suddenly, Ye Kai's hand shook, almost tearing the Qincoin bag, inwardly exclaiming, "Wow," directly disturbing the burial items of the ancestors. However, he didn't reveal the truth, just chuckling. "Prince, you truly are a filial son. Filial to your descendants. Your ancestors must be very grateful to you." Internally snickering, naturally fabricating the story of excavating ancestral graves, Aoqian could not possibly reveal the secret of emptying the Dragon Clan's treasure vault. He said, "So. Old Deng loves me the most." Internally thinking, next time I must visit the Dragon Clan's ancestral tomb to see if I can unearth some magical treasures. I must go. Absolutely must go. After counting for a while, Ye Kai finally confirmed, clearly suppressing his trembling hands and shaking feet, excitedly said, "Prince. Prince." After putting away the Qincoin bag's magic cube, seeing Ye Kai's mouth quiver, Aoqian frowned and said, "Shopkeeper, is your mouth on fire? Why are you trembling so much? Young man, don't get too obsessed with women. You must know, with no women in the heart, drawing the sword naturally feels divine. You can tremble slowly. This prince is going to open the blind box. Honghuang Purple Qi, my ancestors. My ancestors. Your unfilial descendant, oh no, your obedient descendant is here. Come quickly to the bowl of your unfilial descendant, oh no, obedient descendant. Ancestors, come to the bowl of the unfilial child, oh not obedient descendant." Walking, thinking wildly, and murmuring joyously, Aoqian's eyes were almost longing for the Honghuang Purple Qi, as if the Honghuang Purple Qi was beckoning him. Seeing Aoqian's back heading toward the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box shelf, Ye Kai finally reacted, feeling overly joyful inside, because he had just counted clearly 10 million pieces of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. That's equivalent to 90 million attempts to open the blind box. How could he not tremble? He definitely had to let go of his trembling hands, feet, and mouth. Ye Kai exclaimed, "From childhood to now, this is the first time I felt this great. Based on this momentum, this prince should be opening for days and nights." Ye Kai also prepared himself mentally for an all-nighter. Thus, Ye Kai wanted to call out to the system, but he saw someone outside the door. What the heck? The last person who opened the Honghuang Purple Qi, the wealthy dog. Soon, he walked in, directly coming to the counter. Hongjun took out several bags and threw them onto the counter, saying, "Shopkeeper, charge me heavily. Why are you so happy today? Did your wife cheat on you?" Surprised. What the heck? Are you serious? Your wife is out. Suddenly startled, praising himself, even Hongjun was shocked. This, wearing green. Is this serious? This shopkeeper is indeed a strange person. With a dark face, ignoring Hongjun's exaggerated reaction, Ye Kai began counting the treasures in the bags, casually taking out the magic cube and placing it on the counter, saying, "Customer, if you like it, that's good." And he didn't forget to adjust his hat. There's really no way this hat must be worn, because apart from the color, it's really beautiful. Swallowing, Hongjun took the magic cube, placed it in his sleeve, and said, "Shopkeeper, my condolences. This woman changing colors will only affect your business to get better and better, as the saying goes, green development. You understand?" Soon, he finished counting. 1 million. 1 million pieces. This person is truly wealthy. Although he's not as rich as the prince, he's still a big customer. Ye Kai nodded and said, "Customer. A total of 9 million magic cubes. You keep them safe. I wish you also changed to green." As his mouth twitched, Hongjun ignored Ye Kai's nonsensical chatter, collected the last key magic cube, and headed towards the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box, but saw someone. With a dark face, Hongjun said, "Who are you? How dare you covet the Honghuang Purple Qi?" Oh no! Suddenly running over, Ye Kai hurriedly pulled Hongjun, preventing him from getting into a fight with Aoqian, and thus spoke amicably. "Both of you guests are here. This place is big. It won't affect your blind box openings. You each open your own, okay?" Originally, Aoqian was happily opening blind boxes, but upon being startled by someone, he wanted to kill the other party, but seeing Ye Kai mediating, he didn't want to cause trouble, suppressing his displeasure, because in his heart, opening the Honghuang Purple Qi was more important than being insulted by others. "This prince won't talk to uncultured people." Aoqian sneered. Suddenly, Hongjun's face darkened. "Full of nonsense, truly uncultured. I don't want to speak with uncultured ants. Afraid of dirtying my mouth." These two. Ye Kai saw that after they finished speaking, they didn't care about anyone else. Internally, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that in their eyes, opening the Honghuang Purple Qi was the priority, their ancestors. All the other banter was unnecessary. After all, they are all strong. Bantering is unwise. Personal attacks are merely low-level. If you can act, then do not talk to resolve things. I wish you good luck. After saying that, he left, returning to the counter. Ye Kai looked in the direction of the two. I wish you open green hats. He struck it rich, again. Again. Ha ha ha. Suppressing his overwhelming elation, Yi Kai maintained an utterly solemn expression, silently chanting to himself. System, pull relentlessly. 99 million consecutive draws. Instantly the system in his mind activated, blazing forward like a high-speed rail. Almost snapped. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 2 million. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the Supreme Immortal of Tai latest Lich card. Per million. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a pair of black silk stockings. Thank you for your patronage. For million. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the Supreme Immortal of Tai full accomplishment card. 5 million. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a pack of spicy strips. 5 million. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the Celestial Immortal of Deluo early stage card. One last draw. Sight. What the hell? Yi Kai inwardly cursed the system. Wretched system. You'll meet a wretched end. That's it. Covering his face, he nearly burst into tears. Yi Kai had imagined ascending to the heavens in a single bound, drawing primordial violet Qi, or even a sage from the blind box. Instead, he'd drawn only a celestial immortal of Deluo. And what were those other items? Silk stockings, spicy strips. Did he need them? Wah. Unbearable. This system is utterly worthless. Is this even serious? Helplessly, Yi Kai consumed the celestial immortal of Deluo card. Ah, exhilarating. So this is the legendary celestial immortal of Deluo. Absolutely sublime. Truly, transcending the river of fate existing beyond the 5 elements. 36 blossoms. Wait, no. What? 108 tears. My lotus blooms 108. Could a celestial immortal of Deluo truly be this formidable? Seeing his Deluo Dao fruit so magnificent, Yi Kai finally felt some relief, and upon closer inspection discovered that his original macrocosmic model had transformed into myriad realms across the cosmos. Moreover, each realm manifested as a luminous orb. Within his Deluo Dao fruit floated countless such orbs, numerous as grains of sand in the Ganges, immeasurable, incalculable. If a celestial immortal of Deluo commands such power, myriad realms stretching infinitely, then what of the primordial immortals, or the primordial celestial immortals of Deluo? Satisfied, Yi Kai stepped away from the checkout counter, originally heading toward Hongjun and the other figure, only to halt abruptly upon hearing something, then pivot back, listening from afar, indulging in idle spectacle. Over there, ancestor, 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 hurry. His gaze locked with feverish intensity upon the blind box containing primordial violet Qi. Uao, Qian was nearly possessed, drawing incessantly, muttering nonsense like ancestor's fias under his breath. Discarded cardboard boxes littered the ground beside him. Ah, my dear grandson. Meanwhile, Hongjun, still drawing at lightning speed, glanced at Ao Qian and replied, my dear grandson, your ancestor stands right here. Instantly, Ao Qian's cheerful countenance remained unchanged, but his eyes darkened. Still drawing, he retorted to Hongjun, boy, don't provoke me. I cannot possibly be roused by you. I am the most optimistic prince imaginable. You merely engage in petty verbal sparring. I disdain conversing with someone so utterly uncultivated. With a faint condescending chuckle, maintaining the poise of a sage, Hongjun refrained from anger, smiling faintly, yet concealing a blade behind his grin. Boy. Uncouth prince, of which clan do you hail? This sovereign is no mere boy, as you presume. Though appearing youthful and handsome, I am among the first generation of primordial deities born at the dawn of creation. Your clan, so ill-mannered. Do you know nothing of respecting elders and cherishing the young? They continued drawing, continued bickering, yet neither succeeded. Prince, listen well, you ill-bred fool. Standing tall and proud, Ao Qian declared, I am the 9th prince of the Dragon Clan. Ao Qian. Oh, so, he was of the Dragon Clan. From afar, Yi Kai pricked up his ears, caught every word, and murmured inwardly, no wonder this prince is so wealthy. Damn, 10 million. A peerless primordial spirit treasure. Clearly the Dragon Clan is immensely affluent. Were I a sage, I'd surely pay their treasure vault a visit someday. Over there, Hongjun's gaze flickered, a sly glint flashing across his eyes. Inwardly, he smirked, having waited precisely for this moment, this self-revelation, to extract intelligence. Aloud he said, ah, the 9th prince of the Dragon Clan. My deepest respects. I am Luo Ho. What? Startled, Ao Qian's fingers trembled violently. Luo Ho. Wasn't he one of the earliest great sages born at creation's dawn, a master of the Dao of destruction and the demon path? A fearsome figure indeed. Yet here he stood, before his very eyes. Instantly, Ao Qian grew reverent, first bowing deeply, then resuming his blind box draws. Senior Luo Ho. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Feigning a false name. What else was this but strategy? Hongjun inwardly roared with laughter, yet his expression remained serene as still water. Youngling. As a senior cultivator naturally, I bear no grudge against you. Tell me, how much did you recharge this time? He was genuinely perplexed. Why was Ao Qian drawing blind boxes incessantly? Surely he'd spent countless draws. How many treasures had he expended? Without hesitation, Ao Qian blurted, not much. 10 million? What a... His hands froze midair. Hongjun forgot all cardinal directions. The blind box tumbled from his grasped jaw, slack with disbelief. This dragon clan, is truly that opulent. So many treasures. Swallowing hard, Hongjun feigned nonchalance, merely 10 million. How stingy. In my heyday, during the beast calamity, I dismissed such peerless primordial spirit treasures with utter contempt. I wouldn't deign to glance at such trash. Immediately Ao Qian asked, and now? A single question shattered the braggart's facade. Hongjun moistened his lips, retrieved the blind box, and resumed drawing now. Naturally, cultivation foundation is paramount. Treasures are mere external trappings. Yet inwardly he screamed, treasures are my ancestor. Or rather, my greatest treasure. Senior, I maintain treasures are the foundation. Without treasures there is no ancestor. Or rather, no primordial violet Qi. Fine, Hongjun conceded. This Ao Qian truly saw nothing but primordial violet Qi. Violet light swirled, erupting violently. Holy! He cursed aloud. Hongjun stood. What? Again, it emerged. This sovereign has stepped in divine fortune. Unbelievable. Hongjun's hands trembled as he watched the primordial violet Qi drift toward him from the box, staring fixedly, whispering, this sovereign has drawn primordial violet Qi. Ahaha. Nearby, Ao Qian swallowed, hard eyes wide as saucers. Desperate to seize it, yet too fearful to act, rendered speechless by sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, at the checkout counter, Yi Kai transformed into a streak of light, appearing instantly beside Hongjun. Congratulations, Senior Luo Ho. Your luck is truly astronomical. Senior Luo Ho, will you sell it? At these words, Ao Qian's eyes burned with covetous fire. 1. I asked the same. With a shake of his feet, a flower tightened. Awakening from a dream, Hongjun quickly withdrew the primordial purple energy and said, shopkeeper, this is too much. I am a decent person. I sell art, not my body. Don't think of nonsense. I am a man. A pure man. Instantly, Yi Kai's face turned dark. This remark, where did that come from? Ao Qian immediately knelt down. Adoptive father, please allow me to pay my respects. This? Leaf Kai was dumbfounded, wondering if he should also kneel to his adoptive father. Better not to think about it. He had a system, a car, a house, he had everything. No rush. Get lost. Waving his hand with a look of disdain, Hongjun said, I do not accept adopted sons. I would rather take a disciple. Then he looked at Ao Qian, whose face was full of desire, and shook his head, saying, but your talent is astonishing, yet you are a true dragon. Your talent is too poor. A true dragon with poor talent. What is that? Instantly, Ao Qian was nearly infuriated. Abruptly standing up, his optimistic expression turning dark, he said coldly, Laho, I the prince respect you as a senior and treat you with honor. However, you must not insult the dragon tribe. The dragon tribe is the highest and noblest race of the primordial world. I the prince will not allow you to insult the dragon tribe, nor tolerate you saying the dragon tribe has poor talent. The dragon tribe cannot be insulted. Upon hearing this, Yi Kai was moved. So serious. The dragon tribe cannot be insulted. Is that true? In this era, the dragon tribe is indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Hongjun, with a look of disdain, continued to open his blind box, saying, the dragon tribe. Others may fear your dragon tribe, but I do not fear. I have battled against the sovereign of the fierce beast dynasty during the calamity of fierce beasts. Why should I fear the mere dragon tribe? Even if the ancestral dragon came personally, he would have to bow and apologize to me. Do you think I fear the mere true dragon? You dragon tribe should not take yourselves too seriously. There are more hidden powerful beings in the primordial world than there are cows and horses. They simply do not want to argue with you, dragon tribe. Do not overestimate yourselves. I spit. Compared to the divine sovereign or the fierce beast dynasty, you are far behind. It was a scathing insult. Yet Ao Qian dared not even let out a peep. He did not dare to make a move. But he endured, not arguing back. Ao Qian understood this Luo was doing it on purpose, being annoyingly arrogant. He couldn't be bothered to argue with someone so poorly educated. Thus, he said coldly, Luo, don't think that just because you released a primordial purple energy you can become complacent. I the prince have plenty of money. Don't let the prince outdo you. I will eventually see through the primordial purple energy. Just you wait for me. Instantly, Hongjun scoffed, saying, let's talk once you actually release it. You uncultured ant, now that I have released primordial purple energy, it is equivalent to releasing your ancestor. Haven't you always called primordial purple energy your ancestor? You daring, unworthy descendant, why don't you come here and pay respects to your ancestor? When else will you wait? With a dark face, optimism turned to pessimism. Ao Qian gritted his teeth. Do not bully the dragon too much. You insult me, the prince, and I will. With a light demeanor, Hongjun was very pleased, saying, What will you do? You unworthy descendant. Instantly Ao Qian's fist clenched, shouting, I will kill you with money, not with treasures. Upon seeing this, Ye Kai hurriedly said, Gentlemen, let's maintain a friendly atmosphere. The newcomer is a guest. Why engage in a war of words? Hey, why not each open your own? You mind your own business. I must play the peacemaker. They are both guests. I absolutely cannot let these two big clients leave. Seeing Ye Kai trying to mediate, Hongjun ignored Ao Qian. He simply said, Unworthy descendant. Learn well. Learn how your ancestor kills everywhere, releasing primordial purple energy. Cold and disdainful, seeing Hongjun so proud, Ao Qian wished he could kill him, remaining calm and optimistic, saying, I, the prince, have plenty of money. I will eventually release primordial purple energy. Primordial purple energy. Ancestor, 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 come to my bowl. Ancestor, 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 quickly show your spirit. Come quickly. Meanwhile, Hongjun was opening blind boxes while coldly mocking, Unworthy descendant, your ancestor is here, your ancestor is here, your ancestor is here. Your ancestor is here. Your ancestor is here. Unworthy descendant, why don't you come over and pay your respects? The two were busy opening blind boxes, exchanging barbs, and mocking each other. Ye Kai was left dumbfounded, dazzled. These two people are truly oddities, truly talents. And this blind box opening resulted in Ye Kai's snack shop being open all night. Later, Hongjun recharged again, fearing being looked down upon by Ao Qian. Therefore, after spending $1 million on top-tier innate spiritual treasures, he charged up to $9 million. In total, 10 million items. Hongjun opened blind boxes. Ao Qian opened blind boxes. They exchanged insults, cursing each other. It turned into a competition, competing against each other. This delighted Ye Kai, who laughed until he died. At some point, looking at the unfamiliar environment, Nuwa, hiding in the towering tree, saw numbers reaching the sky. This was something that did not exist in her era. At most, the tree would grow to the clouds. This is too high. What is this? Where? What the hell? A treasure. Looking at the trunk, Nuwa was astonished. There are actually treasures growing on the trunk. No, the large tree has absorbed these treasures. Heavens! This tree, it is filled with treasures. At a glance, from the roots to the branches, up to the branches in the sky, every leaf is a treasure. It's still a top tier. My heavens! A tree is filled with top-tier innate spiritual treasures. How many? At least counting, there are at least 100 million items. This is unbelievable. Thus Nuwa hurriedly took out her Chinkuan bag and frantically packed. Packing vigorously. After a while, she reached the middle of the large tree, unable to go up. It seemed there were rules restricting her. No way. I am a pre-primordial golden immortal. I can go up to the tree above the sky. When Nuwa looked around again, she clearly saw the remaining numbers and looked at the forest. All the numbers, grass, flowers, heavens. All have treasures hidden. My heavens. This world, this. Everything has treasures, and on the ground. My heavens. The ground is filled with top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Is this world crazy? Are treasures being treated as garbage and thrown away? More than garbage. Although there were many top-tier innate spiritual treasures in my era, they were not as common as here, where they are like sand filling the ground, sky, and all things with top-tier innate spiritual treasures hidden. It seems that here top-tier innate spiritual treasures are worthless, just like sand, wild grass. No one wants them. Thus Nuwa disregarded everything and climbed down from the tree, to the grass, to the flowers. Any treasures that could be taken were stuffed into her Chinkuan bag. One bag, another bag. It seems that here top-tier innate spiritual treasures are worthless, just like sand, wild grass. No one wants them. Thus Nuwa disregarded everything. She saw 2 feet. 2 feet walking. What kind of monster is this? Heavens. One step crosses between heaven and earth. I have never seen anyone this brave and powerful in my time. This is terrifying. Run. Soon, Nuwa realized she couldn't escape. Because that huge monster crossed countless distances in one step, she ran slower than that monster. I am doomed again. Chinkuan bag. Directly taking away the Chinkuan bag, Nuwa activated her transcendence technique and was trampled to death by that huge foot, turning into endless blood rain, merging into the void, exploding. She disappeared. The strange being, looking through the sky, murmured, "Oh, it feels like I stepped on an ant. Why is this water pit so deep, making my divine feet sink in?" Time cuts back to the primordial world, the era of the Longhan calamity. Reappearing. The first thing, fortunately, my Chinkuan bag, all those treasures I picked up are still there. That was close. What kind of monster was that? With one step it trampled me, a pre-primordial golden immortal. So terrifying. Fortunately, I learned this against the heavens technique transcendence, otherwise I would have died several times. Haha, this time I struck gold. I made a fortune. I actually harvested 1 billion top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Ha! I have become a wealthy lady. The richest woman in the primordial world. No, I must be low-key. I cannot brag. Not even to my brother. This is my foundation. I will spend it slowly, saving up to open blind boxes. I must open up primordial purple energy. The first self-explosion Yuan returned to an unknown time node. This self-explosion returned to her own cave. From Wu Mountain. Oh, brother, you haven't returned yet. After searching her own Taoist Vinyun, Yuan found no trace of Fuxi. Knowing he was traveling the primordial world and had not returned, she went back to her cave, closed her eyes, sitting on the mat, frowning sigh. It seems that having low strength to perform this terrifying technique is also troublesome. I actually dropped from pre-primordial golden immortal to latest stage great Luo golden immortal. It seems that using this technique comes at a cost. It consumes the source. No way. I must go open blind boxes. Opening primordial purple energy is the truth. Only primordial purple energy can grant the chance to achieve great Luo golden immortal. For now, let's recover to the pre-primordial golden immortal first. After all, in this era, pre-primordial golden immortals are everywhere. If you are not a pre-primordial golden immortal, you would be too embarrassed to say how great you are. If you are not a pre-primordial golden immortal, you would be too embarrassed to go out. If you are not a pre-primordial golden immortal, you would be afraid to walk through the primordial world, fearing being killed. Moreover, sages and pre-primordial sages are still not widespread in this era, rarely known. As for the Heavenly Dao, Hongjun, Laozi, and other extraordinary beings, they know. Because ever since the path of the Divine Sovereign's achievement had problems, many powerful beings have been exploring new paths. And this path is the great Luo golden immortal, followed by the new paths, the Quasi Saint and the Saint Pre-Primordial Saint. However, it is still in the exploratory stage. The Primordial Chaos, Western Continent. Mount Shumi, also known as the Sacred Mountain. The Demon Palace, founded by Luo Ho, who deemed its name supremely imposing. Who dares intrude here? Luo Ho, seated cross-legged upon a meditation cushion in serene cultivation, snapped his eyes open. Cold, piercing light flashing from his gaze as alarm surged through him. Someone had dared trespass upon his sovereign domain. Spying, perhaps. Spying. It struck him with profound shock and searing fury. After all, he was the ancestor of demons. A mysterious arcane energy vortex drifted through the void, spiraling unpredictably, so dizzying it made Luo Ho's head reel. He shot upright, swifter than lightning, and struck out with a thunderous palm slap. Crack. Only empty air met his blow. The enigmatic vortex had vanished. Hish, show yourself, or face my wrath, coward. Enraged beyond measure, Luo Ho gave furious chase, pursuing relentlessly through the palace halls. It became a game of celestial hide-and-seek, until finally Luo Ho collapsed, foaming at the mouth, utterly disoriented, slumped over his cushion, gasping for breath. Who are you? Reveal yourself, or I shall self-destruct and drag you down with me. Luo Ho roared like thunder, incensed beyond reason. Dared anyone mock him so brazenly? Zzzt. Luo Ho, behold who stands before you. The elusive vortex dissipated, coalescing into an entity of transcendent authority. An immense, singular I materializing in the void, fused seamlessly with emptiness itself, existing beyond time and space, unbound by any dimension. Profound beyond comprehension, mystic beyond mysticism. The celestial Dao. Shock jolted Luo Ho upright. He ceased, panting, straightened his spine, yet his heart churned with boundless turbulence. What did this portend? Why had the celestial Dao appeared to him? Why summon him? Why seek him? Of all beings. The mystery defied all logic, stunning, awe-inspiring, and above all, deeply bewildering. Was it not common knowledge that the celestial Dao had already designated Hongjun as its chosen emissary, with 99% certainty? Indeed, I am the celestial Dao. Luo Ho, why do you not kneel before heaven? From that inscrutable solitary, I emanated a voice of cosmic decree, chilling, absolute, freezing the very air into solemn, suffocating silence. Suffocation loomed, yet Luo Ho's gaze flickered, then sharpened with sudden insight. Was this an opportunity granted by the celestial Dao itself? An invitation offered freely? Kneel. Thud. Father-in-law, please accept your son's deepest obeisance. His forehead crashed onto the cushion with a resounding thud. His bow not 90 degrees, but a full rigid 180. In 1 second, Luo Ho performed 108 prostrations, black blood erupting from his brow. The celestial Dao. Luo Ho, become the celestial Dao's emissary. Do you consent? Faced with this unimaginable boon, Luo Ho sprang erect, stood ramrod straight, and bellowed, Father-in-law. I consent. I have yearned for this day. Day and night in waking and in dreams. I have longed for it unto death. 1,000 times yes, 10,000 times yes. Father-in-law, I weep. At last you have come. Do you know what these long years have cost me? I have suffered. Tears gushed forth like a dam bursting, shooting 10,000 li into the void, splashing directly onto the celestial Dao's solitary eye, leaving the Dao speechless. Utterly repulsed. Luo Ho, what foul substance have you consumed? Your breath reeks. Stand farther back when you speak. Speak properly. Thus mid-ecstasy and mid-sobbing Luo Ho abruptly choked off his torrential tears, and his saliva too. Indeed, that saliva held secrets, consumed from countless living beings, best kept hidden. After all, such nourishment was essential. Celestial Dao. In an instant his expression shifted, faster than turning a page, face now stern solemn. Celestial Dao, give me a reason I can trust, or I shall detonate myself, dragging you down as my final sacrifice. Detonate. Perish. A laughable notion. His grand demon body dissolution art would scatter him into countless demonic energies. So long as even a single mote remained, he could never truly die. Resurrection would always be possible. This was Luo Ho's foundation, the very bedrock of his immortality, having endured since the dawn of creation. No great cultivator survives eons without such a safeguard. Hongjun has refused my mandate. The celestial Dao's voice cut cold and sharp. Instantly Luo Ho's eyes gleamed with fierce excitement. Then tell me, why? The heavenly mandate has grown chaotic. For no discernible reason Hongjun attained the status of a supreme sage. Thus his wings now fully grown, he has rejected the mantle of celestial Dao's emissary. Yet I require no one, not even you. You may refuse. Countless aspirants clamor for this role, none indispensable. What? Hongjun has become a supreme sage. Luo Ho's mind went numb. If true grave peril loomed, he, and countless hidden sages, now lagged irrevocably behind. This imbalance could not be tolerated. Without hesitation Luo Ho raised his voice in fervent declaration, Celestial Dao. I accept. I beg you. Harness me now, discipline me fiercely. He stood ready, open, unguarded, utterly surrendered. Well said, Luo Ho. You possess extraordinary vision. The celestial Dao intoned. Thus I shall grant you no lesser reward. Behold, the primordial purple Qi, the key to sagehood. Refine it, and your spirit shall merge with the celestial Dao itself. As long as the Dao endures, so shall you. And even if the Dao fades, you remain. And as celestial Dao's emissary, overseer of the primordial chaos, you are the Dao incarnate. Upon attaining this station, my remaining 8 streams of primordial purple Qi shall fall under your sole dominion. In essence, you shall command 8 celestial sages as your subordinates. Gazing upon the 9 radiant streams of primordial purple Qi unfurled before him, Luo Ho seized them all in one sweeping gesture. Clutching them tight, his eyes locked upon the luminous essence, and he burst into thunderous laughter. Yes, celestial Dao, I understand. I shall become the mightiest Dao in history. Instantly he refined 1 stream into his being, while the remaining 8 he secured away. Then after the first wave of triumph subsided, he asked Celestial Dao, may we celestial sages defeat Hongjun and his supreme sages? The celestial Dao sneered. No. Supremes are by nature undying, unkillable. To wound them is possible, but to slay, even I have yet to discover the means. This is why Hongjun commands my caution. Moreover, Hongjun is profoundly anomalous. He devised the 3 self-severance path to sagehood, a technique of terrifying potency. At equal cultivation he defeats 3 opponents alone. Therefore, proceed with care. First cultivate strength, forge your own sect. Then overwhelm him en masse. He stands alone as a supreme sage, yet you stand backed by the celestial Dao. Gather all celestial sages, and together you shall crush him. So act wisely. For now I withdraw. With those words the solitary I dissolved, vanished. Long afterward, the atmosphere shifted. Sacred inviolable pressure descended. Luo Ho's gaze turned icy, cold as the hush before winter's first frost. He chuckled low, mirthless. Celestial Dao, do you think I am blind to the scale of your machinations? You seek to use me. You use me. I use you. Let us see who endures longest, who laughs last. To cultivate sages? I suspect you mean to harvest them, to reap the primordial chaos itself. So be it. I too shall reap my share. With a flash of light Luo Ho soared forth, leaving the demon palace behind. A sweep of his hand declared, the demon palace, discarded. Too base. Henceforth, it shall be the celestial Dao palace. Mount Shumi, renamed Mount Celestial Dao. Here shall rise the future holy land, the sacred abode of sages, the very heart of the primordial chaos. Instantly the characters, demon palace, shimmered and transformed. Celestial Dao palace, blazed forth. All names reshaped themselves, unseen, yet undeniable. Luo Ho pierced the heavens, voice ringing across the void. Hongjun, let us see just how formidable you truly are. In the age of chaos, there are dragons, Qilins, and phoenixes everywhere, in the land, in the oceans, and in the skies. What are they doing? Naturally, they are going to war. Conflicts erupt everywhere, engulfed in flames of battle, fighting for territory and for cultivation resources. The three clans clash fiercely, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Rivers of blood flow. Many clans are drawn in, helplessly joining various factions, forming three camps. But when it comes to real combat, it's actually the clan represented by the dragons versus the representatives of the Phoenix and Qilin clans. In other words, the Dragon clan is facing two opponents. This shows the might of the Dragon clan, invincible. Yet as the Ancestor Dragon leads countless troops, they are locked in a fierce battle against the combined forces of the Phoenix and Qilin clans. At the moment of a desperate fight, a strong warrior from the Dragon clan arrives. Your Majesty, not good. The Dragon clan's treasury. The Dragon clan's treasury. It has been emptied. The Ancestor Dragon, engaged in a fierce struggle against the Primordial Phoenix and the beginning Qilin, hears the messenger's words, and in shock the light waves that were originally spewing from his mouth turn into dark smoke instead. What? The colossal nine-clawed golden dragon suddenly deflates from the sky and crashes to the ground, creating a massive pit. Furious, he spews red aura. The Primordial Phoenix is stunned. The beginning Qilin is equally dumbfounded. Empty. Is that mighty being really that formidable? Ha ha. This is truly gratifying. The two cease their fighting land before their own factions and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the Ancestor Dragon and other powerful representatives of the Dragon clan swallow hard. This is simply astonishing. You must know the Dragon clan's treasury is the first treasure trove of the chaos. It is immensely rich, yet now it is said to be emptied. Anyone would be terrified. As the war has progressed, the Dragon clan has seized 2/3 of the territory, while the Qilin and Phoenix clans together have only managed to capture 1/3. Who is it? Who? The Ancestor Dragon shoots up from the pit, roaring with fury. Like thunder, his voice echoes. His might is overwhelming. The rage is infuriating. At the peak of his anger, the five-clawed golden dragon messenger trembles all over. In front of the Ancestor Dragon, he is but a minor figure, his size not even a fraction of the Ancestor Dragon's. He stammers, according to our Elder Council's preliminary investigation. It is, he dares not speak. Fearing for his life, the Ancestor Dragon roars in fury. Speak. His roar is terrifying, like a hurricane. In a fit of rage, he stirs up an endless wave of heat. The messenger cautiously pushes forward, saying, it was the 9th Prince, Ao Qian. It was he who emptied the Dragon clan's treasury. The Ancestor Dragon. Internally, he is filled with extreme anger. I curse you, you dog bastard. As he thinks more, his fury intensifies and he bellows, unfilial child, unfilial child, unfilial child. His gaze becomes as sharp as a sword, cold and piercing, locking onto the distant Primordial Phoenix and beginning Qilin. He coldly remarks, you too. I'll let you off this time. Otherwise, this time I'll eradicate your clans in one go and unify the chaos. You better clean your necks and wait for my decree. I will eventually slaughter you dog bastards. His gaze sweeps across the battlefield, carrying an infinite coldness, looking down on all. Then, having said that, the Ancestor Dragon moves, traversing endless time and space. Countless true dragons and many strong warriors follow the grand army departing. That was close. Luckily, the Ancestor Dragon withdrew his troops. The beginning Qilin breathes a sigh of relief, saying, if this continues, we will surely perish. The Primordial Phoenix gazes at the departing Dragon clan army, sighing. Who knew the true dragons were so physically powerful, as hard as treasures? Moreover, the opponent's strength is terrifying. Every warrior is at the early stage of the Honghuang Golden Immortal. It's 2 against the heavens. Most of our clan's strong warriors are Honghuang Golden Immortals. There are also many at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but they are all cannon fodder. The Great Luo Golden Immortal is merely cannon fodder on the battlefield. That's just the way it is. There's no other choice. Thus, the Qilin and Phoenix clans have no choice but to join forces against the Dragon clan. The beginning Qilin states, moreover, that Ancestor Dragon is too terrifying. He's a Great Luo Golden Immortal at the peak, able to take on 2 opponents. It's too domineering. Even when we join forces, we struggle to withstand. What to do now? Let's withdraw our troops for now. My clan needs to regroup and cultivate more Honghuang Golden Immortals. Thus, the beginning Qilin leads numerous troops back to Qilin Cliff. Ceasefire. Rest. Develop. Meanwhile, the Primordial Phoenix returns to the Undying Mountain with her army. When the Primordial Phoenix returns, the elders in her clan report, clan leader. Not good. The Primordial Phoenix's face darkens. What's the matter that has you so flustered? How can you be so unsettled at your age? Have you lived like a dog? Immediately the elder suppresses his panic and calmly says, Clan leader. The 99th prince has devoured all the life essence of the other princes. He has mutated. He has betrayed the clan. Moreover, suddenly shocked, the primordial phoenix is stunned and wakes up with a start, transforming into a streak of light. She rushes towards the core ancestral land of the undying mountain. She arrives quickly. Here it is all fire. A sea of unusual flames. Named the southern brightly fire, it incinerates, all indestructible. In the center of the ocean of flames there were originally 100 phoenix eggs, but now they are shattered all over the ground. Each egg has turned black, shattered, devoured, and become empty shells. Inside the 100th shell there lies a dying aberration. Hongxian, this royal one wants you dead. Indeed, the primordial phoenix is furious, scolding the 99th prince Hongxian, who is the scoundrel that devoured all her princes and princesses. She suddenly flashes to the last egg shell. Bending down, she extends her trembling hands, tears streaming down her face, and slowly cradles the last daughter, saying, Qing Wan, my poor daughter. Then she suddenly pours life essence into Qing Wan. Qing Wan slowly opens her eyes. She has no strength. After a while, all the strong ones in the clan, the elders, rush over. Seeing this scene, everyone is utterly shocked. They dare not speak. Qing Wan exerts all her strength to say, Mother Empress. It was Hongxian. He devoured all my brothers and sisters. He escaped with the golden-winged great Peng. I hate. She faints. Tears fall from the primordial phoenix's eyes. Immediately issue the first wanted order of the Phoenix clan. Hongxian, the golden-winged great Peng, dead or alive. Whoever captures these two will be a guest elder of the Phoenix clan, enjoying all the resources, power, and status of our clan. The entire clan is in shock. This Dragon Clan, the main base. Dragon Palace. Speak. A bit exhausted, the ancestor dragon rushes back to the clan, immediately summoning everyone, and Zhulong is the one in charge. Zhulong speaks, Elder brother. According to our statistics, only the treasury has been emptied. Previously, the treasury had a total of 100 million pieces of top-grade innate spirit treasures. All of them were stolen by Ao Qian. As for the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he did not touch them. Therefore, what we lost were the innate spirit treasures. The treasury has lost half of its value. Letting out a breath, the ancestor dragon says, This is everything our dragon clan has accumulated since the great calamity of ferocious beasts till now. Our foundation, just like that, it was ruined by this unfilial child. This royal one truly cannot bear this grievance. With a thoughtful gaze, Zhulong says, Elder brother, was it not you who allowed it? At first it was thought that the ancestor dragon had granted Ao Qian authority. Unexpectedly, it was indeed the audacious idea of Ao Qian himself. With a dark face, the ancestor dragon sighs. This royal one merely said to choose freely, just make a gesture. I didn't mean for him to empty it out. Unfilial child truly deserves death. Immediately issue a wanted order to capture the 9th prince, Ao Qian, alive. Whoever captures him, this royal one, will personally issue a commendation decree rewarding him with 100,000 pieces of top-grade innate spirit treasures. What? The eyes of the Dragon Clan experts change. They are astonished. Such a generous reward. Only Zhulong's gaze is as cold as still water. He understands in his heart. Ao Qian, still Ao Qian, the 9th prince. Moreover, the ancestor dragon says to capture him alive. This means that no one can harm his 9th son. Also, it means that the decree will be personally issued by the ancestor dragon. In other words, the ancestor dragon will personally deal with whoever captures him. What a farce. Who would be so foolish to take this job? Immediately, the Dragon Clan truly has many people pursuing Ao Qian's whereabouts. Yet the ancestor dragon speaks to Zhulong cautiously, fearing being overheard. Second brother, go. Keep an eye on him. If anyone dares to move against that brat, you protect him. Remember, do not let that unfilial child return. Right now he needs to stay low and avoid the spotlight. Suddenly a glint of surprise appeared in Zhulong's eyes as he swallowed hard. Elder brother, what are you doing? I really don't understand. Ao Qian caused such a ruckus. Even stealing from our clan's treasury. This is a serious crime. If everyone follows suit, how can our clan stand firm in the wilderness? Where is the authority in that? He truly couldn't comprehend. Why did the ancestor dragon dote on such a wastrel? Shaking his head, the ancestor dragon said, Second brother, of all my offspring, Ao Qian resembles me the most. And wait, what about the other princes and princesses? How did they treat Ao Qian's family? I was careless. Something big has happened. A sense of foreboding filled his heart. Zhulong exhaled. Elder brother, if what you think is true, all the princes and princesses have taken action. They unanimously agreed and have dealt with Ao Qian's family. In other words, Ao Qian is now all alone. Suddenly slumping onto the dragon throne, the ancestor dragon looked skyward, helpless, sighing repeatedly. What can be done? These worthless beings. How disappointing. His sons and daughters had presumptuously wiped out Aokian's descendants and family. What would Aokian's reaction be if he knew? Betrayal. Or would he kill his own siblings? Turning against family. This was an unanswered dilemma. Even the ancestor dragon was at a loss. Go. Protect him at all costs. If he lives, you live. If he dies, you die. Your whole family dies. Second brother, do not disappoint me. After issuing the death order, the ancestor dragon was resolute in protecting Aoqian. Even if Aoqian emptied the dragon clan's treasury, he would still protect him. Guilt. Not entirely. It was also about cherishing talent and love for his son. A look of panic flashed in his eyes, his hands trembled, and Zhulong immediately assured, elder brother. I understand. After all, the lives of the whole family were at stake. Sigh. There was no other way. On the shores of the East Sea, at the snack shop, having stayed up for 10 days and nights, Ye Kai was still not tired. After all, he was a Deluo golden immortal. How could he say he was tired? Just emerging from disappointment, Ye Kai used the system to open a recharge for Hongjun. Still the same old result. He drew a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal card and used it. He also drew a pair of black stockings and spicy strips. Truly speechless. With nothing to do, he went to watch two customers open blind boxes. Ye Kai at this moment was following Hongjun introducing new blind boxes. Customers. I see you've opened so many. The Honghuang Purple Qi isn't that easy to obtain. Why not try the complete Pangu set? Pangus Essence replenish your vitality. Pangus Primordial Spirit replenish your nerves. Pangus Jade Marrow replenish your kidneys. Pangus Brain replenish your intellect. Immediately Hongjun's face darkened. Shopkeeper, I suspect you are insulting me, but I have no proof. Thank you for your whole family. I don't need to replenish my brain. You can use it to replenish yours. Is something wrong with your brain? I'm not a descendant of Pangu. Why would I need to replenish my brain? Ye Kai pursed his lips and said, all right, you don't need your brain. So he introduced something else. How about this? Treasure 502 glue. Even if the treasure breaks, it can still be repaired. Indeed, after so many attempts, Hongjun felt that hope was slim, so he changed direction, not wanting to stubbornly push on. After all, luck is unpredictable. He decided to offload first before trying the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box again. Thus, looking at the treasure glue, he asked, can the Dao also be repaired? He thought of the creation jade disc. Damaged. It is a congenital supreme treasure, but it is incomplete. Yet it is very important. Unsure, Ye Kai steeled himself and said, let's give it a try. After all, you haven't opened the glue yet. After pondering for a moment, Hongjun grit his teeth and said, this is the last ones of 0 attempts. I'll try it. What if I really can draw the 502 glue? Nodding, Ye Kai ignored Hongjun. In truth, he thought, damn it, we've been up all night and the attempts still haven't been exhausted. What are you wondering about? One cannot blame Ye Kai, who ever since Hongjun drew the Honghuang Purple Qi again, he continued to stubbornly pursue the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box. But in the end, he couldn't get it and ended up wandering aimlessly in the shop, gazing at every blind box shelf without making a purchase, which made Ye Kai feel anxious. Thus, he pushed and encouraged Hongjun to explore the products. In the meantime, Aokian's optimistic demeanor had long turned to a dull color. It was truly hard to maintain optimism. Having opened so many, he was stuck at the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box. Only 1,000,000 chances were left. He felt downcast. Little brother. Ye Kai walked over, patted Aokian's shoulder, and said, since this path is unyielding, why stick to it to the end? Life is about perseverance to achieve victory, certainly true. But what if the direction is wrong? What if luck is bad? What if someone dies at home? Cursed be the mouth. Aokian's first reaction was to curse his family, but he wasn't angry. He really couldn't muster the energy to be angry and asked, elder brother, guide me. Thank you. Nodding, seeing that he was willing to listen to advice, Ye Kai said, look, you are of the dragon clan, proud, aloof, and high above. You are unattainable. Why stubbornly pursue the Honghuang Purple Qi? It is pointless to be angry at oneself. Instead, why not check the treasure section? Or try the Pangus set. Replenish vitality. Replenish kidneys, nerves, and brain. Replenish the brain. His words sounded insulting, and Aoqian wore a dark expression, lacking the mood to quarrel. Otherwise, he would have already torn into Ye Kai. So, he stood up and walked over to the treasure blind box shelf. Staring at the shelf, looking at the dizzying array of names such as Chaos Supreme Treasures, Congenital Supreme Treasures, and so on, Aoqian internally scoffed. All hype, just meant to scare people. Who are you fooling? His mindset naturally relaxed. He decided to give it a try, no longer carrying the arrogance of needing to obtain something for his ancestors' father or grandfather. Elder brother, I will trust you this once. Looking up at Ye Kai walking over, Aoqian gritted his dragon teeth and opened the first treasure blind box. Boom. Roar. In an instant, Thousands of true dragons radiated their phantom images with colors of gold, purple, and red appearing. All hues gathered. Those lights suddenly burst forth from the blind box, illuminating the void finally formed. A portal. In an instant, a figure swiftly swooped in and Hongjun's eyes widened, swallowing hard. The fish leaps over the dragon gate. How is this possible? Such a supreme sacred object truly exists. The fish leaps over the dragon gate. Even Ye Kai was shaken. Previously books had mentioned the fish leaps over the dragon gate, but he never expected that such a supreme treasure truly existed. Ye Kai said the fish leaps over the dragon gate. Isn't it true that as long as it's in the water, it's not just fish, but others as well? Anyone who can leap over the fish leaps over the dragon gate can shed their impurities and transform into a divine dragon. True dragons are impressive. Divine dragons are even more mysterious, profound, and diverse, stronger, with greater supernatural powers. This is real. Looking at the fish leaps over the dragon gate in his hands, cradling it. Instantly, with tears welling in his eyes, Qian said, "My dragon clan can truly last for eternity and dominate the wilderness." Sweet rain after a long I actually obtained such a supreme divine object. Slap. Suddenly he slapped himself with his left hand and hit his own face with his right, feeling pain. Qian finally woke up. This is real. Looking at the fish leaps over the dragon gate in his hands, cradling it. Instantly, with tears welling in his eyes, Qian said, "My dragon clan can truly last for eternity and dominate the wilderness." Roaring with laughter. An absolutely uninhibited and joyous laugh. Instantly Ye Kai was rendered speechless. This child has gone mad again. Dominate the primordial world. Nonsense. The dragon clan must have perished during the Dragon Han calamity. Just surviving is a blessing. Dominate. Shaking his head, Ye Kai said, "Prince, are we still opening?" In an instant, Qian snapped back to reality, putting away the fish leaping over the dragon gate, fearing that Hongjun would see it. However, Hongjun sneered and said, "Junior, what kind of gaze is that? I am a senior expert. How could I covet your little portal? This thing is indeed of the innate treasure grade. I have one too. I want peek at your broken portal. You little man, how dare you be arrogant? No matter how good your portal is, can it compare to your ancestors' Honghuang Purple Qi?" Instantly, Qian with a dark expression said, "Luo Ho, show it. Where's your innate treasure? What are you talking about?" Hongjun thought to himself, if I take out the creation jade disc, I fear my identity as Luo Ho will be exposed. I'm not taking out anything. Thus Hongjun remained silent, giving a cold smile, as he continued to watch Qian show off. Indeed, Qian was deliberately flaunting, shaking his hands, spitting some white foam, and wiping the magic cube. Then he opened the blind box. No luck. And opened for the last time. Qian hesitated, turning to look at Ye Kai, who was resting his chin and watching the show. "What are you looking at?" Ye Kai spoke, "Brother. Any guidance? You can kneel and bow 3 times. He'll personally teach you which one to choose." Suddenly laughing, Hongjun said, "Shopkeeper, you are really interesting. Should I bow 3 times for you?" Yet internally, he cursed Ye Kai. This guy tricked me into using 502 glue, and I haven't won once. Truly a scam. Heartless. With a face as dark as a pot's bottom, Qian said helplessly, "Brother, are you sure you want me, the Dragon Clan's prince, to bow to you? If I bow, it means the entire Dragon Clan bows. If this gets out, aren't you afraid of the wrath of the entire dragon?" Instantly waving his hand to signal stop, Ye Kai said, "Wait until I'm a saint. Then I'll have your Dragon Clan kneel. Right now I'm a bit scared for my life." So pointing to the shelves and other areas. Blood replenishment, kidney replenishment, nerve replenishment, brain replenishment. You should really give it a try. What if you actually need it? I think blood replenishment is more suitable for the Dragon Clan. After all, the finest bloodline is just from the ancestor dragon, and by the time it reaches your descendants, it's diluted. It's worthless. It would be better to gamble the ancestor dragon's blood could turn into Pangu blood. This is called blood creation. Give it a try. Are you even a man? Stop dilly-dallying. This statement infuriated Qian, optimism gone, his face turning red with anger as he shouted, "Don't look down on people. When I was in human form, I had that. At least 3 arms. Then Ye Kai suddenly jumped, looking at Qian as if seeing a ghost, swallowing hard. "Don't scare me." A gaze full of life doubts. You should know, after Ye Kai achieved the status of a great Luo golden immortal, he was equivalent to the Fortinine of the heavenly cycle. Even Hongjun, upon hearing this, couldn't help but twitch his lips in shock. Is it really that impressive? To compare yourself with the true dragons of the Dragon Clan is a mistake. There is no one in this primordial world who can rival the true dragons except for the true dragons. Scoffing, his gaze filled with disdain, Qian became particularly confident, and then inserted the magic cube into the Pangu set blind box, sneering, "Let it explode for this prince. What should I replenish? Brain, kidney, or nerves? Sickness, Finally, the blind box exploded with a blood-red glow. Before Ao Qian could finish speaking, Ye Kai suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? Where do I point? Where does it hit? This is my crow's mouth. Oh no, it's my mouth that has been enlightened. So effective." Yet he thought, damn it. Once I have treasures, Ye Kai will also have my moment. Exploding equipment erupting with Hongming Purple Qi. Suddenly shouting, Hongjun screamed, "What the hell? Pangu's essence blood. This really does replenish blood. Can this really replenish blood? How can one not be shocked? That is Pangu's essence blood. The creator god Pangu opened up the primordial world. One can only imagine the power of this great deity. How impressive must his blood be?" Swallowing hard, Ao Qian grabbed the Pangu essence blood, then without saying a word swallowed it whole, looking at Ye Kai and Hongjun with wide eyes. Ao Qian didn't care. He ate first and thought later. In an instant, it felt like being in a snack shop where whatever you eat can be digested instantly. Boom! In a flash, Ao Qian's head exploded with the illusion of a true dragon. Instantly, the illusion of Pangu opening the heavens appeared, cleaving through countless chaotic gods and demons, fighting numerous powerful beings. The scene was extremely mysterious, and then fused with the true dragon illusion. Countless illusions merged with the five-clawed golden dragon, suddenly transforming, violently mutating, turning into a supreme figure as the five claws transformed into 9 claws. Moreover, the golden dragon body transformed into a purple gold color. What the hell? 9-clawed, purple gold divine dragon. Isn't this a form only the fortune divine dragon possesses? Shocked, truly astonished, even with a vision as vast as the ocean, Hongjun still felt that this moment was too shocking, saying, "I am fortunate to witness the gathering of the primordial luck by the royal family of the fierce beasts. The power of luck is immense, managing to coalesce into one, transforming into the fortune divine dragon. I never expected that the true dragon, after merging with Pangu's essence blood, could actually evolve and mutate, transforming into a form identical to the fortune divine dragon. This is indeed shocking." Ye Kai was also amazed, opening his eyes, saying, "Then in this case this brother is equivalent to creating a clan by himself. Plus the previous leap over the Dragon Gate. Crossing the Dragon Gate means becoming a divine dragon. And this brother is the 9-clawed, purple gold divine dragon of the Divine Dragon clan, the ancestor of divine dragons." Originally excited, Ao Qian, after digesting that power, saw the strange phenomenon disappear, calming down. Hearing Ye Kai calling him the ancestor of divine dragons, his face instantly darkened as he said helplessly, "Shopkeeper. Not the ancestor of divine dragons. It's the ancestor dragon god." Suddenly Ye Kai exclaimed with laughter, "Prince, you are amazing. You are truly a great filial son. Ha ha. Your father is the ancestor dragon, so you are the ancestor dragon god. Ha. You made me laugh to death. I can't help but admire this guy Ao Qian. His mind is truly insane. The previous line was about me, and the next line is about the ancestor dragon god. If the ancestor dragon hears about the ancestor dragon god, their faces would turn as dark as pork liver." Hongjun murmured softly, feigning mystery, as if his gaze pierced through endless time and space, seeing some heavenly secrets staring at Ao Qian. Mysteriously said, "Perhaps you should run for your life." Ancestor dragon god. Confused, Ao Qian rolled his eyes, ignoring Hongjun, instead flexing his muscles, saying, "Shopkeeper. Did you see? Now I know I, the ancestor dragon god, am already at the great perfection of the Honghuang golden immortal. Ha ha. Even against my old friend I could fight a little. I wouldn't dare say I could pin the ancestor dragon down. After all, the ancestor dragon has lived for so long. I have many trump cards. My combat experience and knowledge are vast." Ye Kai smiled faintly, waved his hand, gathered up the scattered flying boxes, and declared, "Disperse. Disperse. You've all been burning the midnight oil for far too long. I need rest. Be off with you." Seeing Ye Kai ignore him, Ao Qian's confidence deflated. Recalling his own Dragon Gate leap and subsequent ascension, his physical body even transformed. He burned with the urge to rush back to the Dragon Clan, stand before the ancestral dragon, and flex his might. "Old sovereign, behold. Are you astonished? Astounded? I am the ancestral dragon god. Do you yield, ancestral dragon?" After this daydream, he strode to the cashier counter and bowed deeply to Ye Kai, clasping his fists. "Shopkeeper, I owe you a profound debt this time, my deepest gratitude. Next time I'll introduce you to my most beautiful daughter. Brotherly generosity, wouldn't you agree?" Ye Kai, who had just sat down, shot upright, eyes blazing. "Brother, you've disappointed me utterly. I regarded you as kin, yet you seek to become my father-in-law. If you wish to be my father, abandon that fantasy forever. To call you father, only if the primordial chaos itself collapses. Otherwise you may choke on your own breath." Stunned, speechless, Ao Qian blinked. Ye Kai's reaction was far more intense than anticipated. "Brother," he stammered, realizing the misunderstanding. "This prince, no, this divine one. never meant any such thing. Before he could finish, Ye Kai waved him silent, his expression shifting instantly from solemn righteousness to sharp curiosity. Is your daughter truly beautiful? At those words, and Ye Kai's sudden pivot, Hongjun, who had just stepped through the door, froze mid-stride and turned sharply. Shopkeeper, I hear dragon princes measure their consorts in exponential multiples. Ah, and princesses select their companions by the same calculus. Weigh your choice carefully, lest your jade-green cap grow unstable or multiply. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Hongjun departed, half-smiling, half-sardonic. Ao Qian rubbed his temple, flustered. Brother. Well, only certain true dragons behave. Many true dragons uphold strict virtue. In truth, a princess taking multiple consorts is hardly scandalous, for we true dragons. No, rather the dragon clan embodies boundless compassion. This is not indulgence. It is divine mercy extended to lesser beings. Ye Kai waved dismissively, losing interest entirely. Irrelevant to what Lord Luoho discussed. Let us be clear, should you entertain notions of becoming my father-in-law, extinguish that thought forever. Depart now. Next time you come, you shall be a guest, and I the shopkeeper. Ye Kai shook his head, chuckling softly, as Ao Qian bowed respectfully and took his leave, eager above all to return to the ancestral dragon and boast to revel in triumph. As Ao Qian vanished, Ye Kai sighed inwardly. No, I must remain composed next time. Absolute composure. No proximity to feminine allure. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, Ao Qian soared, elated, exultant, when suddenly he noticed so many have gathered to welcome this divine one. Such overwhelming warmth. I'm almost embarrassed. Indeed, thousands of true dragons, elite warriors of the dragon clan, surged toward him en masse. Yet unaware of their intent, Ao Qian advanced confidently, face alight, with serene, optimistic grace. He nearly laughed aloud, but reminded himself, a prince must uphold dignity. Majesty. Ninth brother, long time no see. Aoe struck first, the true dragon manifesting as a five-clawed golden dragon, his gaze icy. Ninth brother, how dare you smile at a time like this? Behind Aoe, the assembled elders exchanged bewildered glances. Has Ao Qian lost his wits? Why does he grin so foolishly? Soon Ao Air arrived, then Ao San. AOC, all the way to Ao Ba. Yes, the ancestral dragon named his first 8 sons simply 1 through 8. Only Ao Qian received a name of sovereign grandeur. The ancestral dragon declares all offspring equal, resources distributed without bias. Elder brother, second brother, 8th brother, how did you learn of my supreme karmic boon? Did Father divine it? Did he send you to escort me home? Observing his brother's accusatory postures, Ao Qian remained unfazed. He'd long grown accustomed to their universal hostility. Speak plainly, he urged. Instantly laughter erupted, harsh mocking, facing death, yet still invoking Father's name. Never have I beheld such shameless audacity. Ninth brother, you possess gall bolder than a dragon's own. This reckless scion dares utter Father's name, even after plundering the dragon clan's treasury. Dare you speak of supreme karmic boon while despoiling our sacred vault? Will you surrender yourself, or must we bind you by force? Were it not for Father's command to capture him alive, I'd slay him here and now. The dragon clan treasury is our ancestral foundation. How dare he violate it? Murmurs swelled into a chorus of condemnation. Every elder's eyes blazed with fury and resentment. In that instant, Ao Qian understood. Utterly, he grasped their purpose. Old sovereign, you break heavenly oaths. Did you not declare the dragon treasury mine to command? Now you renege. At those words, Aoe and the others exploded in wrath. Dare you base cur insult the dragon? Sacrilege. All who dishonor the dragon emperor shall perish, alive or dead, it matters not. In unison the princes locked gazes, resolve crystallized in silence. They struck as one. True dragons descended, each summoning legions of loyal true dragons, like an avalanche of storm-black clouds crashing upon Ao Qian. You dare! Roaring, Ao Qian transformed, 9-clawed purple gold divine dragon, his aura surging violently as he lashed his celestial tail. In that flash, dragons plummeted. Some perished outright, others lay maimed. In dragon warfare there is no quarter, only survival or annihilation. What is this? How has he changed? Where is his 5-clawed golden dragon form? Terrifying. No, impossible. He has attained perfect cultivation of the primordial golden immortal. Flee. Aoe and the other princes were hurled backward. Ao Qian spared them. But lesser dragons fared worse. None escaped unscathed. Aoe and his brothers fled instantly. What chance had they, mere primordial golden immortals, at early cultivation against Ao Qian's consummate perfection? Swiftly Ao Qian slaughtered the remaining dragon elites, mercilessly. To raise hand against a prince was treason, punishable by death alone. In a single breath, he blocked their escape route. Ninth brother, do not seal your own doom. Ao heir interjected. Ninth brother, we act solely on imperial decree. Do not press us too far. Though you slew our guards, we may overlook it. But harm us. And do you believe father will spare you? Fratricidal strife is the sovereign's gravest abomination. Indeed, ninth brother, stand down. We shall pretend none of this occurred. The other princes echoed the plea. Ao Qian's gaze, cold as frozen spring water, pierced them. Aoe, answer me, did you exterminate my entire household? Suspicion crystallized. His brothers attacked without hesitation. What then of his family? His trust in the ancestral dragon fractured. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. The air turned glacial. Dead stillness. Profound chilling quiet. Faced with Ao Qian's aggressive questioning, everyone fell silent, trembling in fear. How could Ao Qian's strength have increased so rapidly? How could he be at the pinnacle of the Honghuang golden immortal level? It's terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Ao Qian erupted with rage like a thunderstorm. I understand everything. They're all dead. Ha! My kin. All dead. Extinct. With a roar to the heavens, he wept blood heartbroken. Ao Qian suddenly unleashed a terrifying dragon body that moved with lightning speed, bearing down on Aoe and the others. Despair was imminent. Were they about to die? Aoe and the others felt ultimate despair with no hope of escape. At the critical moment, there was a loud bang. Blocked. Zhulong suddenly pushed back, stabilizing his form. Ao Qian glared angrily. Second uncle, why is this happening? Why? Why are you intervening, Zhulong? Why were my kin killed by Aoe and the others? Is the Dragon Clan and the Ancestor Dragon not going to intervene? Why is the Dragon Clan so cruel? Ao Qian's fury transformed into hatred as he questioned loudly. Aoe and the others rejoiced, shouting at Zhulong. Zhulong. Second uncle, kill him. He has betrayed the Dragon Clan. He is a traitor. He is a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. He is a shame to the Dragon Clan. Look at what he has become. Faced with these taunts, Zhulong's gaze turned cold as spring water, yet inside, he sighed. These princes truly are. Indeed, just as my elder brother said, a group of disgraceful princes. It is so disappointing. Why is Ao Qian different from these elder brothers, even though they are all my elder brother's children? Facing Ao Qian, Zhulong spoke calmly. Little Gio, turn back. Elder brother said to bring you back. Little Gio, don't make it hard for second uncle. Second uncle has his own difficulties. So I'm sorry. Suddenly he burst forth. He made his move. The terrifying and massive body of Zhulong spanned the heavens. The pressure was overwhelming. Dragon claws and dragon pearls emerged. Bang towards Ao Qian. Ao Qian, with Zhulong attacking, you will surely die. Aoe and the others were overjoyed and fled as they saw Zhulong make his move. They fled back towards the dragon palace of the Dragon Clan. Who is Zhulong? An existence second only to the Ancestor Dragon. Able to single-handedly deal with the Yuan Feng and the First Qilin. He is very low-key, but not weaker than the Ancestor Dragon and others. He is not enamored with power, so his presence in the Dragon Clan is very low. He does not wish to compete. He only hopes for peace in the Dragon Clan to occupy a corner. He has little interest in vying for supremacy in the wilderness. What? This is impossible. Witnessing his terrifying divine power being crushed directly by Ao Qian's dragon body, Zhulong was suddenly shocked, and before he could react, Ao Qian struck with a powerful dragon tail. With a loud bang, Zhulong was struck down. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit. One blow took him down. It truly shocked Zhulong. A chilling sensation surged through him, striking at his soul. Zhulong murmured, is this still? Is Ao Qian that lecherous person? Can't see a hint of greed for beautiful women in his eyes, only a pure heart. How can this be? What has he been through? Perhaps his entire family was annihilated. Not entirely. He was lost. Zhulong was filled with mixed emotions. Ao Qian, you should take action. The victor takes all. There's nothing to say. He accepted his fate. Second uncle, this is my last time calling you second uncle. He stopped and did not continue attacking Zhulong, his tone filled with boundless disappointment and determination. Dragon Clan. I once thought the honorable Dragon Clan. Ha! My ultimate pride and arrogance turned out to be a joke. That elder was right. Dragon Clan. Ha! He recalled Hongjun's words, cursing how the Dragon Clan was. This time Ao Qian personally felt it. This is the cold-bloodedness of the Dragon Clan, the indifference of brothers. After saying that, he suddenly transformed into a streak of light. He left, leaving Zhulong sighing. He understood Ao Qian's blood tears. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Child, you are right. Perhaps you are the last hope of the Dragon Clan. I hope you can truly uphold your heart and walk your own path. He tried his best. The task of the Ancestor Dragon, he truly did his best. While Ao Qian traversed through tens of billions of light years, he suddenly hit the brakes. Sister. All were princesses of the dragon clan. Indeed, all of them. Each of them was at the late stage of the Honghuang golden immortal level. In the past, Ao Qian was particularly wary. But now, Ao Qian, why don't you pay your respects when you see us here waiting? Do you still see your sisters in your eyes? What has your true dragon body turned into? Where is your pride as a dragon? Have you abandoned the true dragon and the glory of the dragon clan? The eldest princess Ao Yu's eyes were filled with coldness as she questioned. Other dragon clan princes, faced with these lofty, aloof, true dragon princesses, Ao Qian's heart trembled. He once was also arrogant and dismissive, proud of the glory of the dragon clan. Yet he had become a joke. These people were also pitiful, a reflection of his former self. A tragedy. Get out of my way. I am no longer someone you can stop. I do not wish to have any ties with the dragon clan. Do not entangle me. If you wish to establish your authority, please leave. I can only say you have found the wrong person. If you want to step on me to rise, coveting the position of the Dragon Emperor, then go find the ancestor dragon. I am not your stepping stone or sharpening stone. Farewell. Filled with sorrow, this ridiculous identity as the child of the ancestor dragon, so many people wished to kill him. Ao Qian had grown cold-hearted towards these people, feeling exhausted. In the end, for the sake of the ancestor dragon, as a father, he did not wish to fight among themselves. After saying that he was about to leave. However, those princesses did not let him. They all took action. Ao Qian, you are outrageous. Disrespecting your elders. This is an insult to the father emperor. You deserve death. Sisters, let's attack together and eliminate him. For the sake of the dragon clan. Ao Yu was the first to make a move. The others were not willing to fall behind. They unleashed their strongest divine powers. Suddenly the void trembled. Boom. Ao Qian's rage was reignited. Ao Yu. With a sudden sweep of his dragon tail. Boom. All were struck down. This is impossible. What kind of devil true dragon is he? What kind of monster is he? Suddenly azure light burst forth from the heavens like a waterfall of flying immortals. Little Geo, come back to the dragon clan with me. Admit your mistakes to your father. A massive creature, a blue dragon, with 9 claws spanned all directions. He forcefully pushed Ao Qian back. Ao Qian steadied himself, his gaze filled with bitterness, tears like torrential rain, crying, Andy. Andy, I don't understand. I don't understand. Why is this happening? Indeed, the newcomer was Ao Qian, one of the ancestors of the dragon clan, the founder of the Azure Dragon lineage. The third hidden dragon emperor of the dragon clan. Rarely comes out. So much so that the members of the dragon clan have forgotten about the existence of this dragon emperor. This time he actually took action. Auntie, Ao Qian has betrayed the clan. Kill him. Before Ao Yu could finish speaking, a princess, Ao Yin, roared in anger. Before she could finish her words, a gigantic azure dragon claw struck over, directly knocking Ao Yin away, leaving the other princesses trembling. They did not dare to speak. Ao Qian's cold gaze addressed those dragon clan princesses. This emperor's words are not for you to interrupt. This emperor's actions are also not for you to teach. All of you get lost. In an instant, Ao Yu and the others did not dare to glare, said little, and were all pushed away. Ao Qian's gaze softened as he looked at Ao Qian. Child. The dragon clan cannot be insulted. Their majesty must not be provoked. I understand your grievances, and he does. But your brothers and sisters are the ones who wish for your death. Only if you die can they feel at ease. And they slaughtered your kin with the aim of forcing you to go astray, to make you hate the dragon clan, to make you hate your father, to make you betray the clan. In the game of power, it's either you die or I die. Clan extermination is a common occurrence. The most erroneous essence is that because you have gained the favor of the ancestor dragon, you are by name the future heir of the dragon clan, the future dragon emperor. Do you understand? The more you resist, the more pleased they become. If you truly betray the clan, you will comply with their wishes. Their goals will be achieved. That is why Zhu Long, your elder brother, told you that your father wants him to bring you back. To capture you is to protect you. Never did I expect that you have gained some opportunity and become so powerful. If it were not for our dragon emperor's endless years of cultivation, he might not even be your match. As Ao Qian spoke, gently Ao Qian's defenses broke down and he began to cry. Feeling wronged like a child, helpless. Helpless. Still helpless. Auntie, I am extremely disappointed in the dragon clan. I truly cannot face this cold-blooded and heartless dragon clan. The heavens turned golden, boundless, radiant, shimmering like molten gold. Elder brother. Startled awake, Ao Qian's pupils contracted violently as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching figure. It was the ancestral dragon, leading the entire dragon host, descending en masse and overwhelming. At that moment, the dragon princes and princesses stood within the vast formation, their eyes burning with hatred, as if wishing Ao Qian executed on the spot. Ao Qian, why are you here? Strange indeed. This younger sister had not emerged from seclusion for millennia, yet now she appeared unbidden. The ancestral dragon was baffled. A faint ripple stirred within his heart. Did you come for Ao Qian? Or, utterly unforeseen, even Ao Qing had not anticipated the ancestral dragon would arrive with such overwhelming force. How then could this confrontation possibly conclude? Worse still, Ao Qian had declared his secession from the dragon clan. An insoluble dilemma now. Elder brother, I shall lead the Azure Dragon clan, and Ao Qian, out of the dragon clan forever. These words instantly drew every dragon sovereign's gaze to Ao Qing, their fury boiling over, each longing to tear her limb from limb. Daring beyond reckoning, utterly audacious, to dare secede from the dragon clan. This was an affront to the entire lineage. Could the dragon clan ever be sundered? Aunt, seeing his aunt Ao Qing shield him so fiercely, Ao Qian moved to speak, but one sharp glance from her silenced him instantly. Indeed, this crisis far exceeded Ao Qian's capacity to resolve. Ao Qing continued, the Azure Dragon clan has long dwelled in reclusive seclusion, indifferent to the dragon clan's hegemony over the primordial chaos or its endless struggles for supremacy. Moreover, our lineage excels neither in combat nor martial prowess. Thus to the dragon clan we are expendable, even irrelevant. We earnestly request the dragon clan handle this matter justly. We harbor no hostility toward the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon fell silent for a long moment before replying. Your reasoning falls short. Ao Qing, you hold the title of dragon sovereign, yes. But the crime of fracturing the dragon clan is one you cannot bear. Know this: betrayal is forbidden, a secession is unforgivable. Those who betray the clan face annihilation, clan and line extinguished. Ao Qing retorted sharply, elder brother, must you press so mercilessly? You well know I have never coveted the dragon clan's authority. I seek only peace, for my Azure Dragon clan to dwell quietly hidden from the world. She had seen through it all. Though the primordial chaos appeared dominated by three great clans, its splendor was but illusion, a gilded mirage. Even the mighty Beast Emperor's dynasty, once at its zenith, failed to achieve immortality and ultimately crumbled into dust. She held no faith that the ancestral dragon could steer the dragon clan farther than fate allowed. Inevitably, it would follow the same path as Shun Ni, descending into ruin. And when that day came, the dragon clan's extinction would be imminent. She resolved to lead the Azure Dragon clan out of this quagmire, and Ao Qian's bold secession presented the perfect opportunity. Ao Qing, the ancestral dragon roared in fury, ready to strike. When Ao Qian's thunderous shout cut through the air, ancestral dragon, give me one reason. Why? That single shattering roar halted the ancestral dragon mid-motion, and stunned the entire dragon host into silence. Who is this? Truly fearless, to bellow at his majesty the ancestral dragon. Unavoidably admirable. Even Ao Qing recoiled inwardly, her heart tightening with exasperated dismay. Was this youth truly too rash? His eyes darkened with wrath. The ancestral dragon thundered, rebellious son. Rebellious son. How dare you show such disrespect to your sovereign? Yet he did not strike. He merely watched, his gaze complex layered with unreadable depths. Ao Qian surged forward, hovering across from the ancestral dragon, positioning himself beside Ao Qing. His voice rang forth, ancestral dragon. Why did you stand idly by while your so-called brothers and sisters slaughtered my family to the last soul? Yes, I emptied the dragon clan's treasury, but was that not done with your tacit consent? I alone bear responsibility for my deeds. Why must my kin suffer? Are they not royal blood? Yet you watched royalty slaughter royalty, while preaching endlessly against fratricide and civil war. Is that not hypocrisy, spoken with double meaning? Is this not your failing? Accusation, confrontation, blood-soaked truth laid bare before the ancestral dragon. Ao Qian spared no mercy. Right and wrong had long since blurred beyond distinction. Now catastrophe had crystallized, there was no turning back. The entire dragon clan, and all scaled beings, erupted in turmoil. How would the ancestral dragon respond? All eyes were riveted. Ao Qian, you dare defy order. With a sudden lunge, the ancestral dragon extended his claw, spanning heaven and earth, blotting out the sky, and struck down to punish Ao Qian. A deafening boom resounded. But the first to intercept was not Ao Qian, it was Ao Qing. She expelled the Azure Dragon Pearl, which hung suspended midair as primordial Dao techniques erupted forth, clashing heat-in with the ancestral dragon's celestial power. Crack! Flung backward, Ao Qing carved a blazing arc across the void before stabilizing herself. Scorching shockwaves rippled outward, the aftershocks of divine combat. Ao Qing, you are no match for me. Today I will neither permit your departure nor Ao Qian's, and the Azure Dragon clan shall never secede. I hereby decree anew the Azure Dragon clan is declared traitorous. Ao Qing is stripped of her title as Dragon Sovereign. Ao Qian is no longer the ninth prince. All these individuals are traitors to the Dragon Clan, their crimes unforgivable. They shall be seized, tried, and executed without exception. With that decree, the ancestral dragon passed irreversible judgment upon an entire lineage. Instantly the dragon host erupted in approval, fervor boiling over. This was the Dragon Clan. Traitors, slain without mercy. Ancestral dragon, you. Ao Qian's eyes filled with infinite sorrow and disillusionment. Was this truly the end? Ao Qian exploded in rage. Ancestral dragon. One man bears. It was I who chose to leave the Dragon Clan, not Aunt Ao Qian. I need no protection from her. This matter concerns her not. It is mine alone. Hold me accountable, not her. Bullying a woman. What kind of man are you? If you dare, let us duel. If I lose, I submit to your will. If I win, I walk free from the Dragon Clan. Dragon sovereigns roared in outrage. Intolerable. Outrageous. Treason. Ao Qian, the rebellious prince, seeks death. Kill him. He who insults the dragon sovereign shall die. A cold, mirthless chuckle escaped the ancestral dragon. A duel, eh? Humph. Child's play. I disdain humiliating a mere boy. Such trivialities hold no interest for me. My word is law, my decree immutable. Having declared you traitors, you are traitors. No retraction possible. Accept your fate. All attention. Seize them, alive or dead. The command descended like thunder. This time the ancestral dragon meant business. His immediate target, Ao Qian and Ao Qian. As for the Azure Dragon Clan, they remained within dragon territory. I'll first capture these two, then eradicate the clan entirely. At that very instant, the primordial heavens dimmed, then blazed anew. Before Pangu there was heaven. I was born before Pangu himself. War was about to erupt, then abruptly halted. All gazed upward, stricken with terror. Hongjun. Eyes narrowed, the ancestral dragon spoke icily. This is a matter of royal house. What is your intent, Hongjun? What? He was Hongjun, not Luo Ho. Ao Qian muttered inwardly. This old fraud impersonates a sage. But aloud, spotting Hongjun's arrival, he cried, Senior, I offer 10 million. 10 million. Hongjun grasped the meaning instantly. His heart erupted in silent laughter. Yet his expression remained as still as deep water. This sum. He raised 5 fingers. Ao Qian understood immediately, cursing inwardly at this swindler's brazen price hiking, then hastily countered, 20 million. Haggling ensued. The ancestral dragon, and every sovereign present, stood bewildered, heads tilted in confusion. What cryptic exchange was this? Even Ao Qian furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed. Hongjun extended his hand once more. Youngster, 30 million. No further negotiation. For this price, I shall settle your secession from the Dragon Clan. Insufficient leverage, Ao Qian countered instantly. Senior, this sum covers only me. You must include Aunt Ao Qian and the entire Azure Dragon Clan. Do we have a deal? Hongjun paused thoughtfully, then sighed. Very well. We share a karmic bond, fellow cultivators, even friends. I shall reluctantly extend compassion and aid you once. Remember this, 30 million, no defaults, no delays. Originally Hongjun had aimed for 10 million. Yet Ao Qian's bold opening bid instantly inflated his expectations. Thus he seized the moment, price hiking without remorse. Ha ha ha. His inner laughter knew no bounds, silently praising Ao Qian as a prodigy of reckless extravagance. This deal was pure windfall. Hongjun nearly burst into delighted laughter, but restrained himself, maintaining icy composure and aloof dignity. Ao Qian beamed with triumph. Agreed. Payment guaranteed. Senior, I swear it. Then he turned to Ao Qian. Nodded, his gaze brimming with unwavering confidence. Ao Qian, however, stared blankly, utterly baffled. Hongjun nodded, then fixed his gaze upon the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon. Are your eyes blind? Do you not recognize Ao Qian as my esteemed friend? You bring your host to besiege my friend, yet you ask me what I intend. His voice echoed with indomitable authority. What a twist. All the powerful beings in the Dragon Clan were shocked. What is going on? Friend. Ao Qian became friends with Hongjun. His gaze was as cold as ancient ice, and the ancestor dragon said coldly, Hongjun, don't think that just because you are the first holy one of heaven and earth this sovereign fears you. This sovereign is also among the first holy ones. The momentum surged. The pressure shook the heavens. Surpassing the strength of a perfected Honghuang golden immortal, reached the nameless level. He is not just a Honghuang de Luo golden immortal. This left all the powerful beings present in shock. Big brother, you've advanced again. Could it be luck? Ao Qian secretly speculated, unable to comprehend. After all, the Dragon Clan's struggle for supremacy in the wilderness was not just for luck, but also for resources, territory, and more. Luck is the most important. Your Majesty, the ancestor dragon is mighty. The powerful beings cheered. The atmosphere became fervent. Meanwhile, Hongjun smiled slightly, suddenly releasing his pressure. A hint of pressure leaked out. Boom. The ancient sky trembled. It felt like an earthquake shattering the Ancestor Dragon's imposing aura. At the same time, it forced the Ancestor Dragon back. In an instant, unwilling to fall behind, the Ancestor Dragon shot out fiercely. Dragon pride soaring across the skies. Clash. Clash. In an instant, they exchanged blows. No one knew how many blows they exchanged. Many powerful beings watched in awe, unable to keep up with the Ancestor Dragon's speed. Meanwhile, Hongjun stood firm like a mountain, doing nothing. He merely released his imposing pressure. All-encompassing. Withstood the Ancestor Dragon. In the next moment, Hongjun raised his hand and gently tapped the air. The air rippled and suddenly burst forth. Boom. The great divine powers were all contained within a single finger, spanning endless time and space. The heavens seemed to become the stage for creation, and celestial paths dominating everything as all things became his prey. The Ancestor Dragon was instantly bound and was sent flying. He spat out several billion tons of golden blood. It crashed into the towering mountains, shattering them into an endless expanse of mountains. You, what cultivation level do you have? This is impossible. How could this happen in this era? Isn't this the era of the Dragon Clan's dominance? The Ancestor Dragon couldn't believe it for a moment, struggling to accept how Hongjun could be this powerful. It was terrifying. He fought with all his might, not even matching a finger of his opponent. Who would believe it if told? The entire place fell silent like a cold spring. It was too shocking. The Ancestor Dragon was defeated. In the eyes of the Dragon Clan's powerful beings, the Ancestor Dragon was invincible. Yet now he lost to a finger of Hongjun. Unbelievable. Yet they had to accept reality. With piercing gazes, they fixated on Hongjun in the sky, and Ao Qian thought of something. Could it be that his Hongming Purple Qi has been refined, and he has taken a step forward? This was the only explanation. The Hongming Purple Qi testified to the Dao. However, Ao Qian wouldn't say it. After all, the Hongming Purple Qi as a holy object was too shocking. So terrifying. A million of me would not be able to match this person. Ao Qian's heart trembled with it. Meanwhile, the Ancestor Dragon shot up into the sky, eyes fixed on Hongjun, speaking. Hongjun, what exactly do you want? This sovereign has many followers. This sovereign is not afraid of you. Countless powerful beings of the Dragon Clan were eager to try. As long as the Dragon Emperor gave the order, they would fight to the death. Faced with danger, Hongjun chuckled coldly. Ancestor Dragon, what do you think I want? Isn't it clear already? Ao Qian said he wants to leave the Dragon Clan. Whether you agree or not, you must agree. Give an explanation. Left speechless, the Ancestor Dragon fell silent, looking at Ao Qian with disappointment, then glanced at the Dragon Clan warriors. Seeing their eyes filled with battle intent, he returned his gaze and said, we have the numbers. Everyone, for this sovereign. With a decision made, they charged ahead. If they did not obey, they would fight. Instantly, the Dragon Clan's camp erupted. They rushed out, like locusts crossing the land, dense and numerous. Countless true dragon scales and armor charged towards Hongjun. If you want drink the fine wine, then you shall drink the punishment wine. Unyielding and calm, with no anger, only indifference, Hongjun extended his finger again, and at his fingertip burst forth white and blue light, transforming into countless streaks of light. Holy great creation technique, creation bell, divine show. Go. In an instant, countless streaks of light transformed into enormous blue and white handprints emerging from time and space. They struck those powerful beings. In an instant, countless powerful beings fell. Without a cry, not a trace remained. Stop. Countless Dragon Clan warriors halted their slaughter immediately, while the Ancestor Dragon shot out fiercely, standing at the front, saying, Hongjun, I have agreed. Ao Qian has left the Dragon Clan. He is neither a traitor nor a rebel. From now on, the Dragon Clan has no relation to him. His life and everything are no longer related to the Dragon Clan. Every one of them trembled. The Dragon Clan warriors were terrified. Facing Hongjun felt like standing at the edge of a deep abyss, as if dying 1,000 times was not enough. That person is too terrifying. Hongjun calmly said. Ao Qian said that Ao Qing and the Qinglong clan are leaving the Dragon Clan. Just like him. Who dares to oppose? Who dares to disagree? In his heart, Ao Qing was troubled. What realm is this person at? The Ancestor Dragon thought of 1,000 curses, but no one told him. He opened his mouth. This sovereign agrees. Then he looked at Ao Qian. Your wings have hardened. Very good. Bringing outsiders to fight your own clan and father. Very good. Very good. Now you are proud. Are you satisfied? Seeing this, Ao Qian said, Ancestor Dragon, this is all connected to you. Of course, this is no longer important. By the way, from now on, this deity will sever ties with you. You walk your own narrow path, I walk my broad avenue. But the Ancestor Dragon merely scoffed coldly, no longer speaking to him, looking towards Ao Qing, and said, Ao Qing, what a good scheme. You are great. You are really great. The Qinglong clan is not allowed to appear in the Dragon Clan's territory from now on, otherwise they will be enemies. Take care of yourself. After speaking, the Ancestor Dragon intended to leave. However, he heard Ao Qian call out, Ancestor Dragon, don't be anxious. This deity has something to announce. Everyone witness this, see it with your own eyes. After all, this is a matter of great importance. The Ancestor Dragon stopped, then Ao Qian looked at Hongjun. Seeing him nod, Ao Qian loudly declared, today, I established the Divine Dragon Clan. I am the Ancestor Dragon God. As the founding ancestor of the Qinglong clan, please witness this together. What? The Ancestor Dragon God. The Dragon Clan's powerful beings looked towards the Ancestor Dragon. Seeing his dark gaze, he remained silent. Ao Qian continued to activate the fish-leaping dragon gate, loudly proclaiming, this is the supreme treasure of the Divine Dragon Clan, the innate treasure, fish-leaping dragon gate. Any holy being of water in the wilderness can leap over this gate, shedding impurities and transforming into a divine dragon. All divine dragons are members of my Divine Dragon Clan. The Divine Dragon Clan has no intention of contending in the wilderness. We exist only for auspiciousness to descend. In an instant, it seemed the heavens and earth acknowledged this. Ao Qian threw the fish-leaping dragon gate into the air, standing in the void spanning between heaven and earth. This is hilarious. It's just a broken gate. Creating a clan. What a joke. My teeth are about to fall out from laughing. The Ancestor Dragon laughed heartily, but Ao Qian's gaze remained calm, fixating on the fish-leaping dragon gate. Without saying a word, he leaped, crossing the void. In an instant, he entered the fish-leaping dragon gate. This scene shocked many Dragon Clan powerful beings. Their hearts were in turmoil. They really did not know how to be wary. One dared to speak, and one dared to act. And before Ao Qian could call out her name, Ao Qian transformed, and in an instant emerged from the fish-leaping dragon gate, becoming the supreme divine dragon with 9 claws. It works. Truly a delightful occasion. What a great fish-leaping dragon gate. Ao Qian declare once more, the Qinglong clan joins the Divine Dragon Clan unconditionally. Choosing to trust directly, Ao Qian made his vow. It fell to Ao Qian. He was overjoyed, and Ao Qian replied, Ancestor Dragon, call me Ao Qian. I still have some matters to attend to. The fish-leaping dragon gate is entrusted to you. I hope you will strengthen my Divine Dragon Clan. At once the fish-leaping dragon gate shrank, and was handed over to Ao Qian, who received the portal, saying, Ancestor Dragon, do not worry. I will not fail my mission. After saying this, she went to gather the Qinglong clan, making the entire clan leap over the fish-leaping dragon gate, transforming into the Divine Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, Ao Qian, disregarding the shocked and eager gaze of the Ancestor Dragon, approached Hongjun and said, Senior, thank you. These are 30 million pieces of premium innate spiritual treasures. He tossed the Qinkuan bags one by one to Hongjun. After receiving them and putting them away, Hongjun smiled slightly. Youngster. Impressive. Transforming into a wealthy ancestor in the blink of an eye. Ao Qian bitterly smiled. How could I compare to Senior Hongjun? Always taking advantage of others. The two exchanged hearty laughter. Meanwhile, the Ancestor Dragon's gaze was murderous. Damn it. They are being excessively bullied. The Dragon Clan's powerful beings dared to be angry, but not speak. They resented Ao Qian for fattening Hongjun with the Dragon Clan's treasures. Extremely infuriating. Thus the Ancestor Dragon led his army away. The Divine Dragon Clan formally declared its establishment, sending shockwaves across the primordial chaos. To the Dragon Clan, it was a profound humiliation. To countless other races, it was cause for jubilant celebration, a moment of supreme vindication. At last, the arrogant Dragon Clan had been brought low, and by one of their own. What sheer exhilaration! Shi Qilin broke into spontaneous dance, singing triumphantly as he spiraled joyfully around the central pillar of the Qilin Hall, performing an exuberant pole dance. Little Mudio. 1, 2, 3, 4. He roared with unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Long, you insignificant Mudio, you have finally been conquered. Ha ha ha. Every Qilin understood perfectly. This ancient Patriarch Long, haunted by trauma inflicted by Patriarch Long, had at last witnessed vengeance delivered, not by himself, but by another. Was a piano dance not utterly justified? News reached the Phoenix clan. Yuan Feng immediately commanded millions of fire phoenixes to ascend from earth to sky. A celestial fireworks display. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Long, never in your wildest dreams did you imagine defeat at the hands of your own son. What a rebellious heir, Ao Qian. A son worthy of emulation is Ao Qian indeed. In contrast, my own wayward offspring, Kong Xuan, deserves death. If I ever lay hands on him, I shall strip his tendons and flay his skin. And Jin Qidapeng, you too shall perish. The primordial chaos descended into turbulent undercurrents. After all the Dragon Clan had fractured, giving rise to the Azure Dragon clan, and suffered the loss of Ao Qing, a reclusive hidden dragon sovereign. Many clans and cultivators now realized the dragon clan still harbored hidden sovereigns, though none knew how many remained. Upon returning to the dragon clan, Ao Qing immediately convened the entire race. Without pause, he departed the ancestral dragon lands, taking nothing but his people, to settle on the shores of the Eastern Sea, choosing the vast, boundless mountain range as their new home. This mountain was named Shuiyang Mountain. At its heart rested Yue Longmen, the primordial supreme artifact, establishing the site as the divine dragon clan's sacred ancestral seat and spiritual core. Simultaneously, Ao Qing issued a sweeping proclamation: all aquatic divine beings across the primordial chaos were invited to attempt the Yue Longmen trial. Those who succeeded would transcend into divine dragons. Its influence reverberated far and wide. On the eastern sea coast stood a small snack shop, where two figures entered. Ye Kai shot upright eyes alight. Oh, its influence reverberated far and wide. On the eastern sea coast stood a small snack shop, where two figures entered. Ye Kai shot upright eyes alight. Oh, it's you two again, you outrageously wealthy patrons. So soon? Have you robbed a treasure vault, or plundered an ancient tomb, dug up some buried relic? Surely your ancestors' graves aren't deep enough to satisfy your excavations. His expression darkened as Ao Qing strode in. His lips trembled, but Hongjun ignored Ye Kai entirely, pulling out a cascade of spatial storage bags and slamming them onto the counter until they spilled onto the floor. Shopkeeper, replenish my account, generously. I am infinitely wealthy. I care not for a few artifacts. Piles amassed high. Ye Kai beamed, bowing deeply. O Almighty One, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. How much? As he dumped artifact-laden storage bags into the prize machine, he counted Rubik's cubes aloud, his gaze darting between Hongjun and Ao Qing. Did you truly rob someone? Can you even form a team for that? Gentlemen, shall we form a raiding party? I assure you, I'm exceptionally skilled at this. Hongjun's eyes twitched. Shopkeeper, do not speak so rashly. I am no thief. I am a civilized being, one who prevails through reason and righteousness. Robbery is beneath me. I hold robbery in utter contempt, scorn it utterly. Henceforth never utter that word again, or I may just do precisely what I scorn. Ao Qing, standing nearby, inwardly recoiled. Damn Hongjun. He's always exploiting chaos. He doesn't call it robbery, but makes it feel inevitable, righteous, even voluntary. That's not theft, it's sanctioned expropriation. Ah, this is why might reigns supreme. Ye Kai chuckled softly, then accelerated his count. Brother, are you certain this wasn't robbery? You look exactly like a newly minted tycoon. Here, you're all set. 3,000 times 90,000 Rubik's Cube keys. Good fortune accompany you. Internally, Ye Kai trembled with ecstatic awe, suppressing his soaring elation, his feet and entire body vibrating with excitement. That's extraordinary. Brilliant. Seeing Hongjun pocket the cubes, Ao Qing spoke up. Shopkeeper, I'll recharge 10 million. What a... Ye Kai's grin stretched impossibly wide as he swiftly tallied the storage bags Ao Qing placed on the counter. Excellent. Done immediately. Hongjun smiled faintly, not rushing, merely waiting for Ao Qing's tally to conclude, then asked, Shopkeeper, any sage counsel? So this was wisdom incarnate. Hongjun himself had witnessed Ye Kai's divinely blessed tongue. Truly potent. Ao Qing leaned forward, eagerly, eyes fixed upon Ye Kai, awaiting his insight. Brother, grant us your wisdom. Where might treasures lie? Oh, pardon, where might undiscovered wonders await? Shall we join forces? Let us explore them together. Explore, I mean. His gaze shifted toward Hongjun, eyes glinting with playful irony as his voice lowered. Isn't that right, Senior Hongjun? What? Hongjun. This man was Hongjun. Ye Kai nearly dropped both cubes and artifacts in shock. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. His inner world surged with towering waves. He stared unblinkingly at Hongjun, voice trembling. Hongjun, why impersonate Luoho? That's profoundly unethical. When patronizing my shop, there's no need for aliases or deception. As if my establishment were a den of thieves, and I its unscrupulous proprietor. Hongjun waved dismissively, a serene smile playing on his lips. Shopkeeper, I traverse the primordial chaos incognito. Discretion is paramount. As for impersonating Luoho, that was merely to vex him. Now that you know, it's not too late. Once the count concluded, Ye Kai handed all storage bags back to Ao Qing and remarked, You wily old fox, shouldn't you be aligned with the Heavenly Dao? Why do you keep visiting my shop? Could it be you seek the Heavenly Purple Qi? Remarkable. Your discernment is exceptional, Hongjun. Indeed, Hongjun's focus centered solely upon the Heavenly Purple Qi. Perhaps Hongjun sensed toxicity within the Heavenly Dao's Heavenly Purple Qi, or perhaps he simply refused collaboration. The reason remained unknown. The Heavenly Dao, Ao Qian heard the term for the first time. Though it sounded like the supreme entity of the primordial chaos, he asked no questions, trusting that Ye Kai and Hongjun understood and that he too would comprehend in due course. Hongjun offered a sly smile, declining to answer, and declared, "Let's go. Let's celebrate. Shopkeeper, join us. Share your wisdom. Which ones should we open?" With that he began strolling through the shop, Ao Qian following closely. Ye Kai paused then said, "You two go ahead. I'll join shortly." He stayed behind, unable to contain his surging excitement. So Hongjun and Ao Qian wandered leisurely, opening boxes, intermittently pausing to observe, yet more often than not met with disappointment. None yielded prizes. These blind boxes proved stubbornly unyielding. Meanwhile Ye Kai whispered inwardly, "System, open them all. Full power. Unleash everything." Chongji, Hongjun had recharged 300 times at 300 units each. Ao Qian 1000 times at 900 units each. Altogether, 36 million times. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. In congratulations, the host has drawn a pair of black silk stockings. In congratulations, the host has drawn a pack of spicy strips. Congratulations, the host has drawn a latestage de Luo golden immortal cultivation card. Congratulations, the host has drawn a pair of black silk stockings. Congratulations, the host has drawn 1 drop of Pangu's primordial blood. Congratulations, the host has drawn an early stage Honghuang golden immortal cultivation card. At last the draws were complete. The system itself seemed on the verge of overheating. Damn it. This time was still acceptable. Thank heavens. Fuse Pangu's primordial blood and the early stage Honghuang golden immortal card. Immediately. Ah, what exhilaration. Is this truly ascending to transcendence in a single step? From now on I shall be a Honghuang golden immortal. Ha ha ha. Within Ye Kai's Honghuang golden immortal fruit of cultivation, the countless luminous spheres, each embodying a myriad of realms, no longer scattered haphazardly across his Dao fruit. Instead, they flowed ceaselessly throughout his entire body, merging into every single cell. In other words, every cell in his body now contained a multiverse. Within each grand cosmos and infinite worlds underwent eternal evolution toward divine sovereign realms. Perhaps within these sovereign realms countless deities might even awaken. This is the true terror of the Honghuang golden immortal. His very flesh and blood constituted a boundless multiverse, granting him inexhaustible power. Moreover, Pangu's primordial blood had been fully integrated. Recall, Pangu the primordial creator, his blood was the supreme treasure for body refinement and physical fortification. The stronger and harder the mortal shell, the greater its resilience. One might even refine one's own flesh into a divine artifact, matching the strength of innate spiritual treasures or even primordial supreme artifacts. Then bare hands could seize and crush such artifacts outright. At this thought, Ye Kai nearly burst into laughter. If someday he could shatter a sage's sacred artifacts with his bare hands. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating. Pangu's primordial blood, truly a peerless treasure. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Kai strode toward Hongjun and Ao Qian. Upon seeing Ye Kai approach, Hongjun hurriedly asked shopkeeper, "This Hongmeng Purple Qi, it seems impossible to draw. I have expended countless attempts. Still no sign of success. Do you have any profound insight?" Ao Qian echoed the question. Ye Kai chuckled softly. Such matters hinge entirely upon one's state of mind. The more desperately you crave it, the more elusive it becomes. Thus blindbox drawing demands equanimity, casting aside all distractions, cultivating stillness and non-action, desirelessness and detachment. That is the principle of unintended effort yielding abundant results. Could it truly be so? Without another word, Hongjun emptied his mind completely and drew again. Continued drawing. No success. With a darkened expression, Hongjun declared, "Shopkeeper, I truly thought of nothing. Yet still no draw." A cryptic smile flickered across Ye Kai's face as he shook his head. "Brother Hongjun, you are mistaken. You just asked, did I fail again? That very question proves your craving for Hongmeng Purple Qi remains. Your mindset is still unrefined. I suggest you try something else, perhaps brain enhancement items, or the complete Pangu set." His lips trembled involuntarily. Speechless, Hongjun sighed, "Fine. This time I'll attempt the complete Pangu set." And off he went. Meanwhile, Ao Qian asked, "Brother, what should I draw next? Any recommendations?" "We'll dig tombs together, seize sacred artifacts, unearth hidden treasures." "How does that sound?" Overjoyed, Ye Kai nodded firmly. He too had attained Honghuang golden immortality. Fear held no place for him. He walked over to Hongjun's side. "Yes, recommending precisely the complete Pangu set." Ao Qian asked, "Brother, I already possess Pangu's primordial blood. Why draw more?" Hongjun too frowned in puzzlement. Could this substance truly be consumed repeatedly? Ye Kai burst into hearty laughter. "Have you both misunderstood something? Ha ha ha. Seeing their confusion, he elaborated calmly. Pangu's primordial blood replenishes vital essence and refines one's ancestral lineage. It purifies the bloodline. Now imagine fusing additional drops, layering your own bloodline upon itself. For instance, if you are descended from the ancestral dragon sovereign, would not your dragon spirit rise accordingly? Within the chaos divine demons exist the chaos dragon sovereign, far surpassing your so-called purple golden dragon or ancestral dragon. With more Pangu blood, you may regress to your primordial ancestry, perhaps even evolve into a chaos dragon sovereign. Then upon attaining sagehood, you would become the chaos dragon sovereign of the Honghuang realm. Hearing this logic, Hongjun recoiled sharply. Could it truly be possible? And asked, then might I also? Ao Qian pondered deeply, nodding vigorously. Excellent. Let us rely entirely on these blind boxes. He began drawing immediately. The complete Pangu set, one box after another. Ye Kai fixed his gaze upon Hongjun and asked, Brother Hongjun, what is your original form? This question, even Ao Qian grew curious, glancing over with eager gossipy interest. Flustered Hongjun's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth and replied, it is a cricket. What? The blind box tumbled from his hand in shock. Ao Qian's jaw dropped wide open, staring incredulously at Hongjun. Could this venerable elder truly possess such humble origins? Heavens above, how did Elder Hongjun cultivate to such terrifying heights? Truly awe-inspiring. In the Honghuang realm, origin determines one's ultimate height. This is an immutable law, yet Hongjun had shattered it. Ye Kai himself stood in genuine admiration. Many Honghuang novels cast Hongjun as the antagonist, but his unparalleled fortune and innate talent commanded respect. Remarkable. Ye Kai remarked, Brother Hongjun, your origin is truly lowly. Before he could continue, Ao Qian suddenly bellowed, Pangu, primordial blood. Holy, brother, you truly possess a blessed mouth. Holy, absolutely astonishing. Leaping upright, Ao Qian cried out, indeed. Pangu's primordial blood proves far easier to draw than Honghuang Purple Qi. He swiftly secured the droplet. His countenance bloomed like spring blossoms as he grinned slyly, brother. Your words carry immense weight. A single conversation with you surpasses 10,000 eons of cultivation. With Pangu's primordial blood secured, his goal, Chaos Dragon Sovereign, drew ever closer. Hongjun, however, wore a troubled expression. His humble origin constrained his advancement beyond sagehood. Achieving sagehood itself was already a celestial boon. Without resolving this limitation, how far might he ultimately progress? An unknown variable. Witnessing Ao Qian draw yet another drop of Pangu's blood, Hongjun felt stirred within. Though he concealed his true status as a Hunyuan sage, the era of sages would soon dawn upon the Honghuang realm. Urgency, anxiety, vigilance amid security. Ye Kai felt no envy. He had already fused Pangu's primordial blood. Indeed, it was an extraordinary treasure. The more the better. Continue drawing. Perhaps more drops of Pangu's blood await. Having spoken, Ye Kai watched as Ao Qian resumed drawing. After all, he trusted Ye Kai's blessed tongue, proven utterly reliable. Turning to Hongjun, Ye Kai said, if your origin falls short, then shatter and rebuild. Forge a new constitution. Brother Hongjun, have you heard of the Dao body? The Chaos Dao body? The Hongming Dao body? The Xianhuang indestructible body? Or the innate sage body Dao fetus? There exist countless such constitutions. Some innate, others forged postnatally, returning to primordial perfection. What? Hongjun recoiled in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ao Qian, drawing blind boxes, exclaimed in awe, brother, your theory of constitutional cultivation pioneers an entirely new Honghuang school. It brings salvation to countless divine beings, truly immeasurable merit. Coming to full realization, Hongjun's conviction solidified. A gentle smile graced his lips as he declared, shopkeeper, I am profoundly enlightened. You call me brother. I accept the title. Your theories and insights have pierced through my ignorance like sweet dew. Indeed. Ye Kai pointed toward neglected shelves, saying, precisely there, among the blind box racks, lies the Constitution blind box section. You simply overlooked it, dismissing it as insignificant. Instantly Hongjun's face darkened. So the true treasure vault lay here. His own arrogance had blinded him to these seemingly humble items, which proved priceless. Henceforth Hongjun regarded every blind box with solemn reverence. Nothing here was trivial. All demanded utmost seriousness. Ao Qian, however, remained indifferent. His sole focus remained the Chaos Dragon Sovereign. First, he would secure that higher-tier constitutions could wait. Shopkeeper, please attend to your duties. I shall examine the Constitution blind box section forthwith. And Hongjun strode purposefully toward that section. Observing Hongjun's deferential student-like demeanor, Ye Kai inwardly savored the moment. Ha ha ha. Even Hongjun had been thoroughly awed. Excellent. Seeing Ao Qian still intently drawing from the complete Pangu set, Ye Kai returned to the cashier's counter. On the other side, Ever since the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan was crushed by Hongjun, this news has caused quite a stir in the primordial era. Many powerful beings are not interested in the ancestral dragon, but rather curious about Hongjun, wondering how strong he has become. This is a mysterious and elusive answer. Naturally, it has provoked the interest of certain individuals. Luoho is one of them. At first, he went to the outer heaven to spy on the Zhixiao Palace, not daring to get too close. However, he discovered that Hongjun seemed to be absent from the Taoist temple. Thus, Luoho went to the primordial era. Upon arrival, he learned that Hongjun had defeated the ancestral dragon. What is the truth behind this news? He was eager to find out. So Luoho secretly lurked and arrived at the Dragon Clan. He found the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon, what does it feel like to be defeated by Hongjun? Luoho asked. He stood not far in front of the dragon throne. His gaze was filled with mockery. However, the ancestral dragon had no strength to retort and thought to himself, this Luoho. How could his nose be so keen to find his way here? He then coldly looked at Luoho and said, Dao friend, a collection of rules. Are you the rules? Have you merged with the rules? The more he looked, the more he sensed something was off, the more curious he became about Luoho, his heart filled with suspicion. A collection of rules. Are you the rules? Have you merged with the rules? The more he looked, the more he sensed something was off, the more curious he became about Luoho, his heart filled with suspicion, unable to discern what had actually happened to Luoho. Logically speaking, a collection of the rules of heaven and earth should not appear on any living being. Coldly sneering, he could not help but admire this ancestral dragon as a character of significance with such a keen sense. Luoho's gaze was sharp as a sword as he said, no wonder you are one of the rulers of this era. The strongest ruler is none other than you, the ancestral dragon. You guessed correctly. This collection of rules has a new name. That is the Heavenly Dao. Ancestral dragon. Would you like to join? I hold you in great esteem. I hold you in high esteem. This title made the ancestral dragon stand up abruptly with a gaze filled with fear and fervor, exclaiming, could it be? You have taken that step out. With a mysterious smile feigning profundity, Luoho chuckled. Ancestral dragon. You have actually glimpsed into the realm beyond the Honghuang Golden Immortal. You have indeed stepped half a foot into the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, it is quite unfortunate. Everyone knows. The path to the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal has been severed. If you walk this path, it will also be cut off. You can only stop here. Is it astonishing? Absolutely, the ancestral dragon is undoubtedly a breathtaking celestial being of this Longhan era. Yes, severed. I can feel it. The gap between the Honghuang Golden Immortal and the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal is indeed severed. I have surpassed the previous half-step Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal's divine reversal. I shall tentatively call this realm the Quasi-Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal. Infinitely close to the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal, yet forever unable to surpass it while reaching the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal. The ancestral dragon spoke eloquently, his tone filled with helplessness and sighs. It is truly perplexing. The current ancestral dragon is certainly the foremost individual beneath the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal Honghuang Saint, with the capital of arrogance. In response, his gaze became as imposing as that of an emperor. Luoho said, therefore, I have become. I am the sole representative of the Heavenly Dao in this era. The Heavenly Dao has granted me the primordial purple energy, thus I have attained the status of a saint. I am the first Heavenly Dao saint. Ancestral dragon. I am now a saint. Do you know what that means? It means I shepherd the primordial era on behalf of the Heavenly Dao. In the primordial era, my words are law. In the primordial era, the saint has the final say. The ancestral dragon's gaze became fervent, and he clasped his hands in respect, asking, Luoho Saint, what can you teach me? I am truly grateful. I am willing to be at your service. Having succeeded, a wise man is easy to talk to. Luoho said, currently, there are several paths to attaining the Dao. This is the method the Heavenly Dao has provided to me. First, to attain the Dao through strength, but unfortunately this path is severed. No one in the primordial era can walk it. Second, to attain the Dao through destiny, unifying the primordial era, gathering all the fortune of the primordial era, using the primordial purple energy to attain the status of a saint. This path hinges on luck, and the primordial purple energy is even more crucial. Third, to attain the Dao through destiny, not by unifying, but by educating all beings, which means establishing a power to gather luck and teach the myriad spirits. In essence, it is the same as the second path. Fourth, to attain the Dao through merit. Gathering immense merit from heaven and earth, it must be a vast amount of merit using the primordial purple energy to attain the Dao. In other words, both luck and merit require the primordial purple energy to attain the Dao. Do you understand? Furthermore, because I have become the representative of the Heavenly Dao, I have received immense luck from the Heavenly Dao, and I established a Taoist school swearing to educate all beings, thus I have attained the Dao. Now, I must tell you, the path of merit is not viable. The path of attaining the Dao, through luck unifying the primordial era, is the path you should take. Once you gather all the luck of the primordial era, then I will bestow upon you a strand of primordial purple energy, and you will naturally attain the Dao. In response, the ancestral dragon was deeply shocked. His knowledge broadened, and he calmly said, "Then what does Luoho Saint desire?" Truly perplexed, Luoho chuckled coldly. "I wish to replace the Heavenly Dao and cultivate 8 other Heavenly Dao Saints. As for what the Heavenly Dao wants to do, that is not for me to worry about. You can refuse. I believe there are countless mighty beings in the primordial era who would be eager to obtain this primordial purple energy." A joke, how could one refuse? The primordial purple energy is the foundation of becoming a saint. One cannot miss this opportunity. Thus the ancestral dragon hurriedly agreed, saying, "Saint, I am willing to be your whip, to be driven by you. Please show mercy, Saint." Saying this, he knelt down. Suddenly Luoho hurriedly stepped forward to help the ancestral dragon up, patting his shoulders, saying, "Brother, do not perform such grand gestures. We must unite and strive to make the Taoist school great and strong. You should first gather an army, and when the time comes you will lead the troops to attack the Qilin clan and the Phoenix clan. I will be your vanguard. In this way, unifying the primordial era and gathering luck will be a simple matter. By then you will be able to attain the Dao, and be on equal footing with me, becoming a Heavenly Dao Saint." The ancestral dragon stood up and laughed. "Good. I shall follow the saint's wishes. Whatever the saint says I will do." Thus the two discussed the detailed steps of their cooperation. They talked all night long. At the snack shop, with dark circles under his eyes, Hongjun walked to the cashier, sighing, "I didn't win anything. Sigh, what a waste of money. All the money spent." He hung his head in despair. Seeing this, Yikai said, "Brother, take it easy. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Having a positive mindset towards blind boxes is very important. First go back and have a good rest. Next time bring more money to recharge. Open whatever you want." Suddenly, with a dark expression, Hongjun glared at Yikai, increasingly feeling that this guy was Blackheart, saying, "I thank you. I thank you and your whole family for the green hats." Seeing Yikai's unpleasant face, Hongjun left the shop. Transforming into a streak of light, he returned. As Yikai watched Hongjun's departing figure, he muttered, "If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. Does opening a blind box really have to be this pessimistic and dejected? If every opening is guaranteed, then what is it called a blind box? That would be called a guaranteed win." Then Yikai saw Ao Qian, who came out with dark circles under his eyes, saying, "Brother, what is wrong with you? Staying up late shouldn't cause a Honghuang golden immortal to have dark circles. You look empty, like you've drained your body. If you're weak, just open a Pangu jade essence and replenish yourself." Seeing Yikai talking without care, shaking his head, Ao Qian said, "Brother, honestly, I've gotten hooked. It's not good. Opening too many feels like gambling, making one anxious, heart racing and drained. I'll head back now. Next time I'll come again to gamble. Oh no, to open again." After saying this, Ao Qian turned and left. Watching this guy's back, Yikai muttered to himself, "This is strange. Logically speaking, being addicted to women should lead to weakness, right? He isn't addicted to women, but is instead addicted to blind boxes, and yet he's weak. The ancestral dragon, the magnificent purple gold dragon, is actually weak. This is truly perplexing." After a long time, Yikai sat at the cashier lost in thought, but then saw someone else coming in. Sneakily, the two individuals moved gracefully, as if they were afraid of being caught. They looked like fugitives, not like thieves. "Brother, are we really going to that strange building? Did you not see? Earlier we saw that dragon clan's Ao Qian, that lustful creature. Oh no, the ancestor dragon god. He came out from inside. If we go in, could it be a trap set by Ao Qian? The dragon clan is the most cunning. I'm scared." The one speaking cautiously was the golden-winged great Peng, peering around his head, almost twisted as he turned. The calm, unruffled figure was Kong Qian, his gaze filled with thoughtful contemplation, weighing and reasoning, deducing that his brother's words carried some truth, yet were also somewhat inaccurate. "Second brother, can't you see? That ancestor dragon god, Ao Qian, logically should not reside in such a strange building. And besides, look around, there isn't a single silhouette. Where are those divine dragon clan members? I don't see any. Therefore this is not the territory of the divine dragon clan. In that case, it should belong to the abode of other powerful seniors." Upon hearing Kong Qian's words, the golden-winged great Peng nodded vigorously and said, "Brother, you are right. If that's the case, let's go." The golden-winged great Peng swaggered forward. Kong Qian was momentarily speechless, covering his face, unsure of what to say, and thus followed along. The two of them gathered their courage. They approached the snack shop's entrance. Going bankrupt. Brother. This senior. Isn't your tone a bit too small? Your vision seems limited. Do we have money? How could we go bankrupt? Remembering how he and Kong Xian had raided the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, simply put they had dug up graves for treasure, the golden-winged Great Peng couldn't help but chuckle. They dug up the ancestral graves. Kong Xian frowned and said, second brother. Being low-key is the way to go, do you understand? If you flaunt around you might be sold, and even help count the money for the seller. You need to be more cautious from now on, understood? Yet the golden-winged Great Peng was staring at Kong Xian's neck defiantly, saying, then brother, why are you wearing a necklace around your neck with 36 beads? Each bead is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. You call this low-key? Look at me, your brother, am not wearing a single piece of ornament. With a face as dark as coal, Kong Xian suddenly slapped the golden-winged Great Peng's head and said, what do you know? This is for warding off evil. Don't speak recklessly. Would I trick you? If I were going to scam you, you would have long since died, devoured entirely by those Phoenix clan princes and princesses. Recalling the devouring, Kong Xian's inner fury surged. Everyone said that he and the golden-winged Great Peng had devoured the offspring of those Phoenix clan's Yuan Feng, but weren't they also devouring him and the golden-winged Great Peng? Everyone was eyeing each other. Who was innocent? It's just that Kong Xian was a bit stronger, having wiped out all those people, and the golden-winged Great Peng was brought along by Kong Xian. After all, these two troublesome brothers were closest to each other. All right, older brother, whatever you say goes. I won't dare to refute. The golden-winged Great Peng spoke softly. Seeing the two enter, Ye Kai said, two guests. Would you like to recharge? Instantly Kong Xian and the others looked suspicious. Question marks appeared. So Ye Kai began to babble on brainwashing, introducing the specific details of the blind box. After listening, the golden-winged Great Peng's eyes lit up, shouting, shopkeeper, I want to recharge. I want to recharge 100 million. Before he could finish speaking, he was covered by Kong Xian's hand pressing down on his head, nearly leading the former to suffocate. Still struggling, Kong Xian simply stepped on the golden-winged Great Peng, foot blocking his mouth. What? Originally delighted, Ye Kai upon seeing this scene swallowed hard and said, this little brother of yours. Look, let him go first. Are you in charge, or is he in charge? Recharging is entirely up to the individual. Our store never deceives customers, nor does it compel consumption, nor does it lead consumers into forced purchases. Yet inwardly, he shouted, damn it, quickly let go of your brother, and let him recharge. Hurry up. Let go of that brother, let him recharge. Desperately, calm as the surface of a lake, Kong Xian said, shopkeeper, my brother has a bit of a problem. He always loves to talk nonsense, claiming to have so many treasures. In fact, that's just his mental disorder and illusion. I was thinking of giving him a severe mental disability certificate. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance. Shopkeeper, please don't take it seriously. But I take it seriously. Ye Kai chuckled. Instantly Kong Xian's face darkened, and he said, shopkeeper, please help me recharge one supreme, innate spiritual treasure. After saying this, he released the golden-winged Great Peng. The golden-winged Great Peng immediately stood up, his gaze aggrieved, not daring to speak, afraid that Kong Xian would step on him again. Pursing his lips, feeling speechless, Ye Kai suddenly lost motivation, picked up Kong Xian's treasure at the cash register, and recharged, casually tossing 9 cubes onto the counter, saying, this is the key to the blind box. Take it well. What can the 9 open? Hope is slim. This was deliberately said to the golden-winged Great Peng, causing the latter's eyes to light up, his heart itching. Yet, when he looked at Kong Xian, he saw Kong Xian's expression was calm. This made the golden-winged Great Peng very disappointed, pouting unhappily. Kong Xian spoke, shopkeeper, what if we really open it? Then what? With a teasing tone, Ye Kai abruptly exhaled. If we open it, it'll eat my hat. Huh? Kong Xian shook his head and said, no need to eat the hat. Shopkeeper, if we open it, will you change your hat from hungry to green? How about that? Green. Damn. Ye Kai was shocked directly. This guy is a serious person. Instantly Ye Kai chuckled, all right. Thus Ye Kai called the system to open. Thank you for your patronage. 9 cut. Trash system, just knowing how to be untrustworthy. Ye Kai could only helplessly complain. Following behind Kong Xian, he saw these two wandering about. The golden-winged Great Peng was greedy. He wished he could open all the blind boxes. But Kong Xian remained calm, hesitating, doubting, disbelieving, and curious as he walked to the shelf area of the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box, staring for a while. The golden-winged Great Peng whispered, brother, open it, just open it. Come on, Honghuang Purple Qi. That's a good thing. Open. Just open it to the end. Seeing this, Ye Kai said, exactly. Open. Once open, you'll hit the jackpot. 2 little brothers. Open. I feel this time it's bound to hit. The more it was like this, the more Kong Xian doubted, casting a suspicious glance at Ye Kai, shaking his head, then looking away. I don't believe it. If something is unusual, there must be a trick. If the Honghuang Purple Qi is that good, the shopkeeper would have opened it by now. It would have been our turn. So the shopkeeper's words cannot be trusted. Second brother learned well this is called the hearts of people are not ancient. After saying this, Kong Xian left this area. He walked to the treasure blind box area. He stopped. Meanwhile, the golden-winged great Peng who was following behind felt an itch in his heart wishing to open it. Brother, I have a feeling here can hit 100 out of 100. Open. Just open it to the end. He called out softly. The golden-winged great Peng's eyes were already glowing treasures. All inscribed with innate supreme treasures, chaotic supreme treasures. If he could obtain one, it would ensure his life in the future. Ye Kai said, still the same, if we can open it, it'll change my hat's hunger to green. Don't believe these two stingy guys can open it. Too stingy, only recharged one item. Who do they look down on? After all, Hongjun and Ao, Qian recharged millions, tens of millions. That's what it means to be extravagant, a big boss. These two stingy guys were so cheap, they didn't even want to serve properly. Thus Kong Xian sneered, then took out the cube and opened the treasure blind box. No light was wasted. Huh. Seeing he didn't hit, Ye Kai mocked coldly. Yet the golden-winged great Peng's gaze was still fiery, saying, brother, continue. Just open it to the end. Kong Xian calmly picked up the blind box and continued to open. Not hit. His expression remained unchanged. Continue. By the time they reached the ninth one, Ye Kai still coldly mocked. 2 recharging is about large-scale operations, meaning the more you recharge, the greater the probability of opening. You only recharged 1. Before he could finish his words, he was dumbfounded because something came out. Damn, what the hell? Did I just step on dogshit luck? Directly staring wide-eyed, Ye Kai wiped his eyes, confirming without a doubt. Ha ha ha, brother, you hit the jackpot. The golden-winged great Peng laughed wildly. Yet Kong Xian remained calm, looking at the treasure in his hand, his eyes flashing with a hint of fervor, laughing and saying, innate supreme treasure Favenero. Ha ha, Favenero corresponding to the 5 elements, great way. Good. What a Favenero. The golden-winged great Peng clapped in delight, saying, brother, the Favenero corresponds to your 5 elements, great way. With your 5-colored divine light, plus the innate supreme treasure Favenero, wouldn't that allow you to take down even innate supreme treasures? That's amazing. Brother, keep recharging. I want a treasure. I primarily practice the yin-yang great way. Get me an innate supreme treasure with yin-yang attributes. Nodding, he put away the Favenero. Kong Xian looked at Ye Kai and said, shopkeeper, it's time to change your name. Your hat, change it. I must keep my word. Pulling off his hat, he immediately tossed it into the trash can. Ye Kai said, oh no. Sorry, this hat has expired. I won't wear it. Then the golden-winged great Peng pointed at Ye Kai defiantly, saying, shopkeeper, can your hat expire? Are you cheating? With hands raised, Ye Kai said, when the product's period is up, it naturally expires. My hat is generally changed once a year. It expired this year, so I'm not wearing it. Is there a problem? This left the golden-winged great Peng speechless. Yet Kong Xian remained as calm as the surface of a lake, saying, shopkeeper is reasonable. Shopkeeper, we have completed our consumption this time. We shall take our leave. After saying this, he pulled the golden-winged great Peng and left rapidly. Ye Kai walked to the cash register, watching the two leave, muttering, 2 stingy guys. Their luck is unbelievable. As Kong Xian and the golden-winged great Peng walked quite far, the golden-winged great Peng finally asked, brother, what's wrong with you? Don't you understand? We should seize the moment and continue opening. Why did we just leave? Kong Xian explained, second brother, we cannot linger in one place for too long. Have you forgotten? We are being hunted by the Phoenix clan. What if this shopkeeper has ill intentions and exposes us? Or what if this shopkeeper eliminates us and claims the bounty? Moreover, if this shopkeeper hasn't reported us, it shows that he looks down on the Phoenix clan's bounty. Then we can come back to this shop to consume later. Also, I tell you, I cannot see through this shop, cannot see through the shopkeeper's cultivation. The shopkeeper may have obscured the heavenly secrets or hidden his aura and cultivation. We need to observe this person more. After saying this, the golden-winged great Peng nodded repeatedly, absorbing the words, saying, brother, you are so clever, thinking deeply and with great foresight. Chuckling, Kong Xian said, if it weren't for this, we would have long been plundered clean by those princes and princesses. This is all forced out by the environment. Out in the world, one must be cautious. One must have a heart to guard against others, yet not have a heart to harm others. Let us be careful. We won't stir up trouble, nor will we fear trouble. Thus the two hid. Kong Xian aimed to master the innate supreme treasure Favenero. You dare. Roaring Ao, Qian transformed. 9-clawed purple gold divine dragon. His aura surging violently. The two individuals moved gracefully, as if they were afraid. Afraid of being caught. They looked like fugitives, not like thieves. Brother, overturned by a terrifying. In an instant, it blocked most of the residual waves. the five-element chessboard emitted a radiant five-colored light. Simultaneously enhanced by the supreme divine power of Kong Xian, the five-colored divine light, embodying the five elemental attributes, spiraled around the five-element chessboard amid terrifying loss. Boom. They were still being blown away. The five-element chessboard shielded Kong Xian and the golden winged Dapeng. The two transformed into their massive forms and were sent flying. They skidded for an unknown distance. What? Ao Qian, you dare! The giant dragon purple gold in color spanned the ancient heavens, suddenly activating the purple gold dragon orb soaring through the nine heavens, empowered by unmatched divine abilities, shaking the firmament as the unstoppable Ao Qian roared, Kong Xian. The golden winged Dapeng. Indeed, it's you two, the traitors of the Phoenix clan. Fortunately, this deity kept an eye out. Golden winged Dapeng, you said 1 billion. This deity heard it. From the very beginning, Ao Qian had sensed someone spying on the snack store. But he pretended not to know and left as if nothing had happened. He never expected to catch what the golden winged Dapeng had said. 1 billion. That's 10 times more than the wealth he stole from the Dragon Clan's treasury. Thus Ao Qian was tempted. You don't uphold the martial code. Indignant, the golden winged Dapeng, sheltered by Kong Xian, was Meanwhile, Kong Xian remained indifferent, analyzing how to resolve the situation. Little did he expect Ao Qian to be so treacherous, launching a surprise attack on the two of them, being too careless. But there was nothing to be done, as they had already been very cautious. He simply didn't expect Ao Qian to be this terrifying. Boom. Suddenly Kong Xian activated the five-element chessboard to attack Ao Qian. Second brother, you go first. Brother, I won't leave. If you leave, I will leave with you. Seeing Kong Xian pushing him away, the golden winged Dapeng panicked, his eyes changed, wanting to rush back to help Kong Xian, but Kong Xian shouted sternly, Fool. You must leave. If you don't leave, you'll be putting your brother in danger. Hurry. Don't dawdle, hurry. Get in the car, there's no time left. Thus the golden winged Dapeng's gaze was filled with unwillingness and anger, enraged at Ao Qian for the treacherous attack, and unwilling, because of his lack of strength, unable to assist his brother. Brother, meet at the old place. Transforming into a golden streak of light, he vanished into the horizon. Seeing the golden winged Dapeng escape, unable to hold him back, Ao Qian cast a glance at Kong Xian and hurriedly attacked again, roaring, Kong Xian. All your treasures are on you. Do you think this deity doesn't know? What an effortless gain. 1 billion treasures. Be sensible, obediently hand them over. Otherwise this deity will not be polite. However, when it came to treasures, Ao Qian didn't care about Kong Xian at all. Robbing was all that mattered. The more treasures, the better. They can open mystery boxes. Boom. The two crashed into each other violently. Whoosh. What? My dragon orb. With a loud boom, it was knocked down. Ao Qian was shocked, not just knocked down, but brushed down by 5 chess pieces, his eyes filled with terror as he suddenly lashed out with his dragon tail, striking Kong Xian's treasure suspiciously, asking, What treasure do you have? This. Even treasures comparable to innate supreme treasures can be brushed off. Brushing off treasures. Two divine, two against the heavens. They crashed together, exchanging countless blows, the divine powers clashing, the peacock and divine dragon colliding, shaking the endless time and space. The sky roared violently. The laws of the great Dao erupted, obliterating countless mountains and foreign lands. The range of impact was vast. Ao Qian. Others fear you, but I do not fear you. That's right, you are strong. You are the ancestral dragon god. Your dragon body is powerful. But I have the innate supreme treasure, the five-element chessboard, along with my five-colored divine light. I am not afraid of you. Although my cultivation is only at the early stage of the Honghuang Golden Immortal, with the addition of the innate supreme treasure, it is equivalent to sprouting wings, enhancing my strength. Kong Xian's supreme divine ability, the five-colored divine light, created from the five-element path, is also against the heavens. The combination of the two is simply a perfect match, showcasing invincible potential. Internally cursing, Ao Qian was furious that this guy had opened innate supreme treasures at the snack store. Angrily, Ao Qian lamented internally, and then shouted, This deity will test your divine abilities and innate supreme treasures. Boom. The two fought from the sky to the ground, into the water. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. Wherever they went, it was a scene of devastation. Not a blade of grass grew. Everywhere was a tragic sight wrought by divine powers, with no living soul surviving. The battle lasted a long time. Finally, Kong Xian escaped after all the weakness and strength was apparent. Even with the enhancement of innate supreme treasures, it could not match the terrifying Ao Qian with the dragon body. Thus Ao Qian pursued Kong Xian, making Kong Xian suffer greatly. Later, encountering others, Ao Qian, the lecherous demon, seeking death. Without saying a word, Nuwa emerged to traverse the primordial world, encountering the battling Kong Xian and Ao Qian, her eyes turned red instantly. She remembered all too well this Ao Qian had hunted her for countless years before even forcing her to self-destruct. New grudges and old debts were settled together. Boom. Nuwa, you dare. Ao Qian was furious. However, he was repelled by the joint forces of Nuwa and Kong Xian, two individuals who did not know each other. In an instant they besieged him, not knowing how many moves were exchanged. Divine powers clashed. Two early-stage Honghuang Golden Immortals plus an innate supreme treasure striking against the perfected Honghuang Golden Immortal. In the end, Ao Qian fled, leaving harsh words behind. Ao Qian was unwilling. Nuwa, you vile maid, wait for me. I will remember you. You wait for me, I will destroy you sooner or later. Disappearing without a trace, leaving Kong Xian, who gazed coldly at Nuwa, saying, Friend, are you planning to capture me and take me to the Phoenix clan for a bounty? He was well aware. This Nuwa was acquainted with Yuan Feng and had a close relationship. If this person took advantage of his injuries, what if she made a move? At this moment, Kong Xian had been chased by Ao Qian for quite a while, already nearing a dead end. He had to be wary of this woman Nuwa. These powerful beings, which one of them is not a master, a hidden expert, even meticulous in thought and root. You are mistaken this time. I am not interested in the Phoenix clan's bounty. I am curious, why is that dog Ao Qian hunting you? Speaking of which, weren't you with the golden winged Dapeng? Where is he? Dead. If he is dead, remember to give me his body. I will recycle it for the bounty. Nuwa's gaze was filled with cruelty as she spoke. Instantly relieved, as long as she wasn't an enemy, Kong Xian shook his head and said, We got separated. He didn't even know where the old place was. Busy escaping, how could he remember? Now he wasn't even sure of his whereabouts. After all, he couldn't lead Ao Qian to the old place. It would implicate the golden winged Dapeng. After pondering, Kong Xian said, Ao Qian thinks we have many treasures, so he recklessly pursues us to rob treasures. To put it simply, it's about killing and robbing. Suddenly Nuwa's eyes lit up. Did you empty the Phoenix clan's treasury too? Shaking his head, Kong Xian said, No. We dug up our ancestral graves. We dug up some treasures. Perhaps the Phoenix clan doesn't even know their ancestral graves were disturbed. Otherwise they would have been chasing us long ago instead of just putting a bounty on us now. Not that it is now just a bounty. What a filial descendant digging up ancestral graves. Nuwa instantly lost interest, not wanting to take anything from the ancestral graves regardless of how much there was. Her gaze turned toward the distance, saying, I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. After speaking, she transformed into a green streak of light, gliding toward the horizon. After a while, Kong Xian, still in a daze, pondered why Nuwa let him go and didn't covet his treasures. Then a young man rushed over holding a sword filled with rage. Landing, he approached Kong Xian and said, Junior, have you seen a woman in green clothing pass by? You infuriate me. Then swallowing hard, seeing his demeanor, it was too terrifying, Kong Xian spoke, head towards the western continent. Instantly he transformed into a streak of light and vanished, his furious shout still lingering in the sky. Sister, you ungrateful daughter. I'm utterly enraged. My artifacts. Wah. He was on the verge of tears. Those precious artifacts. Kong Xian's eyes trembled slightly, his mouth gaped open as he murmured, Did Nuwa truly strip the entire household bare? After a moment Nuwa returned and declared, Youngling, had you dared utter just now that this sovereign headed east, you'd be left with only your head while your body would lie severed into 8 pieces. Well done. Your timing is impeccable. Very well, I shall abandon all designs upon you. Your ancestral relics are yours to spend as you see fit. Farewell. Cold sweat poured from his brow onto the ground. Kong Xian stood trembling at the edge of an abyss, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Watching Nuwa's retreating figure fade into the distance, he whispered to himself, Henceforth I must point in the opposite direction. Always. A moment later, the same black-robed youth reappeared. Kong Xian's pupils contracted sharply. He swallowed hard, paralyzed by terror. Youngling, wait. That's not right. The western continent belongs to Luo Ho. You're lying. My sister would never go there. One final chance, or I'll cleave you in two with a single stroke. Fushi, Nuwa's elder brother, glowered, his face as dark as coal, radiating murderous intent. Kong Xian's heart sank. He muttered inwardly, What do I care? Damn it. Powerless, he pointed north and declared she went north. Fushi cast him a long, penetrating glance before coldly replying, Should you dare deceive me, the consequence will be a single slash, splitting you asunder. With that, Fushi strode northward. Before Kong Xian could even turn, he found Nuwa watching him with quiet amusement and recoiled in shock. Senior Nuwa, he wailed. What in the world are you trying to do? Stop frightening me. I'm timid. I can't withstand your siblings' game of hit. Release me, please. Nuwa smiled coolly. Youth, you are clever indeed. Yet misfortune has brought you before this sovereign. I've reconsidered. Leaving you here risks exposing my whereabouts. Think on it. You pointed west, so my brother deduced I'd avoid the west. You pointed north. Do you truly believe he won't return there moments hence? He'll surely reason the northern continent's extremity lies at Kunpeng's Biming Sea. The northern sea itself is off limits, and Biming is utterly unthinkable. Kong Xian's face crumpled in despair. Nuwa seized Kong Xian without hesitation and dragged him deep into the forest to hide. True enough, moments later, Fushi returned stunned. Where is he? Where did that youth vanish? That wretched youth deceived me. How brazen, how intolerable. Sister, you could not possibly. The northern continent is held by the Black Tortoise clan, and also claimed by the Qilin clan. As for the northern sea and Biming, utterly impossible. Hidden in the shadows, Kong Xian stared dumbfounded. His gaze locked onto Nuwa, wide with terror, as if confronting a specter, speechless. Yet Nuwa's eyes gleamed with razor-sharp intellect, her voice low and incisive. Do you believe? My brother will now head south. Kong Xian shook his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Fushi scanned left and right, his gaze piercing like a celestial sword, seeking to pierce the very fabric of cosmic law. Frowning deeply, he laughed aloud. Impossible. The east is out of the question. The shores of the eastern sea are flat plains, nowhere to conceal oneself. And Shouyang Mountain in the east, occupied by the Divine Dragon Clan. Though the east offers many paths, the Dragon Clan dominates that realm entirely. And Sister bears enmity toward Ao Qian. She would never go there. Precisely. That youth. Was he not of the Phoenix clan? Yes, that fits. Sister is close friends with Yuan Feng. She must have followed him to the Phoenix clan. I am truly brilliant. Exultant, he bowed profoundly to himself in admiration, and then hastened southward. The Phoenix clan dwells in the southern continent, centered upon the Immortal Mountain, a vast domain they hold across much of the land. Yet the southern realm remains largely under the Dragon clan's dominion. After confirming Fushi would not return, Nuwa emerged from hiding. Kong Xian's face fell once more. Senior, may I please be released? Before he could finish, Nuwa halted, her tone grave. No. You accompany this sovereign. This time the entire cultivation site has been emptied. I may finally act with unrestrained generosity. Though she had once unearthed 10 billion peerless primordial spirit artifacts in some forgotten age, Nuwa concealed them carefully, never revealing their existence, never wielding them openly. Even Fushi remained ignorant of this secret. Now Fushi pursued her, his motive clear. She had stripped his treasured artifacts bare. Upon returning home, he found Nuwa inventing flimsy pretexts to depart. Suspicious, he rushed to arm himself, to protect her, fearing she might suffer another assault like Ao Qian's. But when he reached the treasure vault, he froze in disbelief. Every artifact gone. He gave chase, only to find Nuwa long fled. Thus began his pursuit, determined to reclaim his treasures. And Nuwa paid no heed to Kong Xian's claim of going to meet the golden-winged Great Peng. Instead, she hauled him straight to a snack shop along the eastern seacoast. Oh dear. Ye Kai, seated in his chair, glanced up with teasing mirth. Stingy younger brother. What's wrong? Dragged here by your mother? Seeing Nuwa enter the shop holding Kong Xian by the scruff, Ye Kai's gaze flickered with playful irony. Your mother? Instantly Kong Xian's face darkened, while Nuwa's expression remained as placid and unmoving as ancient still water. Kong Xian swallowed hard. Then Nuwa released him and declared, brother, replenish my reserves swiftly and thoroughly. Struck by her breathtaking beauty, Ye Kai sighed inwardly. Why were the beauties of the Honghuang era so transcendent, beyond mortal measure? Watching her toss one Qinkuan bag after another onto the counter, he sprang upright, bowing deeply. Brother. Of course. All of them. Ye Kai gestured toward the 90 Qinkuan bags piled on the counter. Are you certain? Nuwa waved dismissively and burst into laughter. Brother. No more chatter. Refill immediately. Refill. I sensed the Primordial Purple Qi beckoning me. Without delay, she thrust the Qinkuan bags into the charging device. Ye Kai exclaimed, brother. Where did you rob? Shall we partner up? 50-50 split. Ye Kai marveled inwardly. How did these Honghuang natives amass such staggering wealth? Her smile instantly hardened into frost. Brother, food may be eaten recklessly, pills taken carelessly, but words must never be spoken lightly. Do not slander me. I am no such person. Count quickly, refill without delay. I shall carve a path through all opposition, relentlessly pursuing the Primordial Purple Qi. Kong Xian shuddered inwardly. This madwoman. How is this not robbery? She emptied her own brothers. Is this not theft? To betray and plunder one's own elder brother. What manner of being is she? A true ingrate. Fushi truly raised a thankless sibling. I'd rather die than join her. I hold her in utter contempt. Unlike me and the Great Peng, we steal from no one, raid no living clans, only ancestral tombs. Perhaps I shouldn't go. What if the Phoenix clan discovers me? The consequences. Seeing that the woman had no intention of cooperating, Ye Kai counted the magic cube keys, placed them all back into the Qinkuan bag, and said, brother, everything is accounted for. A total of 10 million items. That's equivalent to 90 million keys. Take care of them. Are you really not considering it? We could partner up for something big. Instantly Kong Xian's gaze widened in shock as he glanced towards Nuwa, but he saw the murderous intent in Nuwa's eyes. She hurriedly tucked away the Qianquan bag containing the magic cube, anger blazing in her eyes, and shouted at Ye Kai, "Forget about it. Get over this. I'm not interested in you at all. You better wear your green hat properly. Wearing a green hat, and you think you're a decent person. I spit on that." She began to curse vehemently. Being berated, Ye Kai wiped off a few drops of saliva that had splashed on him, and said helplessly, "Woman, are you misunderstanding something? I meant to rob." "No, I meant treasure hunting. I didn't say anything about you. Why are you spitting at me? Your saliva smells great." You, fuming with her chest heaving. If it were outside, she would have already drawn her sword to cut someone down. Nuwa held back, glaring fiercely at Ye Kai, and said, "I don't want to talk to a green hat-wearing dog. Goodbye. I'm off to kill." With that she walked away, shouting crazily, "Honghuang Purple Qi, my dear grandson, your aunt is coming. Come to your aunt's bag quickly. Good grandson. Come here. Good grandson. Come here." Ye Kai was left speechless, looking at Kong Xian, who said, "Stingy brother, want to recharge?" Regaining his senses, Kong Xian shook his head and said, "Heartless merchant. He'll recharge your green hat." With that Kong Xian walked away towards Nuwa. Ye Kai smirked and said to Kong Xian and Nuwa, "You little beggar aren't even worthy to polish my shoes. I spit on that. If you two weren't guests, I'd smash you with my hat. What are you so proud of?" He silently muttered, "System. Give me 90 million consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, the host has drawn a pair of black stockings. Congratulations, the host has drawn a great Luo golden immortal perfect card. 3. Congratulations, the host has drawn a drop of Pangus jade marrow. Congratulations, the host has drawn a mid-stage Honghuang golden immortal card. Congratulations, the host has drawn a pack of spicy strips. 6. Congratulations, the host has drawn a drop of Pangus blood. Congratulations, the host has drawn the 9 turns indestructible golden body technique." After finishing the draws, Ye Kai breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Pangus, jade marrow, Pangus blood, spicy strips, black stockings, 9 turns indestructible golden body technique. A body refinement technique. Good stuff." He directly digested it. Especially combining Pangus blood and jade marrow with the 9 turns indestructible golden body technique was simply amazing. In an instant, Ye Kai's strength transformed into mid-stage Honghuang golden immortal, and his physical body directly reached the hardness of a low-grade innate spirit treasure. In other words, even without using mana, Ye Kai could withstand a low-grade innate spirit treasure barehanded. Tearing apart post-heaven spirit treasures would not be a problem. This is the terror of body refinement. Following that, Ye Kai left the cashier, walked over to Nuwa and Kong Xian, his gaze indifferent. At this moment, Nuwa was not as excited as before, looking dejected, as if she hadn't won anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so dispirited. As for Kong Xian, he appeared indifferent. It seemed as if everything was unrelated to him. "Woman," he, coldly mocking Ye Kai, said, "your good grandson seems not to be listening to your aunt. Aunt, you have so many good grandsons, not a single one obeys." Nuwa coldly snorted, too lazy to look at Ye Kai, stubbornly focused on the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box, saying this. "It can't be fake, right?" Doubts arose. Questions. Hearing this, Ye Kai angrily shouted, "Woman, you're going too far. This store operates with integrity. If you can't draw it, you can't spread rumors. Someone has drawn Honghuang Purple Qi. How can that be fake?" "What? Someone really drew Honghuang Purple Qi?" Nuwa's eyes displayed a flicker of emotion. Even Kong Xian, who usually maintained his calm, showed a trace of surprise and shock in his eyes. Clearing her throat, Nuwa asked, Who drew the Honghuang Purple Qi?" "Protecting customer privacy is one of the core elements of our store's integrity." "Sorry, no comment." Instantly, disappointment filled Nuwa's eyes. Kong Xian sighed inwardly, wanting to know. But seeing the two sigh, Ye Kai continued. "Of course, you can spend $1 billion to buy the information. This store also sells information. Isn't that price reasonable?" Hearing this, Nuwa's eyes widened in disbelief. "Get lost, heartless merchant." Taking a deep breath, Kong Xian said helplessly, "This is simply insane." "Are you crazy for money, shopkeeper?" Laughing lightly, Ye Kai said, "This is called asymmetric confidence. What do you know? I earn my money through my skills. Is that wrong? I know you're jealous of me, envious of me. You have jealousy and hatred towards me. What do you call this mentality? This mentality is pathological, a typical hatred of the rich. What the hell is this?" Looking speechless, Nuwa said while opening the blind box, "But you can't just raise the price to $1 billion. 1 billion items of treasures, still top-grade, innate spirit treasures. Where do you get them?" Deep down she chuckled, "Ha. I have it, but I won't give it to you." Kong Xian nodded slowly, thinking, could there still be some in my ancestors' graves? Maybe we haven't dug thoroughly. I must go check next time to see if I can dig up 1 billion. Waving his hand, Ye Kai said, 2 poor folks. I knew you were poor. I didn't expect you to be this poor. 2 poor folks, continue your performance, keep drawing. Seeing this, Nuwa and Kong Xian could only glare angrily at Ye Kai. They didn't follow him to chat blindly. After drawing for a long time, they still hadn't won anything. Thus Nuwa's gaze filled with suspicion, increasingly feeling it was unreliable. She walked away to check other shelves, saying, I'm not drawing anymore. Hongming Purple Qi. It's so hard to draw. Walking to the divine objects section, her eyes twitched. She suddenly stopped, and Nuwa immediately began to open the blind box. Ye Kai looked puzzled. This 3 light divine water. Kong Xian remained silent. At some point many had been drawn, and finally the box lit up. 3 colors burst out with radiance. Oh wow, I hit it. Oh my, it's 3 light divine water. A bottle. Suddenly cursing, Kong Xian was taken aback. Ye Kai remained calm, internally muttering, this 3 light divine water is one of the divine objects that created humanity. How could it be drawn here? According to the original trajectory of the primordial evolution, 3 light divine water should be with Hongjun, later bestowed upon Nuwa. But this, Suddenly realizing, Ye Kai exclaimed, oh no, it's the Hongming 3 light divine water. It's different. Indeed. Nuwa, discovering this, was overjoyed, laughing loudly. Aha! Hongming level 3 light divine water. Incredible. So good. She directly stored the bottle of Hongming 3 light divine water. That Hongming 3 light divine water is a supreme sacred object. The benefits are immense. Hey, why don't I give it a try? Feeling envious, Kong Xian was tempted, but suppressed it, thinking he couldn't expose his wealth in front of Nuwa. Thus Nuwa continued to draw. However, she didn't draw anything afterward. This person had become smarter. She wouldn't stubbornly keep drawing. At some point she shifted her focus. Arriving at the treasure section. This, Ye Kai was skeptical. Is this woman extraordinarily lucky? Can she draw again? Watching Nuwa open one treasure blind box after another. She didn't stop. Kong Xian was also curious, wondering why Nuwa seemed to specifically pick innate treasures to open, not opening any chaotic treasures. What a strange operation. Finally, only one chance left. With her eyes slightly glowing, but also weary, Nuwa gritted her teeth. Last chance. Innate treasure, grandmother. I beg you, come into my basin. Please, Pangu Daddy, I pray for your blessing. Kong Xian. Ye Kai spoke up, I am Pangu. Good daughter, come over and call me Daddy. Hearing this, Nuwa rolled her eyes at Ye Kai and continued to open her last box. Boom. The box burst forth with green light. Does calling Daddy really work? As Nuwa drew another treasure, Kong Xian felt tempted. His heart wavered, wanting to recharge. What he witnessed was all experience points. He learned. Ye Kai swallowed twice and said, innate, it's a cauldron. The light gathered into a large cauldron. Bronze, profound runes and laws of the Dao inscribed on the cauldron. With eyes filled with ecstasy, trembling hands, and excited feet, clenching, Nuwa laughed heartily. Innate treasure level. Oh wait, it's a defective higher grade treasure. It dropped to the innate treasure level. Good. Very good. Hongmeng. Cauldron. Seeing the words, the cauldron was inscribed with the word Hongmeng. Ye Kai was also moved. Oh no. This woman hit the jackpot, calling her grandmother and daddy actually drew a broken Hongmeng cauldron. Could it be that the Hongmeng cauldron is of a higher grade than chaotic treasures? She quickly stored the Hongmeng cauldron. Nuwa's gaze fixated on Ye Kai. Little brat. Study well. Goodbye. With that she left the store, leaving Kong Xian dumbfounded, inwardly shouting, I haven't boarded yet. This, Ye Kai internally muttered. Could it be that above chaotic treasures there are even higher grade treasures? What are they called? Hongmeng spirit treasures. Hongmeng treasures. Wait, there seems to be no chaotic spirit treasures. So Hongmeng level treasures are indeed Hongmeng treasures. This woman really stepped in dog crap. She actually drew a broken Hongmeng cauldron. Originally in the primordial trajectory, that Nuwa had the Qinquan cauldron. So who was this woman? Ye Kai still didn't know that this woman was Nuwa. Shaking his head, he said to Kong Xian, stingy brother. Want to recharge? Draw. After a moment's thought, Kong Xian shook his head repeatedly. No recharge. I feel like you are enticing me to spend. But I am resolute, I won't draw. Then he left. Leaving Ye Kai alone, he walked to the cashier, murmuring, when will I also become wealthy, treasures abundant, as if pulling a train. Fushi headed south. After walking for a long time, and searching extensively, he could not find Nuwa. However, he encountered the golden-winged Dapeng. Seeing this fellow acting suspiciously, he felt a sense of doubt. Under pressure, he finally asked who this guy was, and who he was waiting for. So you are waiting for your brother? Is your brother very calm? These characteristics. Is that so? After describing Kong Xian's appearance countless times, Fushi finally got all the details out, and as a result the golden-winged Dapeng confessed. As long as he was afraid of death, At this moment, he was being hung from a towering tree by Fushi exposed to the blazing sun, sometimes soaked in water. Senior, what you said is all true. That's right, it's Kong Xian. It's my brother. But it was my brother who deceived you. It's not me who deceived you. If there's a debt, it has its owner. Go find him. Don't torment me anymore. I'm timid and can't withstand your torment. I'm still just a child. Crying with a bitter heart on the verge of collapse, the golden-winged Duping sobbed. I didn't deceive you. Why are you capturing me for no reason? Woo-woo. Mommy, I want to go home. Seeing this pitiful sight, Fux's gaze turned cold as he threatened. If you cry again, I will dunk you in a pig cage, throw you into a cesspit. Do you believe it? Suddenly stopping the tears, the golden-winged Duping immediately laughed heartily, saying, Senior. I laughed. Don't mess around. I'm timid and don't need to be thrown into a cesspit for nutrients. Hee. Please let me go. With a dark face as black as ink, Fushi pressed, tell me, where did your brother go? Otherwise, it won't just be a cesspit, but a feast. In an instant a chill ran through him, and the golden-winged Duping quickly replied, it was Ao Qian. He was the one chasing us. My brother got separated from me. Really? My brother told me to leave first. He said I was slowing him down. After all, I'm also in the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Seeing Fushi still dissatisfied with a grim face, the golden-winged Duping hurriedly added, Senior. I confess everything. It's like this. After we fled from the Phoenix clan, we faced endless pursuits. Many powerful beings from the wilderness chased us. We escaped all the way to the shores of the East Sea. Then we entered a shop, and then my brother opened it. In the end, that's how it was. Speaking eloquently, listening half-convinced, Fushi asked, does that shop really have innate treasures? Are those rules true? So where could my sister possibly be? That shop really requires top-grade innate spiritual treasures to make a purchase. Nodding vigorously like a good child, the golden-winged Duping said with a wide mouth, yes. It must be top-grade innate spiritual treasures. I have. 1. So my brother obtained an innate treasure. Go game. He sighed with relief, almost saying he had 1 billion. All with Kong Xian. Thinking of this, he felt bitter, wanting to cry without tears. Fux's face was pained, feeling that his own sister had stolen all the treasures, and now he was broke. What to do? After pondering for a moment, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Fux's mind as he looked at the golden-winged Duping with a cunning gaze. You just mentioned, did you and your brother dig up your ancestors' graves? Is that right? With a change in expression, the golden-winged Duping exclaimed, Senior. Yes, but all the treasures dug up are with my brother. I don't have a single one. Really? If you don't believe me, search. Come search. If you find one, the golden-winged Duping will be called the green-winged Duping. Then he posed, saying, come on. I won't resist. You can search my body. Seeing this, Fushi released the golden-winged Duping and said, now. Right away. Immediately. Take me there. After landing, the golden-winged Duping asked with a face full of suspicion, where to, Senior? Fushi shouted, naturally. Digging up your family's ancestral grave. I was surprised. Going back to the Phoenix clan, still tomb raiding. Suddenly terrified, the golden-winged Duping jumped high, shouting, I. Before he could yell, Fushi leaped suddenly and stepped into the pit, saying, go. You live? If you don't go, you're finished. Choose one properly. Stepped on under the eaves, the golden-winged Duping said, can I choose the third one? Senior. Suddenly stepping hard, directly stepping the golden-winged Duping into a psychological shadow, causing him to spit blood. Fux's tone was as sharp as a sword, saying, are you going or not? If not, I will step on you to death. It's as easy as stepping on an elephant. Spitting blood again, too terrifying, the golden-winged Duping begged for mercy. I swear. I will go. I will lead the way now. Fushi finally let go of the golden-winged Duping. Then, the two began to sneak away. After a long while, they stealthily infiltrated the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. At this moment, an unexpected guest arrived at the Phoenix clan. Yuanfeng welcomed the esteemed guest. In conversation, Saint, however, my clan wants my clan to be vassals of the Dragon clan. We are not convinced. Even if this emperor agrees, will the Phoenix clan and the avian tribes agree? It was truly unbearable, yet Luo Ho threatened with force. Having defeated him, Yuanfeng felt unconvinced. But he couldn't make the decision. After all, there are too many avian clans. Too many. They have fought against the Dragon clan for so many years, and suddenly someone says you should make peace. Who would agree? Luo Ho coldly said, Yuanfeng. This saint did not come to negotiate with you. This saint is here to issue an ultimatum. You must agree whether you want to or not. At once Yuanfeng had a bitter face, saying, Saint, please show mercy. After thinking it over, finally understood, he said, and moved. Even someone as calm as Luo Ho had his eyes wide open, his whole body boiling with blood surging from his feet to his head, suddenly overheating. Yuanfeng, you use this to test the saint. This saint simply cannot. He saw a fat duck that was about to be eaten and wouldn't let it go, so Luo Ho became impolite. Thus Luo Ho became furious. He charged at Yuanfeng. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, outside the hall, a group of elders from the Phoenix clan, many powerful beings, all looked at each other. They perked up their ears. Hearing the battle inside the hall was exceptionally terrifying. Terrifying to the point of flashing blades. Everyone's hearts were like mirrors, patiently waiting for the outcome of the battle. In the core area of the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, two figures were flying at great speed, occasionally picking up treasures, sometimes digging. Big ones, small ones. An endless graveyard was completely visited by them. Everywhere they passed was completely cleaned out. All dug out. Not a single hair was left, let alone anything remaining. Truly plucking the feathers, sweeping, ravaging, frantically looting. Senior, did we do all this? The golden-winged Dapeng gasped, also having collected a lot. The Qiankuan bag was filled to the brim, while Fushi looked disdainfully, saying, "It wasn't us. Did your ancestors come out to do it? That's about it. Everything is dug clean. The harvest is not bad. Let's hurry and leave." After speaking, he slipped away. The golden-winged Dapeng was dumbfounded. "Senior, wait for me. I haven't gotten on the car yet." Blinking, he witnessed Fushi running faster than a rabbit, disappearing without a trace. The golden-winged Dapeng looked around, then returned to pick up the leftovers. He picked up quite a lot. After the third return, they swept again. "Ancestry, the sign was given to me. May you bless me to obtain the primordial purple air. In the future, I will burn the primordial purple air and send it to you." In an instant, many graves revealed their coffin boards, golden ones, red ones, incredibly devastated. The golden-winged Dapeng, without hesitation, stuffed countless coffins into his belly. All confiscated. Now the ancestral grave of the Phoenix clan was left with nothing but dirt. And the patrolling powerful beings of the Phoenix clan finally arrived at the time to clock in. They arrived here. Stunned. Ancestral grave. Ancestors. The screams echoed throughout the ancestral land. In an instant, it caused an uproar. Countless powerful beings from the Phoenix clan rushed over at high speed. "Golden-winged Dapeng, you are worse than a beast. You won't have a good end. Capture him, crush his bones, and scatter his ashes. My hatred is hard to quell. My ancestors." Thus in shock, the golden-winged Dapeng hurriedly fled, being pursued by countless powerful beings. He dashed out of the ancestral land and the ancestral grave. The outside was filled with powerful beings, each pair of eyes brimming with an ocean of fury, eager to slay the golden-winged rock. "Capture it alive. Everyone attack." With a command from the Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan, fury erupted. The strong ones from the entire clan surged towards the golden-winged rock. "My life is over." Despair engulfed him. There was no escape. Too many strong beings surrounded him. He cursed himself for his greed, regretting why he hadn't left with Fushi. He had been too careless. Everything was falling apart. Suddenly the heavens and earth changed color. "Kid, I told you to leave. Damn it. You have brought disaster upon me." He had secretly planned to leave, but halfway the Phoenix clan activated the barrier of the Undying Mountain, preventing his escape. Fushi turned back, launching a sudden counterattack. Since he couldn't escape anyway, he decided to block those powerful beings. "Fushi, how dare you insult my Phoenix clan?" The Grand Elder, the second-in-command of the Phoenix clan, Honghuang, was furious. Watching many strong beings being struck down, he was suddenly pushed back by Fushi, his heart stirred by immense waves. His strength was indeed substantial. He was a seasoned hermit, expert not to be underestimated. "Honghuang, Grand Elder, is that all you've got? A mere mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal, too weak." However, Fushi suddenly retreated a few steps, moving swiftly like lightning, and grabbed the golden-winged rock. He was about to flee. "Chase! Relentlessly chase! We must capture the two of them." Honghuang exploded with rage. After saying that, thousands of strong beings from the Phoenix clan quickly took their orders and pursued. The blade struck. Indeed, it cannot be pierced. The massive sword bounced back, violently transforming into a small sword, crashing down to the blade struck. Indeed, it cannot be pierced. The massive sword bounced back, violently transforming into a small sword, crashing down to the ground. It fell into the mountains. He didn't even pick it up. Seeing no hope of escape, the enraged golden-winged rock went all out. "Who dares come near?" He pulled out coffin after coffin. This shocked Fushi, who swallowed hard and stammered, "Kid, you even spared the coffin boards. Are those strong beings pursuing you like they are on steroids? You have brought great trouble upon me. You ungrateful descendant. You are truly something." The golden-winged rock ignored him, furious. "Come any closer, and I will crush those coffins." This immediately frightened the densely packed phoenixes. None dared to gamble. After all, it was disrespectful to the ancestors. "Golden-winged rock, I will have your life." Ancestors, we are sorry for you." Rage broke through the 9 heavens. Yuanhuang howled in fury, but did not dare to strike. At this moment, Yuanfeng arrived. Her true form spanned the ancient heavens. "Rebellious child, You deserve to die. How dare you disturb the ancestral graves? You seek death. Her heart bled. These were all Yuanfeng's brothers and sisters, even their descendants, all dug up, utterly despicable. Yuanfeng was furious, ignoring everything she charged directly. Don't mind the coffins. Slay him. Life or death does not matter. She was infuriated to the extreme. Because Yuanfeng sensed that the coffins were already empty, it was certain that the golden-winged roc had dug up even the bones, leaving nothing behind, utterly detestable. Instantly, the scene descended into chaos. Fushi charged at Yuanfeng. Yuanfeng, I am here to meet you. Kid, you better pray for your own good. Ignoring the golden-winged roc, Fushi charged over. The golden-winged roc was thus surrounded, beaten up by a crowd unable to fight back. Fushi, you are truly a despicable and shameless person. You have completely disgraced the innate sacred honor. You seek death. I will grind you to dust. Boom, boom. In an instant the two clashed fiercely. Their fury collided. Their divine powers clashed. They didn't know how many strikes they exchanged. Suddenly, the barrier shattered. High above the 9 clouds, I am the esteemed headmaster. It was Hongjun. He had arrived. He suddenly released his pressure. With a bang, all the Phoenix clan's powerful beings were blown away by the terrifying pressure. Sighing in relief, the golden-winged roc looked up to the sky, envious of the strong. He nearly met his end. Fushi and Yuanfeng were also forced back by Hongjun's supreme pressure, keeping their distance. As for Yuanfeng, she spat blood. Hongjun, you did that on purpose. What exactly are you doing? This is the Undying Mountain. It is the territory of this emperor. You are not welcome here. Fury roared like thunder. Yuanfeng was infuriated. Ignoring Yuanfeng's rudeness, Hongjun calmly replied, in the primordial there is no place I cannot go. The Undying Mountain is just a small remote place. I came, afraid of dirtying my feet. I am here bringing you good fortune for 8 generations. Back to the point. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, splash, Daddy, Daddy, you are my daddy, right? I finally found you, Daddy. Everyone was stunned. This outrageous act was by the golden-winged roc, who kneeled and pointed towards Hongjun. Instantly Fushi looked at Hongjun as if he had seen a ghost, muttering, wait a minute. The golden-winged roc is not a roc. And Hongjun, how can he not look like a roc? How strange, could it be a genetic mutation? With a dark face, Hongjun's lips twitched as he said, you young one, do not cause trouble. Otherwise I will slay you. His gaze was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. He shot a glare at the golden-winged roc. The latter felt as if standing on the edge of a precipice, nearly scared to death, hurriedly silencing himself. Hongjun then looked at the gloomy Yuanfeng, pointing at Fushi, saying, this person has a connection with me. You cannot harm him. Instantly he raised his right hand, pointing at himself, and Fushi was shocked. Hongjun, my friend, I am not familiar with you. Hongjun ignored Fushi, continuing to look at Yuanfeng, saying, Yuanfeng, don't think I can't see the aura on you. You either call someone, or I will take people away. What? He saw it. Yuanfeng's face changed dramatically as she looked towards the most core hall of the Phoenix clan. Hongjun, you dog nose. A plume of black smoke shot out from the hall. It was Luo, who, walking through the void, his gaze cold, saying, Hongjun, I heard you attain the Dao. I wonder if you are stronger, or if I, the saint, am stronger. What? A saint? This? I have heard of it a little. The strong beings present all changed their expressions dramatically, their hearts racing. 2 saints facing each other. Even Fux's face rippled slightly, murmuring, they really walked the path of the saints. How did they do it? Suddenly he was very curious about what Hongjun meant by having a connection with him. What did it mean? While Hongjun looked at Luo, who, shaking his head, he said, Luo, oh, you are truly desperate for food. Who could have anticipated? After all, you like this. You truly are the legacy of Wei Wu. You can even sink your teeth into this. Then he glanced at Yuanfeng, continuing, the others are laying eggs. I don't know how many. Look, the rock. The phoenix gives birth to the rock. And so on. What does it signify? Haha. Interesting. Yuanfeng then cursed loudly, Saint. Kill Hongjun. I want him dead. Ah, this infuriates me. What do you want me to do? I will do it. I will fulfill all your requests. How dare he humiliate her? Too excessive. A gentleman may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Many strong beings secretly gasped, not daring to speak. They were also curious why. The phoenix gives birth to the rock. The phoenix gives birth to the peacock. They secretly looked at Yuanfeng. They truly could not comprehend it. Fux's eyes shone brightly, muttering to himself, could it be a genetic mutation? Or is it a matter of seizing opportunities? The voice was not loud. Everyone present heard it. They held back their laughter. Honghuang, the Grand Elder, seemed to reveal that he knew everything with no secrets to keep. Only he knew why this was happening. Seeing Yuanfeng's demands, Luo Hu's face darkened. Hongjun, you seek death. Thus the two of them charged out fiercely. The battle was unclear. In the vast heavens they clashed. This was the first time the saints displayed their strength. The outcome was quickly determined. Hongjun, just you wait. He vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Hongjun watched from above, his gaze sharp as a sword's edge, witnessing Luo Hu's escape without pursuing. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, kneeling in the void. He was particularly shocked and spoke to himself. How did he do it? He has reached the third heaven of the Saint Realm. Could it be because of the Heavenly Dao? It seems like luck. Right now, the Phoenix clan's fortune must be related to Luo Hu. This guy must have absorbed a lot. What Hongjun did not know was the collaboration between the Ancestor Dragon and Luo Hu. Otherwise, relying solely on the Phoenix clan's fortune would not be enough for Luo Hu to ascend to the third heaven of the Saint Realm. It was the luck of the Dragon clan that propelled Luo Hu's strength from the first to the third heaven. I was careless. Luckily, I am a primordial saint and can take on 3 at once, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to deal with Luo Hu. But my cultivation speed is quite lacking. Is it still an issue with my foundation? Speaking of foundation, Hongjun's heart longed to advance and improve his foundation, but he could not find a suitable physical constitution in the quality flow. The Saint Realm comprises a total of 12 heavens. At this moment, Hongjun was at the first heaven, but he was a primordial saint. The reason was simple, because the Honghuang Purple Qi is pure and complete. Combined with Hongjun's method of severing the 3 corpses to attain the Dao, he became a primordial saint. Thus, Hongjun descended. His gaze swept across the entire scene. With a calm demeanor like an ancient well devoid of ripples, his expression struck fear in others. Hongjun spoke. Yuanfeng, do you have anything to say? I want to take Fushi. Do you agree or disagree? Seeing this, Fushi appeared confused. Me? Take me away. For what? Constantly puzzled. Meanwhile, Yuanfeng's gaze turned icy, secretly cursing Luo Hu for being an incompetent coward, unable to even defeat Hongjun after everything he had done. Truly pathetic. With a sigh of helplessness in his heart, Yuanfeng spoke, please do as you wish. However, he pointed toward the golden winged Dapeng. Continuing, he said, this person must die. He is not part of this. As soon as this was said, the powerful members of the Phoenix clan unanimously agreed. Kill him. This child arouses the wrath of both gods and men. Slaughter him. In an instant, the golden winged Dapeng shrunk his head, casting his gaze toward Fushi, but seeing Fushi unmoved, he turned to Hongjun, seeking to be taken away. However, Hongjun had no good feelings for the golden winged Dapeng. Having recognized him as his father in a reckless manner, he couldn't be bothered to look at this little dog. However, Hongjun's eyes were filled with profound meaning, showing a meaningful expression. Seeing that the golden winged Dapeng did not understand, he turned to Fushi and said, Fushi, young man, if my guess is correct, whose ancestral grave did you dig up? You must have unearthed a lot of innate spiritual treasures, or are they of the highest grade? His tone was heavy, emphasizing the point. Moreover, Fux's expression changed dramatically. His eyes darted about. He did not dare to look at Hongjun, instead focusing on Yuanfeng's murderous gaze, which he directly ignored. Fushi waved his hand and said, Hongjun, my friend, you've guessed wrong. I am not that kind of person. I could never do such a thing. I disdain such disgraceful acts as digging ancestral graves. I despise such people. I was just sightseeing. I wanted to see the scenery of the undying mountain. You mustn't spread rumors. Isn't that right? You foolish bird. Looking at the golden winged Dapeng, Fushi blinked again and said, some people lack the talent to do such things. Or perhaps some people lack treasures and thus become like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Understood. Gritting his teeth, the golden winged Dapeng made a decision and shouted, Hongjun Sr., I am willing to offer this amount. He raised a finger toward Hongjun, and Hongjun's heart moved, shaking his head and saying, this amount. He raised 5 fingers. The golden winged Dapeng gritted his teeth and said, no, it isn't that much. This amount. He raised 2 fingers. Finally, Hongjun made a decisive statement, 3. He suddenly shouted loudly, and the golden winged Dapeng felt as if his heart was bleeding, reluctantly agreeing and nodding. Instantly, Hongjun's gaze turned cold again, looking at Yuanfeng. My apologies. I just let something slip. I was careless. I forgot that my friend the golden winged Dapeng was still here. Now I will include him and take him away. Do you agree or disagree? After speaking, the atmosphere turned cold, as if the warm sun had turned into a frigid winter. In an instant, the members of the Phoenix clan felt a terrifying chill and killing intent. It was too frightening. They were directly threatened. This was simply too much. Hongjun, you better not always bully the weak like this. Do as you wish. Suppressing her boundless anger, Yuanfeng compromised. After all, saints are terrifying. Even Luo, who was no match for Hongjun, what about her? 1,000,000 of her wouldn't be able to defeat him. Then, under everyone's gaze, Hongjun took Fushi and the golden winged Dapeng and left, leaving Yuanfeng and a group of powerful members of the Phoenix clan behind. Each of them was filled with unwillingness. Bury the coffin back. Everyone disperse. From now on, greet the Dragon clan when you see them. Additionally, there must not be any conflict with the Dragon Clan. That's it. I am tired, Yuanfeng directly returned. The people of the Phoenix Clan and the Bird Clan were all confused. What happened? Why did they reconcile with the Dragon Clan? How strange. Why did Luo Hu and Yuanfeng fight, and then change? Confused. In the primordial world, the battle between Hongjun and Luo Hu as saints stirred up a significant uproar. People were curious. This saint, is it the realm following the primordial golden immortal? People are very wary of saints. From now on, the primordial world has a new direction to attain the saint status. That is the goal to pursue. Meanwhile, Luo Hu slipped away, directly returning to the Heavenly Dao Mountain's Heavenly Dao Palace. Heavenly Dao? Why? Our Heavenly Dao saints at the third heaven cannot defeat a mere first heaven primordial saint. This is unscientific. It's simply unreasonable. Luo Hu questioned. While the Heavenly Dao had already materialized, its single eye reappeared. Luo Hu, why are you in such a rush? The Heavenly Dao has only just come into existence. Many of its powers are still not strong enough. Moreover, Hongjun's methods are rather perverse. There's nothing surprising about it. You did well in integrating the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, but are the Ancestor Dragon and Yuanfeng truly willing? It's not that the Heavenly Dao is unwilling to do these things, but it cannot intervene personally. It can only rely on the spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao. The Honghuang Purple Qi is just a gimmick. It would be strange if they didn't join. It's just the beginning of the Qilin. What a mystery. I can't find anyone. This guy doesn't know where he went. He is not at the Qilin Cliff. The Qilin clan has not negotiated or joined. Then the Beast clan will also not be able to join our camp. To integrate the three clans and unify the primordial world has become difficult. It is currently impossible, Luo Hu said. Meanwhile, Hongjun left the southern continent, heading straight for the shores of the eastern sea. On the way, seeing the golden-winged Dapeng handing over the Qiankuan bags one by one to Hongju and Fushi was stunned. He swallowed hard. Envious. So envious. Senior, this is 3 billion all here. I will take my leave first. Looking at the Qiankuan bags in the void that was 300 billion. The golden-winged Dapeng's heart was bleeding, having given away too much, nearly crying. After saying this, he turned into a stream of light and left. It is 30 million. Unexpectedly, he had underestimated the value of the Phoenix clan's ancestral grave. He thought it is 30 million. Unexpectedly, he had underestimated the value of the Phoenix clan's ancestral grave. He thought the golden-winged Dapeng had only unearthed a few tens of millions of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. He never expected to unearth so many. This kid actually misunderstood and turned 30 million into 3 billion. The word struck Fushi's ears like thunder. He instantly locked his gaze upon Hongjuan, eyes widening in shock, his very soul trembling inwardly. Old man, how utterly ruthless you are. 30 billion, yet you still dared strike. Are you even a sage anymore? You've abandoned all martial virtue. Inwardly he sighed without end, sighing for the golden-winged great Peng, that reckless, foolish child who lacked both sense and discernment. Why hadn't he even asked for the unit? Without skill, yet mimicking riddles, only to bury himself in tears. Hongjun chuckled softly, lips pressed together, and said, Fushi, you're still far too green. This sovereign seeks only reason to persuade. Have I seized or coerced anything? If this was won by merit alone, why accuse me of blackheartedness? And what of you? Will you offer nothing in return? Speechless, Fushi rolled his eyes and retorted, Hongjun the sixth trickster, you'll not pry a single artifact from me. Not a chance. You chose to save me, not the other way around. You dream of reward. Dream on. Yet within he muttered, I've unearthed 100 billion supreme primordial artifacts. I'll never utter a word nor gift a single one to you. Abandon such thoughts. Let us speak plainly. Will you become my disciple? Fushi froze, then shook his head dismissively. No interest. Becoming a disciple never crossed his mind and offered no tangible benefit. Seeing Fushi turn to leave, Hongjun hastily called out, I'll grant you 100 million. As Fushi took several steps away, Hongjun shouted again, 200 million, 300 million, 1 billion. Still Fushi walked on, unmoved, untempted. 30 billion. Hongjun roared, but Fushi remained unmoved, striding directly toward the shores of the eastern sea. With no recourse, Hongjun followed. They arrived at a snack shop and entered. Sixth trickster. No, brother Hongjun. Where have you raided? You reek of sycophantic desperation. Did you peddle yourself at some maiden's door? Ye Kai rose and addressed Hongjun as he stepped inside. Enough talk. Recharge for me immediately. Hongjun scowled wordlessly, dumping an entire sack brimming with 30 billion supreme primordial artifacts onto the counter. A mountain of treasure piled high, overflowing the cashier's station. Ye Kai's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Brother, what in the... Without hesitation, he began counting. feeding tokens into the prize machine, exchanging them for Rubik's Cubes, all while glancing sideways at Fushi. Who's this newcomer? Fushi, awestruck and numb, quietly observed the shop before courteously replying, "Shopkeeper, I am Fushi." Fushi. The name struck like lightning. He's emerged so early. And where is his sister? Surely he's devoted to her. Ye Kai grinned. "Brother Fushi, care to recharge?" Fushi shook his head, replying, "I'll observe." Lacking experience, he intended to study Hongjun's method before deciding. Ye Kai returned the cubes to the sack and handed it all back, saying, 270 billion spins. You know what that means. Alas, I'll be pulling another all-nighter. Nodding, Hongjun accepted the heavy sacks and strode straight to the homing violet Qi blind box stall. Without pause, he opened. Again and again. Beside him, Fushi watched intently, deeply curious. Could it truly yield homing violet Qi? Though eager to obtain it himself, he resolved first to learn. Ye Kai stood silent, watching Hongjun's frantic excitement, and inwardly exulted, "Recharge on my dears. More you spend, the greater my joy." After countless attempts, suddenly, a blinding violet light erupted. "Damn, Brother Hongjun, you've truly been favored by homing violet Qi again." Ye Kai could not help but admire. The old sage had indeed drawn it. Envy flickered in his gaze. Floating in Hongjun's palm, the homing violet Qi pulsed softly as he turned to Fushi. "Boy, behold, homing violet Qi. This is my third such blessing. Are you convinced?" "3 already." Fushi's heart lurched. He nearly reached for his purse to begin spinning himself, but held back, still observing. "Then what?" Fushi scoffed. Hongjun paused, then declared, "If you swear discipleship to me, I shall bestow 1 strand upon you." "How about that?" Confident Fushi shook his head, not compelling. Yet inwardly he seethed, "If he can draw it, I surely can too." Hongjun sighed, murmuring, "You'll regret this." Then he abandoned the homing violet Qi stall entirely, shifting focus elsewhere. He marched to the physique cultivation section, snatched a blind box, and spun. No success. Again, no success. Ye Kai and Fushi trailed behind. Day blurred into night. Night bled into day. How many cycles passed, none could say. Suddenly, haha! The laughter jolted Ye Kai awake. He blinked, open bleary eyes, to find Hongjun and Fushi both shadowed with exhaustion. Yet Hongjun was ecstatic. "Shopkeeper, look! What is this?" "The Chaos Body, the Supreme Chaos Dao Body. With it one may cultivate all 3,000 Dao paths. I adore it beyond measure." It perfectly complemented the creation jade tablet, harmonizing seamlessly with the 3,000 Dao paths. At last, after relentless perseverance, it had manifested. His elation surpassed even drawing homing violet Qi. Finally, his foundational origin was resolved. "Brother, truly magnificent. Congratulations. You now transcend even divine and demonic physiques. The Chaos Body is the peerless Dao Body. Truly extraordinary." Ye Kai even wondered, could this be the same physique as Pangu himself? The ultimate constitution encompassing all 3,000 Dao paths, intimately attuned to the Dao itself. Fushi gazed in envy, astonished that such a body could be forged so casually. Hongjun absorbed the Chaos Body card. Immediately a vast chaotic phantom materialized, projecting the ineffable profundity of the primordial chaos realm, mystical beyond measure, with the 3,000 Dao paths flowing like rivers and 3,000 divine beings roaring in unison. Celestial omens surged into the air, then vanished just as swiftly. The fusion completed flawlessly, achieving perfection. A thunderous surge, his cultivation skyrocketed. Primordial Sovereign, 3rd Realm. What a treasure. What a Chaos Body. Right now I could defeat 100 3rd Realm sages like Luo Ho. Ecstasy flooded his being. Yet he did not linger in triumph. Instead, he resumed spinning blind box. To the artifact zone, he drew nothing. Back to the homing violet Qi zone. He spun relentlessly, for 3 full months. Exhausted, hollow-eyed, clutching his lower back, even a primordial sovereign could not endure such frenzy. Hongjun staggered out of the shop, nauseated. He retreated directly to his cultivation sanctuary. Meanwhile, Fushi lingered by the cashier's counter, hesitating, wavering, then departed without recharging. Watching Fushi's receding figure, Ye Kai narrowed his eyes. Is Fushi penniless, or something else? He refused Hongjun's offer of discipleship, even though this is pure, untainted homing violet Qi. What madness possesses him? Silently, he invoked the system. "Grant me 270 billion consecutive spins. Thank you for your patronage. And congratulations." As Ye Kai predicted, the results included black stockings and spicy noodles, and several grand immortal. 10 drops of Pangu's blood fused with Ye Kai's body, and the 9-fold indestructible art, elevating his physical resilience to the level of a supreme primordial artifact. Beyond that, nothing more. Ye Kai exploded in fury. Cheat system. How utterly corrupt. This time I gained absolutely nothing. Thus Ye Kai exited the snack shop, closed the door, and hung a sign that read out on a blind date, closed to visitors. He carefully made his way towards the Eastern Sea. After observing for a long time, he found the area deserted. It was all plains which posed no defenses and had little appeal to powerful beings. It was too exposed. It was hard to hide. Therefore, while the Eastern Sea coast was desolate, it boasted fertile land, yet no one from the wilderness cultivated it. After wandering for a while, Ye Kai flew over the ocean, exploring along the coastline. Not wanting to venture too far as he was unfamiliar with the wilderness, he suddenly heard, "Who goes there? Hand over your treasures." It was a gigantic 5-clawed golden dragon. With a sudden lunge, the dragon's head emerged from the sea. Its gaze was indifferent as it roared loudly, stirring up towering waves. The dragon's roar shattered the air, a mere Deluo golden immortal. What a boastful tone. Who gave you the courage to shout at this emperor? Be sensible and hand over your dragon whip. This emperor wants to eat. Ye Kai leaped up, appearing in the void. His gaze wandered in all directions, fearing that a horde of dragon warriors might arrive. Ha ha, you've made me laugh to death. A mere ant without any cultivation dares to be so arrogant. The 5-clawed golden dragon laughed heartily, covering its mouth, with its claw almost bending from laughter. After all, at that moment, Ye Kai's cultivation was still unfathomable, merely in a void state. Anyone who looked at him would shed tears. He was without cultivation. The 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly soared into the sky, howling, its roar shattering the air as it bellowed, "My dragon whip is right here. If you have the ability, come and cut it. Come and try to cut it. I am a great Deluo golden immortal at perfection, my body nearing the level of a top-grade innate spirit treasure. You can't handle it. Ha! If you can lift my dragon whip, I will personally cut it for you to play with. Use it as a rope." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shot forth, extending his hand. Transforming into a gigantic golden handprint, Ye Kai grabbed it fiercely. He caught the 5-clawed golden dragon's whip, then kicked and swung, lifting the entire dragon body before slamming it down. Smack! Bang! This emperor has never seen a dragon that demands so much. Then this emperor shall not hold back. Ye Kai laughed heartily as he tugged and swung the massive dragon body. And you are violating the rules of martial ethics. You are playing the pig to eat the tiger. If you dare to move against this emperor, know that this emperor is the direct descendant of Prince Aoi. Do you dare? The enormous 5-clawed golden dragon pleaded for mercy, being the first son of Aoi, also known as Ao Mieqian. Originally out for a leisurely stroll, he was actually hunting. He had captured many beauties from that clan. This time, unexpectedly, he encountered a formless sacred being at sea, thinking to rob treasures only to suffer a setback. Before he could finish his words, pleading for mercy was futile. The dragon whip was torn apart. Ao Mieqian fainted, and Ye Kai, unfazed, directly tore the true dragon apart. He split it apart. All the dragon meat and parts were stuffed into his chinkoan bag. Immediately he slipped away. As you wished. Do not thank me. Just 15 minutes after Ye Kai left, Ao Mieqian's soul plate was extinguished, causing Aoi to fly into a rage. Have this prince investigate thoroughly. All guards set out. Aoi also mobilized. This alarmed the ancestor dragon. All guards set out. Aoi also mobilized. This alarmed the ancestor dragon. The ancestor dragon curiously asked, "Second brother, what do you think?" Directly speechless, Zhu Long said, "I will look with my eyes. I am not at the scene, how can I see?" Elder brother, do you think it could be the Qilin clan that has touched the hearts of the dragon royal family? After all, the original Qilin has yet to appear. Uncertain what is going on. Could it be some conspiracy? The Phoenix clan had already formed a defensive alliance with the dragon clan. Many matters had already been negotiated. Moreover, the ancestor dragon had visited the Phoenix clan several times, talking late into the night with Yuan Feng, who finally came to an understanding, fulfilling the ancestor dragon's wishes. The two reached a close cooperation. Additionally, the ancestor dragon often collaborated with Luo Ho at the Undying Mountain, discussing Dao with Yuan Feng. The three closely conspired, and many matters had already come to fruition. It was the original Qilin that puzzled these three. Where could it have gone? The three planned to soon attack the Qilin clan, representing the beast camp. Sai, let's not mobilize the dragon army for this matter. Let Aoi take his guards to investigate. Now is a time of great unrest. We must not be careless. Moreover, Yuan Feng had obtained the primordial purple energy. You and I have also received it. We must refine the primordial purple energy as soon as possible to strive for sainthood soon. As for the matter of fate, we must swiftly attack the Qilin clan's camp to unify the wilderness. Only in this way can we progress further. The ancestor dragon declared. An impressive and powerful group of beings arrived at the place where Ao Mieqian had met his demise. You rascal! This prince has no intention of sharing the heavens with you. The scene still bore bloodstains, the aura lingering upon seeing the brutal dismemberment of his kin. Ao, he was enraged like thunder shattering the skies. Investigate. Chase this prince. This prince wants this person to have no place to be buried. Crush him. If you cannot catch this thief, you and your entire clan will perish. Ao's furious outburst made many dragon warriors tremble. Understood. All-powerful beings exerted themselves, going all out. Chase. Meanwhile, Ye Kai had already slipped out to the ocean. Only a fool would remain here. Heading towards the land, he flew an incredibly long distance. The Hongyuan golden immortal crossed the void, and in an instant countless time and spaces flowed backward, as if he had traversed over 90 billion light-years of the universe, where Earth is located, even faster and farther immeasurable, in any case very quickly. There it was. What a grand mountain range, stretching endlessly, majestic as if it were a world unto itself, with mountains, rivers, lakes, plains, hills, and slopes. How marvelous! Truly deserving of the wilderness. Everywhere there were alternate dimensions and different worlds, countless paradises. A flower, a grass, a world. Thus Ye Kai entered the mountain range, quietly infiltrating. He passed through countless towering trees, thick and vast forests with strange flowers and grasses, seeing and hearing what had never been seen before. Indeed wondrous. He flew like lightning, surpassing the speed of light, arriving at a plain, and upon looking far and wide, Ye Kai saw many dragons startling him, but upon closer inspection something seemed off. He grew cautious, thinking it was the dragon clan chasing him. It couldn't be this fast. Then sensing Ye Kai murmured, "That's not it. Ao Qian." Indeed, in a small tribe, this rascal Ao Qian was chasing a group of female dragons. What was he doing? Playing. He was blindfolded, seemingly pecking for rice, playing hide and seek, riding roller coasters. Damn it. This guy really has a persistent heart. His lustful heart, unchanged. Truly an eyesore. Alas, Ye Kai was curious and watched the live Ao Qian, since you are so elated, then this sovereign shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Ye Kai smiled. He turned back, located several true dragon cultivators of the dragon clan, and slew several outright. Then Ye Kai declared aloud, "You true dragons of the dragon clan are pathetically weak, utterly defenseless. You pale in comparison to my divine dragon clan. Mere trash. Absolute trash, among even trash." Having hurled his insults, he vanished without trace, leaving the true dragons seething with fury. Excellent. Magnificent. Damned wretch. The divine dragon clan and the dragon clan shall wage eternal war until one is utterly annihilated. Brothers, pursue him. Countless dragon cultivators erupted in blazing wrath. All who insulted the dragon clan would die, no mercy granted. They gave chase relentlessly while Ye Kai outwitted and outmaneuvered them across vast mountain ranges, Catan mouse across boundless peaks. Hiding, fleeing, striking only when victory was certain, Ye Kai deliberately targeted early-stage mixed unity golden immortals among the true dragons, harvesting their corpses in great number. He stowed them within his Chinkoan bag. When facing stronger foes he fled, enraging the dragon cultivators beyond measure, driving them to incandescent fury. And thus, sensing the moment ripening, he deliberately lured vast numbers of dragon cultivators deep into the territory of the divine dragon clan, into a cluster of small settlements, a gathering place of minor tribes. What is this? Ao Qian, the murder of my son demands blood. This enmity brooks no coexistence. Aoe, gazing upon the divine dragon clan, here finally grasped the truth: the divine dragons had slain his offspring. Indeed, Ao Qian bore long-standing grudges against Aoe and other dragon clans. If the divine dragon clan harbored hatred toward the dragon clan, all fell into place. Ye Kai, observing from the shadows, slipped away silently once the tension reached its apex. In response, Aoe emerged at the head of a dense phalanx, countless dragon cultivators surging forth. What dragons? Impossible. This is the heartland of the divine dragon clan, the innermost reaches of Mount Shouyang. How could the dragon clan possibly have found their way here? They recoiled in utter shock. Ao Qian's gaze darkened, and even the elder female dragons who had been leisurely frolicking moments before collapsed trembling to the ground. These were grand Luo golden immortals, yet they buckled beneath the overwhelming pressure of the mixed unity golden immortals' aura. Furious, Ao Qian pointed directly at Ao. Have your dragon clan grown weary of life, daring to invade our sovereign domain? This is Mount Shouyang, not your ancestral lands. I grant you one chance. Withdraw now, or this sovereign shall slay you where you stand. Instantly, countless divine dragon cultivators, true divine dragons, burst forth from concealment. They arrayed themselves behind Ao Qian. Two mighty factions stood locked in lethal confrontation, blades drawn, breaths bated, battle imminent. Ao Qian, your divine dragon kin murdered my son, Ao Mieqian. This debt remains unpaid. I, Crown Prince, swear I shall not rest until vengeance is exacted. Ao, he roared. Ao Qian's eyes flared crimson with rage. Nonsense. Our divine dragon clan lives in tranquil seclusion. How dare you slander us so recklessly? We have touched neither your so-called heir nor any of your kin. What was that name you just uttered? Ao Mie Qian. A thunderous curse exploded within Ao Qian's mind. His composure shattered utterly. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward. Ao Mie Qian. You bastard. Ao, I will obliterate you. Such a name, utterly profane, unforgivable. Clearly no upright being, no man of virtue. His wrath detonated across the endless mountains. Attack. Slay every dragon clan cultivator. With that command, Ao Qian charged first, straight toward Aoe. Kill. Aoe too ignited in fury, and the two forces clashed in brutal, unrelenting combat. Life or death, no quarter given. More divine dragon cultivators converged, swelling their ranks, joining the fray. Ever since Ao Qing led her clan to settle here, ascending through the Dragon Gate, they had birthed tens of thousands of descendants. They had become an unrivaled hegemon, numbers beyond counting. Cease. A thunderous command shook the heavens. Ao Qing arrived, her azure purple divine dragon soaring across the void. Her oppressive aura erupted like a celestial storm. Both divine dragon and dragon clans were hurled backward, forcibly separated into opposing camps, locked in tense standoff. Yet Yan Kai did not flee. He seized the chaos to slip deeper inward. There, within a primordial lake, he beheld a vast expanse of water, its surface veiled in soft, luminous, white, immortal qi, a sight of breathtaking majesty. And suspended midair upon a colossal tree hung two enormous melon-like fruits, so immense, so surreal, they left Yan Kai utterly dumbfounded. Never before had he witnessed such staggering primordial imagery. SSSSHHH. Terrifying beyond measure. Utterly horrifying. Such monstrous beings of the primordial chaos. Everything here was colossal, awe-inspiringly vast. Truly the primordial chaos was wondrous beyond comprehension. He crept closer, desperate to discern those miraculous wonders more clearly. His covetous gaze burned. He longed to pluck those twin melons and savor them himself. Snap! A brittle branch cracked beneath his feet as he crouched upon a titanic tree. Its sudden shattering echoed sharply. His expression shifted instantly. Within, Yan Kai cursed disaster. Danger! And he fled. Daredevil! Do not escape. You seek death. A silken immortal robe billowed outward. She surged forth from the waters like a celestial apparition. Nuwa, incensed beyond reason, lunged toward Yan Kai. She pursued him fiercely. Wretched rogue, face your end. Her divine arts erupted. Laws of heaven cascaded like immortal waterfalls upon Yan Kai. Nuwa raged like a wrathful deity consumed by fury. How dared this wretch spy upon her? Unforgivable. She would erase him utterly. Boom. He evaded the strike, but spun sharply, eyes widening. Still fleeing at full speed through endless forests, he recognized her at last. His heart sank. How could I cross paths with her? Immortal lady, this sovereign meant no offense. Will you believe me? I merely passed by. I had no time, no interest in gazing upon anything white. No sooner had the words left his lips than he summoned his great cauldron and hurled it toward her. Nuwa bellowed, thief. You court death. To be seen, her fury redoubled. Boom. What? The Honghuang cauldron. Yan Kai was struck down by the colossal artifact. He channeled his cultivation to maximum, fleeing with desperate speed. Only his formidable physical body saved him, otherwise the Honghuang cauldron would have shattered his internal organs. Wretch, you are the shopkeeper. You are doomed. I recognize you. No wonder she found him familiar. This groveling cuckolded fool. Her wrath intensified tenfold. Beyond endurance, she hunted him with savage intensity. Lady, let us speak. Yan Kai kept running, yet breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He glanced back to plead. Nuwa burst into mocking laughter. Speak to your mother. You die now. I Nuwa swear your annihilation. What a... He nearly choked, staggered, face paling. This woman is Nuwa. Doomed. She is untouchable. Her brother Fu Shi. Gods above, both are peerless tyrants. He sighed heavily. He fled. She chased. Suddenly, an idea struck Yan Kai. Ao Qian. Yes, those two bore bitter enmity. Why not? He abruptly changed course, plunging deeper into Mount Shoyang's heartland, toward the core domain of the divine dragon clan, the forbidden sanctum. What a... He's gone mad. That place is guarded by Ao Qing herself. Seeing Yan Kai vanish inside, Nuwa halted instantly, her heart clenched with dread. Ao Qing, the azure dragon deity of the divine dragon clan, was a force she deeply feared. Unapproachable. Without pause, without thought, she plunged after him, determined to rend the wretched thief limb from limb. Nuwa entered the sanctum. Then, Yen Kai gasped by the heavens. Ao Qian. Ao Qing. I never imagined. You've stored 10 billion here. He had arrived at the Divine Dragon Clan's treasury. Without hesitation, he seized everything, then concealed himself, slipped unseen from the vault, lurking in shadow. Moments later Nuwa arrived. What? The Divine Dragon Clan's treasury? Theft? Or robbery? But having come this far, she hardened her resolve, and entered. Meanwhile Yen Kai immediately exited the Divine Dragon Clan's forbidden zone, and upon emerging cried aloud, Alas! A thief has breached our Divine Dragon Clan treasury. That cry ignited catastrophe. Originally Ao Qing intervened, mediating, inquiring about the reason. Aoe still did not trust Ao Qian's words, and Ao Qian stated that he had not left the Divine Dragon Clan or Shouyang Mountain. Ao Qing could naturally testify. No one from the Divine Dragon Clan had gone to the Oceanic region. As for Aoe, his territory was in the Eastern Sea. The two parties were far apart, and there was no conflict. Ao Qing felt the situation was very strange. He wanted Aoe and Ao Qian to have a good talk, investigate the matter. However, Ye Kai's loud shout. Ao Qing's face turned pale. Not good. He rushed over towards the Divine Dragon Clan's treasury. Upon arrival he encountered Nuwa coming out. Nuwa's face changed drastically, cursing Ye Kai in her heart. It's all over. This time there was no way to clear her name, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She had been set up. It was Ye Kai who had stolen from the Divine Dragon Clan's treasury, not herself. Unfortunately, she couldn't explain it. Who would believe her if she said that? Nuwa. You. Such audacity. You dare to steal from my Divine Dragon Clan's treasury. Ao Qing's eyes burned with anger. Seeing it for herself, she felt that the Divine Dragon Clan's treasury was empty. Ao Qian arrived furious like a divine deity, raging, Wretched woman. It's you again. Seeking death. That's my money. That was the billion I painstakingly saved. The experts of the Divine Dragon Clan were all eager to try. They wished they could tear Nuwa apart. Their eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Aoe brought the Dragon Clan guard over to watch. Seeing this scene, he was furious. Finally understanding, he shouted, Nuwa, you dare to harm my offspring. You are seeking death. Seemingly realizing everything, Nuwa understood and cursed. Damn shopkeeper, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. You set me up. I will never forgive you. It's all over. Stealing from the Divine Dragon Clan's treasury. That's the first charge. Killing the Dragon Clan's prince the second charge. Being framed, set up, Nuwa was in a difficult position to explain. Everyone, this is not my doing. I walk the righteous path, disdainful of killing and robbing, nor do I covet the possessions of others. Do you believe me? As soon as these words were spoken, unable to hold back any longer, Ao Qian charged out. I believe your mother and your ancestors. Wretched maid, return my billion. Unforgivable. How infuriating. The killing intent surged through the heavens. The purple gold divine dragon swept through all directions, its tail sweeping. Capture her. Ao Qian commanded, and all the experts of the Divine Dragon Clan rushed forward. Yet Aoe remained unmoved. Fight. Wait until you both suffer greatly. This prince will reap the benefits. Soon he was dumbfounded, because he saw Nuwa directly self-destructing. She left a message, Divine Dragon Clan, this has not ended with you. An unparalleled, great technique. Exploded. Countless drops of blood vanished into the endless void. Off. Not good. Ao Qian and Ao Qing quickly activated the Fish Leap Dragon Gate, blocking many waves of primordial golden immortal explosions. Yet Aoe was not so lucky. The guards were all dead. As for him, he was severely injured, left with only half a life, while the Divine Dragon Clan lost 3 trillion primordial golden immortals. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Ao Qian was furious. Ancestral Dragon, this is not the time for sorrow. My Divine Dragon Clan must relocate. The people of the Dragon Clan died here. The Ancestral Dragon will undoubtedly find an excuse to attack us. Moreover, Aoe seems to be crippled. Immediately Aoe roared violently. Ao Qing, you wretched maid, you dare. This prince is the eldest prince of the Dragon Clan. If you provoke me, Immediately Aoe roared violently. Ao Qing, you wretched maid, you dare. This prince is the eldest prince of the Dragon Clan. If you provoke me, my father, the Ancestral Dragon, will definitely kill you. Kill your Divine Dragon Clan. Daring to threaten, Ao Qian was originally hesitant, but seeing Aoe acting so recklessly, he immediately activated the Fish Leap Dragon Gate, smashing Aoe to nothing. He opened his mouth. Damn, I hate it when others threaten me and my Divine Dragon Clan. He put away his treasure, looking at the remnants of the Divine Dragon. There are still many Divine Dragons. Move the entire clan. Go to the northern continent. This eastern continent is too full of strife. Being close to the Dragon Clan is definitely not a good idea. We are not afraid of the Xuanwu clan. We will go to the Changbai mountain in the north. Thus Ao Qian and Ao Qing secretly relocated the Divine Dragon clan, heading towards Changbai mountain. Peace returned here. As for Niwa, she arrived in an unknown world in an unknown era emerging from a certain time node. What the hell? This seems different from last time. It's a world entirely of water. Is this the ocean? Or, what a vast heaven and earth. 100 times larger than last time. What is this? Oh no, it's all water weight AAA1. It's all treasures. Seeing the boundless water, and in the water bazaar plants all covered in treasures, and the roots were all sand, each grain of sand a treasure. Countless as the Ganges sand. Uncountable Niwa was dazzled, hurriedly picking, frantically harvesting, collecting treasures like sand. Harvesting non-stop, continuously gathering those things from the plants. Soon, a massive object descended from the sky. Boom. It fell suddenly like a meteor from the heavens, draining the endless water. What kind of monster is that? Bigger than heaven and earth. Run. Niwa quickly put away her Chinquan bag directly, using her secret technique self-destructing, and was directly crushed by that massive object. Heaven and earth, the endless water, were destroyed. That massive object only had half its but in the water, while its body and head were outside. Outside was a rolling stream of air, vast and unknown materials, and that massive object frowned. It seems there are parasites in the water. Did those bacterial sands get eaten by parasites? This great deity. It's been a while since I took a bath in this bathtub. Whoosh whoosh. At a certain time node in the primordial Longhan era, by the eastern sea, Niwa returned to Shouyang Mountain. That was close. What exactly was that? Bigger than the foot that stomped on the world last time, even more terrifying. This time was even more dangerous. She took out her Chinquan bag, laughing heartily. But it was worth it. I collected 90 billion pieces of top-notch innate spiritual treasures. Haha, I've struck it rich. However, my cultivation seems to have dropped to the early stage of primordial golden immortal. Sigh, I've dropped another small realm. Suddenly, while Niwa was sighing, she was suddenly punched. She was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, shattering countless giant trees. The forest was blown apart. It's you, shopkeeper. What do you want to do? Damn, how could this guy be so insidious? Still lying in wait, Niwa was furious in her heart, yet was injured by Ye Kai. Ye Kai walked towards Niwa saying, Niwa, I never expected. You actually used the transformation technique to revive. This emperor saw through it at a glance. You dare to return at this time node. Such audacity. How shall we resolve this matter? This emperor does not like grudges that linger overnight. The matter of sneaking a peek. Guessing. Ye Kai accidentally stumbled upon the truth of Niwa's appearance. Immediately Niwa gritted her teeth and said, shopkeeper, that was all a misunderstanding. I will not hold it against you. Don't take it seriously. Yet internally she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Ye Kai wouldn't know about her gathering treasures in the unknown world. Unexpectedly the other party was unaware. That's good. With a sneer, Ye Kai said, I don't trust you. Swear on the great Dao. Gritting her teeth with a grim expression, Niwa clenched her fist and swore to the heavens. I Niwa swear that I have no grievances with the shopkeeper, otherwise let me perish. Seeing this, swearing on the great Dao is effective. Who knows if it's true or false? Sighing in relief with a smile, Ye Kai approached to help Niwa up, but she remained expressionless. She got up and said to Ye Kai, shopkeeper, you are truly despicable and shameless. You frame me. You are something. You are really a petty person. With a slight smile and a hint of awkwardness, Ye Kai replied, hey, thanks for the compliment. It's all for survival. What does reputation mean? This is the primordial wilderness. It's not about chivalry or brotherhood. It's the law of the jungle where it's either you die or I die. Niwa, my friend, are you recharging? Saying this, he asked. Seeing this guy's merchant demeanor, Niwa felt disgusted, but when it came to opening blind boxes, she became interested and said, let's go. Shopkeeper, I will recharge. Thus the two chatted and laughed like old friends, reuniting, returning to the snack shop. Niwa waved her hand. With great wealth. Kai, recharge for me. I want to add 10 billion. What? Ye Kai was stunned, his mind filled with doubts about where this woman got such money. Something feels off. Is she really this rich? This doesn't add up. It's definitely not simple. But it must be recharged. Looking at the universe bag Niwa threw out, it was filled to the brim on the counter. Brother Wa. Dog uncle. Awesome. Counting directly, recharging. Ye Kai was busy while Niwa put away the universe bag containing the cube, laughing. Brother Kai, can you stop calling me that? I am a woman. This way of addressing me. It's too much. Am I really that much of a tomboy? Shaking his head, Ye Kai said, brother, don't mind the details. Having money is the truth. Why bother with all those titles and names? At once Niwa was speechless, feeling exasperated at Ye Kai's ridiculous title. She learned that Yi Kai's Dao title was the Emperor of Creation. This is too pretentious. And Nuwa wondered whether she should call herself the Empress of Nuwa or the Empress of Creation. How strange. Soon it was settled. Without further ado, Nuwa headed to the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box area and vigorously opened the blind boxes. No luck. Meanwhile, Yi Kai didn't even look. He silently muttered, "System initiate 900 billion consecutive openings. Thank you for your patronage." And finally Yi Kai laughed, his mouth wide open. Because besides getting black stockings and spicy strips, he also obtained a growth-type magical treasure, the low-grade, innate spirit treasure, the 10,000 Souls banner, and 30 cards of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, 9 cards of the early stage of the Mixed Element Golden Immortal, 1 card of the late stage of the Mixed Element Golden Immortal. This caused Yi Kai's cultivation to surge to the late stage of the Mixed Element Golden Immortal, with every cell in his body being endless divine realms, each divine realm filled with countless worlds. Countless various worlds. 50 drops of Pangus blood essence, directly fused combined with his body refining techniques, upgrading Yi Kai's body to the ultimate innate spirit treasure. Now he could catch the ultimate innate spirit treasure barehanded. At the same time, he also obtained 1 drop of Pangus, Jade Marrow, and 1 portion of Pangus Primordial Spirit, all fused causing Yi Kai's Primordial Spirit to grow immensely. The 10,000 Souls banner will do. Let's just call it the Human Emperor banner. After all, I am the first human in the primordial wilderness. The ancestor of humanity, the identity of the Human Emperor is mine first. Growth-type magical treasures are heaven-defying. Although they are low-grade, as long as there are many souls in the banner, they will eventually become innate supreme treasures and chaotic supreme treasures. Even Honghuang supreme treasures. Haha, this emperor also has magical treasures now. So satisfying. After several days and nights, Yi Kai went to see Nuwa. Seeing Nuwa with a dark expression, her eyes were exhausted, darkened. Her hair was a mess, like a madwoman. "Brother, you can't do this. Why are you stubbornly attempting to obtain the Honghuang Purple Qi? The more you desire, the harder it is to obtain." Looking up at Yi Kai, it seemed this guy's cultivation had improved significantly. Nuwa immediately asked, "Brother Kai, do you really think the Honghuang Purple Qi is that hard to obtain? I've opened it 30 billion times. Woe is me. My money. A total of 900 billion times, and I've stubbornly opened it for 300 billion times. It hurts so much. Brother Kai, please, give me a suggestion." Nuwa stopped opening blind boxes and said, squinting his eyes, Yi Kai replied, "You are so fierce. You've opened it for 300 billion times. So impressive. Brother, I admire you for being so determined. Why not just don't give up? Keep opening." Thus Nuwa gritted her teeth, sighing inwardly, yes. Having opened it for 300 billion times, is it still lacking? Then she steeled her resolve. Go all out. As a result, after a month, Nuwa sat on the ground crying very sadly. 900 billion times, all wasted. Not a single win. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai comforted her, "Brother, it's okay. Winning or losing is a common occurrence in battle. Opening blind boxes is always like this. It's not about how many times you open it that guarantees wins." Yet he secretly laughed. "Hurry and recharge. Why not try recharging again? Maybe this time you'll win." As soon as Yi Kai finished speaking, Nuwa immediately stopped her tears and said weakly, "Brother, I have no money left." Immediately Yi Kai said, "You can borrow." At once her eyes brightened with joy. Nuwa then asked, "You?" Nodding, Yi Kai took out the universe bag and said, "Here is 1 billion. Wanna borrow? I, the Emperor, am generous. Just consider it 1 billion interest." What? Stunned. So heartless, Nuwa darkened her face and cursed, "Damn it. Hey, you have no good intentions. 1 billion, and you want 1 billion interest. Why don't you go rob someone? I want borrow." This 1 billion is the dirty money Yi Kai looted from the Dragon Clan. This guy actually took it out to lend. High interest loan. Truly detestable. 5 billion interest. I won't lend you. 6 billion interest. Don't push your luck. I'll go to your mother. You damn merchant. If you lend at high interest, may you not have a good death. May lightning strike you. You will suffer divine retribution. 5 billion. If you don't borrow, then forget it. Besides, I'm not lending. I'm borrowing. If you want to borrow, then borrow. If you don't want to, then forget it. It's a fair trade. It's mutually agreeable. Don't spread rumors. With a dark face, Yi Kai was serious. Meanwhile, Nuwa was stunned. 1 billion and wanting 500 million interest. Isn't that considered high interest lending? Yi Kai declared one final chance. Borrow it. Borrow it. Or face 500 million in interest. If you refuse, so be it. She panicked, still riding the high, still desperate to win back her losses. Unleashed the primordial violet Qi. Gritting her teeth and steeling her resolve, Nuwa clenched her fist like the legendary goddess of creation. Very well, I shall lend it. Without hesitation, she produced a promissory note and handed it to Nuwa. Sign your name and affix your thumbprint. This is no ordinary note. It is a sacred covenant sworn upon the Dao itself. Should either party breach it, heaven's lightning shall strike them down. The note was meticulously drafted, and Jean stood utterly stunned. Nuwa stared blankly, swallowed hard, and skimmed the clause. The borrower swears upon the Dao to repay the sum of X within Y days. Of failure incurs a daily penalty of 100 million, accumulating up to 10 billion. Should repayment remain outstanding beyond that threshold, the borrower's entire bloodline shall perish. Borrower name, creditor name. Nuwa froze, so ruthless. She gulped again and accepted the note, saying, Brother Yekai, surely perish entire bloodline is excessive. It violates celestial harmony. Might we revise it? Say, only the borrower's elder brother. Yekai nearly burst into laughter. Nuwa truly is extraordinary. How merciless she is toward. Shaking his head, Yekai replied firmly, not a single character shall change. Borrow, if you wish. Refuse, if you dare. This is a fair voluntary transaction. I am no usurer. Do not slander me. This is preemptive consumption, one of my shop's core services. Kai Jiebe, a financial service conceived by Yekai after studying countless arcane economic models. He even contemplated launching Hua Jiebe next. But funds were exhausted, so he prepared ink brush and seal paste. Nuwa recoiled inwardly. What manner of brush is this? Its bristles, drawn from a true dragon's mane, its shaft, crafted from the hide of a dragon's phallus, its seal paste, infused with true dragon's blood. Her spirit trembled. Yekai must have slain a descendant of Aoe. This man was demonic, ruthless beyond measure, slaying dragons, framing himself, then extorting exorbitant interest. Utterly despicable. I sign. Nuwa inscribed her name and pressed her thumbprint, then took the note and tucked it away. Keep it, you need not hold it. After all, the funds are merely credited to my ledger. And with that he processed. Nuwa stared dumbfounded. Cursed Yekai, that money is mine, yet you credit it as if it were yours. Moments later Yekai returned, handing her a Chinkuan bag containing 90 billion units. 90 billion draws. Every unit verified. Remember well, you yourself urged me to charge 500 million interest. With a sigh Nuwa accepted the bag, clenched her fist, and resolved to remember this humiliation as she cracked open her first Primordial Violet Qi blind box. Brother, again, must you persist with the Primordial Violet Qi? Yekai could no longer restrain himself. Nuwa ignored him, retorting coldly, what business is it of yours? I will draw the Primordial Violet Qi, no matter the cost. Never surrender. Open. She tore open the box. Nothing. 3 days and nights later, slumped on the ground, hollow-eyed and broken, Nuwa wept silently. Still no success. Yekai gently patted her shoulder. Brother, rise. You still owe me 500 mil. What? Enraged, she glared at him. Yekai, are you even human? Before she could curse further, Yekai produced the promissory note, eyes darkening. Perish entire bloodline. Choose your words wisely. You are now indebted. Do not presume arrogance. As creditor I remain composed. Why do you behave so brazenly? He withdrew the note. Seeing Nuwa seethe, yet dare not speak, he grinned. Well, shall we raise? Truth be told, Yekai wondered. Where had this woman sourced 100 billion? Such wealth defied reason. What clan possessed such abundance? It defies logic. Unless she plans to excavate ancestral tombs. His eyes lit up, and Nuwa's gaze turned crimson with sudden resolve. Brother, what if we exhume ancestral graves? She rose instinctively, as if struck by revelation. For instance, the Honghuang clan. Yekai's eyes gleamed. Agreed, let us depart immediately. Nuwa shook her head. I must first restore my cultivation. Ah, of course, Yekai nodded. After thorough preparation, they set out, journeyed long, then stealthily infiltrated the Honghuang clan's ancestral burial grounds. They froze. This has already been plundered. Who dared this? We arrived too late. Before them lay devastation, shattered coffins, scattered planks. No remains, no bones. Nuwa fell speechless, stunned beyond measure. Yekai gaped. How many billions of artifacts must lie here? Who possesses such audacity? They slipped away unseen. Undeterred, Nuwa proposed, shall we try? The Qilin clan. Yekai pondered. Both Honghuang and Qilin clans are soft targets. Unlike the dragon clan's overwhelming might. An excellent plan. They hastened to Qilin Cliff and infiltrated the Qilin clan's ancestral tombs. They froze. Hongjun. Brother, what are you doing here? Yekai nearly cried out in shock. There stood Hongjun, furiously digging up the Qilin clan's ancestral graves. He spared not even the soil, uprooting every trace. He discarded nothing, except bones which he scorned as worthless relics. Nuwa stared, swallowed hard, and whispered, Venerable sir, you are not who we believed you to be. Such disappointment. You are hailed as a sage. How dare you desecrate ancestral tombs? Once exposed, your sacred reputation shall crumble. Hongjuan's face darkened, his hand trembled, his excavation halted mid-motion. What now? Shall you silence me forever? Ye Kai smirked. Kill us. Dare you? Unless you wish to forfeit access to the primordial violet Qi blind boxes. He feared nothing. Niwa stepped back, but seeing Ye Kai unflinching, she hardened her voice. Venerable sir, surely you would not commit murder. Yet what follows? Brother Ye Kai's shop closes, and your grave-robbing labor becomes utterly futile. Thus, let us dig separately. Let neither see the other. A perfect win-win. Indeed. Niwa, you remain as perceptive as ever. Hongjun's resistance softened. Your reasoning holds merit. I consent. He redoubled his efforts. Quickly, dig. Do not forget my 1,500 million. Understood. Must you repeat it endlessly? Repayment is assured. Their eyes met. Silent understanding passed between them. They split apart. Qianquan bags bulged with artifacts. Emperor's banner, emerge. Ye Kai sought only treasures, discarding all else. The banner cleared paths. Artifacts flew straight into Ye Kai's Qianquan bag, while bones vanished into the Emperor's banner. A low-grade artifact. Worthless trash. Meanwhile, Hongjun excavated everything. Even the soil vanished. Ye Kai's artifacts are inferior. Something is amiss. That bone-collecting banner. Unheard of. Niwa puzzled, yet could divine no purpose. She smashed tombs with her cauldron. Graves burst open, treasures bloomed across the earth, and she gathered them feverishly. And in the outer heaven, the primordial Qilin is observing. It is a battle of witnessing the terrifying confrontation of powerful beings. After watching for a long time, the two finally finished their fight. No clear victor. Shurchin, you rascal. As always, truly deserving of being time's respect. Your Dao of time is indeed marvelous. It must be said Yang Mei, the mysterious hermit expert, is at this moment gazing at Shurchin from afar. Yet it seems as if he is not in this space, but rather in an unknown realm. No one can find his true form. This is the Dao of space. Yang Mei's mastery of the spatial laws has reached perfection, achieving the utmost. No further advancement in strength is possible. Yang Mei, likewise, your Dao of space is no slouch. My Dao of time has no chance against you. However, there will be no defeat. Shurchin is astonished. After all, the laws of space are too enigmatic, making it impossible to ascertain where the opponent is. No matter how strong the laws of time, they cannot break through countless spaces to find the opponent. However, the laws of time can act upon space. As long as one dares to appear, time will act. Indeed, space reigns supreme. He cannot help but admire. Reflecting, Shurchin looks towards the distant primordial Qilin and says, Primordial Qilin, how do our strengths measure? Suddenly, with a bitter smile, the primordial Qilin speaks, both of you possess unfathomable strength. This emperor is in awe. The primordial Qilin came to the outer heaven in search of opportunities. However, he encountered these two great experts. Thus, he intends to win them over. These two are not interested in contending for supremacy over the wilderness. After all, the era of the ferocious beast calamity has left them fearful of the divine's counterattacks. They do not wish to meddle in such murky waters. However, when the primordial Qilin mentions that Luo Hu and Hongjun have become saints, Yang Mei and Shurchin cannot sit still. They are moved and wish to share in the fortune of the beast clan. But how to obtain the Honghuang Purple Qi? This poses a dilemma for the two. Thus, Yang Mei and Shurchin test each other to gauge their confidence, while simultaneously shocking the primordial Qilin. In truth, it is merely a show-off, flexing their muscles to intimidate the primordial Qilin. Consequently, the three conspire. They discuss numerous details. Finally, the primordial Qilin quietly returns to Qilin Cliff. Yet Yang Mei and Shurchin's expressions grow heavy. Dao friend, this primordial Qilin does not possess the Honghuang Purple Qi. What should we do? Seek out Hongjun. But Hongjun is far too treacherous and cunning. He has too many schemes. We must be cautious. Should we go find Luo Hu? Shurchin inquires. He is well aware of the kind of person Hongjun is. This person is far too scheming, deeply calculating. It is unwise to conspire with him. It is akin to making a pact with a tiger. It is not worth the risk. After some contemplation, Yang Mei states, I have heard that Luo Hu is the spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao. Since he is a saint of the Heavenly Dao, he must possess the opportunity to become a saint. Let us give it a try. Hesitating, finding Hongjun is definitely futile. Seeking Luo Hu leaves me uncertain. Shurchin's attitude wavers as he says, but what if we cannot defeat Luo Hu? Do not worry. Even if we cannot defeat him, our paths will not fear him. Thus the two head towards the west at Heavenly Dao Mountain. They arrive to meet Luo Hu. Upon seeing the two emerge from the mountain, Luo Hu is overjoyed. His attitude is exceedingly good. Shurchin and Yang Mei are left baffled. You two, I shall speak plainly. This is the Honghuang Purple Qi, the opportunity for becoming a saint. If you join the Dao sect, you may obtain this item. Faced with the Honghuang Purple Qi, the two's eyes blaze with fervor as they see it in Luo Hu's hands. Yang Mei asks Dao friend Luo Hu, if we join the Dao sect, how shall we position ourselves? Shurchin nods, shall we become disciples? That is impossible. Shaking his head, Luo, who responds, no need for that. We stand on equal footing. As fellow saints of the Heavenly Dao, we are equals. Rest assured, I am the destroyer Dao ancestor, the demon Saint Luo, who, upon seeing this, looking at the floating Honghuang Purple Qi Shurchen, suddenly seizes it and swallows it, cupping his hands. Good. Dao friend, I shall join. From this moment, I am a saint of the Dao sect, the Dao ancestor of time, Saint Shurchen. Immediately, with the accumulation of countless years upon encountering the Honghuang Purple Qi, his strength surges to its peak. In an instant, everything fell into place. He became a saint. This is called the accumulation, leading to a sudden outburst. Receiving the Honghuang Purple Qi and swallowing it, Yang Mei also immediately becomes a saint, cupping his hands. I am the Dao ancestor of space, Saint Yang Mei. Having met the two saints, instantly the three burst into laughter. In the next moment, they exit Heavenly Dao Mountain. Meanwhile, the Primordial Qilin returns to Qilin Cliff. He immediately enters the forbidden ancestral grounds to close himself off. Then in the next moment, he is left dumbfounded. Hongjun. Furious like a raging beast, he roars throughout Qilin Cliff. The Primordial Qilin explodes. His mindset collapses. He sees clearly. The ancestral grave has been dug up. Moreover, not a blade of grass, not a speck of soil remains. It is spotless, cleaner than a light etching machine. The heavens are enraged. What the hell? Yi Kai Nuwa and Hongjun are all startled. The three focus on digging up the ancestral grave, just beginning to tally the spoils. They haven't finished counting the loot. Not noticing the outsiders, they are suddenly startled by the Primordial Qilin. Instantly, the three exchange glances. Primordial Qilin, why are you howling like a ghost? Senior Hongjun has come to visit. You should come to serve. We still have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With a glimmer of realization, Yi Kai pretends to become the first to slip away. He grabs and collects those Qinkuan bags, standing atop the Emperor's banner, running away. Brother Kai, wait for me. I'm a coward. I haven't boarded yet. Senior Hongjun, you take the rear. We are leaving first. And upon seeing Yi Kai slip away, Nuwa follows suit, standing atop the Honghuang cauldron, swiftly flying away. Meanwhile, Hongjun remains calm. Upon seeing the Primordial Qilin's actions, he is unperturbed. Witnessing Yi Kai and Nuwa flee, he gathers the spoils and calmly states, what of it? You have seen it. Indeed, I have dug it up. What can you do about it? If you are unconvinced, come in battle. He was discovered, yet he was caught in the act. Hongjun is as calm as still water. Since it has come to this, there is no need to argue. He lays it all bare. Hongjun, you are reckless as a saint. A dignified saint digging up someone's ancestral grave. What of your face? What of your reputation as a saint? In a loud fury, the Primordial Qilin transforms into his true form, spanning the 8 directions. At this moment, countless powerful beings of the Qilin clan arrive. All are dumbfounded. Hongjun is robbing graves. What is this? Saints are digging graves. What happened to this world? Is it really this ruthless? Our ancestral grave. The damned Hongjun. The wolfhound howls like a ghost. The powerful beings of the Qilin clan are all enraged. They glare at Hongjun. Yet, in the next second, their faces change. Hongjun strikes. Get lost. His aura surges. He sends countless powerful beings of the Qilin clan flying. Even the mighty Primordial Qilin is knocked back by the pressure of the saint. Meanwhile, Hongjun's figure flashes and disappears. He arrives above Qilin Cliff. In the sky above, Luo, who? Do you dare? Just emerging upon seeing Luo, who take action, activating that world-destroying grinding mill, the laws of destruction surge like a super tsunami towards the fleeing Nuwa, and Yi Kai. Hongjun intervenes, summoning the creation jade disc. The power of creation against the power of destruction. The immortal path against the demon path. And the two innate supreme treasures clash. They fiercely strike each other. Luo, Hu, and Hongjun each activate their treasures, and the battle ignites. Phew. I almost self-destructed. That Luo, who is too terrifying. Having just escaped, he encounters Luo, Hu, and Nuwa dashes away, almost resorting to her miraculous technique to self-destruct, but upon seeing Hongjun act, she breathes a sigh of relief. Feeling like facing a great enemy transforms into relief, Yi Kai mutters, damn. Saints are too terrifying. Luckily, we have Hongjun as our saint on our side. Otherwise, we would be doomed. In the sky above, Hongjun and Luo, who have exchanged countless blows. Their respective treasures fall back. In the next instant, Luo Ho's gaze turned icy and stern as he shouted into the empty air, you two, step forward. A flicker of suspicion crossed Hongjun's mind. His eyes swept across the surroundings before swiftly detecting something profoundly amiss. His pupils contracted violently. Shurchen, Yue, how is it possible? It's Yue. His voice trembled with utter shock. Hongjun could not fathom how Shurchen had allied himself with Luo Ho, and as Shurchen stepped forth, Hongjun cried out in disbelief, a celestial Dao sage. You have attained sainthood through the orthodox path. Do you not realize that a celestial Dao sage anchors his nascent soul within the heavenly Dao itself, thus becoming little more than its bound servant? Shurchin halted mid-step and scoffed coldly, disdain dripping from every syllable. And what of it? Is it not better than remaining unenlightened? To become a celestial Dao sage is to be a sage, nothing less. Is it not infinitely preferable to being but an ant beneath the feet of sages? Hongjun, you stand aloof, detached, untouchable. Yet our ascension shocks you, unsettles you, even enrages you. Hongjun's eyes narrowed, his voice calm, yet edged with quiet venom. Shurchin, you have fallen. You have become a rabid hound of the heavenly Dao. Regret will come for you, sooner than you think. Enraged beyond restraint, Shurchin instantly summoned the wheel of time and launched a lethal assault upon Hongjun. Hongjun, my path requires no counsel from you. You overstep your bounds. Let me test the measure of your cultivation. With a thunderous roar, the jade tablet of creation clashed heat-in against the wheel of time. The great Dao itself collided. Boom. What a unbelievable power. Shurchin was hurled backward, his face pale with stunned disbelief. At that moment, Luo Ho surged forward as well. Hongjun, do not presume victory. Fellow Daoist, let us strike together. And so the three engaged in battle. Hongjun alone holding off both Luo Ho and Shurchin, driving them relentlessly back. Furious, Luo Ho bellowed, fellow Daoist, lend us your aid. Instantly, a towering gate erupted from distant spacetime, hurtling toward Hongjun. Startled, Hongjun channeled the power of the great Dao. The jade tablet of creation intercepted the combined onslaught of Shurchin and Luo Ho. Yongmei, you. Before he could react, Hongjun was blasted away. Regaining his footing, he stared in astonishment at Yongmei. Yongmei, how could you two have fallen into this madness? Both you and Shurchin have joined the ranks of the heavenly Dao, become celestial Dao sages. Yongmei strode to stand beside Shurchin and Luo Ho. Hongjun, I apologize, but the allure of the primordial purple Qi is irresistible. Without sainthood, one remains but an ant in the grand scheme. The age of sages draws near. I must seize my opportunity. Now, 3 against 1. Tell me, do you truly believe you can escape? Suddenly, Hongjun burst into laughter. No more pretense. I reveal my hand. In an instant, 3 figures emerged from behind him. One declared, I am Tai Ching Daoist. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Another bowed slightly. I am Yu Qing Daoist. Greetings, fellow Daoist. The third intoned, I am Shang Qing Daoist. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Luo Ho gasped, Hongjun, you've advanced further still, and yet, you seem different. Indeed, your very root has undergone a fundamental metamorphosis. Yet Luo Ho could not articulate the change, only sense it. And as he probed deeper, his voice rose in disbelief. How did your cultivation surge so rapidly? This is impossible. The threefold heaven of sainthood. How did you achieve it? And those 3, are they Dao bodies? All at the first tier of sainthood. What sorcery is this? Even Yongmei and Shurchin stood dumbfounded. Hongjun's original body, once radiating the aura of a 3rd-tier sage, had split into 3 Dao bodies, each possessing the strength of a 1st-tier sage. Yet his own core cultivation had likewise diminished to 1st-tier sage level. Fellow Daoists, go forth and act. I entrust all to you. My apologies. With that, Hongjun nodded once. The 3 Daoists replied in unison, rest assured. This matter rests with us. They charged toward Luo Ho and his allies, while Hongjun vanished without trace. He descended swiftly from the heavens, only to find Nu Hua and Yi Kai besieged by legions of mighty warriors led by Shi Lin. On the verge of collapse, they were faltering, until Hongjun reached down with a single sweeping gesture. He seized Nu Hua and Yi Kai and whisked them away. Shi Lin, thank you for your generous offering. May you soon fall buried deep within ancestral tombs, where we shall return to unearth you. Farewell. In an instant, the 3 vanished, leaving countless Qilin clan cultivators bleeding from their mouths under the crushing weight of sage-tier pressure. Prostrate on the ground, they only dared breathe again once Hongjun and his companions had departed, then staggered upright, trembling. Terrifying. Hongjun is terrifying. Such conduct is unforgivable. He has disgraced the very title of sage. Shi Lin roared skyward, spitting blood. Hongjun, may your end be swift and cruel. With a final cry, he collapsed unconscious. High above, Tai Ching and his 2 brethren descended like falling stars. Detonate. At the sight, Luo Ho and the others recoiled in horror. No, quickly. They intend self-annihilation. Block it. Boom. Escape was impossible. They raised their supreme artifacts in desperate defense. With ultimate cultivation force amplified by sage-tier power, the explosion tore through the heavens. The primordial firmament shook across infinite timelines. The very earth trembled. Cursed Hongjun, treacherous scoundrel. When the blast subsided, Luo Ho remained only as a severed head, His body rent asunder, the world-ending mill cracked with a hairline fissure. Shurchen too was grievously wounded, reduced to a single strand of fur. Yet because his nascent soul was anchored in the heavenly Dao, his immortality held true. Drawing upon celestial power, he slowly restored a fraction of his sage-tier might, and whispered in terror, "Is this the true strength of Hongjun?" Truly horrifying, unrivaled even among peers of equal cultivation. Yang Mei, left with only one arm, likewise drew upon heavenly energy to recover somewhat. She retracted the spatial gateway, heart still pounding. Hongjun's triple self-severance art is astonishing. 3 Dao bodies, all sages. Such brilliance is unparalleled. Fortunate indeed that we wield the heavenly Dao's blessing, and thus survive. Luo Ho sheathed his artifact and declared 3 Dao bodies self-destructed. Hongjun surely suffered grievously. He will be incapacitated for some time. Our chance to unify the Honghuang realm has arrived. Thus Luo Ho and his allies journeyed to meet Shi Lin. Shi Lin submitted without resistance. Beneath the surface, the Honghuang realm churned with unseen currents. The Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan, each marshalling vast legions of elite cultivators under the patronage of Luo Ho and other sages. They marched across the entire Honghuang realm. Countless tribes pledged allegiance or surrendered outright. Many ancient masters and reclusive cultivators found themselves trapped in despair. Some swore fealty, while others withdrew entirely, sealing their mountain abodes, and vanished. Hongjun is a sage. The news of tomb raiding swept through the primordial world. The world was shocked. People looked down upon Hongjun's actions. There was a barrage of criticism. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with Hongjun. Moreover, Hongjun was injured. He did not return to the Daoist temple. Instead, he hid in a snack store. Shopkeeper. This time I lost greatly. I lost 3 incarnations of saints. My realm has even fallen to the first level of sainthood. He cried out, feeling the pain. These 3 incarnations were ones Hongjun had cultivated for a long time, cut from his quasi-saint state. They represented the embodiments of malevolent thoughts, benevolent thoughts, and obsessive thoughts. These were the incredible benefits obtained from the 3 corpses slaying. He could summon these incarnations to battle at will. Even if they self-destruct, he could still produce them again. However, it required time. Slowly nurture them. Senior. What kind of technique is this? Can you pass it on to me? He envied. Nuwa pressed for details. Ye Kai waved his hand and said, "Little brother, you dug quite a bit this time. About 10 billion, right? I only dug 5 billion. You made a good profit." Indeed, he had excavated 5 billion pieces of exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Nuwa took out her Chinkoan bag, seeing that Ye Kai's gaze seemed to ask her to repay. She couldn't stand it any longer, so she gritted her teeth and handed it over, saying, "Here is 5 billion, I'm returning it to you." "I only dug 3 billion pieces." He chuckled, putting away the Chinkoan bag and burned the IOU in front of her, saying, "That's fine, that's fine. Next time if you want to borrow money, remember to come to me. The interest is negotiable." Suddenly, with a dark-faced Nuwa said nothing. Hongjun's eyes lit up. Could it be done this way? Lending at high interest. He formed a bold plan in his heart. He no longer felt pained about the loss of the 3 incarnations' self-destruction. "This is the method I created for slaying the 3 corpses. I can pass it on to you. However, you must become my disciple. After all, the Dao cannot be easily taught." Then she fell silent. Nuwa was confused. Did she need it? It seemed unnecessary, but Hongjun's method was indeed extraordinary. Seeing Nuwa deep in thought, Ye Kai said, "Little brother, how about passing it to me? I will give 3 billion pieces." "Sold. Of course I won't share it with others. I swear. Only I will use it." Suddenly, with heated eyes, Hongjun spoke decisively. "Deal." Without saying another word, he pointed a finger into the void. A beam of light entered Ye Kai's brow, and immediately Hongjun received the Chinkoan bag that Ye Kai threw out, totaling 3 billion. He stored it away. Ye Kai immediately absorbed the profound truths of this 3 corpses slaying method, and he couldn't help but admire Hongjun. He truly was a talent. If this guy were on Earth, he would definitely be a peerless genius, the top scorer in college entrance examinations, an academician, the best of professors. An idiom profound and deep. This method has created a new sect, a new path, a new era. It is truly extraordinary. So does that mean the best magic treasures should be innate supreme treasures or chaotic treasures, right? Little brother, Ye Kai asked. Nodding, Hongjun said yes. The magic treasure relies on the embodiment. The stronger the magic treasure, the more powerful the embodiment. In the past, I only had one innate supreme treasure, the creation jade plate. This time the embodiment was destroyed. I plan to create several innate supreme treasures. Then using chaotic bodies, I will reslay the 3 corpses relying on the innate supreme treasures. In this way, I will be at the level of the mixed element saint in the future. And with the 3 embodiments out, I will be at that realm. I will never fear the fall of my main body's realm again. This is called the same origin. It balances the functions of the main body and the embodiment. Suddenly enlightened Ye Kai nodded. Currently, he does not have innate supreme treasures. Only a broken human sovereign flag. No good. The 3 corpses absolutely cannot use this. Let's look for innate supreme treasures. There are many exquisite innate spiritual treasures, but their growth is limited. It is still best to choose innate supreme treasures to slay the 3 corpses and rely on the embodiments. Thus Hongjun recharged 13 billion. He went to the treasure blind box to open it, leaving Nuwa in thought-dazed wondering about this. What were Hongjun and Ye Kai talking about? I can't understand. So Nuwa recharged 5 billion. She also went to the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box and fought to the end. So Ye Kai first drew lots, adding 9 billion times. This time there were a total of 1,395 blind box openings. System, let me open all of them at once. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for opening black stockings. Congratulations to the host for opening spicy strips. Congratulations to the host for opening innate supreme treasure, the heaven opening spade. Congratulations to the host for opening innate supreme treasure, the heaven opening hoe. Congratulations to the host for opening innate supreme treasure, the heaven opening hammer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfected mixed element golden immortal card. In the end it was over. All the openings were done. He obtained 3 innate supreme treasures. Finally he exploded the equipment. Overjoyed after his strength soared to the perfected mixed element golden immortal, Ye Kai directly operated the 3 corpses slaying method, using each innate supreme treasure to slay the embodiments of malevolent thoughts, benevolent thoughts, and obsessive thoughts respectively. Good technique. Now I have 3 perfected quasi-sane embodiments. Indeed my brother Hongjun is too amazing. This little brother is a straightforward person. But these spades, hoes, and hammers, they all look like tomb raiding tools. Is this system serious? However, they are all innate supreme treasures, so it's worth it. In the future when I explode equipment, if it's chaotic treasures, it'll upgrade to even better equipment. At that time, if the chaotic supreme treasure supports the 3 corpses embodiments then it would be amazing. After tidying up, Ye Kai came to Hongjun. He saw that Hongjun hadn't closed his eyes for days and nights. He had dark circles under his eyes. Moreover, he seemed to have not opened any treasures. So Ye Kai spoke, Hongjun, my brother, you have to call out. Call Pangu Daddy. Maybe you'll Suddenly looking up, Hongjun was overjoyed. Brother, your words are golden. A mouth that has been blessed. I believe it. Good. They'll listen to you this time. Immediately over there Nuwa, who was opening the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box, perked up her ears, her gaze coming over, and she stopped opening, watching Hongjun open the blind box. Great Pangu God, Pangu Daddy. Please show me some mercy. I don't ask for much. I don't need chaotic treasures. Just grant me an innate supreme treasure. Pangu Daddy. Pangu Daddy. Hearing Hongjun's chanting, Nuwa almost burst out laughing. Is Hongjun silly? Does he actually believe Ye Kai's nonsense? That guy is completely unreliable. Hongjun opened. Nothing. Open. Persevering. Trusting Ye Kai. At one point, Hongjun was overjoyed. Boom, the blind box shot out purple light. The radiance was dazzling. Oh wow. It's a diagram. Overjoyed Hongjun exclaimed. And Nuwa was dumbfounded, running over, her gaze fixated on the magic treasure, saying, what is this? Call Daddy. Can it really explode treasures? Is it still an innate supreme treasure? What is this? Suddenly startled, Ye Kai screamed, what the hell? The Tai Chi diagram. How is that possible? One must understand. The chaos supreme treasure, the opening heaven axe shattered after Pangu opened up the heavens. It transformed into 3 innate supreme treasures. Especially the Taiji diagram, Pangu banner, and chaos bell. Wasn't the Taiji diagram obtained by the supreme Laozi of the Pangu Sanqing? Although in this era the Sanqing has hidden away from the world. However, this blind box opened the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. This is truly astonishing. Innate supreme treasure, Taiji diagram. What a treasure. Thus it was quickly collected, and Hongjun continued to open more blind boxes. Witnessing Hongjun open yet another innate supreme treasure, Nuwa was left in shock. Meanwhile, Ye Kai exclaimed, what the heck? Witnessing Hongjun open yet another innate supreme treasure, Nuwa was left in shock. Meanwhile, Ye Kai exclaimed, what the heck? Is this for real? Another innate supreme treasure. And it's the banner. Upon closer inspection, the banner was profoundly mysterious, with the illusion of a world being opened appearing. It was the Pangu banner. What is happening? In a state of extreme doubt, Ye Kai couldn't fathom it. Hongjun with a rosy glow collected the banner. Innate supreme treasure, Pangu banner. What is happening? In a state of extreme doubt, Ye Kai couldn't fathom it. Hongjun with a rosy glow collected the banner. Nothing came up. Many days passed. Brother, I can't take it anymore. This blind box is exhausting. It's too overwhelming. I'm heading back now. With darkened eyes and eye circles showing, Hongjun bid farewell to Ye Kai. Meanwhile, Nuo wore a pained expression, opening treasures, but receiving nothing. She opened the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box, but also got nothing. Therefore she left as well. As for Ye Kai, he closed the shop door and went out again. This time he covered the snack shop with flowers and plants, to prevent others from coveting it. Of course, without his authorization, no one could touch his shop. This time, where to go? Traveling through the wilderness. Yet he saw a tragic sight everywhere. The dragon clan was continuously warring. Wherever they went, myriad clans surrendered. If not surrendered, they perished, annihilated. Such annihilation was common in the wilderness, with countless clans exterminated by the dragon clan every day. Meanwhile, many clans also avoided the world, hiding in secret realms and other worlds and in cave heavens. Many powerful beings did the same. The Phoenix clan and Shieling clan were also not idle, adopting the same ruthless style as the dragon clan. If one did not submit, they would annihilate their clan. This left the people of the wilderness in panic, with numerous great clans feeling indignant. Yet some clans refused to submit. For example, the North Seas Biming, the Kuimping clan. They battled against the dragon clan for a long time. The dragon clan still could not conquer the Kuimping clan. This made the ancestral dragon quite displeased. So the ancestral dragon gathered the army again. Countless true dragons charged towards Biming, and Biming under Kunpeng's leadership retreated. Using Biming's natural geographical advantage, they ambushed countless true dragons. This made the dragon clan very wary. Moreover, what enraged them was that the Kuimping clan's members actually fed on true dragons, using them as food, infuriating the dragon clan and the ancestral dragon. However, the Kuimping was quite pleased. Just when the ancestral dragon and the Kuimping clan's battle reached a boiling point, bad news arrived. Who is it? Who killed my son? In a furious rage, the ancestral dragon roared after hearing the messenger's report. It was his eldest son, Aoi, who had died. Unaware of who was responsible for the death. That time Aoi went to hunt down his grandson, thinking it would be resolved quickly. Little did he expect something else had occurred. Thus the ancestral dragon shouted angrily, Kuimping, you wait for me. Sooner or later I will bring my people to destroy your Biming and flatten the Kuimping clan. Looking at the boundless fierce flow of Biming, the ancestral dragon felt helpless. He retreated. The vast army of the dragon clan dispersed. The dragon clan is indeed terrifyingly strong. Fortunately, the waters of Biming are weak. Even a body as strong as the dragon clan can be softened, reducing their defenses. Otherwise my clan would be in danger. This is good as well. My clan is currently hiding in Biming to survive, to protect ourselves. Watching the dragon clan's army retreat like a tide, the Kuimping ancestor said. The Kuimping then arranged clan affairs. Suddenly flew into the sky, roamed the vast void. The target was the sun star. Entered it. Kuimping. How? It was the three-legged golden crow on the Fusang tree, Dijun asked. Meanwhile, Tai was asleep holding the chaos bell. Suddenly Kuimping clasped his hands and said, Dao friend, the strength of the ancestral dragon is very strong. I am not his opponent. I can only fight against him by relying on the power of Biming, but I will inevitably lose in the end. This person has already reached the level of a quasi-Hunyuan Taluo golden immortal. Holding the He Tu and Luo Shu above his head, Dijun said, indeed the true dragon Dao is not sufficient. The minor Dao achievements are too low. Therefore the ancestral dragon cannot succeed. If it were the Dao of the chaos divine dragon, it might be quite powerful. The Dao laws of the true dragons in the wilderness do not belong to the 3000 Dao range. They are thousands of minor Dao, hence the incomplete minor Dao cannot break through to the Hunyuan Taluo golden immortal. Even the 3000 Dao of the wilderness are incomplete. Thus the power of laws the Dao are incomplete, making it difficult to attain Dao enlightenment. Then Dao friend, what about you now? Kuimping asked. He primarily practiced the Dao of speed, leaping through endless time and space. Dijun said, I cultivate the Dao of fire. To be precise, it is the true fire of the sun, incinerating all things. It is the supreme fire. Of course, how to proceed in the future? We still need to observe. Let us first observe. The waters of the wilderness are too deep. We cannot grasp them. Currently, during the Dragonhan calamity, we will not dabble in this murky water. Similarly, on Kunlun Mountain, Pangasanchin also avoided the world. In the west Kun, in the depths of the Buzhou Mountain inside the Panga Temple. Everyone, it's too chaotic outside. Our era has not yet arrived. We must keep our composure. We should focus on developing for now. Dijiang strongly opposed the majority, stopping the 11 ancestral witches. The witch clan avoided the world. Moreover, countless hidden powerful beings have also concealed themselves in the outer heaven. Yang Mei and Shurchen, however, had many thoughts. Thus the two went to invite several old friends to come out. Together, they went to Tiandao Mountain and found Luo Ho. After a while, everything was made clear. Dao friend Luo Ho, we will be on the same side from now on. In an unknown mountain range. Brother, I am unwilling. My 30 billion. The golden-winged rock stayed in his cave wanting to go out. Unfortunately, Kong Xian would not allow it. He said, second brother. The wilderness is in turmoil right now. The three clans are leading those clans, stirring up chaos in the wilderness. If we go out, we will surely encounter the three clans. At that time, can we defeat the powerful forces of the three clans, Honghuang Golden Immortals? We can only avoid the world now. If we are outside, we won't even know how we died. Touching his emotions, reasoning with him. In the end, the golden-winged rock entered seclusion, no longer thinking of traveling through the wilderness to dig graves and steal treasures. Later, Fuxi returned to Fengwu Mountain and waited for a long time until Nuo finally returned. Sister, you are finally back, Fuxi asked. Without saying a word, Nuo went back into seclusion. The outside is too chaotic and no one dares to linger. Fux's gaze was filled with suspicion, muttering, what happened? I didn't even ask about my treasures being taken by her yet. She gave me a displeased look. What? However, I also have a treasure vault now. Ha ha. In the distance, Nuo heard this and smiled. A curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. In the western continent, in the depths of unknown mountains and rivers. Big brother, are we really not going to Tiandao Mountain? It seems very powerful. Strong beings. Should we join? This way we can strengthen the West. Junti said. Jane shook his head. Do you know Luo Ho? He is the founder of the demonic clan. The demonic clan is too terrifying. We should better not provoke them. We cannot afford to be hurt. True Dragon Mountain. The base of the Dragon Clan. Someone has quietly infiltrated. The ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. A burial ground where countless true dragon warriors of the Dragon Clan have fallen and been buried. What the heck? This? The quantity. Oh my god. Truly worthy of the Dragon Clan. Stunned, he gazed at the staggering arrangement, an endless sea of graves, far too many to count. Even Ye Kai, a formidable figure at the peak of Quasi-Saint level, could not see the end. How many graves are there? Too many. Countless. In the great battle of the Dragon Clan, countless strong warriors have perished and been buried, here naturally, making it a vast graveyard. Thus Ye Kai produced the innate supreme treasure, the heaven-opening spade, the heaven-opening hoe, and the heaven-opening hammer. Three Quasi-Saint manifestations emerged from his body, each wielding an innate treasure. Three friends. Don't hold back. Let this emperor's flowers bloom fiercely across the land. Remember, learn from my brother Hongjun. They even spared the soil. All right, bones for this emperor. The emperor's human imperial banner needs bones for enhancement. With Ye Kai's command, the three manifestations immediately began digging. They dug rapidly. Their movements were exceptionally smooth. The massive excavation operation for graves commenced. Ye Kai, holding the human imperial banner, followed alongside the three manifestations, collecting bones as they dug. So exhilarating. At the same time, holding the Qinkuan bag to store the excavated supreme innate treasures, Ye Kai couldn't help but grin. Dragon Clan. So wealthy. After several hours of digging, Ye Kai couldn't help but exclaim, the Dragon Clan is too rich. In just a few hours they uncovered billions of supreme innate treasures. Alas, that Aoqian fellow emptied the Dragon Clan's treasury before. Compared to what this emperor has unearthed, it's like comparing a small fry to a giant. He had so little. This is only 1/1000th of the progress. When Ye Kai reached 1/10th of the progress, the Qinkuan bag could no longer hold more. Ye Kai then took out the coin machine. Forget it. Let's recharge first. Indeed, as wise as he was, he had brought the coin machine with him. After all, Ye Kai didn't have that many Qinkuan bags to store treasures. Using the human imperial banner, that seemed unfeasible. So he recharged 10 trillion items. Indeed, the Dragon Clan was too wealthy, burying every true dragon's burial items. Ye Kai had managed to excavate so much, and he had only reached 1/10th of the progress. He tossed all the magic cubes into the human imperial banner, as the magic cubes were not treasures, and the human imperial banner could hold them. In total, he stored 90 trillion items. It seemed he would go back and open blind boxes again. Ye Kai muttered to himself. System, activate full power for me. Ye Kai's main body stopped digging, prioritizing the system. The other three manifestations continued to dig. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a thread of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Congratulations, host, for obtaining. Finally, after finishing, Ye Kai counted and burst into laughter. These are all valuable items. X 500 Pangu Essence Blood. X 100 Pangu Primordial. X 200 Pangu Jade Marrow. X 1000 Black Stockings. X 3,000 spicy strips. Instantly Ye Kai melted the Pangu essence blood Pangu primordial spirit and Pangu jade marrow exclaiming in ecstasy, "My primordial spirit is comparable to that of chaotic divine demons." Furthermore, with the body-enhancing technique, he broke through the limits of the supreme innate treasures, reaching a level comparable to innate supreme treasures. In the future, he could even catch innate supreme treasures barehanded. Furthermore, with the body-enhancing technique, he broke through the limits of the supreme innate treasures, reaching a level comparable to innate supreme treasures. In the future, he could even I've reached the first level of Honghuang Saint. I've succeeded. Haha. Thanks to Hongjun's method of slaying the 3 corpses, I achieved the Dao so quickly. Thus Ye Kai's main body emerged alongside the 3 manifestations, transformed into a saint, and they flew in different directions to seize the innate supreme treasures. Back to work. Dig for me. Directly wielding the human imperial banner, Ye Kai began to dig. The Chinkuan bag started to store treasures again. Just like that, they filled up after digging a total of 10,000 times. In the end, Ye Kai counted and was left speechless with shock. After a while, he finally regained his senses. What the heck? The magic cube key skyrocketed to 9. In other words, Ye Kai directly excavated the Dragon Clan's ancestral tomb, uncovered 100 billion supreme innate treasures. This shows that some true dragon graves here have no treasures. Actually, Ye Kai thought for a moment and found it quite normal. After all, the true dragons of the Dragon Clan have fallen in far greater numbers than 100 billion. The population of the Dragon Clan and even the tribes of the Primordial Age cannot be measured in hundreds of millions. Instead, it's measured in extremes, where one extreme equals 10 to the 49th power. So it's not surprising that many powerful dragons possess supreme innate treasures buried as accompanying items. System, give me full firepower. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Dimension Gate, an unparalleled supreme item with no grade. Its full name is the Infinite and Endless Multiverse Dimension Gate, abbreviated as the Dimension Gate. By consuming a certain amount of treasures, you can open it and travel to any time and space, any world, any dimension. Congratulations, host. Finally, after exhausting all attempts to open blind boxes, Ye Kai counted, good. 1,000 drops of Pangu essence blood, 3,000 Pangu primordial spirits, 5,000 Pangu jade marrows, 10,000 spicy strips and black stockings. Also 10,000 Deluo golden immortal cards. 1,000 Honghuang golden immortal cards. Not bad. Thus he fused all the Pangu items, strengthening Ye Kai's saint body once more. The 3 manifestations became even more formidable. Their physical hardness was comparable to that of innate supreme treasures. Meanwhile, the ancestral dragon returned to the Dragon Clan and conducted investigations for a long time. He also investigated outside for a while. He couldn't find out the cause of Aoi's death. Thus, he brought the Candle Dragon into the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, seeking to enter seclusion. Previously, the ancestral dragon had visited the Heavenly Path Mountain. He met with Luo Hu. At that time, Luo Hu was discussing the Dao with Shurchen Yangmei and 4 other saints, a total of 7 saints. What made the ancestral dragon even more indignant was that Yuan Feng was also deeply engaged in their discussions, growing stronger and progressing significantly. To his surprise, she had also become a saint. This infuriated him. How could Yuan Feng, having received the Hongmeng Purple Qi bestowed by Luo Hu, become a saint before him? Thus the ancestral dragon felt triggered and ceased investigating Aoi's death upon returning to the Dragon Clan, too preoccupied to care. Meanwhile, the Candle Dragon stayed outside the ancestral land, guarding the entrance. The ancestral dragon entered. Upon entering, he was dumbfounded. Consumed by rage, he clutched his chest and pointed at that person. Thief! You! He was so furious that he spat blood, nearly fainting. He transformed into a 9-clawed golden dragon, roaring. The air trembled, sending waves of shock through the atmosphere. You rascal! Dare to insult my Dragon Clan! Our ancestral tomb. All dug up. Completely stripped. He was furious not just because the ancestral tomb was looted, but also because of those treasures. They were one of the foundations of the Dragon Clan. The physical strength of the Dragon Clan is beyond doubt. However, the abundance of treasures is also a cornerstone. But now all were stolen. Big brother, what happened to you? Upon hearing the ancestral dragon's roar, the Candle Dragon rushed into the ancestral tomb, only to see the ground littered with remnants, the ancestral land turned upside down. The Candle Dragon spat blood. Thief! You shall not die a good death. I'm furious. Earlier, after halting the excavation, Ye Kai had withdrawn his 3 Dao bodies. The primordial treasures had long since been stowed away. Now he beheld the ancestral dragon and the Candle Dragon roaring in fury. Instantly, he swallowed hard and cried out, This sovereign was merely passing through. Would you believe me? At once the ancestral dragon erupted in wrath. He lunged toward Yi Kai. Wretch, you shall surely die. With a thunderous boom, he unleashed a devastating fist, sending the ancestral dragon reeling, blood spurting from his mouth. The blow slammed him into the crater. Then without hesitation Yi Kai vanished, swift beyond measure. With a single stride he tore open the void, ripples cascaded across space, as he stepped through the fissure and disappeared within. The void sealed shut behind him, leaving no trace. Elder brother. Realizing what had happened, the candle dragon crashed to the ground and hurriedly lifted the ancestral dragon. His heart still raced with lingering dread. Who was that man? How could he rend the primordial void of the Honghuang realm so effortlessly? This was the Honghuang. The void itself was unbreakable. Could it be? Who is he? The candle dragon remained baffled. Only then did the ancestral dragon regain full awareness, his soul trembling with terror. He who had been struck down by a single blow murmured in disbelief, this man is certainly no mixed primordial golden immortal. He concealed both his aura and cultivation realm. He must be a celestial sage, yet he bears no resemblance to Hongjun. Yet his Dao resonance echoes Hongjun's own. This man is undoubtedly connected to Hongjun. Damn it. What? Why do celestial sages always oppress our dragon clan? This sovereign refuses to accept it. After regaining composure, he hardened his resolve and made a decisive choice, abandoning even the matter of the desecrated ancestral tombs. Turning to the candle dragon, the ancestral dragon declared, second brother. This sovereign shall enter absolute seclusion. You shall assume command of the dragon clan. Do not disturb me unless the dragon clan faces annihilation. Very well. The candle dragon nodded assent and departed at once to govern the dragon clan. Meanwhile, the ancestral dragon whispered softly, this sovereign will surely attain the Dao of the celestial sage. I will, absolutely. Absolutely. Emerging once more beyond the dragon clan's ancestral lands, the void split open, and Yi Kai strode forth before it seamlessly closed behind him. Where am I? What the? Who are you people? A crowd, dozens perhaps more, stood before him. Ruaho gazed coldly ahead, a mocking smile on his lips. Fellow Taoist, how familiar you look. Yuanfeng recognized him instantly and gasped, indeed, it is him. The very one who alongside Nuwa and Hongjun plundered ancient graves. He has truly come to rob the dragon clan's ancestral tombs. What audacity. Shurchin and Yang Mei exchanged stunned glances. The other four stood aloof, observing impassively, as if watching a spectacle. So, you orchestrated this ambush. Waiting like a hare beneath a tree. Yi Kai recoiled in shock. He now grasped their intent. Perhaps Hongjun and these others had already looted the ancestral tombs of the Phoenix Qilin and other great clans, prompting this coalition. Wait, no? Your cultivation realms. You are all celestial sages. Astonished, he stumbled backward several paces. Yi Kai's eyes widened in sheer terror. 8 celestial sages. When had the Honghuang realm birthed so many celestial sages? Ruaho sneered, you actually discerned our celestial sage cultivation realms. Youngling, who exactly are you? And what connection do you share with Hongjun? Shurchin remarked, this is irony. We originally laid this trap to catch Hongjun excavating the ancestral tombs. Yet instead we snared this fish. Could it be? Hongjun discovered our scheme. Yang Mei asked, and thus refused to come. One sage interjected, yet we have waited scarcely long. Upon the ancestral dragon's return, we followed him here immediately. Might this man have infiltrated the dragon clan's tombs earlier, before us? Another sage suggested. A third agreed that must be it. Impossible. He could never evade our celestial sage perception. A fourth sage nodded. Enough talk. Seize him first. He desecrated the dragon clan's ancestral tombs. He must possess countless treasures. Rich spoils await us all. Divide them equally. Now attack. With those words, all 8 celestial sages raised their voices in unison and summoned their respective artifacts. Save for Yuanfeng, all wielded primordial treasures of celestial sages. They surged forward with terrifying force. What? So this is how it is. Damn it. Their cunning knows no bounds. I cannot win. Clenching his teeth, Yi Kai manifested 3 Dao bodies, each brandishing a primordial treasure. They charged forth, first leading the assault. They clashed in the void, then exploded violently, swelling outward in an instant. No. How can he mirror Hongjun? Each of his Dao bodies cultivates at the first tier of celestial sagehood. Danger. They are self-destructing. Evade quickly. Too late. The sages instantly activated their artifacts to shield themselves, but only 3 were engulfed by the detonations. Meanwhile, Ruaho and the remaining 5 sages converged upon Yi Kai with overwhelming force. Ruaho cultivated at the 3rd tier of celestial sagehood, the others at the 1st tier. Numbers tipped the scales decisively. Their numerical superiority was absolute. Yet Yi Kai's true body summoned the dimensional gate, retrieving the heaven-splitting hammer and feeding it directly into the gate's maw. As he stepped through at the critical moment, he barehandedly intercepted 2 celestial sages' primordial treasures. Still 3 other sages' supreme Dao techniques struck Ye Kai full force. Though his physique could withstand primordial treasures, the combined might of 3 celestial sages, augmented by their artifacts, proved catastrophic. The onslaught was relentless. No being could endure it. Ye Kai sustained grievous injury in an instant, tens of thousands of exchanges flashing by in a single second. Overwhelmed, he plummeted headlong into the dimensional gate, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As Ye Kai's 3 Dao bodies detonated, his 2 remaining primordial treasures likewise exploded, a double cataclysm whose shockwave radiated outward with apocalyptic force. It obliterated infinite spacetimes. Even the remaining 5 sages were caught in the blast. Boom. Boom. Countless Dragon Clan elites were swept up in the devastation. They perished instantly. What? The heavens shatter, the earth collapses. Only after ordering all Dragon Clan warriors to retreat far beyond the blast radius did the Candle Dragon breathe again. How many true dragons had just been annihilated? Elite warriors turned to ash. Yet the Dragon Clan's ancestral lands lay deep underground, untouched. The colossal crater left by Ye Kai's battle with the 8 sages yawned as an unfathomable abyss. Its span defied measurement, stretching across countless light years, leaving every Dragon Clan warrior paralyzed with awe. Unimaginable. This was surely a celestial sage's battle. Countless cultivators speculated wildly, sparking a tempest across the Honghuang realm. That accursed nameless celestial sage. He nearly killed us. He escaped. But that artifact, profoundly mysterious, utterly inscrutable. At Tian Dao Mountain, Ruaho and the other sages returned, all wounded by the blast. There Ruaho engaged Yuan Feng in Dao discourse, aided by several fellow sages. Her cultivation advanced significantly under their guidance. While recovering, she soared as if standing upon giant shoulders. Meanwhile, at Yujing Mountain, Hongjun received Hao Tian's intelligence report, stunned by the news. Master, the matter unfolded thus: a celestial sage conflict. Ultimately, the nameless sage fled in defeat. Hao Tian withdrew. This concerns me, or rather the 3-fragment severance technique. Seated cross-legged upon his meditation cushion, Hongjun stroked his chin, recalling details meticulously. Could it be Ye Kai the shopkeeper? None but him masters my Dao techniques. It must be him. But how could he fight Ruaho? Impossible. He has attained celestial sagehood, likely first tier of the mixed primordial sage realm. Indeed, he must possess a Honghuang Purple Qi. Attaining sagehood was inevitable. Yet having learned my Dao, he still fled from Ruaho. Only one explanation remains: new celestial sages have joined Ruaho's faction. This bodes ill. If Ruaho's camp continues expanding its ranks of celestial sages. Has Ruaho already located candidates for all 9 Honghuang Purple Qi of the Heavenly Dao? How many celestial sages has he cultivated? The more he pondered, the more alarming it became. Hongjun feared both the Heavenly Dao and Ruaho, and especially the growing number of celestial sages aligned with the Heavenly Dao. After all, each new celestial sage strengthened the Heavenly Dao itself, while his own side consisted solely of himself, a mixed primordial celestial sage, and now Ye Kai. Just 2. It was insufficient. Why did Ye Kai go to the Dragon Clan's domain? A sudden epiphany struck Hongjun. He gasped. What? Has that fellow grown so brazen as to rob the Dragon Clan's tombs? How formidable he is. Even I dare not casually probe the Dragon Clan's ancestral lands. He feared the Heavenly Dao would entrap him. Thus he dared not venture there. Never did he imagine Ye Kai would dare grave robbing. Truly extraordinary. After prolonged contemplation, Hongjun slipped quietly from Yujing Mountain. Originally, Hongjun's cultivation site resided in the Zixiao Palace beyond the heavens, but fearing intervention from the Heavenly Dao and surveillance from Ruaho, he secretly relocated to Yujing Mountain within the Honghuang realm. This mountain remained deeply concealed, imperceptible even to celestial sages. Then Hongjun arrived at Fengwu Mountain, effortlessly entering the Daoist hall and finding the siblings Fuxi and Nuwa. He got straight to the point. You too, this is the Honghuang Purple Qi. It is pure and non-toxic. It cannot be compared to the toxic Honghuang Purple Qi of the Heavenly Dao. This is the complete Honghuang Purple Qi of the Great Dao. You can choose. If you worship me as your master, the Honghuang Purple Qi will be yours. Hongjun said, eagerly hoping to find disciples, as there were too few saints on his side. He hoped to recruit them. However, Fuxi and Nuwa exchanged meaningful glances and shook their heads repeatedly. The temptation was great, but the dangers were too many. It was not a good time to go out. Fuxi spoke up. Thank you for your kindness, Saint. But we do not wish to go out right now. The primordial chaos is too deep for us to navigate. We apologize. His meaning was clear. Nuwa nodded as well, saying, Senior, we are sorry. No matter how Hongjun tried to persuade them and made promises, the siblings still refused. With no choice, Hongjun had to leave. He went to find Dijuan and Tai of the Sun Star, but was still rejected. Zhen Yuanzi also turned him down. Mingyi did the same. And so did Pangu and the three pure ones. In any case, the hidden powers of the primordial chaos all rejected Hongjun's invitation and the Honghuang Purple Qi for disciples. Helpless Hongjun went to the Qilin tribe. Starting with the Qilin, they only have the Honghuang Purple Qi of the 9 heavenly paths. Do you think you still have a chance? I went to the battlefield of several great saints and found that a total of 8 saints were fighting 1 saint. Hongjun spoke eloquently this time, putting in great effort to persuade the starting Qilin. After pondering for a long time, the starting Qilin said, "So the Heavenly Dao's representative Luo Ho has already divided and allocated the Honghuang Purple Qi of the Heavenly Dao. And I am still foolishly waiting." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It reached a point of unbearable anger. This is too much. This makes me furious. With a roar, the starting Qilin looked at Hongjun and said, "By this reasoning, that woman Yuan Feng has also received the Honghuang Purple Qi, and the ancestral dragon also possesses it. So by this logic, doesn't Luo Ho equal 9 heavenly Dao saints? And Saint Hongjun and you are just 1. If I join your camp, wouldn't that be fraught with danger? Can we defeat Luo Hao's camp?" Immediately Hongjun flexed his muscles, demonstrating the strength of the 3 great saint bodies, taking it a step further this time. "I am a 6-fold saint of Honghuang. With the 3 great saint bodies, I am equivalent to being able to battle 5 or 6 of them. As long as you possess my Honghuang Purple Qi and the method to slay the 3 corpses, you can also fight 3 at once. In this way we can contend. Moreover, can you willingly be surpassed by the ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng? Are you falling behind? Below the saints all are mere ants." After hearing so much, the starting Qilin's gaze shifted from doubt to struggle and finally to fervor, desire igniting within him as he said, "Even so. However, the number of Honghuang golden immortals in our beast tribes cannot compare to the dragon clan. The Phoenix clan is not afraid. We are just worried about the dragon clan. The number of Honghuang golden immortals in the dragon clan is as plentiful as dogs and cows. We do not dare to gamble. The Qilin and Phoenix clans have always been few in number of Honghuang golden immortals. This is also the reason why they cannot defeat the dragon clan." Thus he took out a fruit and a tiny tree, explaining, "This is the Huangjongli. It is a chaotic spiritual root, the Huangjongli tree that I unexpectedly obtained. The fruit is excellent. Eating one can grant you the early stage of Honghuang golden immortal. This tree I will bestow upon your Qilin tribe. Now what concerns do you still have?" Overjoyed and ecstatic, smiling widely, "This is too miraculous." After receiving the Huangjongli tree, the starting Qilin clasped his hands, saying, "Saint, I am at your service. You say east, I go east. I will never go west. Please elaborate on what we should do." Thus the two discussed in detail. After a long while, Hongjun departed, and the starting Qilin with resolute eyes called for a newborn child, and had him consume the Huangjongli. In an instant the child's aura surged violently, becoming a Honghuang golden immortal on the spot. The starting Qilin was stunned. The child expressed thanks, saying, "Thank you for the blessing, ancestor." The starting Qilin waved his hand, saying, "Go on." Once the child left, the starting Qilin immediately went to the ancestral land of the Qilin tribe and planted the Huangjongli tree. In an instant the tree grew large, spanning this small world of different time and space, crazily absorbing the celestial energy from the primordial chaos. The tree was immense. A towering tree, lush and dense. Moreover, there were even more fruit trees. Countless like sand, never-ending. Subsequently, the starting Qilin laughed maniacally, gathering one bag after another of fruit, completely harvesting. And the Huangjongli tree continued to produce fruit, rapidly maturing, as if it were an unceasing spring. Thereafter, the starting Qilin secretly cultivated a great army of Honghuang golden immortals. Strong beings emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, surging forth madly. For a time in the Qilin tribe and the beast tribes, Honghuang golden immortals were everywhere, filling the sky. And the starting Qilin also entered seclusion, operating the method to slay the 3 corpses, striving for the realm of Honghuang saint. The primordial chaos knows no years. A great event occurred. The dragon clan's ancestral dragon has become a saint. And the Phoenix clan's Yuan Feng also proclaimed to the primordial chaos that she has become a saint. The 2 clans' 2 great saints stood guard. The dragon clan's people became increasingly arrogant. The sons of the ancestral dragon rose up to initiate new wars in the primordial chaos. Many hidden powers were besieged and attacked. The suffering was unbearable. Some fled, some died, while others surrendered. All kinds of tragic scenes were present. This time, the ancestral dragon's prince group passed through the territory of the Qilin tribe. They could no longer hold back. They targeted these beast tribes, forcing them to surrender. Those beast tribes swore not to submit. A shocking great battle erupted. Some small beast tribes were exterminated. In response, the Qilin tribe and the other great clans of the beast tribes were enraged. They mobilized their Honghuang golden immortal experts. Once again, a massive scale of war broke out. In the end, the starting Qilin's prince group killed and plundered many of the ancestral dragon's princes. The Dragon Clan's prince group was nearly wiped out. This news reached the Dragon Clan, causing the ancestral dragon to fly into a rage. I, this saint, will not rest until I kill you, starting Qilin, and will not be a dragon. My 98 princes. This enrages me. Thus, the furious ancestral dragon leading the entire Dragon Clan and the scaled tribes formed the Dragon Clan camp, marching mightily towards the beast camp of the starting Qilin. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng received the news and immediately went to Tiandao Mountain to consult Luo Ho. After Luo Ho discussed with the other saints, they all decided to annihilate this disobedient beast camp. In their view, the starting Qilin was already a discarded pawn, expendable. The fortunes of the three clans had long been divided by Luo Ho and the other saints. At this moment, the beast camp's people panicked. They rushed to find the starting Qilin. After the starting Qilin emerged from seclusion, he was spirited and vigorous. He immediately organized troops, forming the beast camp with Honghuang golden immortal experts as numerous as cattle and horses. They set off towards the western continent, wishing to attack Tiandao Mountain rather than directly confronting the Dragon Clan's camp. This movement enraged the ancestral dragon, who immediately turned and marched towards Tiandao Mountain. Meanwhile, the avian camp, led by the Phoenix clan and Yuan Feng, engaged in an epic battle at Tiandao Mountain with the beast camp. This battle was fiercely brutal. Blood flowed like rivers. Ultimately, after a long fight, the avian camp was defeated, suffering massive losses of their elite forces. Yuan Feng and the starting Qilin fought desperately, but in a few exchanges, the starting Qilin easily knocked her down. The starting Qilin laughed heartily. Just this much? Haha. The Heavenly Dao saints are just this much too. Sure, Qilin, you celebrate too soon. I, the saint, am neither mortal nor perishable. What of it that you have wounded me? We have greater numbers. Witnessing the slaughter of the avian camp, Yuan Feng felt his heart bleed and thundered in rage. The Linjia host led by Zhu Long packed the plain in endless ranks of vast tide, like a swarm of locusts surging toward the Zhou camp. Sure, Qilin, you are finished. Zhu Long led the vanguard, charging at Sure Qilin. The Honghuang golden immortals of the Linjia camp shone with bloodlust, their killing intent cleaving the ninefold heavens. Charge! Strike with all force! Wipe out the wretched curs of the Zhou camp! Immediately the Zhou forces met the Linjia tide. This time both sides fought with every ounce of strength. A contest to decide supremacy, they threw forth every last soldier. All the Honghuang golden immortals were summoned to the field. Whoever prevailed would dominate Honghuang and unify the primordial wastes. Whoever lost would be scattered to oblivion, erased from Honghuang's history. Boom. Zhu Long and Sure Qilin collided. Saintly power and divine arts poured forth without reserve. They exchanged blows for untold rounds. Trash. A mere Tiandao saint. Sure Qilin sneered with contempt. Struck down, Zhu Long cried in alarm. Impossible. It must be Hongjun. In this world, save for Hongjun's methods, few saints could be so potent as to suppress a Tiandao saint. An undying Tiandao saint. Let me see how many times you can avoid death. Let me see whether I, the saint. Sure Qilin bore down upon Yuan Feng, while three saint embodiments struck at Zhu Long in concert, besieging him. The two were driven into chaotic flight. Below, the two camps tore at one another in frantic slaughter. Kill or be killed. The battlefield was horrific beyond measure. At a certain moment, Sure Chun and Yang Mei entered the fray. Young upstart, do not grow arrogant. Sure Chun set the wheel of time spinning and charged. How dare these wild-born saints act so wanton? We Tiandao saints are Honghuang's true orthodox. Sure Qilin, you court death. Yang Mei opened the gate of space and swept forward to strike. Their momentum was magnificent, reverberating through endless time and space. What? There truly are other Tiandao saints. Startled, Sure Qilin split two saint embodiments to contend with Sure Chun and Yang Mei. In an instant, the battle shifted. Sure Qilin was forced into defensive postures, suffering greatly. Then Hongjun arrived. You hounds of the Tiandao must be exterminated. Hongjun sought to strike at Yang Mei and the others. At that moment, Luo Ho appeared, saying, Hongjun, I have long awaited you. Today I will deal with you once and for all to remove future trouble. He did not come alone, who others stood behind him. Mingyan Daoran, Ingwa Daoran, also Inyang Doran, Shinkoan Daoran. You dare to stand for the Tian? They cried in astonishment. These were Hongjun's old comrades. Alas, in this hour they sided with the Tiandao saints, now allies of Luo Ho. Many saints sneered coldly at Hongjun. Mingyun Daoran said, Hongjun, our only path is to become saints. There is no other road. Ingwa Daoran declared, what is wrong with becoming a Tiandao saint? We are free and we are saints. Shinkoan Daoran added, beneath a saint all are but ants. If one fails to become a saint, one remains another's fish and flesh at the mercy of slaughter. Hongjun, times change, now we are enemies and no sentiment remains to be spared. We will meet you on the battlefield. Inyang Daoren, said Hongjun. Sorry, but in this age our road is cut off. Only by becoming saints is there a way out. Born free though we are, the age is a cage. We must confront the cage to leap beyond it. And the Tiandao is our sole chance of escape. Even trapped, our hearts must turn to the light. We must break out. You are the obstacle, thus you must die. Luo Ho sneered, in this age if one is not a Tiandao saint, any other wild-born saint must perish. Only if the Tiandao rules Honghuang are we strong. The stronger the Tiandao, the stronger we become. Therefore Hongjun, prepare to step aside. Thus erupted an epic-shattering war of saints. Hongjun squared off against Luo Ho and Inyang Daoren. Three great saint embodiments stepped forth bearing the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and the disc of creation, and they hurled themselves at Mingyun Doran, Ingwid Doran, and Shinkuan Daoren. On Hongjun's side were 2 Hunyuan saints. With the saint embodiments the count rose to 6. Effectively 8 Hunyuan saints pitted against Luo Ho, the nine-tailed Tiandao saint. The clash altered the colors of heaven and earth, sun, moon, and stars dimmed. It raged a long while. This unrivaled war in Honghuang alarmed every power. None dared watch or venture forth. On the western continent, Tiandao Mountain became the main battlefield. The fighting scope wildly expanded, sweeping across the western continent. The Linjia and Zhousho camps were driven apart. War spread everywhere, even to the eastern continent. North and south were aflame. All across Honghuang, the Linjia camps, led by Longzhu, clashed with the Zhousho camps, led by Kalinzu. They swept through the whole of Honghuang. The saint war concentrated on the western continent, shattered heaven and earth. The western continent was rent asunder. I will see you dead. One voice howled. Hongjun, fellow Taoist, will go before you. All-out fighting, death-defying struggle. If it continued, they would be ground down. Tiandao saints healed wounds and were reborn from death, and Shilin raged at the prolongation. So, self-detonation. Not the saint's body, but the Hongming Purple Qi itself was detonated. Even Hongjun was stunned. He shouted, no, fellow Taoist. In an instant, Shilin's self-explosion together with the saint's true body and the 3 Dao bodies burst into a cataclysm that threatened to annihilate heaven and earth. Yuan Fengzhu, Long Shichun, and Yang Mei were instantly obliterated. No, Yang Mei will not accept this. What is that Hongming Purple Qi? Us, the 4 saints fell. The Tiandao Hongming Purple Qi fled into the void and vanished. Hongjun continued to fight desperately. If the fighting continued, they would be overwhelmed by numbers. Hongjun, furious, cried Luo Ho, go to your deaths. I will die with you. Hongjun's 3 great saint manifestations swelled violently. The Hongming Purple Qi detonated as no, run, flee. It is ill. We are finished. With a thunderous roar, heaven and earth trembled, time and space convulsed. Mingyun Doran, Ingwid Doran, Shinkuan Doran, and Inyang Daoren were all erased by the terrible explosive force. The Tiandao Hongming Purple Qi fled into the void. What? You're unharmed. Hongjun's face changed to stunned. He stared at the aftershocks and saw Luo Ho slumped in the void. How could this man be unhurt? Impossible. Luo Ho laughed wildly, spewing blood as he rose. Ah, Hongjun, you miscalculate. Luo Ho's laughter rang out triumphant. What is happening? Hongjun's gaze became sharp like a sword's edge, inscrutable. Gritting his teeth, he refined the last of the primordial purple energy, and in an instant everything changed. Hongjun, oh Hongjun. Luo Ho rushed over suddenly, urging the innate supreme treasure, the annihilation black lotus, along with the innate supreme treasure, the extermination sword, greatly enhancing his power. You never imagined, VBA. I am the spokesperson of the Dao of Heaven, naturally not an ordinary Taoist sage. Because the Dao of Heaven is me, and I am the Dao of Heaven, we merge into one. You think you can destroy me, a being of the 6th layer of a sage. We are the Dao of Heaven. What does the Dao of Heaven signify? We have absorbed the fortunes of the 3 clans, who our power is now at the 12th layer of a sage. As long as we kill you, this sage and the Dao of Heaven will once again initiate the next immeasurable tribulation. We shall once again gather the power of the fortunes of all living beings, allowing us to break through to the 12th layer of a sage, stepping into a brand new realm, which is the realm of primordial divine demons. That is to say, the primordial saint. Legends say that before the opening of the heavens there existed a chaotic world, a primordial source of chaos, where every holy being was an unparalleled powerhouse. The mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal was merely the base level, while there were even stronger primordial divine demons who mastered the 3,000 paths, each path housing innumerable primordial divine demons. Thus the 3,000 divine demons refer to the 3,000 types of primordial divine demons, the quantity far exceeding 3,000 numbering in the countless. Those primordial divine demons possess mastery over a complete path, The ultimate path signifies unparalleled strength. Their power is that of a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, and each primordial divine demon controls a realm of chaos capable of annihilating countless worlds with a mere gesture. Therefore, the primordial divine demons of the primordial source chaotic world are incredibly powerful. In other words, the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal is what the Dao of Heaven Luo Ho refers to as the primordial saint, surpassing the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal and the Daoist sage. It can be seen that the realm of the Pangu Great God must certainly transcend that of the primordial divine demons, surpassing the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Hongjun was greatly shocked. He never expected that the spokesperson of the Dao of Heaven meant this. The Dao of Heaven merging with the spokesperson equates to combat power equal to that of the Dao of Heaven. Whoever faces the spokesperson of the Dao of Heaven is in direct confrontation with the Dao of Heaven. With a wave of his hand, the Hongjun tree within the Qilin cliff suddenly uprooted, traversing endless time and space. It landed within the body of Hongjun. Moreover, this tree gathered the power of the fortunes from the beastly camp. Merging with the Hongjun tree is akin to merging with a primordial spiritual root. Give me power. Immediately Hongjun broke through his strength, soaring to the 9th layer of the mixed Yuan Saint. 3 Dao bodies emerged, all at the 9th layer of the mixed Yuan Saint, each wielding innate supreme treasures. With Hongjun's true body, they charged towards Luo House Dao of Heaven's single eye. At this moment, Luo Ho had already fused his true body with the Dao of Heaven, manifesting as a gigantic single eye. The incarnations of the Dao of Heaven split into 3, each resembling Luo Ho, wielding innate supreme treasures. They were the yellow sky, the azure sky, the Tsang sky, each battling Hongjun's 3 great saintly Dao bodies. The 2 factions radiated tremendous momentum, their battle power off the charts, fighting with all their might. A fierce battle to the end, spanning across the ancient heavens. Kill. A sudden clash. They fought for an indeterminate time. The void was shattered. The heavens changed color. Everywhere were openings, time and space fracturing. Dao of Heaven, you are terrifying. Your ambition is too great. You treat the wilderness as your hunting ground. I cannot allow you to succeed. I must destroy you. I cannot let you harm the wilderness. With that, Hongjun plunged into the single eye of the Dao of Heaven, entering the fray. At that moment, all 3 of Hongjun's great saintly Dao bodies self-destructed, killing Huang Tian Luo Ho, Qing Tian Luo Ho, and Tsang Tian Luo Ho. Mutually assured destruction. No, you actually self-destructed the primordial purple energy. The Dao of Heaven Luo Ho was astonished. He roared, "You are insane. You self-destructed the primordial purple energy within my Dao of Heaven's source. You will die." Oh, even Luo Ho could not stop Hongjun's frenzied act of self-destruction. The Dao of Heaven was furious, yet it could not expel Hongjun. In an instant, it erupted violently. The heavenly dome exploded. The world trembled. The war had reached this point. The scales and beastly camps had almost suffered catastrophic losses. All were spent. Very few mixed Yuan Golden Immortals remained. Moreover, the brutal clash between Dao of Heaven Luo Ho and Hongjun almost affected the entire world. The heavens and earth shattered. The entire western continent was barren. Hongjun, this sage, he dissipated. Even with the protection of the Dao of Heaven, Luo Ho could not maintain it. After all, the Dao of Heaven was struggling. Hongjun, this sage, he dissipated. Even with the protection of the Dao of Heaven, Luo Ho could not maintain it. After all, the Dao of Heaven was struggling to protect itself. How could it protect him? In the end, Luo Ho fell. Within the source space of the Dao of Heaven, the primordial purple energy from Hongjun's self-destruction surged, and the aftermath swept across the entire Dao of Heaven source. Hongjun, have you lost your mind? Do you want to slaughter my Dao of Heaven? You must know that if my Dao of Heaven dies, the wilderness will collapse. The heavens will be destroyed. Ha ha! You dare not kill my Dao of Heaven. Faced with the threat of the Dao of Heaven, Hongjun was enraged and made a decision at the last moment. Then I will kill you halfway. Thus the energy of the chaotic bodies self-destructed instantly, obliterating half of the Dao of Heaven's source. My Dao of Heaven will not accept this. Just one more immeasurable tribulation, and my Dao of Heaven would have broken through to the chaotic Dao. Just a little more, and it would have reached the level of chaos. The Dao of Heaven schemed for so long just to break through to a higher realm. In desperation, Hongjun was also afraid that the collapse of the Dao of Heaven's source would affect the wilderness. The wilderness cannot be destroyed. Thus Hongjun made a difficult choice with no other options. I will go. From now on, Hongjun is dead, sacrificing all of himself, leaving not a trace. Merging with, you dare. Hongjun. The furious Dao of Heaven struggled, attempting to shake off Hongjun's power. Unfortunately, only half of the Dao of Heaven remained unable to free itself. Thus Hongjun merged with the Dao of Heaven. This was no longer just a simple spokesperson of the Dao of Heaven, but the true Dao of Heaven. However, at this moment within the Dao of Heaven, besides the Dao of Heaven itself, there was also Hongjun, the holy being of the wilderness, occupying it. The two contended for control. But still Hongjun seized the upper hand. Hongjun, haha, without that complete primordial purple energy, you cannot control my Dao of Heaven. Haha, this body of yours my Dao of Heaven will gladly accept. A pleasant surprise. Although it lost half of its source, the Dao of Heaven gained Hongjun's body, and it was overjoyed. Dao of Heaven, you merely obtained the lowest level of my foundation, the cricket body. Once the chaotic body self-destructed, it was gone. Your wish has come to naught. Even if you are strong, so what? I can still dominate part of the control over this body. But I am also content. Because I have stopped you from hunting the wilderness, stopped you from treating the wilderness as your plaything. You have miscalculated. You will find it difficult to turn the tide. One day I will defeat you and completely refine your Dao of Heaven's source power. By then you will have lost the power of the Dao of Heaven and will not be able to bounce around like you do now. Helplessly having sustained great injuries, Hongjun could not fully regain control of the body and could only hide his strength for now. Moreover, he had lost 3 complete primordial purple energies. How now? Defeating the Dao of Heaven is too difficult. Hongjun stepped out of the Dao of Heaven's source, time and space, gazing at the shattered earth, feeling pained. The West. Alas, it's over. This karma part of it belongs to me. With that, Hongjun's voice faded away. He became hazy, and the entire person transformed, exuding authority and indifference, looking down on all things, disregarding everything. This was the Dao of Heaven, Hongjun, which is to say the Dao of Heaven. He emerged. Relying on Hongjun's body, there was no need for manifestation. He could walk the wilderness using Hongjun's body, no longer needing a spokesperson for the Dao of Heaven. No way. This mess left by the 3 clans cannot be borne by my Dao of Heaven. With a wave of his hand, he reshaped the true spirit of the ancestral dragon, as well as the true spirit of the primordial phoenix, and the true spirit of the beginning Qilin, all devoid of consciousness like puppets. Allowed to be manipulated by the Dao of Heaven, Hongjun. Go. Immediately the 3 true spirits rapidly tore through the heavens, heading in all directions. Soon, the voice of the ancestral dragon rang out in the east. I, the ancestral dragon, hereby officially dissolve the Scale Armor dynasty led by the Dragon Clan today. The endless karmic sins caused I, the ancestral dragon, am willing to use this remaining body to suppress the leakage of the ocean in the wilderness, eternally calming the 4 seas. The remaining Dragon Clan will forever dwell in the 4 seas, cleansing their karma. True dragons will no longer exist, nor will there be dragon emperors. Only the dragon kings shall remain in the world. Those scattered true dragons in the wilderness wept. The war was over, but the Dragon Clan was finished. From then on they withdrew from the wilderness. They could only survive in the 4 seas. Moreover, without a dragon emperor, they could not become emperors, only dragon kings. And what about the karma of the Dragon Clan itself? The remaining Dragon Clan members gradually entered the 4 seas. The Scale Armor clan also had some, each fleeing and hiding their identities. No one cared about their survival anymore. The Dragon Clan was already struggling to protect themselves, so they could not look after them. I, the primordial phoenix, shall eternally settle in the southern wilderness, suppressing the undying mountain and all the volcanoes of the wilderness, sorting out the heart of the wilderness. The Phoenix clan shall eternally reside in the undying mountain. From now on the Bird dynasty is disbanded, and the Phoenix clan shall never produce a ruler. The remaining few Phoenix clan members fled back to the undying mountain, fearing that the great hidden clans of the wilderness would seek retribution. In the center of the wilderness, the voice of the beginning Qilin resounded. The Beastly dynasty is disbanded. From now on I shall eternally settle in Qilin Cliff, and the Beastly clans shall have no rulers, only kings. The Qilin shall only appear as auspicious signs, no longer traversing the wilderness. The remaining surviving Qilin all returned to Qilin Cliff. From then on they shut their doors. The Beastly clans lost their direction. Each took care of themselves. Countless powerful beings of the wilderness emerged from the mountains, caves, blessed lands, and small worlds, gazing upon the devastated wilderness. None cursed the 3 clans dynasty. These powerful beings had stirred the wilderness into chaos. However, the suffering of the 3 clans had been long. Finally, the 3 clans were finished, all being celebrated, no longer fearing the threats and intimidation of the 3 clans. From now on, the Longhan Tribulation, this immeasurable tribulation, has concluded. Of course, the wilderness fell silent, plunged into a long period of coldness devoid of life. The wilderness officially entered a new era. For a long time, the primordial world seemed to have changed, becoming oppressive, not an atmosphere, but under an invisible pressure looming just above. This pressure was terrifying, like standing at the edge of an abyss. It made one's soul tremble with fear. Moreover, for some unknown reason, purple lightning frequently flashed across the sky. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was engulfed in a realm of flashing purple light. Strange and bizarre events occurred not for just 1 or 2 days, but continuously, with uncanny happenings unfolding. At Changbai Mountain, many members of the Dragon Clan dared not venture outside, hiding within their caves. However, Ao Qian and Ao Qing were watching the sky, gazing upward, unable to fathom its depths. And it seems like something has changed in the sky. The sky of the past did not carry that nameless terror and oppression. Ever since the Dragonhan calamity ended, it has been 90,000 yuan meetings, and now there is something above us, indescribable, unseen, unfelt, and ungraspable. So astonishing. What on earth is it? I cannot see through it either. The current sky held an unnamed presence overhead that even Ao Qian could not penetrate. Furthermore, Ao Qing added, her voice trembling with fear. It seems my cultivation is regressing. It feels like it's dissipating. Have you noticed? The purple divine light in this world seems to contain the power of destruction. It feels like a punishment. Only those at the level of Daluo Jin Xian or above can sense it. Those at the Daluo Jin Xian level cannot feel this terrifying pressure and aura of destruction. Before the words could finish, an anomaly appeared. The gentle divine light and lightning in the sky suddenly turned violent, like ferocious beasts in turmoil. Although the purple light appeared as fine as a fingertip, it contained unparalleled thunderous might, and then it exploded forth. Everywhere it struck, it splashed, leaving the flora and fauna unharmed. Not good. Everyone hide. Stay indoors. Witnessing several powerful members of the Dragon Clan fall obliterated by the purple light, Ao Qian immediately issued a deadly order for his kin to return at once. Do not linger outside any longer. This is not merely a sensation. That mysterious force has gone berserk. What is it? Why can even the Honghuang Jin Xian be touched and perish immediately? Ao Qing was numb. A bone-chilling sensation surged through her back, striking deep within her soul, leaving her in shock. And the powerful members of the Dragon Clan scattered in panic. However, the Daluo Jin Xian managed to escape, while the strange purple power did not target them, but rather those at the Honghuang Jin Xian level. They were fleeing. They were screaming. They perished. Their bones were left untraceable. A multitude of Honghuang Jin Xian fell victim to the purple lightning. This scene unfolded too rapidly, so fast that it was impossible to evade. Even Ao Qian and Ao Qing stood agape, unable to speak. They witnessed their clansmen at the Honghuang Jin Xian level fleeing everywhere, struck down by the purple lightning. No matter where they hid, be it in caves, villages, tribes, water tanks, latrines, or even in their mothers, regardless, wherever one looked, the purple lightning was relentless and omnipresent, targeting the Honghuang Jin Xian, striking them down upon sight. This scene left countless powerful members of the Dragon Clan in shock, nearly all of them panicking, for any Honghuang Jin Xian was annihilated, obliterated by the purple lightning. Those who remained were all Daluo Jin Xian from the Dragon Clan, the newly born ones. The Dragon Clan had suffered a loss of 90% of its powerful members. No, and in the next moment, Ao Qian's expression changed dramatically as he transformed into his true form, and Ao Qing, targeted by the purple lightning, also transformed, but it was too late. Just as Ao Qian was about to summon the innate treasure, the fish jumping over the dragon gate to protect both of them, the two were struck by the purple lightning and sent flying, injured in an instant, and before they could react, they were repeatedly struck by even more terrifying purple lightning. Why? I refuse to accept this. What on earth is this power? The Dragon Clan. Ao Qian fell obliterated by several bolts of purple lightning. Having survived the Dragonhan calamity, they thought they could live in peace, but unexpectedly they were struck down by this bizarre power. Even a fully realized Honghuang Jin Xian could not withstand these lightning strikes. Primordial. Why? What have we done wrong? Is it also wrong to seclude ourselves from the world? I refuse to accept this. Ao Qing fell as well. Instantly, all the Honghuang Jin Xian of the Dragon Clan perished, leaving only some juvenile Daluo Jin Xian in a state of confusion. The entire primordial realm experienced this bizarre phenomenon. Anomalies filled the air with purple lightning. Thick and fast, like water molecules floating and darting about, wreaking havoc, it caused countless divine beings to feel unrest and utter terror. The entire primordial realm was engulfed. Anyone at the Honghuang Jin Xian level was inexplicably struck by these lightning forces, annihilating their physical forms, destroying their souls. Everything was wiped out. What is this all about? Not good. This damned bizarre force only targets Honghuang Jin Xian. You all run. Daluo Jin Xian, do not be afraid. The heavens have undergone the Dragonhan calamity, but what is happening now? Are we to be judged? Or is it a cleansing of the sacred realm? A purge of the Honghuang Jin Xian? Where are the saints? Why don't they come out to stop this bizarre power? Everywhere there were wails, everywhere was chaos. The divine beings were fleeing. They were all hiding. But it was useless. Those who had also perished. No one could tell them what was happening. Why was it like this? It was too bizarre. The entire world was shrouded in purple light, with lightning striking the Honghuang Jianxian. Kunlun Mountain. Second brother. Third brother. Hurry. Not good. It's too late. Quickly get on the vehicle. Laozi sensed something. He felt a sense of impending danger. Disregarding any notions of propriety, he quickly dragged Yuanshi with his left hand and Tong Tian with his right. He pulled them directly into the heavenly treasure tower. In the next moment, before Yuanshi and Tong Tian could speak, Laozi was stunned as the purple lightning from the tower's pinnacle surged and his eyes widened in terror. Second brother. Third brother. I'm sorry. Please bear with it for a moment. This is all for survival. For the sake of suddenly dropping the two, Laozi raised his hand, striking at the area just below Yuanshi's navel. Elder brother. You. My 18. The sound of something shattering echoed as Yuanshi clutched his abdomen, writhing in pain on the ground. Laozi also struck at Tong Tian, but Tong Tian, hearing Yuanshi's agonizing scream, reacted swiftly, turning around only to be struck by Laozi's right hand on his backside, charging ahead. He gasped in pain, then let out a pig-like scream. Tong Tian jumped 3,000 kilometers high, crashing to the ground. Elder brother. You. When did you learn that technique? 1,000-year kill. Ignoring Tong Tian, I sensed something. Originally, two bolts of purple lightning were rapidly striking towards Yuanshi and Tong Tian, but my inadvertent action provoked them. Moreover, I originally intended to stun the two of them, but inadvertently poked at their secrets, resulting in a miscalculation that shattered the mixed Yuan golden immortal Dao fruits of Yuanshi and Tong Tian, causing their power to plummet to the early stage of Great Luo golden immortal all in one go. Those two bolts of purple lightning unexpectedly did not strike Yuanshi and Tong Tian, but instead came towards me. Instantly, the darkness was as thick as a pot's bottom, and I never expected these lightning bolts to strike me. Big brother. My power. You are so ruthless. The wailing Yuanshi pointed at me, his eyes filled with extreme anger. No need to poke the spine, and you even shattered it. How ruthless. How are we supposed to reproduce in the future? Meanwhile, Tong Tian fainted from the pain, surrounded by crushed flowers. What? Power? My pupils suddenly contracted. I calculated and saw hope. Yes, it was power, so I gritted my teeth and rubbed my own backyard vigorously. Just like Tong Tian, flowers blossomed all over the ground, transforming into splendid fireworks. Boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I gasped deeply, kneeling on the ground. My gaze was fixed on those three bolts of purple lightning, my heart filled with lingering fear. They really retreated. Is it truly like this? After my power downgraded to Great Luo Golden Immortal, these lightning bolts intent to destroy is no longer targeting us. Could it be that someone is targeting us? But we are the authentic lineage of Pangu. We possess the merits of our Father God in opening the heavens. Who would dare to touch us? Moreover, the defensive power of the heaven and earth Xianhuang Pagoda is so terrifying. How could it be infiltrated by purple lightning? This is truly abnormal. This is truly bizarre. What on earth is happening? This scene unfolded everywhere in the primordial world. In the blood sea. Haha. Come on. Strike me. I'm not afraid of you. I am immortal. As long as the blood sea doesn't dry up, the river of the dead won't perish. After being struck by purple lightning several times, the river of the dead emerged from the ocean of the blood sea, standing in the void defiantly, provoking those lightning bolts. What's there to fear from such trivial lightning? Boom. This time it was 10 bolts striking together. What? The river of the dead was alarmed and hurriedly dodged, but found that the purple lightning was too fast. Strike. Hit. No. The river of the dead was struck into a blood rain, splattering into the blood-colored ocean, and then charged out again. This time the river of the dead felt fear, sensing something amiss. How could this be? My power. How did it drop to the late stage of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal? No more is coming. Run. Very quickly. Very quickly I was struck 4 times. The river of the dead resurrected 4 times. As a result, my power fell to Great Luo Golden Immortal. No matter how I recovered, absorbing the power of the blood sea, I could not reach the peak of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal again. Damn, who is really targeting me? Confused, hiding in the blood sea, the river of the dead looked up to the sky, peering, but could see nothing. Moreover, the purple lightning still spread among the air particles, seemingly unable to dissipate. It continued to guard, resembling a hunter waiting for prey. As long as a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal appeared or existed, this hunter would take down its prey. Honghuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi had slipped away from the start, hiding in the Book of the Earth, but was relentlessly pursued by the purple lightning. In the end, with no other choice, he could only self-destruct. I'd rather die than yield. I have pride. I would rather explode standing than be struck to death. Next he borrowed the ginseng fruit tree floating above, absorbing it, but his power was no longer that of mixed Yuan golden immortal, but of Tai golden immortal, making her want to cry without tears. Western continent. The once heavenly Dao mountain shattered, turning into countless pieces, among which one piece was relatively intact, occupied by Jane and Yuanshi as their royal ground. The two were sneaky, cautiously alert to the purple lightning above. Brother, this is the dung pit of the divine rebellion. This water, nasty. At this moment Yuanshi was hiding inside, not surfacing wanting to speak, but nearly retching the smell. It truly made one unable to eat a single bite of food. That pool was vast and boundless, inscribed with a few characters: Beast, Emperor Divine, Rebellion, Knife. Yet Jane remained indifferent, watching Yuanshi, who had a straw in his mouth, observing the void outside, where the purple lightning was glaring. He also sucked on a straw, saying, "Second brother, your words are excessive. This is clearly the 8 treasures merit pool. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't talk recklessly. This holy water is restorative." Saying that, he took a sip. Immediately holding the straw, observing the outside, he swallowed and said, "We were struck. Fortunately this pool brought us, and otherwise we would have been totally dead. This pool water has healing effects. Look, we fell from mixed Yuan golden immortal to golden immortal. After absorbing the filthy water, oh no, I mean after absorbing the holy merit water, we have now advanced to Tai golden immortal. Quickly eat. Don't waste it." With no other choice, Yuanshi also took a sip, and his power immediately advanced to Tai golden immortal. Sunstar. At this moment Tai had trapped his third foot of the 3-legged golden crow with the chaos bell. Big brother, this third foot is crucial. We must not be careless. Quick, there's no time to explain. That purple lightning is coming to strike. Hurry, or we won't make it on board. He had been struck once, and his realm dropped a level. Sensing something was amiss, Tai was terrified in his heart. You must know his brothers had only known Kuanpeng and had never left Sunstar. No one had enmity with him. Who on earth is targeting him? Second brother. Mixed Yuan golden immortal. That is our very foundation for survival. At this moment Dijuan was unwilling and wanted to urge the river map and Luo book to block the purple lightning, but was dissuaded by Tai. Tai shouted, "Big brother, losing power means we can cultivate again. But that bizarre lightning, if it truly strikes the third foot of our 3-legged golden crow, then we are finished. The third foot is the root of our 3-legged golden crow. It must not be shaken. It must not be careless." So, gritting his teeth, the massive body of the 3-legged golden crow Dijuan covered himself with the river map, wrapping the third foot of the 3-legged golden crow with the Luo book. Tai felt it was still not enough, so he inserted the other 2 feet of the 3-legged golden crow into the Fusong tree. This scene made Dijuan gulp. Second brother. You. Even the Fusong wood is not spared. Are you still a 3-legged golden crow? This is too. Tai shouted angrily, "Big brother, I am protecting the roots of the 3-legged golden crow. Hurry. No matter how powerful the purple lightning is, it can't kill the Fusong wood. This wood is one of the sources of light and heat for the Sunstar." Thus Dijuan followed suit, enduring the pain, and with a violent impact against the Fusong wood, the 3-legged golden crow adhered and was inserted into the tree. Then, relying on the treasure and the Fusong wood, the two were struck down to the golden immortal level. The primordial world, shrouded in purple lightning, struck at every mixed Yuan golden immortal. This series of scenes shocked countless sacred beings. Many realized the secret: as long as one was a mixed Yuan golden immortal, they were the target of the bizarre lightning. Thus nearly all the sacred beings self-destructed their cultivation, severing their own mixed Yuan golden immortal status. Some fell to golden immortal, falling to Tai golden immortal, falling to great Luo golden immortal. In any case, those who saw their realms drop. Without exception, if one did not self-slice their mixed Yuan golden immortal status, then they would die. If they self-slice, there is still a chance to survive. The entire primordial world was engaged in self-slash. In the primordial chaos, countless clans and powerful beings severed themselves with a blade to evade the strange phenomena and oddities. From then on, no one in the primordial world spoke of the Honghuang golden immortal. It seemed that the Honghuang golden immortal was a taboo, an unspeakable and unmentionable past. Thus, for many ages, the Deluo golden immortal became the supreme being of the primordial world. However, achieving the Deluo golden immortal status also appeared to be quite difficult. For reasons unknown, that mysterious pressure still lingered, causing many divine beings to refrain from appearing in the world and traversing the primordial realm. They all sought refuge, closed themselves off, and avoided the world. This led to the continued silence, coldness, and deathly stillness of the primordial world, seemingly freezing all vitality in the universe. Beyond the heavens, the Zixiao Palace. Since Hongjun merged with the Dao of Heaven, he uprooted the Taoist temple and brought it here. And Hongjun remained one with the Dao of Heaven. Hongjun could not escape and could not break free from the Dao of Heaven. Likewise, the Dao of Heaven wished to rid itself of Hongjun, yet it was trapped like one ensnared in a swamp, unable to extricate itself. Sitting cross-legged on the Dao of Heaven's mat, Hongjun's expression was stern, cold, indifferent, devoid of emotion and desire. This was the influence of the Dao of Heaven, which stripped him of feelings, leaving him without joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, with nothing at all. Like rules, like data, only the rigid patterns of order existed. Hongjun said, "Dao of Heaven, I have already made concessions. What more do you want? Do you wish to annihilate all the divine beings of the primordial world? If so, would the primordial world still be the primordial world without divine beings, devoid of all life?" Unexpectedly, the Dao of Heaven was so mad as to seek world annihilation, to eradicate all divine beings in the world, wishing to leave not a single spirit in the primordial realm. The purple lightning of the primordial world, known as the lesser purple sky divine thunder, was merely one of the ordinary forces of world destruction. One strike of the purple sky divine thunder could obliterate any being below the Honghuang golden immortal. In Hongjun, he engaged in a battle of wits and strength with the Dao of Heaven for a long time. It seemed that the Dao of Heaven was stronger. He could only reach this level. He weakened the Dao of Heaven, preventing it from unleashing more world-destroying forces upon the primordial realm. The words of the Dao of Heaven echoed. "Hongjun, you and I are one. Do you not wish to grow stronger together with the Dao of Heaven? Why do you care so much for those ants of the primordial world? Those ants can die, so what? Annihilate a batch, and after endless years the world will give birth to another batch of divine beings. We can wait for these fat sheep to grow fat, then harvest them, can't we? The more we harvest, the stronger we become." Harvesting meant killing those powerful beings of the primordial world. After their death, their energy would return to the universe, continuously absorbed by the Dao of Heaven, becoming its nourishment and fertilizer. This was the harvester, the Dao of Heaven. Dao of Heaven, the saintly energy you harvested during the Dragon Han calamity, after harvesting so many Honghuang golden immortals from the 3 clans, is it not enough? Why must you eradicate all existing divine beings? You have already killed all the Honghuang golden immortals, exterminated the Honghuang golden immortals of the primordial world. Is that not enough? Why must you cut the roots? Hongjun's words were devoid of color and taste, not revealing any sympathy, yet every word brimmed with compassion and sorrow for the world. The Dao of Heaven replied, "Hongjun, you and I are one. I abhor your false compassion and your concern for the lives of those ants. If it weren't for your interference, how could the world-destroying power of the Dao of Heaven be weakened? Many Honghuang golden immortals have downgraded to the Luo golden immortals, avoiding the annihilation of the Dao of Heaven. From the very beginning, the Dao of Heaven never intended to spare a single Honghuang golden immortal. It was merely the balance of power between him and Hongjun. Sometimes Hongjun was strong, sometimes the Dao of Heaven was strong, and during the moment of world annihilation, Hongjun's interference caused the power of the purple sky divine thunder to be weakened, leading to many Honghuang golden immortals not being instantly struck dead, but instead downgraded in strength, thus escaping calamity. Otherwise, relying solely on the Dao of Heaven's purple sky divine thunder for world annihilation, no Honghuang golden immortal could survive. Therefore, strictly speaking, it was Hongjun who interfered with the Dao of Heaven, granting all beings a glimmer of hope. The most critical issue was that the Dao of Heaven intended to pursue the victory. First annihilate the Honghuang golden immortals, then plan to destroy the Luo golden immortals, then by extension the Tai golden immortals, and then the golden immortals, until all the sentient beings of the primordial world perished. Dao of Heaven, you are mistaken here. You occupy my body, and it seems you have successfully materialized, making it convenient for you to traverse the world. However, you have forgotten that within this body there is still me. I am also one of the masters of this body. You cannot completely occupy it. This fate seals our endless entanglement. This place has become your prison, confining you here. This is your prison. Whatever you want to do, I can also obstruct you. Although able to intervene with the Dao of Heaven, Hongjun could not completely control each action of the Dao, thus he could only exert partial authority. Thus Hongjun felt fortunate. If the Dao of Heaven continued unchecked, the primordial world would have perished long ago. Hongjun chuckled coldly to himself, Dao of Heaven, although I obstruct your world annihilation, do you think I will not grow stronger? The vast amounts of Honghuang golden immortal energy and saintly energy you absorb, I can also siphon a portion. You enjoy world annihilation, but do I not? Harvesting the world to nurture myself, who would not like this? Winning while lying down. However, when 2 tigers contend, one must seize the food from the tiger's mouth. Thus Hongjun also wished to harvest, just not as aggressively as the Dao of Heaven, more like an eagle. Hongjun, if the Dao of Heaven does not annihilate the world, that is also acceptable, as long as you hand over the method to sever the 3 corpses or share it with the Dao of Heaven. The Dao of Heaven will allow the emergence of powerful beings beyond the Deluo Golden Immortal. How about that? Was the Dao of Heaven compromising? No, it was intentional. It longed for Hongjun's method. Moreover, he realized that consolidating the luck of the primordial world was exceedingly difficult. Progress was slow. Cultivating a saint from Honghuang Golden Immortal with luck and primordial purple energy was far too challenging. Thus, he was tempted coveting Hongjun's method. Hongjun sighed in relief, fearing that all divine beings of the primordial world would perish. If they did, where would he cultivate his leeks and harvest them for his own development? After all, now the Dao of Heaven, and he were one unable to be as free and unrestrained as before. Now even traveling through the primordial world was difficult. The pressure from the Dao of Heaven was terrifying. Wherever he went, calamity followed. It can be done. Beyond the Deluo Golden Immortal, follow the path of my method. You are not permitted to target the powerful beings of this realm. The world-destroying force must not be unleashed again. Hongjun made his demands. The Dao of Heaven agreed, absorbing the method provided by Hongjun. Truly remarkable. It is a pity. The Dao of Heaven does not need to cultivate, otherwise I would also cultivate this method. Truly marvelous. You must not interfere with the layout of the Dao of Heaven. The grand trend cannot be altered. Thus Hongjun spoke. The minor trends can be altered. What about the position of saints? In truth, Hongjun did not elaborate on the secrets of the treasures required to sever the three corpses. The stronger the treasure, the more formidable the three-corpse Dao body becomes. If the treasure is not of the highest grade, then the three corpses cannot merge, meaning they cannot return to the original body, which would lead to problems. Dig a pit for the Dao to jump in. For Hongjun knew that the Dao intended to cultivate a Dao saint to harvest from the world and its beings. But why did Hongjun agree so readily? He considered that if the Dao could cultivate saints, why couldn't he do the same? The Dao said there are 6 Dao saints. Hongjun asked why not 9. One must remember that at that time Luo Ho was the Dao spokesperson and he had brought out 8 Dao saints. Why has it shrunk so severely? What is going on? The Dao replied, have you forgotten? Now this Dao has merged with you and has digested a strand of primordial purple energy, which is equivalent to you obtaining one. No wonder. Hongjun said, how could he still possess the power of a saint after detonating the primordial purple energy from the snack shop? It turns out it was the Dao's doing. The Dao continued, secondly, the rules of heaven and earth have restricted it. One strand of primordial purple energy was stripped away because the Dragon Han calamity exploded the western continent, turning it into a desert, and the earth's veins were all gone. That strand of primordial purple energy was stripped of its Dao attributes and had become part of the world. As for how the rules of heaven and earth allowed this strand of primordial purple energy to belong to it, this Dao does not know. This strand of primordial purple energy later fell into reincarnation. Could it be like this? Hongjun's heart felt relieved. Is there still another strand of primordial purple energy? The Dao replied, by the will of heaven, whoever it falls to is theirs. Whether or not one can grasp that opportunity depends on one's fortune. Hongjun asserted, I must decide the ownership of the primordial purple energy. I must decide the candidates for the saints. Otherwise I will not teach the living. The Zixiao Palace will not deliver the teachings. This is the bargaining chip. Everyone harbored their own thoughts. Mutual calculations. The Dao was silent for a moment. All right. However, the teachings at the Zixiao Palace cannot be once, but 3 times. You will decide the specific times. Remember, the great trend cannot be changed, but small trends can. In the end, the Dao and Hongjun reached an agreement. And the primordial chaos. After the calamity of the Honghuang Golden Immortal had passed, a long time passed. Finally, there were a few people around. Sacred beings began to walk through the primordial chaos, and the world became a bit lively. By the eastern sea, breaking through the ground. It was a shop, very ancient. Its exterior was weathered, having endured the test of time, no longer vibrant or eye-catching. The door opened. A person stepped out. It was Ye Kai. His eyes filled with endless loss, as if he had experienced much and seen the world. At this moment, Ye Kai's aura and strength were still concealed, but his heart was filled with sorrow. I've been completely stripped. Back to square one. Boo-hoo. It's so hard for me. My Honghuang saint. It's so hard for me. I'm so sad. He cried to the sky, and this time, he truly cried as Ye Kai emerged from the shop. Upon awakening, he realized that he had lost all his strength. Not even the lowest level golden immortal remained. In other words, he was now an ordinary body. No cultivation. Indeed, the body of the saint was gone, and his physical refinement was also lost. The once innate treasure-like body which could rival the bodies of primal chaos beings had shattered. To maintain an ordinary body was already good enough. Originally, he had been attacked by Luo Ho and other saints, and he fell into the dimension gate. At this level, he should have only been injured or his saint body shattered and his strength diminished, but there were even more terrifying events that followed. The The Dimension Gate brought Ye Kai to an unknown world and unknown era. Wherever Ye Kai went, he saw primordial treasures everywhere and noticed they were primordial treasures, not premium innate spiritual treasures. I'm amazed. The whole world is filled with primordial treasures. Even the sand is primordial treasure. The flowers, trees, and grass are all primordial treasures. It's too insane. I've struck it rich. So he was dumbfounded, quickly busying himself frantically collecting those primordial treasures. Collecting madly into his Chinquan bag, he harvested countless primordial treasures. It was full. He even used the system to open blind boxes and pulled out a card for Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortal. And there were many drops of Pangus Essence Blood and Pangus Jade Marrow. Healing his injuries, he restored his cultivation to its peak, rapidly increasing, and flew up to the 12th layer of Honghuang Saint. At that moment, Ye Kai thought to continue collecting, consuming the system, and madly opening blind boxes. His strength could become even stronger. As a result, he collected for a long time. He was horrified. Ye Kai saw that monster. It was many times larger than the world. That colossal creature crushed the world he was in with 1 foot, along with Ye Kai and everything else. Both his strength and body were crushed. At the last critical moment, the system sacrificed itself. Indeed, the system sacrificed itself, pulling Ye Kai into the Dimension Gate, and in the end the system became a vegetative system, meaning the system lost its ability to open blind boxes. In the future, Ye Kai could no longer open any items through the system's blind boxes. The system still had many blind box stocks. The supply was abundant. However, the vegetative system still possessed a return order function. As long as a customer opened a blind box and obtained something, the host could synchronously receive the same item as the customer, that is a once-in return. This gave Ye Kai a little consolation, otherwise it would have been a huge loss. Moreover, what made Ye Kai even more furious was that his Chinquan bag was crushed by that gigantic monster, and the over 9 billion N-cube keys inside were all gone. The Chinquan bag was gone, everything was gone, including black stockings, spicy strips, and the De Luo Golden Immortal card, all gone. This tremendous loss of wealth nearly drove Ye Kai to despair. In the end, the Dimension Gate pulled him back to the snack shop. Having lost his strength, Ye Kai had no resources to cultivate and remained in a comatose state. Only his shattered body was reassembled, turning into an ordinary body. At the same time, the Dimension Gate was also shattered. Repairing it was no easy task. Now what Ye Kai wanted to do the most was to reopen his shop. But where to open it? Ye Kai hesitated. Open at the original place. But this place was desolate. The Eastern Sea was too cold and lifeless, with not a single bird in sight, not a trace of humanity. If the snack shop doesn't open, how can I restore my strength? How can I survive in the primordial chaos in the future? The first person to consider was Ao Qian. If the snack shop doesn't open, how can I restore my strength? How can I survive in the primordial chaos in the future? The first person, what about Niwa? I wonder if she was affected by the Dragon Han calamity. Back then, when I went to dig up the ancestral grave with that woman, thinking about it made Ye Kai's eyes blaze with excitement. I even excavated the Dragon clan's ancestral grave. Alas, it all passed. A hero doesn't speak of his past glories. Suddenly he thought of Hongjun. I wonder how that guy's doing. He must have obtained pure and complete primordial purple energy, and he shouldn't be creating a war between immortals and demons with Luo Ho anymore. 3 clans. The 3 clans dynasty. Could it be? Damn. It seems there are no arrogant true dragons in this world anymore. Could it be that the Dragon Han calamity has passed? What have I missed? Looking around, it really seemed that there was no trace of true dragons in the world. What is this? Thinking of this, Ye Kai was puzzled, and looking up he seemed to perceive that is the Dao. The Dao has revealed itself to the world. Damn. The Dao has become fat due to the immeasurable calamity. How did that guy Hongjun manage? He opened the genuine primordial purple energy from within me, yet still can't overpower the Dao. That would be too pathetic. Alas, it seems that at this time I should stay out of it. As an ordinary body, if I go out, wouldn't I be crushed by the Dao's might? The might of heaven is overwhelming. Alas, the world is filled with the pressure of the Dao. This primordial chaos has become the Dao's stage. I wonder if Pangu knew the Dao was abusing its power, would he emerge from his coffin to eliminate the Dao? Thus, under the pressure of this heavenly might, Ye Kai returned to the shop. He buried the snack shop once again, and buried himself as well. After all, no one is crazy enough to provoke the might of heaven. In the ancient times, the years were uncounted. After a long passage of time, the oppressive force of heaven and earth vanished. Suddenly, a voice of supreme authority resounded through the cosmos, as if a divine being had descended from the 9 heavens, sacred and inviolable, making it difficult to resist. This voice was filled with dominance and indifference, sweeping across the primordial chaos. All beings heard it. I am Hongjun, and today I have attained the Dao and become a saint, surpassing the great Luo Golden Immortal. In 3,000 years, I will lecture at the Zishao Palace in the outer heavens, spreading my teachings to the world, inviting all destined beings to come. I await your arrival. A wave like a stone cast into a calm lake stirred up boundless ripples. The primordial chaos erupted. A saint, surpassing the great Luo Golden Immortal. This is crucial information. Since the time of the heavenly might, when the primordial golden immortals were extinguished, no one has been able to surpass the great Luo Golden Immortal, and the path ahead remains unknown. Now Hongjun the saint has dropped a bombshell claiming he has a way. The saint is compassionate. The saint is truly the number one in the primordial chaos, a model for us all. He is like the sun in the sky, guiding us forward, preventing us from getting lost in the night. Without Hongjun, the eternal night would prevail. The saint compares to the great Pangu. Saint, I thank you and your entire family. Hongjun the saint, we love you. Cheers erupted as all beings celebrated, setting off firecrackers and singing praises to Hongjun the saint. He is the rebirth of all beings. A living bodhisattva. Fengwu Mountain. Sister, are you going? Eagerly Fushi felt a stirring in his heart. After all, the saint is lecturing. I must go. Moreover, I regret it so much. If only I had agreed to become Hongjun's disciple back then, I would be a disciple of a saint now. And back then, there was also the Primordial Purple Qi. Regretful. This time, having suffered enough from the limitations of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Fushi vowed to seize this opportunity. I must seek to become a disciple of Hongjun. After thinking for a moment, Yuan nodded. Go. After all, Hongjun the saint is the number one in the primordial chaos. Sigh. Former acquaintances. I wonder how he is doing. She also regretted not agreeing to be Hongjun's disciple sooner. Now she thought of that fellow Ye Kai. Suddenly Nuwa's heart stirred, and she said, Brother, you go ahead. I need to use the bathroom urgently. I will follow soon. Thus Nuwa pushed Fushi and sent him out of the temple. Dumbfounded Fushi watched Nuwa return while he stood at the mountain gate waiting. Waiting. He waited for 3 days and 3 nights. Sister, what kind of urgent bathroom situation is this? So long. Is there a bathroom that takes 3 days and nights? Could it be that someone came? That can't be. I've waited so long. Unable to contain his curiosity, Fushi returned to the palace, went to the bathroom, and called out, Sister, are you done? It's a menopause constipation situation. So long. I've been standing outside for 3 days and 3 nights. No response. No reply. He called several times, but still no sound. Unable to hold back, Fushi broke down the door. As a result, he checked each toilet, but found no sign of Nuwa. With a dark expression, Fushi murmured, How strange. He walked out of the toilet. Then he saw his palace door was open. In an instant, Fushi was alarmed. Not my safe. Witnessing the safe pried open, it was clear it had been smashed, not opened. With a key, Fux's heart bled. The safe was empty, and even the Chinkoan bag had vanished. That was all his possessions, savings, and family wealth. It can't be a thief. Suddenly his entire body trembled, as if electrocuted. Stunned, Fushi shouted, Nuwa? It must be her. A white-eyed wolf. Whoa, she has emptied my treasury. I will definitely make her. I will kill her. Besides Nuwa, who else knew about his treasury hidden in that? This safe was forged from the heavenly meteorite into 81 formations. Even innate spirit treasures can't budge it. Unless. Impossible. How could my sister have innate treasures? I had no idea. So after searching the temple, he didn't find Nuwa, but saw a broken barrier resembling a dog hole. He knew for certain that Nuwa had slipped away through the dog hole. Fushi rushed out. He searched the Fengwu Mountain for 3 feet deep, but found no trace of Nuwa. Forget it. She might be on her way to the Zishao Palace. For now, I won't worry about the treasury. I will go to the Zishao Palace to listen to the saint's teachings. However, considering my sister's Tai golden immortal strength, she should be fine. Searching further was pointless. As long as Nuwa was hiding, Fushi would depart, heading towards the outer heaven. At that time, the surviving primordial golden immortals, aside from the fallen realms, had their Dao fruits damaged, almost all dropping to golden immortal and Tai golden immortal. Very few could drop to the great Luo golden immortal. Thus, during that earlier period, the great Luo golden immortal was scarce. Remaining at the Tai golden immortal level was already a great power. And Nuwa had been hiding for a long time. She was still on Fengwu Mountain, just concealed very well. Hiding inside a tree. Indeed, it was a tree. She had hollowed out the tree and then burrowed inside. Using reality to confuse reality. Fushi naturally didn't expect a tree could hide a person. The tree withered as soon as Nuwa came out. Because only Nuwa controlled the Dao of life, maintaining the tree's vitality. When it lost its life, force, the tree naturally perished. Brother, guarding a treasury is also a waste. This is for your own good, sister. Helping you spend, contributing to the GDP of the primordial chaos. Without treasures, how can I find Ye Kai to recharge? Brother. Thank you for helping me save money. I'm so excited. In the past, while cultivating, sitting cross-legged, sleeping, or going to the bathroom, Fushi always carried the safe with him. leaving Nuwa with no opportunity. Now she finally succeeded. In the past, while cultivating sitting cross-legged sleeping or going to the bathroom, Fushi always carried the safe with him, leaving Nuwa with no opportunity. Now she finally succeeded. Thus Nuwa left Fengwu Mountain, traveling to the east seashore, flying for 1,000 years. Tai Golden Immortal is so trash. Even crossing the void is exhausting. It took me so long. While flying and complaining, Nuwa was speechless. In the past, a thought from the Primordial Golden Immortal allowed for effortless flight, reaching the destination in no time. It was faster than the speed of light. Now it's simply snail speed. Not yet at the shop. Yet on the beach she encountered something shocking. Kuanping. This Kuanping is eating a true dragon. Is it really? Witnessing the scene on the sea, Nuwa felt a chill run down her back, not from fear, but shock. When did the dragon clan become so weak? Being toyed with by the mere Kuanping clan, and even eaten 4 dragon claws, has it turned into a snake? Suddenly the gigantic Kuanping in the sea changed its gaze. Sensing Nuwa on the beach, it swiftly approached, swallowing the true dragon in one bite, stirring up a tremendous wave. Woman, so beautiful. I must take her back. I really like this beauty. Swiftly flying, the Kuanping clan members instinctively mastered the law of speed, quick as lightning. In an instant, that Kuanping swooped down towards Nuwa. 2 enormous claws stretched out, tearing through the air. So fast. Tai Golden Immortal early stage. After dodging a few times, Nuwa realized that the opponent had a limit on speed, dragging it out wouldn't work. Moreover, she didn't want to expose the innate treasure, the Hongmengding, so she blocked the powerful opponent while retreating. No, the opponent's speed is too fast. I must prioritize the urgent matter. Let's run first. At this moment, Nuwa was also in the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, mastering the law of life, recovering quickly. She hurriedly ran, not towards the sea, but using hills, plains, and rivers as cover. Woman, besides running, what else are you hiding from? Submit to me, young lady, for I am the prince, and I can grant you glory and wealth, everything you desire. The massive Kuanping soared through the air, sweeping away all the grass and trees in its path, leaving a scene of devastation, stirring up endless waves in the river. Chased for a day and a night. Hiding in a small mountain, Nuwa took advantage of the dense jungle, hiding among the trees, continuously moving. This made the strong member of the Kuanping clan furious as he relentlessly smashed through towering mountain ranges. Yet Nuwa disappeared. The Tai Golden Immortal was searching through the mountains. Beauty, I must find you. I must have you. Meanwhile, Nuwa had long since left the continuous mountain ranges, returning to the beach of the East Sea, indeed retracing her steps. She couldn't let the Tai Golden Immortal's Kuanping clan member come after her, fearing he would cause trouble and disrupt things. Heading towards a certain location to find Yikai's snack shop. The ocean, specifically the Donghai Sea. Deep beneath its surface lies a dragon palace, its palatial clusters scattered like constellations across the cosmos. Arranged with perfect order, radiant and resplendent, gleaming brilliantly. At this moment, within the Dragon King's palace. Ao Guang, I am not negotiating with you. This is a notification. The Dragon Clan must surrender and join my Kuanping clan as vassals, or else we will annihilate your dragon. Why are you angry? You dare to be angry, but dare not act. Indeed, I revel in watching your fury, yet you are powerless against me, and dare not move against me. Ha ha. The Kuanping clan's prince arrogantly perched with one foot on the dragon throne and the other on a tortoise. His prime minister, not seated but strutting boldly atop the back of Ao Guang, the Dragon King of Donghai. His tone brimming with insolence and supreme arrogance. Gazing at the dragon's Kungsu's eyes were filled with disdain, the corners of his mouth curling like a predatory fish. What's the matter? Are you dragons dissatisfied? Ha! A bunch of rubbish. What's so-called true dragons? Nothing but fodder for my Kuanping clan. We Kuanping feast on you at will. When in a good mood, we steam you gently rather than skinning you alive and pulling your sinews. For countless ages, ever since the Dragon Clan fell from grace, the seas and waters have ceased to be their domain, becoming instead their nightmare. During the Longhan Tribulation era, the Dragon Clan's numerous mortal enemies left them arrogant and haughty. With their decline, the myriad clans of the primal wilds exacted retribution, making tormenting the dragons their amusement. Yet only the Kuanping clan openly dares to devour true dragons. Now the northern seas, the Beihai, belong entirely to the Kuanping clan, who long ceased to be content with merely the northern abyss. Seeing the Dragon Clan's decadence, the Kuanping clan seized the seas, dominating the oceans. They bully the dragons casually. Devouring true dragons is their utmost delight. At this moment, the Dragon Clan's formidable warriors were almost all Tai Golden Immortals, and not a single Deluo Golden Immortal among them. Even Ao Guang, the Dragon King of Donghai, was merely a Tai Golden Immortal at the pinnacle. Their eyes burned with intense rage, fury soaring beyond the heavens, yet they dared not act. Helplessly they watched their Dragon King, Ao Guang, be ridden like a beast by Kungsu. Kung-Su's cultivation. Mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. Ao Guang could crush Kung-Su anytime if he wished, but he dared not. He knew well that the Kunping clan under the leadership of the Kunping Patriarch was at its zenith. The seas now lay almost entirely within Kunping's sphere of influence. The Dragon clan could only survive in the Donghai. My lord, we dare not. Ao Guang lay prostrate before the dragon throne like a dog, humiliated and fearful of bringing disaster upon the Dragon clan, bearing this shame silently. Without the ancestor dragon and Zhu dragon, and lacking the primordial golden immortal, the Dragon clan was like a starving camel. Ao Guang, caught between internal and external pressures, said, My lord, we have offered you delicious true dragons. Are you satisfied? If not, I shall procure more true dragons for you to savor. I guarantee your satisfaction. The true dragons present all showed drastic changes in expression, but dared not utter a word, trembling in fear of impending calamity. They were like sitting on pins and needles. Not bad. The five-clawed golden dragons taste better. The others, red, orange, blue, green, purple, black, are terrible. Golden dragons are the most delicious, but I, the prince, have feasted here for 1,000 years and am long bored. Maybe next time. Kung-Su stood up. Taking a step away, Ao Guang exhaled in relief, but Kung-Su turned back and said, Think carefully. Join the Kunping clan or not. You decide. Join and you live. Refuse and you reject surrender. Do you know the consequences? The threatening tone caused the Dragon clan warriors to bow their heads, trembling all over. Kung-Su coldly said, Do you know what happened to the Xuanwu clan? The Dragon warriors dared not utter a sound. The Xuanwu clan had long been exterminated. Indeed, Kung-Su laughed loudly. Yes. The Xuanwu clan was destroyed by my father, the Kunping Patriarch, leading our clan. The mere Xuanwu clan dared to occupy the Beihai, foolish to the end. Since they wish death, our clan shall annihilate them. So the Dragon clan must think carefully before deciding. Choose sides wisely. Otherwise, the Dragon clan's day of sacrifice will be the same as the Xuanwu clan's, leading to self-destruction. Immediately, Ao Guang knelt, repeatedly nodding. Your words are supreme. We dragons shall comprehend your spirit. The Nanhai and Shihai dragons will be brought to surrender to the Kunping clan. My lord, await good news from me. Rising, he followed Kung-Su like a servant attending a master, fearful of displeasing him. Bowing and kowtowing, Ao Guang said, My lord, shall I prepare some dried true dragon meat for the have my men find some female dragons? Kung-Su waved his hand, dismissively shaking his head. No need. Female dragons are 2-1. I'm tired of them. You dragons are truly secretly lustful, getting aroused at the sight of the Kunping. It's utterly baffling. All because I am too handsome, cursed charm. As for dried meat, forget it. I'm sick of it. Just seeing dragon meat makes me want to vomit. Ao Guang's heart was bitter and unspeakable. This cursed Prince Kung-Su had devoured 90 trillion true dragons from the Dragon clan. Secretly he vowed, Damn you, Prince Kung-Su of the Kunping. Just you wait, sooner or later the Dragon clan will annihilate your Kunping clan. Let you be arrogant for a few days first. After sending Kung-Su away, Ao Guang returned. Seeing the true dragons still kneeling, he bellowed, A bunch of useless creatures. Still not rising. Is it weakness in your knees, or just kneeling too long? A swarm of ants. Look at what you, servants. Just like servants. You are utterly disgraceful. If you were even a bit competent, even if the Deluo Golden Immortals were strong, our clan would not have to bow before the mere Kunping clan, nor be threatened openly and forced to surrender as a whole. Damn that Kunping clan. Karma turns, and now they ride on the Dragon clan's head, ruling with tyranny. Damn it, it infuriates me. The true dragons rose. One spoke, Your Majesty, the Kunping feast on true dragons, not ride, referring to Ao Guang being ridden by Kung-Su. Impertinent. With a slap, Ao Guang sent the warrior flying into the palace wall, leaving a dent. He said, Are you instructing me? Then Ao Guang turned to the Tortoise Prime Minister, Master Strategist, what should we do now? What can we do? The Nanhai and Shihai dragons have always been ambitious wolves. Their intent to divide the Dragon clan is clear. In fact, the Dragon clan has long been fractured. Otherwise, how dare they call themselves the Dragon Kings of Shihai and Nanhai? Damn it, I, the Dragon King of Donghai, feel so stifled. I thought I ruled the Dragon clan, but I am merely a feudal lord of Donghai. It maddens me. The Dragon warriors trembled with unease. Ao Guang was no gentle figure, hot-tempered, despotic, and bullies the weak. When Kung-Su was present, he dared not utter a word. When Kung-Su left, he bullied his own clan. Struggling inwardly, the Tortoise Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, for now we can only visit the Shihai and Nanhai dragons and try to persuade them. We must do our best. If the Kunping clan becomes enraged, we will claim we failed to sway those two clans, so the Kunping will not blame the Donghai dragons. Moreover, since the Kunping Patriarch himself has not led troops against Donghai, it must mean he has gone to listen to the saint's teachings. Alas, we dragons have chosen the wrong side, not with the Saint Hongjun, but with Luo Ho. Luo Ho lost, the Saint Hongjun prevailed. The Dragon Clan did not refuse to listen to the Saint, they simply lacked the qualification. Kungsu left the Donghai dragons heading toward the land. Gazing at the vast, boundless ocean full of ambition, he declared, "One day the primordial ocean will be the Kunping clan's backyard. Our Kunping clan will unify the four seas and achieve unparalleled dominion." Drawing a breath, he looked toward the land with resolute eyes. "Even the primordial continent will be within our grasp. Wait for my father to receive the saintly opportunity from the saint. He will become a saint, and our Kunping clan will unify the primal wilds. The four seas and 8 wildernesses will all bear the Kunping banner." Snapping back to reality, Kungsu glanced into the distance. Where's Kundi? Where did he run off to? Didn't he say he was looking for some female serpents to have fun with? He's tired of those lustful dragons. This guy wants to find new ways to have fun. Kundi was Kungsu's loyal companion, always following him wherever he went, constantly organizing events and promotions. Transforming into his Kunping form, Kungsu streaked across the sea, a blazing streak of light heading into the horizon. Arriving here searching for a while, back and forth in search of something. Nuwa murmured as she walked, "This isn't right. I remember it was here. Where could he be? Ye Kai brother, what happened to you? Did you disappear back then? Why haven't you returned?" During the Dragon and Han calamity, the primordial chaos was overwhelming. After Nuwa chose to isolate herself, she never returned here. So she has no idea about Ye Kai's situation. What could have survived the myriad calamities? Searching for a month yielded no clues. Measurements have been taken, distance, footsteps, lengths, all indicating this small hillock. Moreover, there is a tree here. I even tried digging with my hands, excavating to a depth of several billion kilometers, yet still no sight of Ye Kai's snack shop. Suddenly Nuwa felt despair shaking her head. "Alas, Ye brother, your death is so tragic. Your demise is so pitiful. Your grave isn't even here. You died, at least leave behind a tomb. If you have a grave, I can go dig it up. Unfortunately, it cannot be found. Ye Kai brother, where did you die? Where are you buried? At least give..." In the next moment, before Nuwa could finish her words, a hand stretched out, emerging from the massive pit, startling her, causing her to jump and exclaim, "Ah, what kind of demon are you? Die." Leaping into the air, it shot forth like lightning. Nuwa struck with a palm, and in an instant a torrent of life energy burst forth, transforming into a divine power of laws. A vast handprint overshadowed this void, darkening, then suddenly turning pure green, crashing down, dispersing an overwhelming wave of scorching air, igniting sparks with the friction of the air. Terrifying indeed. Early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. In this era, a formidable lord. "Stop. Quick, hit the brakes." The one extending their hand was indeed Ye Kai. Startled and wide-eyed, looking like a goose egg, seeing Nuwa coming at her fiercely, he hurriedly shouted, "Nuwa, it's me. It's me. It's me. Ye Kai, brother, hit the brakes. Lady Nuwa, God, customer, guest, sister Nuwa, great-aunt. It's me, Ye Kai." Frantically shouting, yelling loudly, Ye Kai's throat was hoarse. That woman was too terrifying. Despite changing so many titles, why didn't she stop? Thus that gigantic divine hand suddenly struck 1,000,000 kilometers away from the giant pit, shattering countless mountains. Nuwa was taken aback. Bold demon, what audacity! Daring to impersonate my brother Kai? Seeking death. With a sudden kick, she sent him flying. Bam! He was kicked into the giant pit, and then Nuwa like lightning vanished into thin air, reappearing, her foot pressing down on Ye Kai. Stepping into the abyssal pit, sparks flew crashing to the bottom of the chasm. "Speak. Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? What is your purpose here? How old are you? Where are you from? Are you married? And all your measurements?" With a cold shout, Nuwa pressed down hard, her foot on Ye Kai's handsome face, occasionally rubbing it fiercely, her fragrant foot clad in green heels, the heels turning heavily. His heart was numb, face bleeding, distorted. Ye Kai swallowed hard, seeing Nuwa asking so many questions, his mouth opened wide enough to fit 10 eggs, feeling utterly helpless. "Stop pretending, Nuwa. You recognized me. Otherwise I would be dead now. That attack of yours was off target. You did it on purpose. You definitely knew it was me. So you're seeking revenge. Is this really necessary? And stepping on my face. Get up. Otherwise he'll get angry with you." Seeing through her thoughts, Ye Kai's face was dark like coal, he said. Yet Nuwa, with a mocking glance, stomped down a few more times, then moved her foot, thinking she was done. Ye Kai breathed a sigh of relief, only to scream again, as Nuwa's right foot stomped hard on his stomach, and not satisfied, continued down, stepping all the way to the bottom, flooring it. Hiss! Drawing a breath of icy coldness from the depths of his soul, the pain made Ye Kai want to push away Nuwa's vicious little foot, yet upon seeing her gaze like she was watching a show, she just kept stepping, hitting his vital points. Nuwa spoke. "Tell me, why didn't you show yourself when I was digging the pit? Why only now? What does this mean? Are you toying with me?" Indeed, having dug all the way here, why hadn't she seen Ye Kai earlier? And here, Nothing but darkness. It was Nuwa's life force releasing a pure green light sphere illuminating this place. Above her head, radiant like a luminous pearl. Could you move your foot? That's the tree root. Ye Kai felt a huge relief. He said, yet Nuwa snorted, coldly lifted her foot, and then suddenly grabbed Ye Kai with both hands, swinging him hard, causing him to crash to the ground. She glared and said, how have you fared these years? During the Dragon and Han calamity, I passed by here and saw your door closed and the shop was gone. I had intended to take you to my Fengwu Mountain dojo to avoid disaster. I waited for you for 3 days and 3 nights, but didn't see you. So I left. Alas. At that time the primordial chaos was overwhelming. Standing up, taking a step, Ye Kai spoke. Earlier I came out from the shop, and this shop is buried deeper. You naturally couldn't dig it out. Don't throw me around. I'm weak now. I'm no longer a Honghuang golden immortal, or let's say I'm not a Honghuang saint anymore. Not even a golden immortal. My body shattered once, and then reassembled. My strength is all gone. So don't mess around. What? Honghuang saint? This guy had once attained the righteous path to become a saint, which isn't surprising after all. He has a snack shop, and the emergence of Hongmeng purple energy isn't unexpected. Nuwa was shocked internally, then regained her composure and asked, what about you? Indeed. Back then, I went to the Dragon Clan to dig up the ancestral grave. I excavated it. My strength upgraded to Honghuang saint. But I was besieged by Luo Ho and 8 other Heavenly Dao saints. I couldn't withstand it and got beaten. The process is quite complicated. In short, I ended up like this. I don't want to mention it. I can't let Nuwa know that in that nameless world, in that nameless era, the ground was strewn with innate treasures. Even the sand is an innate treasure. What is this? Even Ye Kai couldn't comprehend. He could only use the dimension gate to explore later. Now the dimension gate is broken. I can't go. Seeing Ye Kai's unspoken difficulties, Nuwa said, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Hongjun has become a saint again. Perhaps he fell in realm last time after being injured. This time he is preaching to the world at Zixiao Palace. Do you want to go? We can team up. What? That guy Hongjun is still alive? Ye Kai felt a sigh of relief in his heart. But then a wave surged in his heart. Hongjun is preaching. Has it come to this era? Is the next myriad calamity, the witch and demon calamity, coming? But why? Why has Hongjun once again become a saint? This truly confounds Ye Kai. However, to go, to listen to the Dao, this has become a torment. Nuwa, look at my body, my strength. I'm not even a golden immortal. How can I go? The outer heavens are filled with chaotic currents and chaotic energy. If I go, it would be akin to delivering my own head. And besides, if one is not a great Luo golden immortal, going to the outer heavens is still akin to delivering one's head. Moreover, those golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, going there is simply delivering one's head, offering blood. The outer heavens were once part of a shattered chaotic world. Here the chaos has merely been diluted. It is not true chaotic power. Yet even in its current form, dangers abound, terrifying to the extreme. Even a great Luo golden immortal entering would be lost, unable to discern east from west, let alone survive. Only the Honghuang golden immortal and the Honghuang great Luo golden immortal can traverse the outer heavens freely. Hearing this, Nuwa's face turned sorrowful. What should we do? Ye Kai, you don't want to go, do you? I must go this time. I have to seize this opportunity. I must become a saint. If one does not become a saint, one is still an ant. Shaking his head, Ye Kai said, Nuwa, as a brother, listen to my advice. Even now Hongjun is not the same person he once was. He cannot start preaching to all beings without reason. He has his own motives. He might be. Never mind. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. All of you are entranced by the allure of becoming a saint, starving for it, with only thoughts of attaining sanctity. No amount of my words will be of any use. You are a Tai golden immortal. Huh, aren't you a Honghuang golden immortal? What's going on? Suddenly slapping Ye Kai on the head, Nuwa glared at him. You bastard. You're the one who's getting it. I am a pure maiden. Don't spread rumors. Calming herself, she revealed the tale of the overwhelming heavenly might and the extinction of the Honghuang golden immortals. This left Ye Kai dumbfounded, swallowing hard as he said, so that's it. It all makes sense. It must be him. The him in his words referred to the Heavenly Dao. Until now, the only ones who know of the Heavenly Dao besides Hongjun are Ye Kai. The Heavenly Dao did this. It eliminated those Honghuang golden immortals. What is its purpose? This part even Ye Kai cannot comprehend. But it is certain that the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun are definitely related, and Ye Kai speculates that they have colluded to reach some unspeakable agreement. Thus Ye Kai believes that maintaining distance from Hongjun is the right choice. Ye Kai's gaze turned serious as he glanced at Nuwa, leaving her speechless. Nuwa rolled her eyes at him and said, What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the most beautiful person in the primordial era? At least you have some discerning eyes. However, if you keep staring, I will get angry. Didn't your mother teach you that staring at beautiful women is impolite? After a bout of laughter seeing Nuwa's self-admiration, she flirted with him by flicking her hair. Ye Kai rested his chin on his hand, chuckling, "Brother, don't joke around. I regard you as a brother. Don't think of becoming the mother of my future child. I can't stand your explosive temper." Nuwa was momentarily stunned, then smiled, and said, "Explosive temper. That's true character. What do you know? By the way, are you really not going? Hongjun is preaching, and all beings are going. Of course those who can reach the Zixiao Palace are extraordinary individuals, while those who cannot will surely perish along the way. I can definitely make it." After contemplating and struggling internally, Ye Kai said, "But my strength, it's gone. Can you protect me?" Nuwa immediately shot him a glance, smiling, "Pay me. Paying me means you can have me as your bodyguard. Ye Kai, a personal bodyguard. Nuwa, that's not impossible. Just pay a bit more." Thus the two exchanged smiles. Then Nuwa placed her hand on Ye Kai's shoulder, and they became as intimate as long-lost brothers. She playfully asked, "Ye Hei, tell me, how much will you pay? It's not easy to hire a personal bodyguard. The price has to be reasonable." With a glimmer in her eye like a crafty merchant, Nuwa stared at Ye Kai, nearly dying of laughter, inside blooming like a radiant flower. "Hee, you crafty merchant, Ye Kai have finally fallen into my hands. I still remember the time you conned me for 5 billion in interest. Not good." Internally lamenting, Ye Kai cried out, "Brother, we are brothers. So why be so formal? 50. Suddenly Nuwa pushed Ye Kai to the ground and angrily pointed, "You dog of a merchant. How dare you ask for 50 pieces of supreme, innate spirit treasures? How dare you? He'll throw you to the M. A flat price 5 billion. What? Stunned, unable to gather 5 billion, even if he sold everything. Ye Kai exclaimed, "I'm not going. You are too greedy. I don't need a bodyguard anymore. I can simply not go to the Zixiao Palace." "No way. You have to go. If you refuse, I will drag you there. You dare not go." Nuwa threatened directly. Seeing Ye Kai's indifference, she sighed and said, "For 9 billion. Ye Kai directly lay on the ground, "Not going. You can tie me up. Even if you bind my body, do you think you've captured my essence? No, you would only have my shell. My soul is unyielding. Ooh, I will never submit. You should give up on that idea." Seeing this, Nuwa said, "Name your price." After some thought, since he currently has nothing, Ye Kai said, "At most 1 million. Seeing Nuwa ready to explode, Ye Kai shook his head and sighed. Nuwa calmed down, staring at Ye Kai, who said, "And let me tell you the truth, I currently have nothing at all. Except for my snack shop, I have lost everything. So if you want money, it will be on credit. I can't provide cash right now. If you don't believe me, search me." Standing up, Ye Kai spread his arms, and seeing Nuwa believe him and not search him, he said, "Let's go. Let's dig out the snack shop. You are a Tai golden immortal. Your job as a bodyguard is to work." Turning her head slowly, Nuwa said, "The interest is also 1 million. Otherwise I won't do it." Suddenly raising her hand in agreement, Ye Kai walked over and shook hands with Nuwa, "Pleasure doing business." Then he released her and walked ahead. Nuwa followed behind, heading towards the abyss of the cave, deeper and unfathomable. She followed Ye Kai's steps, touching the green light sphere, asking, "Are we there yet? Why is it hidden so deep? How did you manage that? You are too cautious to hide the snack shop underground. Simply it is impossible to find. Besides, you buried yourself so deep. Aren't you afraid of being crushed? What if you run out of breath?" Laughing heartily, Ye Kai said, "Not buried underground. What if those Honghuang golden immortals, or rather the hidden powers of the primordial era, dig up ancestral graves? You must know ancestral graves need to be dug deeper, otherwise they can be easily disturbed. This is knowledge I've gained from experience. After all, the reason they dug up the Dragon clan's ancestral graves and the Qilin clan's ancestral graves was that they were buried too shallowly, and it was easy to disturb the gravestones and coffins. Thus Ye Kai buried himself, and the snack shop even deeper. After walking for a while, Nuwa in front was digging, using her powers to create tunnels. Ye Kai was guiding the direction from behind. The two were digging and excavating. "Ye Hei, you really are a heartless merchant. Damn it, it has been 10 extreme light years, yet we still haven't seen the snack shop underground." Nuwa's hands trembled. Her energy nearly depleted. "Keep digging. You can do it, brother." Ye Kai cheered for Nuwa. So gritting her teeth, she continued. The two kept at it, digging deeper into the underground. 20 extreme light years. Still not enough. Just how deep did you hide it? Keep going. The direction is right. I sense a hint of the snack shop's aura. Ye Hei, damn it, is your sensing accurate? Every time you say you sense it, yet we still can't find it. We have been at this for so long, are you even capable? Brother, please be patient. I really sensed it, but for some reason, every time we reach here, clearly the snack shop is here. Yet as soon as we arrive, it disappears. I don't know why. Thus the two continued to dig, searching for the snack shop. If one were to adopt the observer's perspective, they would discover Nuwa and Ye Kai are digging. The route is correct. However, the snack shop is indeed moving. Moreover, the route map is not fixed. In other words, there are circumstances. Ye Hei, I'm done working with you. Damn it. You can't even determine the location of your own snack shop. She let go directly, no more digging, and Yuhua was furious. Seeing this, squinting his eyes, Ye Kai observed closely as if he had discovered something. He was digging around the cave, holding a fine soil sample and sniffing it. Seeing Ye Kai act this way, Yuhua immediately sensed something was off. Every time she felt that digging a cave was different from simply excavating. There was a strange smell of urine. Exactly. Instantly the two of them exclaimed in unison, almost saying, "It is." They nodded immediately, with a sound of understanding. Then the two continued to dig, not making a fuss, not breaking the silence. Instead they continued to mock, with Yuhua criticizing Ye Kai, and Ye Kai continued to explain. This repeated dozens of times. Finally one time, Ye Kai shouted, "It's him, it's definitely him." He pointed at a wall inside the cave, where there was a slight tremor. Then Yuhua suddenly summoned the Hongmeng Ding, fiercely circulating life force, and applying divine power to the ding. With a booming sound, the green glowing ding shot out violently, instantly smashing towards the direction Ye Kai pointed, breaking open a wall. "Ow!" A cry of agony. It shook the cold and silent scene. Then Yuhua flew swiftly, slamming down with her mighty palm on that colossal creature. "Ow!" Another scream. Then the snack shop fell. It was the creature that spat blood, collapsing on the ground, its black blood staining the ground, and its own feathers. His eyes were filled with terror. He shouted, "Innate treasure. How is that possible? Indeed, if it weren't for this ding, how could it have shattered his bodily defenses?" Careless. Summoning back the ding, transforming it into a smaller form in her palm, Yuhua's gaze was sharp as she coldly looked at the creature. "Dare to play tricks on us? You have such audacity. Who are you? Why are you here? Why steal this thing?" This thing refers to the snack shop. Ye Kai and Yuhua stood side by side, asking, "I haven't seen you before. How did you swallow my stuff? Looking at you, you seem like a cat. No, a dog. No, a lion. Guess. Blind guess." Ye Kai couldn't make out what race this was, and was wildly guessing. Suddenly the colossal creature roared in rage. "Ants. Have your dog eyes gone blind? I am a Pishio. Do you understand what a Pishio is?" Yuhua then calmly responded, "Ye Kai." Then the Pishio turned red with rage, roaring, "Your whole family has gone extinct. Your whole family has died out. We are not extinct." Then the Pishio turned red with rage, roaring, "Your whole family has gone extinct. Your whole family has died out. We are not extinct. We have retreated. Do you know anything, woman? You have no vision. A Pishio. This seems to be a sacred beast from the era of calamity. What happened? It seems that this Pishio has degraded." Yuhua read ancient texts. The Pishio was one of the overlords during the era of fierce beasts. This race fought across the lands, establishing immortal contributions for the fierce beast dynasty, revered as the Pishio king by the divine, thus becoming royal. Back then a Pixie's size was 1,000,000,000 times that of the current one. 1 foot could crush the Changbai mountain. You must be undergoing degeneration. This is not retreating. You are hiding to wash away your fierce beast identity, right? Yuhua speculated. Then the Pixie's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, its tone cold. "Woman, you know too much. Go die. A mere Tai golden immortal, I will destroy you." With 1 claw, 2 claws, all 4 claws smashed out. The Pixie's whole body surged with power, pressing towards Yuhua, and the black mist swarmed like locusts, terrifyingly so. "You are hiding quite deep. As expected, you are not simple. Even if you are a Deluo golden immortal, what of it? I have innate treasures." Although her strength cannot match the magical treasure, pressed down overwhelmingly, and Yuhua immediately activated the Hongmeng Ding. The great ding soared through the air, then smashed down. "Ah, you don't follow the martial ethics. You dare to use innate treasures. I don't accept this. Stop. I surrender. As long as you let me go, I can be your mount. I can still." Dead. Yuhua showed no mercy, not giving him too much time to speak. The great ding smashed down, and even a Deluo golden immortal bled. The Pixie's massive body was reduced to mush. "Woman, my clan's mighty ones will not spare you." A shadow rushed out from the blood and flesh. And Ye Kai immediately summoned the Human Emperor banner. With one move, the black mist from the Human Emperor banner immediately attracted and hooked that Pishio shadow, instantly pulling it into the banner. "No, what kind of treasure is this?" A scream. Disappeared. Looking at the Human Emperor banner, Ye Kai watched it shrink and land in his palm, feeling very complicated. This treasure was hidden in Ye Kai's soul, so it wasn't shattered at the time, just weakened. Initially in the Dragon Clan's ancestral grave, Ye Kai had upgraded the Human Emperor banner by consuming true dragon bones to become an innate spiritual treasure. Later his divine soul was struck down, and this innate treasure protected him, resulting in cracks, causing its grade to drop to a low-grade innate treasure. "Yehey, you are quite something. Enjoying the fruits of battle without asking me, just taking them." Yuhua stared at Ye Kai's Human Emperor banner, unable to discern anything special. and since it was a low-grade item, she lost interest and asked, "What are you picking up this trash treasure for? If you want top-tier innate treasures, I can gift you a few. Why use this kind of trash? No taste. No taste at all." After putting away the great Ding, Nuwa continued, "Look, my innate treasures, that's what is called overpowering the enemy. Having innate treasures is just delightful." She couldn't help but sigh. It's like a child wielding a nuclear bomb against adults. Who wouldn't be afraid? Innate treasures are like nuclear bombs. Only innate treasures can counter innate treasures. You will know from now on. Putting away the human emperor banner and upgrading it slowly later, Ye Kai said, "Let's go. My snack shop can shrink and expand. It can be large or small, just like a magical transformation." Surprised Nuwa followed. Ye Kai, overseeing him stretch out his hand, the snack shop shrank floating in his palm. So Nuwa spoke, "Yehey, it seems I can't see the bumping machine anymore. What's going on?" Inside the snack shop, there was no bumping machine. That was something you could recharge. What if it's gone? How do we recharge? How do we open the blind boxes? This is what Nuwa is really concerned about. Taking a breath, Ye Kai said, "It broke. In the future, there will be no recharging. Only selling blind boxes. If you want to open it, you have to pay first. I will sell blind boxes to you. There's no need to open it in the shop. You can open it anywhere." What? It turned into this. Nuwa nodded. "That's fine. No need to open it in the snack shop. It would be bad if the secret of the exit was exposed. What if some people covet it and rob it? It's safer to open it at home." He nodded. There was no other choice. He reluctantly shuttered the snack shop. Surely one could not open blind boxes in this pitch-black abyssal pit. Taking a few steps forward, Ye Kai declared, "Let us go. We are heading to the Zixiao Palace." Thus Nuwa, and he departed from that place. Their ears nearly burst from the deafening roar. "Aha! What fortune! This was effortless. Woman, so you've been hiding here all along. You've kept me searching endlessly. Aha! Woman, kneel now and beg for my mercy. Ha! I am now a celestial immortal of the Tai rank, mid-cultivation. Ha! You are finished. A mere Tai celestial immortal at the early stage. You'd crumble beneath a single claw of mine. Kneel. Kneel now and beg for my clemency. I eagerly await your pitiful supplication. It will be exquisite. And how much more radiant you'll be when begging." Aha! It was Kuan-Ti. He had scoured countless mountains and valleys for ages, yet returned, furious beyond measure. He resolved to rejoin his master Kuan-Su. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine encountering them here. Truly heaven had smiled upon him. Ye Kai stared speechless. What manner of foolish creature is this? Rolling his eyes, he muttered, "What an brother, do you know him?" Nuwa sighed bitterly in response to Ye Kai's question. "Before seeking you, he hunted me relentlessly. I grew weary of his pursuit and evaded him. Yet somehow within those remote mountains he gained something, and broke through an entire cultivation realm." "Ah, I see," Ye Kai shrugged. "So he dares to swagger so brazenly. Can you bear it? When confronted with arrogance, the surest counter is greater arrogance. Crush him utterly. Smash him flat." The creature's self-obsession had grown unbearable. Even Ye Kai could no longer tolerate it. Ye Kai surged skyward. Nuwa summoned her great cauldron. "To end your endless harassment, I shall dispatch you first. Forgive me. Fool." She instantly activated the Honghuang cauldron, infusing it with divine power before hurling it forward. "Fool, how dare you insult me, a noble scion of the Kuanping clan? I shall reduce you both to dust." "Ah, this outrage chokes me." Instantly he shot forth like a meteor, his colossal Kuanping form spanning the heavens as he roared, "Two insignificant insects. Die? Woman, I shall torment you until you kneel and sing surrender. Kill the man first, then savor the woman at leisure. Ha! I surpass you by a full cultivation tier. Man, perish." Ignoring Nuwa entirely, he dodged the descending cauldron. He lunged straight toward Ye Kai, but Nuwa remained unruffled. She swiftly activated the great cauldron, unleashing an overwhelming heaven-shaking aura. It hurtled toward Kuan-Ti, faster than his own movement. What a primordial supreme artifact. Impossible. Initially, Kuan-Ti had mistaken the massive cauldron for an ordinary artifact, confident his speed would easily evade it. Only to realize too late, it was a primordial supreme artifact. Panicked, he flung himself to his knees midair, pleading, "Goddess, spare me. I erred. I dare no more. Forgive this wretch. I shall serve as your mount. Ride me freely." Yet inwardly he schemed these two insects. First pacify them, wait for their guard to drop, then annihilate them. And the primordial supreme artifact shall be mine. I am truly the wisest being in the primordial chaos. With a thunderous boom, Nuwa retorted, "Keep it, for your whole family to ride. Die." She struck without restraint. Mercy toward an enemy is cruelty to oneself. The Honghuang cauldron descended, obliterating Kuan-Ti where he knelt in the void. "My clan's ancestral Kuanping patriarch will never forgive you." These were Kuan-Ti's final words, then silence. Nuwa retrieved the Honghuang cauldron. Nua's expression hardened. He was of the Kunping clan. Yihei, do you know the Kunping clan now commands the Northern Sea? That is the northern expanse of the primordial chaos ocean, the very heart of one of the four seas. The Kunping clan's might is formidable indeed. Did you know they devour true dragons as sustenance? This atrocity is common knowledge across the primordial chaos. No one knows the origin of their enmity, yet such brutality persists. Sacred beings reduced to mere prey, unprecedented in all creation. Even Yikai recoiled spine, chilled swallowing hard. The Kunping clan is terrifyingly powerful. How could the dragon clan have fallen so low? Truly pitiful. So you claim the Kunping clan is this form? Indeed, they are. But what of it? He provoked us. He earned death. Had we spared him, he would have slain us, or worse, toyed with us. Could you stomach such humiliation? Truth be told, you possess a certain allure. Perhaps we might settle for a compromise. Nua's face darkened. She clenched her fist and hurled the Hongmeng cauldron. Yikai leapt back startled. Its rim hovered a mere millimeter from his skull. He raised both hands, shouting, I was jesting, believe me. She retracted the cauldron and spoke coldly. You had better be jesting. You, a lazy toad, dare covet the swan flesh of this sovereign. Are you worthy? I am destined to become the primordial chaos first female sage. Do you imagine yourself fit to stand beside me? Humph. Grim-faced and exasperated Yikai retorted, Sage you may be, but what if I am your sovereign, your supreme leader? Nua paused, then burst into laughter. Yihei, Yihei, if your claim holds true, I shall gladly serve as your secretary. Your every command obeyed without question. Yikai's eyes gleamed, even wearing black silk stockings, eating spicy strips. Suspicion flickered across Nua's face, yet seeing Yikai's shrewd merchant-like grin, she affirmed resolutely, agreed. Whatever you demand, I yield completely, but only if you truly are the sovereign sage, the undisputed ruler of the primordial chaos. Yikai nodded solemnly. Deal sealed. You've already lost. Before Nua could reply, he was seized. She summoned the cauldron, and they vanished in a streak of light. Vile wretches, don't run. How audacious you are, to slay my prince's retainer. Halt immediately, or face my wrath. It was Kuan Su, blazing through the void at incomprehensible speed. Spotting the crimson trail, Kuan Ti's blood, he erupted in fury, poised to strike down Nua and Yikai, only to find them already fled. His rage ignited anew. He unleashed wave after wave of divine arts, erupting from the maw of his colossal Kunping form, as cataclysmic lightning surges rivaling supernovae in destructive force. Wherever they passed, devastation reigned. Lands reduced to wastelands, craters gouged deep into the earth. With relentless fury, he pursued Nua and Yikai. Elderwa, who is this? So arrogant. Teaching us. He tells us to stop. I have never seen such a foolish sand sculpture. Who does he think he is? Just because he says stop, does that mean we will stop? Looks like this arrogant fellow is from the Kunping clan, and he is a prince. Have you ever seen a prince? Standing on the Hongmeng cauldron, Yikai stood side by side with Nua, speaking while watching the Kungsa chase after them. Immediately, Nua covered her face, as expected. Kill the young one, and the old one comes. This unsolvable situation, if we don't eliminate him, trouble will still come. The behavior of the Kunping clan is exactly like that of the Dragon clan back then. Alas, the more arrogant they become now, the more they will cry later. Extremely urging the Great Cauldron, flying shuttle, traversing time and space, while Kungsu relentlessly pursued from behind. Two ants. You are doomed. This prince is the prince of the Kunping clan and the eldest prince. If you don't stop, just wait for the wrath of the Kunping clan to descend. When my Kunping army arrives, your 9 clans will be waiting for annihilation. The Xuanwu clan is the greatest cautionary tale. Do you understand? The voice was filled with threats. Hearing this, Yikai became intrigued and raised his pinky finger towards the pursuing Kungsu, provocatively saying, Little Kuan. When I created the Kunping clan, your father Kunping ancestor was still a tiny fish, just a little sand sculpt. If it weren't for me thinking you were too small, I would have kindly merged the Peng and Kuan fish to create you Kunping. You would still be a sand sculpture Peng and fish. Come here. You come here. Hurry up and come to meet your ancestor. I am the emperor of creation who once drank and slept with the Dao. By the way, the Dao is female. I even once opened the heavens with the Pangu Great God. I stomped on the divine reversal, punched the ancestor dragon, pricked the Yuan foam, and slapped the beginning Qilin. And your ancestor Kunping ancestor even offered me night fragrance. He consumed the night fragrance, so that's why you have become such a foolish prince. If I had known earlier, I would have thrown you into the cesspit. Don't let you grow up and embarrass yourself, losing face for your ancestor. Seeing this, Nua directly opened her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. In her heart, she thought this Yihei is too good at cursing. Every word carries a curse, every word is filled with insults. This guy really has a sharp tongue. Ah, ants, you. Furious Kungsu directly spat blood anger, causing him to spew out tons of black heart, shouting, "This prince will flay you. Use your soul for candles, and your primordial spirit for smoking. Only then can I relieve this hatred in my heart." Ah, this prince is so furious. After chasing for a long time, finally Ye Kai spoke up, so he ordered Nuwa to use the great cauldron to smash Kungsu. Then Ye Kai's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and he said to Nuwa, "The Hongmeng cauldron is after all a primal treasure. It cannot always be taken out. It is too ostentatious. Let's do it this way." Just like this, the two talked a lot of nonsense. And in the outer heaven, it became lively. 3,000 years passed like a fleeting glance. In the blink of an eye, here dark currents surged, all filled with chaotic energy, the gale tearing apart, terrifying indeed. Many who looked up to the sage Hongjun powerful beings had arrived. However, countless had died crossing the outer heaven seas. No bones left. The heart seeking the Dao never ceases. Still there are strong beings who are reluctant to leave, coming incessantly. In the outer heaven the number of strong beings is as numerous as cattle and dogs. Watch me use the golden crow transformation technique. Fly fly. Tai held the chaos bell above his head, which was a primal treasure, shocking many others. Those passing strong beings were caught in the chaotic waves created by Tai, suffering immensely. They all angrily cursed. "What are you flaunting? Just relying on the chaos bell? A mere three-legged golden crow, mere Tai golden immortal strength. Show off. Be careful, this three-legged golden crow is a sacred being of the solar star. Their two brothers are not good people." Among the bystanders there was a person, Hongyun, who was currently with Jin Yuanzi. With the chaos bell above his head, Tai speeding through the chaotic sea, and the elegant figure of Dijuan stepping on the Hichu, holding the Luoshu, and beside them the Kuanping ancestor accompanied them. The trio became a beautiful scenery, very eye-catching. Hongyun couldn't help but speak. "This Dijuan is indeed a scholar, like a big shot. But Tai, he seems like a madman, simple-minded, and with developed limbs. That Kuanping ancestor is not a good man." The gloomy expression, who is he showing it to? Making us all owe him. With a bitter smile, Zhan Yuanzi shook his head and said, "Little brother, don't say too much. Your black crow mouth, don't go around spouting. It's easy to offend people by speaking the truth. So you should keep quiet. Don't say nonsense. We need to hurry. Don't look for trouble. Trust your brother, it won't be wrong. Traveling together. This is a team of strong beings. Safety is guaranteed. On the road there is a companion. Talking is not lonely." Indeed, Tai really stirred up the chaotic waves. Someone exposed their true form because the splash hit them. Unable to endure, he became furious. Very large, very tall, very solid. 8-pack abs. What? It's a primordial witch. Sister, quickly, get away from here. It was Shiha pulling Changshi to hide away, afraid of being affected. Many strong beings also did the same, keeping their distance and observing from afar. 3 mixed feather birds. "Apologize to me." Zhu Rong was furious, angry, pointing at Tai and the others. The rest of the primordial witches, such as Daijing, stood beside Zhu Rong silent, implying that they too shared Zhu Rong's meaning, wanting Tai and the others to apologize. Immediately Tai was enraged. "Barbarians! What right do you have to ask for an apology? That wave splashed on your face by itself. What does it have to do with me? I walk my own path, you walk yours. We do not interfere with each other. What is there to apologize for?" Dijuan held Tai back, saying, "Second brother, let's just let it go. It's just an apology. No need to waste time here." Kunpeng's face turned gloomy. Silent, Tai held back his anger, speaking coldly like spring water. "Barbarians, I will listen to my elder brother once. Here you go." The words had not yet finished. "Barbarian, barbarians, mixed feather birds, 3-legged golden dogs. You seek death. How dare you insult the witch clan? You shall die." This was the second time. Zhu Rong suddenly roared, then charged out the gigantic true form of the primordial, which sword engulfed in flames, and threw a punch. Unleashing endless fire domains, the fists came like a torrential rain. "Barbarian, you are the one seeking death. Go die." "Barbarian." Tai immediately activated the chaos bell. Ding! With a sound the bell rang like a shockwave, sweeping in all directions, carrying endless divine powers, the true fire of the sun, overflowing, stabilizing space and time. All of Zhu Rong's divine powers were shattered by the chaos bell, easily resolved. In an instant Zhu Jiu-yin and Daijing burst out. "Not good, it's the space Dao. Not good, what is it?" "The power of time." Tai was alarmed. Suddenly, along with the chaos bell, it slid a long distance before stopping. Immediately Dijuan spoke. "Everyone, a small episode. No harm done. We still need to hurry. Farewell." Pulling the transformed Tai, Dijuan and Kuanping took him, then sat on the Hichu and left. The chaos bell fell into Tai's hands, and he couldn't help but ask, "Elder brother, what are we afraid of? Just a mere barbarian." Even if he masters the space Dao and time Dao, what of it? We have the primal treasure, the Chaos Bell. No one can beat us. The Chaos Bell is indeed very strong, suppressing chaotic space and time. However, Dijuan shook his head and said, these are not the main points. Our goal now is to go to the Zixiao Palace to seize opportunities, to listen to the sage's teachings. Correct. We cannot underestimate those primordial witches. But our target is just as my friend Dijuan said. The sage's teachings will surely bring great opportunities. Even the chance to become a sage. Tai and Daijin's eyes changed, so they hurried on. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong was pulled back by Daijing and Zhu Jiuyin. The space and time Dao were activated, perfectly coordinated. Zhu Rong, don't be impulsive. Use your brain, Zhu Jiuyin said. Daijing released Zhu Rong and said, don't get angry just because someone says something. Your brain is more important than your hands and feet. When your brain works well, your hands and feet become invincible. If you always act impulsively, your hands and feet will follow suit. It will lead to big problems eventually. Zhu Rong, being lectured, lowered his head, blushing. Seeing that it was about time, Xianming spoke. Our brains don't work well because our primordial spirits cannot condense. We lack the methods to cultivate our primordial spirits. This is something we cannot help. Fortunately, our physical bodies are strong and we are endowed with the Dao. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to compete with those sacred beings of Honghuang. At once, Zhu Rong cast a grateful glance. He said, elder brother, second brother, I will use my brain more from now on. If I can avoid using my hands and feet, I will use my brain first. Then Hoda spoke, let's go, brothers and sisters. We cannot be late. The sage's lecture will soon The next moment, the 12 primordial witches just moved forward. They all had a sudden change in expression. What is that? A Kuanping. Why is it someone else's mouth? This, Gonggong couldn't help but swallow. Don't meddle. Let them ride as they please. We can't interfere, Jumong said. So they ignored it. Meanwhile, far away, Shiha and Changshi were amazed, covering their cherry lips. Changshi coughed lightly. Sister, that seems to be Nuwa. She is with a man, riding on the Kuanping clan's eldest prince, Kungsu. What if Kuanping ancestor sees this? Do you think Kuanping will still have a gloomy face? Nuwa's sister is being too reckless. Kuanping is someone who will take revenge. Doesn't she know? Provoking Kuanping will lead to trouble. Confused, the two continued on their way. Indeed, it was Ye Kai and Nuwa who captured Kungsu as their mount. The Kuanping clan's people were moving too quickly, so comfortable. In the distance, Mingyi witnessed this scene, unable to suppress his emotions. His face darkened. Humph. A dignified sacred being reduced to a mount, truly losing the face of the sacred beings of Honghuang. This Kuanping clan is truly despicable. Worthless scum. They are not worthy of going to the Zixiao Palace. I disdain to sit and listen to the teachings with such spineless people. Hongjun also watched, exclaiming, this is a model for us. Not afraid of power, even daring to provoke the Kuanping clan. I truly wish to be friends with those two and learn a thing or two. Covering his head, supporting his forehead, Jin Yuanzi smiled gently. Little brother, if you want to test your fate, go ahead. In that case, next year on this day, I can burn you some ginseng fruit to eat. Hongjun, brother, you must be joking. I still prefer to eat your real ginseng fruit. Don't burn it. I was just saying it casually. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi said no more and quickened his pace. The events occurring in the chaotic sea of the outer heaven were merely minor episodes during the journey, causing slight ripples. More is yet to come when they encounter the Zixiao Palace. Zixiao Palace. Huan Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He shot upright from his meditation cushion, his form dissolving into a streak of light as he surged toward the palace gates. Master! Hao Tian cried out, trembling all over as he sat beside Yao Qi on the sacred lectern, only to find Han Yuan already vanished. Swallowing hard, he turned to Yao Qi Jr. Sister. Is Master truly elated? Not even celestial stimulants could provoke such haste. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. What has come over him? We've never seen Master display emotional fluctuation, not once in all these eons. Extraordinary. Ever since the Longhan calamity, Hao Tian and Yao Qi had never witnessed Han Yuan smile or betray any trace of inner stirrings. He was colder than a tenth of sandier glacier, forbidding all approach. Unapproachable. Perhaps Master is sleepwalking. Yao Qi shook her head, inwardly exasperated, yet too reverent to voice speculation. Gazing into the distance, she knew, truly knew, her master had changed. Detached, desireless. Chaos. See. What? It's him. Without hesitation, Ye Kai halted mid-flight and signaled Nuwa stun him. Understood. With a swift strike, Nuwa drew forth the Hongmeng cauldron and brought it crashing down upon Kungsu's skull. Done. That skull is absurdly dense. Ah, I'll never forgive you. Those were Kungsu's final words before collapsing into unconsciousness. Resentment or terror. Ye Kai beheld the arriving figure, his heart stirred with complex emotion. Fixing his gaze upon the silhouette landing beside Kungsu's prone form, he spoke, brother. Long time no see. He stepped forward and clapped Honghuang firmly on the shoulder, only to meet utter stillness. A flicker of shock crossed Ye Kai's mind indeed. He is entwined with the Heavenly Dao. Yet he harbored no hostility toward me. Honghuang gently removed. Ye Kai's hand brushed dust from his sleeve and said, "Shopkeeper, why must you go to such lengths? Are you not overjoyed to behold me? If you've already deduced the truth, why must you?" Yuanshi frowned, utterly bewildered. "Elder." No reply. Honghuang ignored her, deepening her confusion. Ye Kai kept his distance, eyes locked on Honghuang. "Brother, allying with tigers is no different from placing oneself within their jaws. I should be asking you, why must you go to such lengths? This path you tread severs your own future. Must you play so ruthlessly? Tell me, your authentic Hongming Purple Qi flows in 3 streams. Why then did you squander such supreme cards, reducing them to ruin? I simply cannot fathom it." No wry smile, no shift in expression. Honghuang remained as frigid as spring water from a mountain's heart. "Fellow Taoist, this is inevitable. Within the primordial chaos, none are truly free. Even relentless effort, even flawless advantage cannot withstand fate's decree nor defy the Heavenly Dao. I have seen reality clearly, grasped the cruelty of this primordial chaos. Without attaining sainthood, one remains but an ant. That was my former aspiration. Yet after enduring infinite calamities, I now perceive sainthood itself as a jest. Brother, sages are pitifully weak, powerless, bound. Only the Heavenly Dao commands the supreme order of the primordial chaos. And I shall not halt at sainthood. I shall become the architect of that very order. Do you comprehend?" Yuanshi scratched her head, baffled. What was the Heavenly Dao? Ye Kai, however, wore the calm certainty of one who already knew. "Very well. Each cultivator walks their own path. Yours is lofty, mine merely that of a lazy carp. I harbor no grand ambition, only a wish for universal harmony, for world peace." Naive. This was Huan Yuan's unvarnished truth, and he had long discerned Ye Kai's nature devoid of vaulting ambition. Thus he declared, "Fellow Taoist, words have reached their end. We are no longer as we once were. You tread your sunlit thoroughfare, I pursue my Heavenly Dao. We may yet become adversaries." Ye Kai smiled faintly. "Honghuang, you are wise. You know the vastness of the primordial chaos. But tell me, do you know what lies beyond it? Do you grasp that heavens exist beyond heaven and masters tower above masters? Do not fixate narrowly upon the Heavenly Dao alone. Expand your vision. Look beyond the primordial chaos. Do not treat the Heavenly Dao as absolute. To declare us enemies so readily, to cast all beings as foes, only breeds fear and unrest. How then may one cultivate discreetly?" Seeing no reaction in Huan Yuan, Ye Kai ceased speaking. "Enough. You would not understand anyway. This is all I'll say. By the way, I intend to attend the Dao lectures at Zixiao Palace. You won't banish me, will you?" Honghuang shook his head. "Your presence honors me. Yet soon I shall be bound, no longer master of my own conduct. Should I offend you, I beg your magnet. Or, if we become enemies, remember to spare me mercy." "What? Mercy? Sainthood?" The Yuanshi listened, increasingly convinced the two were posturing. Masters exchanging riddles, cloaking meaning in empty flourishes. "Heh. Brother, you're far too modest. It is you who must show mercy first." With a soft chuckle, Ye Kai gestured politely. Honghuang nodded, and dissolved into light, vanishing instantly. Yuanshi gazed into the distance. Did it succeed? Did he agree? Ye Kai exhaled slowly. "No, Honghuang bears us no ill will. Proof he fears me. And that so-called Heavenly Dao remains eerily silent, perhaps observing me. Let it observe. I am but a lazy carp. My sole ambition is to expand my snack shop across the myriad realms, establishing franchises throughout the cosmos." Her eyes lit up. "Old Yi, you must take me with you." She grew flustered. "The myriad realm. Does he possess channels? How does one traverse beyond the primordial chaos? Are there truly other worlds? Is the primordial chaos not the sole reality? Who is this man? What is his origin? Why does he know so much?" Yuan's mind brimmed with questions, but Ye Kai merely smiled faintly. "All in due time. For now, we proceed to Zixiao Palace. Since Honghuang bears us no enmity, and welcomes us so warmly, let us make our entrance suitably grand. Otherwise we dishonor Master Huan Yuan's generous invitation." Yuanshi tilted her head. "How grand exactly?" Ye Kai grinned mysteriously. "Naturally, by drawing crowds." He glanced meaningfully at Yuanshi, then at Kungsu. She raised the great cauldron, struck him again to silence his curses, and threatened, "Little bumpkin, fly now, or your 1+8 truly vanishes." Kungsu darted swiftly through the chaos sea toward Zixiao Palace, while Ye Kai's thoughts drifted, ever focused on expanding his snack shop. Remaining anchored on the eastern coast of the primordial chaos serves no purpose. The customer base is too narrow, the foot traffic too sparse, the reputation non-existent. Yet the Zixiao Palace Dao lectures constitute the official sanctioned gathering of the realm. Why not seize this moment? Launch a bold campaign of promotion. Purple Cloud Palace. In the square, a vast expanse lies before the Purple Cloud Palace. Many powerful figures have already arrived, and seeing the palace doors closed, they wait outside. The scene resembles a bustling marketplace as they seek out friends, reminisce, chat, or play cards. It is indeed quite lively. Meanwhile, Tai Dijuan and Kunpeng are moving about. They greet everyone they meet, engaging in friendly exchanges, hoping to win over those powerful beings. Many powerful figures nod in response, offering polite replies. However, there are also those who are displeased, unable to tolerate the demeanor of the three. For instance, the Witch Clan. Zhurong and Gonggong are particularly irked. Those three rascals. It's clear they are petty individuals. Look at how smug they are. We see the small-minded, and we too feel smug. They don't pay them any mind, and they are too lazy to leave, insisting friends remember to come often to the Sunstar for a visit. We await your company. So hypocritical, so insidious. Zhurong intentionally speaks loudly in the direction of Dijuan and the others, aiming to provoke them. Tai appears ready to retort, but Dijuan holds him back, while Kunpeng's gaze grows cold, seemingly conveying to them, "We remember you, be careful in your future dealings." Gonggong, however, is quite boisterous, speaking even louder. "Awaiting your company means we have prepared our ladies for you. Welcome to come and taste." "Oh, my apologies, I forgot. The three-legged golden crow consists of just two rascals. Just two. Two of our kin. And they are all males. What do we do about that? If there are no female three-legged golden crows, wouldn't that mean the three-legged golden crow would go extinct?" "Oh dear, that's not right. Two good brothers. Two good buddies. If there truly were a third three-legged golden crow, it could only mean one of the two rascals is a male and the other a female. Ha ha ha, this is truly hilarious. I say, the three-legged golden crow should frolic with dogs. This way the population could increase. For instance, adding more three-legged golden dogs. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, many powerful figures stifle their laughter. Indeed, Gonggong is quite a talent. He dares to say anything. The other ancestral witches, however, glare coldly like icy springs, fixing their gaze on Dijuan and the others. Who dares to come? Then come and fight. Conversely, Dijuan covers Tai's mouth, then loudly declares, "Everyone, some uncivilized barbarians lack manners. They come to the sage's dojo without understanding respect and proper decorum. It is truly disappointing. We, the innate divine beings, are of noble birth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, drawing from the celestial energies of the world, and we have always valued decorum and civility. We do not wish to sit with certain uncivilized barbarians." Then Kunpeng nods. Indeed, barbarians naturally come from barbaric places filled with savages. They do not understand the respect due in the primordial world. A mere group of barbarians do not deserve to listen to the sage's teachings. Thus he is the first to get agitated, shouting, "Barbarians, roll back to the sage's dojo. Barbarians, roll back to the sage's dojo. Barbarians, roll back to the sage's dojo." After shouting several times, Tai breaks free from Dijuan, shouting, "Barbarians, roll back to the sage's dojo." They both shouted a few times, but the voices grew fainter. They stopped. In truth, no one echoed them, no one joined in. This scene turned awkward. Meanwhile, Zhurong and the other ancestral witches glared as if they wished to kill. Who would dare shout? Who would dare oppose these barbaric ancestral witches? At this moment, before the ancestral witches could erupt in anger, someone stepped forward. Yuanshi cast a disdainful glance at the ancestral witches, coldly mocking, "A bunch of barbarians. Do you still have manners with your chests exposed? You disgrace civilization. If not now, when will you leave? I am Yuanshi, the true one of Pangu the Jade, clear Yuanshi, the celestial master Yuanshi. I have the authority to expel you from the sage's dojo. Do you even deserve to be here? Hurry and roll away. Don't obstruct my noble eyes." Listening to this, Laozi held his forehead. Meanwhile, Tongtian rested his chin on his hand, nodding repeatedly, saying, "I am the true one of Pangu, the upper clear Tongtian of the Pangu 3, clears the master of Tongtian. I am courteous. Not towards the ancestral witches, but bowing to everyone present." Tongtian is promoting himself, making a name for himself. Suddenly, all the powerful figures nodded. Indeed, Tongtian is a civilized person, truly worthy of being the true one of Pangu. At that moment, Daijan's cold gaze swept across the crowd, speaking, "He, a mere brain bug spawned from the true spirit of Pangu. You three clears dare to claim to be the true one of Pangu. You do not represent. Do not flatter yourselves. Truly arrogant. Not knowing the height of heaven and the depth of the earth, just three bugs." Zhurong nodded, self-proclaimed high-minded, but in reality, just parasites. The other ancestral witches agreed. Soon Laozi grew displeased, summoned the tower of heaven and earth, and with a mighty throw the tower spanned the void, radiating light and imposing aura that shocked the powerful figures present. They gasped in astonishment. "What? An innate supreme treasure. So much merit from opening the heavens. No wonder it is the Pangu 3 clears. This is truly the true one of Pangu. It is well deserved. Indeed, the Pangu 3 clears possess the highest merit with a seal. It is indeed the true one of Pangu. I acknowledge the true one of Pangu. Everyone, I am Laozi, the virtuous celestial master. I have always used reason to persuade. Laozi's face shone with glory as if he had just enjoyed some refreshing water. Looking at the tower's body, he loudly proclaimed, "This is the tower of heaven and earth. A supreme treasure fused with the merits of opening the heavens, possessing unparalleled offensive and defensive powers. It is the evidence left to us 3 clears by the Father God Pangu. Who dares to say we 3 clears are not the true one of Pangu? I will be angered with whoever does." Yuanshi and Tongtian stood up straight, holding their heads high. Soon Laozi retracted the treasure. Meanwhile, Dijuan and the other ancestral witches looked as if they had been shut out. They truly could not produce any proof. Are they the true one of Pangu? Now this is good. Helping the 3 clears, they have self-proclaimed the true one of Pangu. 3 clear friends, truly worthy of being the true one of Pangu. Dijuan spoke loudly. Meanwhile, Tai revealed the chaos bell, saying, "This is the innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, a fragment of the axe that opened the heavens from the great god Pangu. However, I dare not think that our 3-legged golden crows are the true ones of Pangu. I only acknowledge the 3 clears as the true ones of Pangu." Who agrees? Who opposes? With dark expressions, the ancestral witches wished they could squash this sycophant Tai. Meanwhile, the 3 clears cast their gazes towards Tai and Dijuan, nodding in agreement. Great. No wonder the innate divine beings of the Sun Star have a grand vision. They are quite amiable. Tongtian remarked. Dijuan, my friend, possesses the demeanor of a sovereign. Yuanshi remarked. Tai, my friend, is one of us. Laozi declared. As for Kuanping, he was overlooked. This left Kuanping feeling disappointed and angry. Why are these people not mentioning me? Hurry up and say it. Unfortunately, no one brought it up. Soon someone spoke from the crowd in a soft voice that many powerful figures heard. Is that the ancestor Kuanping of the Kuanping clan? Why does he seem so insignificant? He appears to be a servant, a lackey of Dijuan and Tai. Upon closer inspection, it looks like the ancestor Kuanping bears the demeanor of a servant. As soon as these words were spoken, they looked at the guy Hongjun with his ugly mouth. Xinyuanzi hurriedly took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance from Hongjun, staring at him in astonishment, whispering like a mosquito buzzing around, "Brother Hongjun, if you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Don't say anything. Look at how the ancestor Kuanping looks at you, as if you stole his wife. His gaze is murderous. It's quite terrifying." The Kuanping fixed his gaze on the direction of Hongjun, looking murderous, while internally, he fiercely thought, "Hongjun, remember this, my lord. I will kill you sooner or later. Annihilate your entire family. Anyone who dares to provoke me will face the destruction of their clan, or even the annihilation of 9 clans. Dijuan noticed Kuanping was distracted and spoke. "Do you have worries, my friend? Do not pay attention to the idle chatter of ants. They are merely envious of others' success and spread rumors to undermine them. In reality, those people are only scheming to justify themselves. Do not take it to heart." Tai nodded. "Indeed, my friend, there is nothing that power cannot resolve. Women and idle gossip are all nonsense. Only by uniting all possible forces can we achieve supreme dominance." Feeling somewhat better, however, in the next moment, Kuanping nearly cursed out loud. His eyes widened in shock, bulging like watermelons, his heart numb. So many people, as expected of Zhixiao Palace. Ha ha ha. Standing atop, Kungsu Nuwa felt a sense of superiority, looking down upon the masses. Meanwhile, Ye Kai looked down at the powerful beings below, feeling a sense of being the center of attention, then shouted, "Heaven did not give birth to me, the Emperor of Heaven. The eternal night lasts forever." The powerful beings below erupted into chaos. Who is this? So impressive, riding on the Kuanping clan. Riding? Is that even possible? Riding a sacred beast, how audacious. Eating the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. What a remarkable person. That seems to be Kuanping. Dijuan remarked. "Kuanping, my friend. That person from the Kuanping clan. He seems to be from your family." Tai said. Instantly Kunpeng's eyes darkened and he shouted loudly, "Which demon dares impersonate a member of my Kuanping clan?" Seeking death, he suddenly shot out, transforming into the massive true form of Kuanping. Kungsu originally saw his father, the ancestral Kuanping, but was unable to speak. He wanted to call out, but couldn't, his gaze fixed on the murderous ancestral Kuanping approaching him, his eyes signaling, "Father, it's me. It's me. It's me, Kungsu. Your son, I am your first prince." Kungsu. In this moment, the killing intent was cold and silent. The air froze. The speed was extremely fast. Suddenly, dodging Nuwa summoned the Hongmeng Ding to block the ancestral Kuanping. Quickly she pulled Yi Kai down to the square. However, Kungsu was affected and slammed to the ground. The ancestral Kunping had intended to kill Nuwa and Yi Kai, but tried to avoid Kungsu. However, Nuwa was cunning, and when she summoned the great cauldron it fell onto Kungsu. This infuriated the ancestral Kunping to the extreme. At the same time, Kungsu was touched by the great cauldron and entered a silence mode. He could now speak. After being slammed to the ground, he shouted loudly, "Father, it's me. I am Kungsu. I am the first prince of the Kunping clan. I am your son." As soon as these words were spoken, the powerful beings in the arena were moved. What a disgrace. A sacred being being ridden. What kind of decency is this? Such a humiliation. Truly a disgrace for us sacred beings. Such scum do not deserve to be here. Is this really from the Kunping clan? Some were angry. Some were disdainful. Some cursed. This scene heard and absorbed made Kungsu feel very uncomfortable. He looked towards the ancestral Kunping. The ancestral Kunping was enraged. "Bold demon. How dare you impersonate my son? Die." He burst forth. The laws of speed were pushed to the extreme. A loud explosion sounded. "Father, I am Kungsu." His scream had not finished before he was completely done for. Kungsu died. After doing all this, the ancestral Kunping transformed into human form. His face was grim. In his eyes there was not a hint of acknowledgement that Kungsu was his son. "Everyone, this person is unknown. How dare he impersonate my son? My son never bows to anyone. He could never be reduced to someone else's mount. Surely some enemies are impersonating my son to tarnish and slander the reputation of my Kunping clan. When I see such scum, I will kill one. When I see two, I will kill three." Kunpeng's words showed no emotional fluctuation, only harshness. This scene shocked Nuwa as she swallowed her saliva. She put away the great cauldron, fearing others would know it was a primordial treasure. At this moment, Fushi quietly approached her side, then pulled her away from Yi Kai, saying as they walked, "Sister, are you crazy? Why are you with that unscrupulous merchant? This person is a swindler, not a good person. Stay far away from him." "Everyone, I am Fushi, and this is my sister." Just now she said she encountered a sand sculpture on the road, and that sand sculpture is that man's pet. The sand sculpture admired the Kunping clan, so it transformed into the appearance of a Kunping and boasted everywhere. That's how it is. Thus Kunping cast a favorable glance at Fushi. Nodding in agreement, the two exchanged nods. Meanwhile, Nuwa could only look at Yi Kai, who was moving away, her gaze revealing, "May you take care of yourself." Indeed, my brother said I visited her treasure vault, and she said not to hold me accountable provided I maintain a safe distance from you. Alas, my brother gave too much. There's really no way around it. In an instant, Yi Kai became the villain in people's eyes. After all, in this era, who would dare ride a sacred being? Only Yi Kai dared. With a gloomy face, he shouted from afar, Kunpeng's tone as cold as icy spring water, "My friend, please give me an explanation. Why impersonate my Kunpeng clan? Do you truly believe my Kunpeng clan is a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will?" The people present looked on. So what if I am? So what if I am not? Is the Kunpeng clan really that impressive? With an indifferent gaze, Yi Kai witnessed Nuwa, this woman, leaving without integrity, and turned to Kunpeng, saying, "You, the ancestral Kunpeng, truly have some means. Daring to betray kin all for your own face. I am truly enlightened. They say even a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet you, Kunpeng, are even more ruthless than a tiger. This is my explanation. Are you satisfied?" Immediately Kunpeng was furious. "You speak arrogantly, daring to slander me, maliciously defaming my clan. Do you really think I am afraid of you? If you dare to speak recklessly again, I will annihilate you." With a smirk, he raised his right hand, pinky finger pointed down, and then revealed a disdainful gaze. Yi Kai rubbed his pinky a few times and said, "What's the matter? Come at me. Are you angry? Did I hit the nail on the head? I revealed the truth, and you want to kill to silence me. People are doing things, and heaven is watching. Old Kunpeng, do not underestimate this. You must know 3 feet above your head lies the heavenly principle. Do you know what the heavenly principle is?" Hearing this, the crowd was confused. What is the heavenly principle? Yet Kunpeng was signaled by Di Jun's gaze. Di Jun whispered, "My friend, he is deliberately provoking you. Do not let him succeed. If you strike, you will solidify the fact that the one impersonating Kunpeng is indeed your son. Do not act impulsively. Do not act impulsively. Just endure, and it will pass." Tai Yi, however, was displeased. "After the Zixiao Palace finishes imparting the Dao, let's ambush him and deal with him. A mere nameless junior, the 3 of us can annihilate him. As long as I have the Chaos Bell, he is doomed." Instantly Kunpeng nodded, no longer paying attention to Yi Kai. Yet Yi Kai boldly said, "To tell you the truth, the heavenly principle has already materialized. Back then the might of heaven overshadowed the primordial world. That was the work of the heavenly principle. And do you know the annihilation of the Honghuang golden immortal was also done by the heavenly principle? So you better be careful. Once you commit a wrongdoing, the heavenly principle will set its sights on you." "What is this?" Hearing the term Heavenly Dao for the first time in such a concrete manner, does it not imply that above our heads there are divine beings, and this divine being is the supreme Heavenly Dao? Upon hearing Ye Kai's eloquent speech, everyone was shocked, engulfed by waves of endless fear. In the past, without the terrifying pressure of the Heavenly Dao, anyone could act as they pleased. Now, what to do? Aha! Instantly the somewhat doubtful Tai Yi burst into laughter like flowers blooming, holding his belly and pointing at Ye Kai, laughing heartily. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Aha! Even if the Heavenly Dao exists, would it really be angered by trivial matters? Would it punish us divine beings? What a joke! What you say is even more foolish than a joke. As soon as the words fell, a thunderclap roared above the Zixiao Palace. Immediately countless powerful beings trembled, feeling a chill run down their spines. Is it true? Respect the Heavenly Dao? Someone blurted out. Suddenly the thunder in the void ceased, leaving no sound. This left everyone in deep shock. Respect, indeed. And Tai Yi's laughter quickly turned to embarrassment, as he did not expect that this so-called Heavenly Dao would oppose him. The awkward expression could not hide his shame, and then Emperor Jun spoke. This friend, I greet you. He saluted Ye Kai, who returned the gesture, nodding in response, saying, Friend Emperor Jun. Truly extraordinary. Haha, this is interesting. Then looking at the people present, Ye Kai formally introduced himself. I am Ye Kai, the unique owner of a snack shop in the primordial world known as the Heavenly Emperor. I opened the heavens with my brother Pangu, and aided Hongjun in achieving the path to sanctity. Everyone, all the saints were created by me. One can only imagine the celestial abilities of this emperor. Welcome everyone to my shop. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. Some muttered to themselves, hissing, Are you kidding me? Saints. Did he help them? I don't believe it. My entire clan, my 7 great-aunts, 8 great-uncles, and all 9 clans across 18 generations do not believe it. I would be surprised if I did believe it. This person is making noise, trying to attract attention maliciously. Truly disgraceful. Open the heavens with Pangu. I almost believed it. Hee. Some people did believe it. For instance, the witch clan. The 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances. Brother, sisters, I think this person gives a mysterious and profound impression. The credibility is quite high. The youngest ancestral witch Hutu, who mastered the Tao of Earth, spoke first with piercing eyes. She was the smartest of the witches. Of course, at this moment the witch clan was just a title. There were only 12 ancestral witches, while the other clansmen were still in the pool in blood water, yet to be created, truly unable to be created. Xuanming's gaze was filled with doubt. What if what he said is true? If he has met the Father God, then he must have a way for our witch clan to produce more great witches and lesser witches and other strong beings. Hutu will go meet him. Sister Hutu is clever and reliable. Nodding, Hutu stopped speaking. But Tai Yi scoffed coldly, muttering, Since no one believes it, if I do, he'll eat all the bird droppings from the sun star. But Kunpeng's gaze was cold as he looked in Ye Kai's direction. Where's the evidence? So-called Heavenly Emperor, please provide proof. Otherwise anyone can say they opened the heavens with Pangu, thinking themselves to be another creator deity of the primordial world, flaunting and deceiving, tarnishing the name of the great Pangu. Suddenly, with a heavier tone, he looked at the Sanqing. Seeing their dark expressions, Kunpeng felt even more pleased, seizing the opportunity. He continued to embellish, saying, According to what I say, if he really opened the heavens with the great Pangu, it is the 3 true friends of Pangu Sanqing who truly opened the heavens with the great Pangu. Instantly the Sanqing looked at Kunpeng, growing fonder of him, nodding, while Kunpeng felt ecstatic, adding, Did you see that? Taiji Laozi, your friend, has the treasure of the heavens and earth, the Taiji diagram. This is the merit of opening the heavens. This is the evidence of opening the heavens. Everyone, do you agree or not? Suddenly, with a spark in his eyes, Tai Yi exclaimed, What Kunpeng said is absolutely right. His words are my words. Listening to him is like hearing his own words. The Sanqing friends are the true representatives of the heavenly opening. We are convinced. Heartfelt and mouthful. Emperor Jun smiled slightly. Friend Ye Kai? The people's will is such. There is no choice. We recognize Pangu Sanqing as the true Pangu of the heavenly opening. What you say is reasonable. Yet Ye Kai remained unfazed. This does not contradict. Then looking at the Sanqing, seeing their proud expressions, he did not want to dampen their spirits, knowing that he had long coveted these 3 fat sheep. If not them, who else would he slaughter? Must build good relations. Moreover, Ye Kai came here not to offend anyone, but to attract attention and establish presence. Unexpectedly, Kunpeng and Tai Yi, 2 divine aides, were great help. Truly a good support. As expected, a healer. The Sanqing, the 12 ancestral witches, and all the strong beings present are all Ye Kai's leeks, which must be harvested. Sanqing friends, I've long heard of your fame in the primordial world. Today I see you truly fortunate. Ye Kai repeatedly bowed to the Sanqing, seeing that they were unappreciative. He continued, if we are to talk about the most authentic descendants of Pangu in the primordial world, it must be the Pangu Sanqing Taiji Laozi and Dao Tianzun once used the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, to open the heavens. This is how the heavens and the earth were established. And Yuanshi the Yuanshi Tianzun once used the innate supreme treasure, the Pangu banner, to open up the outer heavens and the starry sky, bringing forth the day and night stars, illuminating the world. Thus it can be said that the Pangu Sanqing is in fact the grace of Pangu. The Pangu Sanqing shed blood for the heavens and earth, suffered injuries, opened the heavens, opened the earth, and taught the multitude, truly hard-working and meritorious. They are models for us all. I am convinced. How could I slander the Sanqing friends? Who dares to slander the Sanqing friends? I will be on bad terms with them. Who dares not to believe the Sanqing friends? I will be on bad terms with them. Who dares to doubt the Sanqing friends? I will be on bad terms with them. What I say, who opposes it, who disagrees? He rambled on. What he said stunned the Sanqing, causing them to rejoice, wildly nodding, as if they had eaten honey, more excited than the crowd's expressions twisted. All of them were appalled by Ye Kai, a small person, flattering, and in their hearts they were all criticizing, scoffing. Even the 12 ancestral witches could not help but swallow hard. Is this Ye Kai even human? Nonsense. Di Jiang shook his head first. Huda sister, I take back what I just said. This person is a small person, untrustworthy. Directly doubting, losing faith, and cutting off the thought, Zhu Jiuyin said. Other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, while Hutu remained silent, also nodding. But her gaze never left Ye Kai, pondering, what's the need for our witch clan to hold on to mere empty titles of Pangus orthodoxy? Empty names are all illusory. True reputation is forged by strength. It seems my brothers and sisters have yet to see through this point. I must remind them later they care too much about face and reputation. True face is earned through real strength. I have never seen such a shameless person, simply barking like a dog. I despise such a lackey. Kunpeng with a cold gaze shouted at Ye Kai, but Emperor Jun's gaze changed, secretly thinking we're in trouble. Kunpeng, you have stirred up trouble. Indeed, Kunpeng's words greatly displeased the Sanqing, and their expressions flashed with displeasure. Especially Yuanshi, who wished he could slap Kunpeng's big mouth. Yuanshi internally sneered Kunpeng. Kunpeng, if you don't speak, no one would take you for a mute. You are simply sabotaging my Sanqing. Remember this. You will suffer for it. But Kunpeng was oblivious. Tai cheered, little man. Rainbow farts. No one is applauding for you. Ha ha. I thought you were a small man who gained success, but you are actually a clown. Ye Kai, Heavenly Emperor, I spit. In my view, you are a dog of the heavenly opening. What a dog says is simply speaking to a dog. Aha. As soon as these words were spoken, Emperor Jun was taken aback. Immediately, he covered Tai's mouth fiercely with his hand, then looked at the Sanqing. Emperor Jun said, Sanqing friends, my brother was hit on the head by the chaos bell last night. I need to check if his old ailment has relapsed. You all can consider him as having fallen ill. After saying this, he dragged the struggling Tai to a corner of the square where no one could see, and soon the screams of Tai could be heard. Brother, don't hit the third leg. That's the essence of the three-legged golden crow. Stop. What did I do wrong? But unfortunately, no one heard. Suddenly, the Sanqing's fondness for Kunpeng and Tai plummeted to negative numbers. Truly a bad person. Seeing Yuanshi and Tongshan's displeased expressions, he politely returned the greeting, bowing to Ye Kai, saying, Brother, Ye Kai, we the Sanqing recognize you as our brother. Ha ha. You have opened the heavens with the Father God we have also seen. Thinking back to the days we fought side by side. However, seeing Emperor Jun still furiously beating Tai in the corner, Kunpeng felt a sense of discomfort. In his eyes, Tai seemed more formidable and powerful. Why would he willingly be the second brother, the junior, and accept being the second in command? You must know that Tai possesses the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, which is a great weapon of the primordial era. Tai, oh Tai, how foolish you are. If I had an innate supreme treasure, I would be the father of the Saint Hongjun. Alas, Kunpeng did not dare to provoke the three pure ones. The way they looked at him seemed to have changed, turning cold and unfriendly. Someone whispered. It was Changshi, her voice smaller than a mosquito's, buzzed softly, saying, Sister, I think that Ye Kai is just bragging, flattering the three pure ones. I look down on him. Yet she has shook her head and said quietly, Sister, one should not judge by appearances. This Ye Kai seems to exaggerate, but he is quite purposeful. This person is not simple. Originally, I had high hopes for Emperor Jun and Tai. However, he has caught my attention. I am quite curious about him. This person seems to have no cultivation and is hard to see through, yet I feel he is hiding his talents. Immediately Changshi looked again, unable to discern anything special, and thought Ye Kai was just boasting, deliberately mocking, pretending to be mysterious. Sister, you are mistaken. I have no interest in him. I don't want to associate with such a small person, even speaking to him feels like wasting my precious saliva. With a bitter smile and a shake of her head, she has ceased to argue. Yet deep down she was hopeful, murmuring, Heavenly Emperor, Ye Kai, I hope you are a figure of significance. If so, it would be nice for me to find a big tree to take shelter under. I am eager to witness your heroic stature. Meanwhile, deep within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun did not return to the preaching side of Haoyin and Yaoqi, but rather communicated with the Heavenly Dao. Hongjun, why did you stop this Heavenly Dao? This Heavenly Dao almost used the all-heaven-divine thunder to obliterate this insect that revealed the secrets of heaven. The Heavenly Dao questioned. The voice emanated from within Hongjun. Yet Hongjun's gaze was expressionless. Heavenly Dao, do not act recklessly. This Ye Kai is very mysterious. This person even possesses the Primordial Purple Qi. You better think carefully before taking action. What if he has some hidden cards? If he fights back, we will suffer great losses. At that time, all our plans and layouts will be ruined. When Ye Kai revealed the Heavenly Dao was furious in the shadows. Thunder. That is punishment, divine retribution, a supreme destructive force more advanced than the Zixiao divine thunder, the all-heaven divine thunder. This is a destructive force feared even by saints. Hongjun dared not take the gamble, fearing Ye Kai might have some terrifying killing move. Thus Hongjun observed while the Heavenly Dao could not hold back. This truly made Hongjun quite displeased with the actions of the Heavenly Dao. This Heavenly Dao has no patience at all. It is nothing remarkable. So what do you suggest? Are we just going to watch as this insect does as it pleases? Asked the Heavenly Dao. Otherwise, if you have the guts, then make a move, dragging me into this madness with you. I still do not want to act against Ye Kai. Until I figure out his background and hidden depths, I cannot risk completely tearing my face with him and going to war. Hongjun's attitude was resolute. It infuriated the Heavenly Dao, but the Heavenly Dao also noticed that it seemed Ye Kai could not be seen through, so he endured. Outside, seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Ye Kai curled his lips into a smile, sweeping his gaze across the crowd, and loudly declaring, Everyone, it's normal that you don't believe that I, the Heavenly Emperor, opened the heavens with Pangu. However, do you not believe in the Saint Hongjun? He is a saint, the first saint of the primordial era. His proof of the Dao is nothing more than having the Primordial Purple Qi. Then with a wave of his hand, Ye Kai suddenly stepped back and a snack shop appeared here. It landed in the square. What is this guy doing? Selling goods here. Does he not fear that Hongjun will have objections? Watching Ye Kai's extravagant performance, Nuwa was skeptical. But Fushi coldly smiled again, putting on an act deceiving people. Boasting everywhere. I firmly do not believe he has the Primordial Purple Qi. Otherwise, why would the Saint Hongjun still speak of the Dao? Immediately everyone turned their gaze to the snack shop, looking at Ye Kai, confused and puzzled. 100,000 whys. What is this? Moreover, inside the shop it seemed there were shelves. What the hell? Primordial Purple Qi. Is the merchandise Primordial Purple Qi? Are you crazy? Look over there, that is the merit of the great Dao. Quickly look. Oh my heavens, Heavenly Dao. Everyone quickly look. That is the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the innate Supreme Treasure. And the eyes of the three pure ones widened in shock, each exclaiming, Pangus, Primordial Spirit. Pangus Essence Blood. Pangus, Jade Marrow. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery could not remain calm, rushing over to Ye Kai, hurriedly stopping, their eyes red and excited like they were on steroids. Emperor Jiang asked, Friend, is that real? Is that Pangus Primordial Spirit? Pangus Brain? Pangus Essence Blood? Is it real? Yet Zhurong shouted loudly, Friend, hurry and say, is it real? Gong Gong also excitedly jumped up to dance in the square, shake it with me to the left, to the right. Father Pangus said, hurry up, come dance with me. Friend, is this real? The other ancestors of sorcery looked at each other, questioning with their eyes. They appeared more excited than if they had obtained an innate supreme treasure. Immediately the entire venue was filled with fervor. The strong ones were all moved, their expressions varied. But all were filled with desire, anxious. All were treasures. Ye Kai became the most eye-catching figure in the crowd, all eyes on him. The strong ones whispered constantly, is it real or fake? Seeing this, Ye Kai raised both hands, pressed down a few times, and loudly called, Everyone. I know you are anxious, but do not rush. Please do not rush. Immediately, everyone quieted down. Yet soon the crowd stirred again. Someone spoke up. Friend, we are very anxious. We can't stop being anxious. Yes, friend, quickly. Tell us what is going on. Yes, friend, quickly say. Are those real? We are dying of anxiety. More anxious than the 3 anxieties. Looking at the agitated scene, Ye Kai shouted, Great. Everyone, now I invite a beautiful lady to explain to everyone what this is. Pointing at Nuwa. Seeing that Nuwa was very unwilling, and that Fushi the sisterkin was holding on to her tightly, Ye Kai then said, Yes. It's you. It's you. It's you. You know the rules of this snack shop, so you say it. Everyone is that good. Instantly the crowd erupted. In unison they cheered, Great. Nuwa, friend. You are the first beauty of the primordial era. You are the best. We have faith in you. Nuwa friend is the first female immortal of the primordial era. She is our goddess. Nuwa, Nuwa, Nuwa. The crowd's enthusiastic cheers turned Nuwa's face red, and she thought to herself, the most beautiful female immortal, the first female immortal. Is this really me? Am I that outstanding, eye-catching, and excellent? This Yikai fellow has finally done something worthwhile. He has good taste. Among the crowd, a female immortal was unhappy. She was the female immortal of the West, Kunlun Yaoqiong. She believed she was the first beauty of the primordial era, the best-looking female immortal. Yet she did not cheer for Nuwa. Fushi held Nuwa's hand tightly and shook his head. Sister, this is not a good thing. Do not go. Everyone, I have said it. If someone is unhappy, I cannot help it. Yikai waved his hand. With a helpless expression, he looked at the crowd. Immediately someone shouted angrily, pointing at Fushi, Sister Fushi. Don't go too far. Someone shouted, Fushi. Do not be ungrateful. If you anger everyone, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Many people criticized verbally attacking Fushi. Blocking people's paths to wealth is like killing their parents. It is a grudge that cannot be shared. Fushi wanted to get angry, but Nuwa shook her head, saying, Brother, you are overthinking. Just watch. I am smarter than you. I will help Yikai. I want to see what Yikai wants. Nuwa did not know everything. She was very curious. Thus she broke free from Fux's tight grip and stepped forward. Suddenly the crowd erupted again. Nuwa, 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 we love you. Goddess, goddess, goddess. All the male immortals shouted their love. The female immortals did not dare to lag behind Nuwa. Empress, 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 the first female immortal of the primordial era. The entire venue was nearly out of control, cheering non-stop. The atmosphere reached a boiling point. With her hand raised high, waving it, as if inspecting a company, Nuwa's face glowed. Everyone is praising. I am just an ordinary female immortal. Stay low-key, everyone. Let's all keep a low profile. Soon she arrived at Yikai's side. Yikai made a gesture of invitation, saying, Explain the rules. Nodding, Nuwa began, Everyone, it is like this. The snack shop. Therefore, this way. Saving a million words. So opening a blind box and going broke is just like this. After finishing, Nuwa turned to Yikai, saying, Remember my 200 million. Yikai smiled bitterly, nodding. Soon the scene became noisy and restless. Everyone could not contain their excitement. Like a group that had just drunk tons of pig's blood, the crowd eagerly anticipated. Heavenly Emperor, I want to recharge 1 billion. I have countless fortunes, wealth equivalent to the primordial era. I want all the Chaos Supreme treasures. Tong Tian was the first to shout. He made a bid. The eyes of everyone changed dramatically. They envied the wealth of the three pure ones. No wonder he is the illegitimate son of the great Pangu. Yuanshi was not to be outdone, friend. I will recharge 10 billion. I want the Primordial Purple Qi. Laozi remained indifferent, extending both hands under the gaze of many strong ones, all 10 fingers raised. I will charge for 100 billion pieces of premium innate spiritual treasures. Deep within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun, the Heavenly Dao can no longer hold back. What if that snack shop truly produces some primordial purple energy? What about our plan? The Heavenly Dao does not permit unexpected wild saints to emerge. Even primordial purple energy cannot be allowed to appear. That would be a violation of the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao could no longer sit still. Yet Hongjun shook his head and said, Heavenly Dao, why are you so anxious? I told you not to act recklessly. A mere blind box cannot stir up much of a wave. They can't discern the primordial purple energy. I had to open it many times to unveil 3 pieces. Alas, if only this primordial purple energy were complete. But it has a fatal flaw. That is, once the primordial purple energy self-destructs, it dissipates. Completely gone. The Heavenly Dao finally calmed down. Yes, yes, yes. Unlike our Heavenly Dao's primordial purple energy, which cannot self-destruct and is indestructible. As long as the primordial purple energy exists, saints do not die. As long as the Heavenly Dao exists, so does the primordial purple energy, and saints remain eternal. Well then, this Heavenly Dao shall see what tricks this Yikai can play. Outside, the bidding from the Sanqing left countless powerhouses speechless. Truly there is no money. Not that much money. And the Sanqing is so rich. There's no comparison. Even when Dijuan brought Tai back and saw the Sanqing bidding, he immediately dared not call out a price. Another reason was that he couldn't compete with the Sanqing lest he provoke their displeasure. Now is not the time to provoke hatred. It is the time to make friends. And Kuanping desperately hinted to Tai, giving him looks, but Tai was helpless as Dijuan wouldn't call out a price. Tai really wanted to immediately recharge, open the blind box, and obtain the primordial purple energy. Unfortunately, he could only wait. Then Yikai laughed heartily, as expected of Pangu's Sanqing. Truly straightforward people, wealthy and generous. They exhibit the straightforward style of the great god Pangu. I admire you. 3 brothers. Please come in. He gestured invitingly, and the Sanqing nodded in agreement before stepping into the shop. As Ye Kai watched the Sanqing enter the shop, he turned back to the crowd and said, "Everyone, this small shop has limited space and cannot accommodate so many people. So I kindly ask you to wait. You can see everything clearly from outside as the blind boxes are opened. Do not rush. Everyone will have a chance. The snack shop is only so big. It cannot be expanded. So Ye Kai could only call for those who were recharging to come first. Others had to wait." The crowd nodded in agreement. "Heavenly Emperor, you go first. We'll wait for you. Dao friends, do not feel embarrassed. We can wait. You serve the Sanqing Dao friends first. We are willing to wait for you. Ye Kai Dao friend, we love you." Some female immortals directly shouted their love for him, causing Ye Kai to hurriedly run into the shop. Meanwhile, Nuwa pouted watching Fushi approach, who said, "Sister, do you really think so highly of this Ye Kai the merchant? What if he is just trying to attract attention? If he is deceiving, he would be doomed." Nuwa chuckled softly. She did not speak. After all, her innate supreme treasure, the primordial cauldron, and her method of transformation into freedom were obtained from opening blind boxes. Naturally, she trusts blind boxes. It is not that she favors Ye Kai, but she has faith in the items within the blind boxes. Soon, the first to recharge was Laozi, who gave Ye Kai 10 billion pieces of supreme, innate spirit treasures. Yuanshi 1 billion. Tong Tian 100 million. The chances of getting to open blind boxes are 1/9, just like before. Thus, after putting away those Qian Kuan bags, each filled with supreme, innate spirit treasures, Ye Kai led the Sanqing to the shelves, introducing the situation of the blind boxes one by one. This allowed them to gain a deeper understanding. "Brother, not bad." Laozi was very satisfied, nodded, and said, "I shall first open the blind box for primordial purple energy." Yuanshi and Tong Tian also nodded. So, they picked up and opened. The three brothers continued to open. After opening several 100 million, Tong Tian could not contain himself any longer. His heart began to waver, and he asked, "Ye Kai brother, this isn't a scam, right?" Laozi and Yuanshi also cast doubtful glances. Ye Kai shook his head. "3 How could I joke or deceive in such a serious and sacred endeavor? Think about it, even Hongjun Saint opened primordial purple energy here. Do you think I would go mad and recklessly tarnish the name of the Hongjun Saint? So believe it. Opening blind boxes is about opportunities and probabilities. Probability means possibility. It is possible to obtain primordial purple energy." The crowd outside was watching. They did not speak. Each one eagerly anticipated. Can they really open primordial purple energy? So the Sanqing, half-believing, continued to open. As they opened further, Tong Tian could not bear it any longer, feeling financially strained unlike Laozi and Yuanshi, and thus he stepped aside, saying, "Big brother, second brother, you go first. I will go check out other shelves and try my luck." He felt that perhaps he was not destined for the primordial purple energy blind box this time. "I will go try my luck in other places." Laozi nodded. "Go ahead. Good luck." Yuanshi turned red with jealousy, ignoring Tong Tian. Tong Tian felt a bit speechless. How rude of Yuanshi. Does he not see his own brother? No polite greeting in return. Thus Tong Tian went to the Pangu complete set blind box shelf, while Ye Kai followed him, starting to say, "Brother, need to replenish your brain, blood, IQ, kidney. We have everything here. Surely there's something you need." The Pangu said is a good thing. Tong Tian was speechless. Replenish brain, replenish kidney. This wording is rather disrespectful. Thus he couldn't help but say, "Ye Kai brother, I can wait infinitely long. You cannot compare to me. I do not have any kidney deficiency. Don't spread." As for replenishing brain, replenishing IQ, what a joke. He thought perhaps the Pangu primordial spirit could work. Ye Kai smiled and said nothing. Tong Tian then picked up the blind box and opened it. Opening. At a certain moment, light burst forth. A bright flash. Whoa, it opened. The crowd outside erupted, excitement surged, and those powerhouses were all heavens. It's a primordial spirit. What a terrifying primordial spirit. The aura of the creator god Pangu, no doubt. It is him, it is him. It is indeed him. It's the Pangu primordial spirit. Even Jin Yuanzi could not help but take a breath, astonished. Incredible. It truly is the Pangu primordial spirit. Hongjun choked on his saliva. Too shocking. What kind of person is this Heavenly Emperor ZZ? He truly has the Pangu primordial spirit. Then could it be that these blind boxes might contain those items? Dijuan was also shocked. It's real. I must open one. Pulling Dijuan Tai was excited. "Brother, recharge. Hurry. I want to open. I want to obtain primordial purple energy. The innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, he already had. First he seeks primordial purple energy. This is a great item." Kuanping, however, had a sinister look in his eyes, secretly deciding, "I must obtain the primordial purple energy." Yet he cannot forget that his son died because of Ye Kai. Many powerhouses were moved. Incredible. Inside the shop, Laozi and Yuanshi rushed over, their eyes burning with intensity, staring at the floating light source in Tong Tian's hands. That light source contained the Pangu primordial spirit in the form of a mini version of Pangu. Third brother. Is it for sale? Yuanshi swallowed hard several times enviously. Third brother. Congratulations. Laozi was also envious, but out of respect he could not snatch his third brother's item. Actually, there's a secret. After having snatched the second brother's and third brother's primordial spirit power, why can only I activate the heaven and earth Xinyuan tower? This is stealing. Aha. Good item. Awesome. After putting away the primordial spirit, Tong Tian absorbed it, his face filled with ecstatic delight, saying to Yi Kai, brother, you truly are an honest person. This is all real. If anyone doubts your business, I will be furious with them. Haha. Then after absorbing the Pangu primordial spirit, Tong Tian's heart was shaken. He actually had the same primordial spirit as the Father God. And it's not the little primordial spirit from before. He discovered that if the previous primordial spirit was a lake, now the Pangu primordial spirit is the size of the universe where the earth resides. Truly it is a small witch to a great witch. But why is there such a huge difference? A doubt began to arise in Tong Tian's heart, but why? Why are the second brother and big brother's primordial spirits so large? It seems as big as the Pacific Ocean, while mine was merely the size of a lake. Even Laozi is larger, as big as the earth. Even though they all came from the Pangu primordial spirit, the difference is so vast. Something is amiss. Soon Tong Tian suppressed his doubts. He could not doubt the second brother and big brother. Ha! I told you it would replenish your brain. Isn't it effective? Tong Tian nodded. He continued. Seeing that Tong Tian ignored his request, Yuanshi felt very displeased. However, with so many people around, he couldn't scold Tong Tian, so Yuanshi imitated him and opened the Pangu set. However, after many attempts, he did not hit the jackpot. Out of desperation, Yuanshi went to open the Primordial Purple Energy blind box. Laozi, on the other hand, tried several times with the complete Pangu blind box, and also did not hit. He also aimed at the Primordial Purple Energy. As a result, half a day passed. The Sanqing had all finished their attempts. Yuanshi and Laozi did not gain anything. However, Tong Tian achieved great success, having opened the Pangu primordial spirit. Moreover, his cultivation soared from Tai Golden Immortal to the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. This made Yuanshi and Laozi envious. The Pangu primordial spirit is indeed a great item. Envy their two primordial spirits are merely a part of the Pangu primordial spirit, not complete enough. As the Sanqing exited the shop, other powerhouses surrounded them, calling for Yi Kai to recharge. Yi Kai also raised his hand high, saying, everyone, the highest bidder comes first. Each time there is only one opportunity to enter the shop. This is fair for everyone. The crowd quieted down and cheered. This proposal is great. Otherwise the Sanqing would have already recharged for the second time inside the shop. No matter how formidable the Sanqing is, they cannot monopolize everything. Let the crowd wait. Thus Yi Kai's proposal resonated with everyone's tastes, and they all agreed. The first bid. I recharge. 100 billion. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and silent. The Sanqing could not help but look towards the female immortal who called out the bid. Many powerhouses were astonished, looking towards the source of the voice, which was the sacred Yaoqiong from Xikanlan. She hails from the western Kunlun. Though not part of the Kunlun Mountains, it lies adjacent to them. Two colossal mountain ranges entirely independent. Stretching endlessly across the western edge of the eastern continent of the primordial chaos, it teems with outstanding talents and spiritual vitality. Its natural abundance flows like an unceasing river. Oh, this cultivator is. His eyes gleamed. Well now, what a plump sheep she is. Suppressing the flutter in his chest, Yi Kai broke into a simple, guileless smile. Cultivator. Truly intending to recharge 10 billion. This shop offers no credit. All gazes converged upon a peerless female immortal, breathtakingly beautiful. Dignified, elegant, noble. Her lineage was unmistakably exalted. Born of aristocratic blood, and evidently a woman of immense wealth, a true magnate among immortals. Magnate, please take me under your wing. Please. I no longer wish to strive. I beg you, immortal sister. This woman is destined for greatness. She shall surely become a future female sage. I must cling to her slender, graceful legs. How utterly exquisite. Even the female immortals present felt inexplicably a pang of self-doubt. Could it be wealth? She possessed such staggering riches. In the primordial chaos, supreme primordial spirit treasures had ceased to be mere artifacts. They had become yardsticks by which status was measured. As weapons, they were as common as cabbage. For such supreme primordial spirit treasures abounded throughout the primordial chaos, ubiquitous as dogs and cattle. I am Yaoqiong. Cultivator Yi Kai. I have made up my mind. I have reflected thoroughly. I am resolute. The blind boxes must be opened. Thus, do not question whether it is real. No need. I confess, I yearn to open them. Speaking as she walked, Yao Qiong withdrew one spirit pouch after another from her robes, cradling them in her hands. Even more astonishing, she wheeled in an entire cart laden with spirit pouches, drawing intense covetous stares from the crowd. What? This was... Some hearts curdled with envy, resentment flared sour and sharp. Is she flaunting her wealth? Does money grant immunity? Mere copper and scrap iron, trivial coins. Where is spiritual nobility? This woman reeks of nouveau riche. Yet Yao Qiong ignored both hostile glares and hungry stares. Smiling amiably, she followed Ye Kai, whose expression resembled that of a smiling tiger, into the shop. Ye Kai glanced back and announced to the crowd, esteemed cultivators, please wait a moment. All shall have their turn. Form orderly queues. 3 lines. Anyone violating the rules or cutting in line shall face the wrath of this sovereign. Stunned silence fell. His words remained unfinished. The throng, previously clamorous as a bustling marketplace, now stood meek as obedient children. Each had formed perfect lines, neat, precise, undeniable. Their speed surpassed even the Kunping's legendary swiftness. Even the Kunping himself stood dutifully in line. Tai did likewise. Together they admonished certain powerful cultivators, correcting their posture, deeming it insufficiently upright, insufficiently resolute, insufficiently correct. Ye Kai could only laugh helplessly. These two were consummate political operatives. And so Ye Kai and Yao Qiong entered the shop. Brother Yao, sister Qiong. Ye Kai ventured cautiously, but met a glare of displeasure. He corrected himself twice before settling on little sister. All these. He gestured toward the cart, overflowing with spirit pouches. Truly she possessed staggering wealth, a true magnate beyond compare, worthy of reverence. Address me as Her Imperial Majesty the Empress. Her aura blazed with sovereign authority. Seeing Ye Kai's mouth gape wide, Yao Qiong pointed at the spirit pouches and swept her hand grandly. I have resolved. Not 10 billion. That earlier figure was merely for public show. It was inconvenient to disclose the true sum amid the crowd. I shall recharge. 50 billion. Did you hear clearly? A thunderous cascade. Thousands upon thousands of spirit pouches shimmered forth from Yao Qiong's waist, tumbling before Ye Kai until the cart brimmed over, piled high. At the sight, Ye Kai gasped aloud. Her Imperial Majesty the Empress. I love you forever. Within he cried, my fortune. My dearest fortune. This woman must be Begone. Recharge swiftly. With a swift kick, Yao Qiong aimed at Ye Kai, only for him to catch her delicate foot and inhale deeply. Incensed, she glared, release me, or I shall kick you to death. She struggled. Twice, thrice. Then Ye Kai released her. As he gathered the pouches, he smiled warmly. Her Imperial Majesty the Empress. You smell divine. Do you seek a Dao companion? Might this sovereign suffice? Would I meet your approval? Yao Qiong offered a faint serene smile, no interest. Outside the crowd stared, stunned into internal injury. How could she possess such unfathomable wealth? So many supreme primordial spirit treasures. Does the Western Kunlun mine such treasures? Is there a vein beneath it? Her family must own a vein. She is immeasurably wealthy. I once believed myself a magnate, boasting 200 million. Now I see. I am but a pauper. A chorus of lament filled the air, yet none dared disrupt the order. They waited resigned. Inside the shop, Ye Kai completed the count and the recharge. Her Imperial Majesty the Empress, please proceed. He bowed deeply, gesturing with ceremonial deference, his smile blooming like chrysanthemums, pure unadulterated bliss. She gave far too much. Her recharge was colossal. This fodder demanded exceptional service. Ha ha ha, excellent. Retrieving the miniature magic cube, Yao Qiong strode forth, head-high, steps buoyant, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the blind box shelves. Her destination, the Honghuang Violet Qi blind box. She seized one, opened it. Instantly, an unforeseen accident unfolded. Violet Qi surged violently from within the box, flashing like strobing lights in a karaoke hall. It blinded Yao Qiong and seared the eyes of the powerful cultivators outside. Some shrieked in shock, others clutched their chests, breath ragged. Some gasped their last breath, some knelt, some wept bitterly, some cursed heavenward. It is him. Honghuang Violet Qi. Honghuang Violet Qi, my beloved. She has drawn the Honghuang Violet Qi. She claimed the first drop, the very first draw. What celestial luck defies all reason? Arg, I shall faint. Heaven is unjust. Ah, Honghuang Violet Qi. Blind heaven, have you lost your sight? Why her? 1,000 postures, 100 voices, wails and howls echoed everywhere. Even those famed for composure lost all calm, overwhelmed by ecstasy, envy, greed, and the urge to seize it by force. But this was a sage's cultivation ground. Such acts were forbidden. So some schemed to ambush her en route. Kuanpeng and Tai exchanged glances, eyes blazing with rapacious hunger. Their expressions hardened with cruelty. In silent accord they resolved, we strike. She will perish. This homing violet Qi shall be ours jointly possessed. Jun, however, sensed nothing. He only murmured awestruck, homing violet Qi. I must obtain it, even if I bankrupt myself. Cultivator Yi Kai, you are indeed fascinating. Every word you spoke, I believe it wholly. Within he mused, I must cultivate this connection. He is unfathomable, a true powerhouse. I must secure his favor. Deep within the palace of purple clouds, Hongjun, was this your assurance? That blind boxes cannot yield homing violet Qi. What now? A female immortal has claimed the homing violet Qi. She shall impede our design. The celestial Dao grew agitated. Hongjun remained unruffled. Celestial Dao, why do you behave like a child? Why panic over every matter? You act too impulsively. Remain steadfast, do not falter. Such haste will surely undermine my grand design. A mere fragment of homing violet Qi, can it not be eradicated? Have you forgotten? The pure complete form of homing violet Qi can self-destruct, vanishing utterly. What if it detonates? The celestial Dao paused, then murmured, indeed, no cause for alarm. Such fragmented homing violet Qi, we have ample opportunity to obliterate it. Hongjun, you truly are a despicable, treacherous rogue. Yet I, the celestial Dao, salute you. Hongjun sighed. I am still superior to you. You are less than despicable, less than treacherous. A mere beast striking only from shadows, ambushing unseen. I confront adversaries openly, far more honorable than you. The celestial Dao fell silent. In the store, Yao Qiong, lost in a daze, suddenly jolted awake, then tossed a playful gesture at Yi Kai, and after realizing what had happened, her eyes turned red. Acting as if nothing occurred, she burst into laughter. Aha! Aha! Laughing uncontrollably, she touched her fragrant right cheek, recalling that the woman had actually kissed him. Yi Kai caught a whiff of her lingering scent, and seeing Yao Qiong laughing wildly, he spoke up, Brother! Brother! Wake up, wake up! Seeing Yao Qiong still laughing hysterically, Yi Kai then darkened his face, suddenly raised his right hand, and with a loud slap, struck her right cheek, causing her to spin a few times before she regained her senses. She glared at Yi Kai and exclaimed, You little sycophant! How dare you hit this palace? This palace will destroy you. This palace. Wait, that's not right. Seeing Yi Kai smiling at her, Yao Qiong realized, that's right. The Honghuang Purple Qi. Looking at her palm, the profound and mysterious exalted purple light source was indeed the Honghuang Purple Qi. She had truly awakened. The first drop of blood is indeed the Honghuang Purple Qi. Aha! Wonderful. Instantly looking at Yi Kai, her gaze transformed into one of admiration, respect, and deep reverence. She nodded and said, Little brother. You little brother. This palace acknowledges you. Aha! Yi Kai also nodded with a smile. What are we waiting for? Let's continue. Should we continue unboxing the Honghuang Purple Qi? Or should we try something else? How about trying out a magic treasure? Suddenly refining the Honghuang Purple Qi, Yao Qiong trembled violently. As her body transformed, her strength evolved. Her aura became seamless and unfathomable, radiating the might of a perfectly attained great immortal. She took off directly. From a fully realized Tai golden immortal to a fully realized great immortal. Shocking the powerful figures outside. Is this the supreme Honghuang Purple Qi? I must have it. I must obtain the Honghuang Purple Qi. Just absorbing it has elevated me so many realms. It's incredible. What a treasure. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to recharge for unboxing. The atmosphere was particularly heightened. It reached its peak. The Honghuang Purple Qi ignited the entire scene. Everyone could not help but admire Yi Kai. They all believed him. They were utterly convinced. Everything Yi Kai said was true. Convincing indeed. Upon seeing Yi Kai, one could not help but look up at him. Inside the store, hearing Yi Kai's suggestion, Yao Qiong chuckled for a moment, thought about it, and found it reasonable. After all, if she happened to open too much Honghuang Purple Qi, it would be a case of a commoner bearing a precious gem. Thus she nodded. Following Yi Kai, they arrived at the magic treasure blind box area, the innate treasure blind box shelf. Brother, let's go. Yi Kai gestured for her to begin. Please commence your performance. Then, feeling relaxed and devoid of desires after acquiring the Honghuang Purple Qi, her mindset shifted, becoming calm, like still water. Yao Qiong picked up the blind box and opened it directly. While speaking and opening, she looked at the blind box, avoiding eye contact with Yi Kai, yet she said, Little Yi, you previously asked if this palace is in need of a Dao partner. This palace finds your suggestion quite good. It's a seamless proposal. This palace might consider it. What do you think? What? Are you serious? With his mind racing like an AI, Yi Kai pondered, what is this woman up to? What does she mean? She rejected me at first, yet now she's coming on strong. Surely she has ulterior motives. Is she after the snack shop? Does she want to devour the store? It must be. She's coveting my blind box business, envious and wanting this unique trait. I cannot fall into this woman's trap. Absolutely not. Thus, without a second thought, Ye Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother, I regard you as a brother. Yet you lust after my body. You are going too far. I believe you should give up on this idea. I have no interest in women. I have no desire, because women only impede my sword-drawing speed. In my eyes, there is only one thing, and that is money. I am interested in money." Seeing Ye Kai react so strongly, Yao Qiong chuckled, just talking casually. After opening several boxes, nothing came out. Yet, just as Ye Kai was deep in thought, the blind box in Yao Qiong's hands suddenly exploded. It burst with brilliance, multicolored and stunning. It was a mirror. What the heck? What is this? Surprised, Ye Kai saw the 3 characters on the mirror and exclaimed, "Kunlun mirror. Innate treasure." The powerful figures outside erupted once more. What the heck? What's going on? She must have hit the jackpot. Whatever she opens, she wins. I'm stunned. I'm speechless. That is an innate treasure. I'm shocked. How is this possible? What luck does she have to open another innate treasure? It's infernal. While I and Yuanshi couldn't help but frown, internally screaming, "Why? It's all blind boxes. Why does that woman keep winning?" Unfortunately, they didn't dare speak up, while Dijun and others exchanged glances filled with intrigue, admiring her greatly. Inside the store, innate treasure, Kunlun mirror. Good. Quickly stored away, Yao Qiong continued to open more. Unboxing. Nothing came out. As she continued, the powerful figures outside looked on disdainfully. "Humph, do you think you can win every time? That's just laughable. She has tasted a bit of sweetness. Does she think she can still open an innate treasure? Is she going to persist to the end? I don't believe she can open another innate treasure. If she does, I'll eat my smelly shoes." Many powerful figures remained silent, their gazes fixed. Many powerful figures maintained a skeptical attitude, while Kuanpeng remarked, "If this person can open another innate treasure, I will drink all the water from the North Sea." Tai nodded. "If she opens it, I will eat the sun star." Dijun hurriedly pulled Tai to look inside the store and not to show off in front of Kuanpeng, because just as Tai's words were unfinished, he saw it, exclaiming, stunned. He couldn't believe it. What the heck? Another one. An innate treasure. How is this possible? Oh heavens. Are you blind? Indeed. Inside the store, radiant light swirled, revealing a flag inside the blind box. Innate treasure, Western Plain cloud flag. Its effects are to produce wondrous phenomena, illuminate the world, repel all evil, and protect against all laws. How can it be another innate treasure? That Kunlun mirror was already astonishing. But this woman now has 2 treasures. However, thinking about it, Ye Kai couldn't help but laugh internally, because whatever the customer opens, he receives in tandem. This is called buy one get one free. The more the customer opens, the more he enjoys. In his mind, the system interface popped up. Host Ye Kai. Items: Honghuang Purple Qi X1, Pangu Original Spirit X1, Magic Treasures, Innate Treasure, Kunlun Mirror, Western Plain Cloud Flag, Other none. Feeling ecstatic, Ye Kai was naturally thrilled. Not bad. Wonderful. This palace finally has 2 innate treasures. While Yao Qiong's greatest concern was the lack of magical treasures, now she had them. Though she was wealthy, her strength wasn't strong enough, and she feared she couldn't protect her wealth. Thus now she had it all: strength, wealth, magical treasures, and Honghuang Purple Qi. How could... Internally chuckling, she dared not laugh out loud. Then she continued to unbox. Yao Qiong had pushed all her unboxing attempts to this point. Unbox. And for the last time, all eyes were on her. All the powerful figures looked on skeptically at Yao Qiong, doubting she could open anything again, holding their breaths. Boom. This is an innate spiritual root. Heaven. I remember the ancient texts record this as something from before the creation of the world. Is it the innate spiritual root after the chaos spiritual root shattered? It looks like a peach. Could it be the Pan Tao? The Pan Tao tree. It can't be wrong. An innate spiritual root Pan Tao tree. That's a supreme divine object that rivals innate treasures. She hit it again. Heaven, I can't live anymore. What kind of luck does this person have? Yao Qiong is too fortunate. I have witnessed what it means to be favored by the heavens. This is it. The Honghuang Purple Qi, 2 innate treasures, plus an innate spiritual root. What more can be said? She is the first female immortal of the Honghuang, the first empress. Only the empress is this incredible, truly deserving of her title. Outside the store, it erupted in chaos. Inside, however, Yao Qiong took a deep breath, exhaled, and joyfully proclaimed, Brother Ye Kai, how is my luck? I managed to explode equipment even in the last attempt. This is the innate spiritual root Pan Tao tree. This tree will bloom 3,000 times and bear fruit 3,000 times. Eating a single Pan Tao allows one to ascend to immortality. That kind of immortality is the great Luo golden immortal. Is that incredible? Ye Kai's eyes lit up as he too had acquired it. Haha, a great Luo golden immortal. Not bad. This tree is equivalent to mass-producing great Luo golden immortals. What a treasure. Not bad. Seeing Yao Qiong store the Pan Tao tree, Ye Kai nodded and said, friend, please, opportunities are rare. Let's collaborate again in the future. Aha, this wealthy woman cannot be missed. The other party is rich. Thus Yao Qiong nodded and exited the store. The powerful figures looked at her with eyes filled not with disdain, but with caution. Because Yao Qiong is a fully realized great Luo golden immortal. This means as of now, without a saint appearing, the fully realized great Luo golden immortal represents the highest combat power. And the Kwasa saint must await the decree of Hongjun to circulate the law. Ladies and gentlemen, do you yield? Stepping out of the store, Ye Kai raised his hand high and called out, my words are more genuine than real gold. Who supports, who opposes? Do you yield? The crowd erupted. Many powerful figures raised their hands in a gesture of encouragement, shouting in unison, Emperor Kai Ye Kai, Emperor Kai Ye Kai, Emperor Kai Ye Kai. The atmosphere at the scene was incredibly vibrant. In his heart, Ye Kai laughed wildly, admiring his own cleverness. Using this method to gain fame, nothing was more convincing than the primordial purple energy and innate treasures. To reveal it before everyone was truly powerful. With a rosy glow on his face, he pressed his hands down a few times and said, gentlemen, let's continue. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, shopkeeper, I'll charge 500 billion. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Following the source of the voice, they saw a handsome and charismatic male, immortal, polite, yet imposing. Someone recognized him. What? It's him. He's so low-key yet so wealthy. He is the Holy One of Mount Hua Donghua Daoist. Hearing this name, many powerful beings became skeptical. Who? Donghua Daoist. Never heard of him. Just an unknown nobody. But how can this nobody be so rich? Are we all just poor fools? How ridiculous. How can a nameless nobody be so wealthy? Damn it. People can really get under your skin. It's infuriating. There was nothing they could do. Many strong individuals dared not compete. They continued to stand in line. Truly the bid from Donghua Daoist was far too high. Suddenly he offered 500 billion. Who could compete with that? He brought along 500 billion. They could only watch as Donghua Daoist approached Ye Kai. With a respectful gesture, he appeared scholarly and gentle, radiating an innate elegance that could not be feigned. Donghua Daoist walked up to Ye Kai and said, fellow Daoist, rest assured, I wouldn't shout a price without being confident. You can be completely at ease. Ye Kai nodded and turned to the crowd, saying, apologies everyone. You all need to wait a bit longer. Sorry about that. The crowd indicated with their eyes that it was fine. Someone shouted, Ye Kai, fellow Daoist. We understand. Don't feel guilty, just treat Donghua Daoist, this wealthy man, well. We can wait. Thus Ye Kai brought Donghua Daoist into the shop and quickly sorted out the charging matters. They immediately opened the blind box. Indeed, Donghua Daoist headed straight for the innate treasure blind box shelf. Surprisingly, he did not rush towards the primordial purple energy first. It was truly puzzling. Upon receiving it, Donghua Daoist was calm and composed, showing no sign of desire or thirst in his gaze. He seemed serene and unaffected, as if he had seen through the worldly affairs, completely uninterested. The first one missed. The second one missed. Until the 9,999th innate treasure blind box, a brilliant light burst forth, revealing the equipment. Outside the shop, some people gasped. Wow, here it comes. The innate treasure. What is it? Quick look, it's a cauldron. The crowd could not help but be moved. Inside the shop, Ye Kai stared at the treasure, finally confirming in his heart, is it that one? Congratulations, fellow Daoist. You have acquired the innate treasure, the Qiankuan cauldron. After receiving the Qiankuan cauldron, Donghua Daoist nodded without a smile, saying, congratulations to you too. You are too polite, fellow Daoist. Let's encourage each other. He continued to open. All eyes were on him. The strong ones outside were all focused, watching Donghua Daoist in the store opening continuously. Some shouted in their hearts, don't draw anything good. Don't draw anything good. Some thought, if he draws again, I will eat the 18 of Pangu the Great. Everyone had their own thoughts, unable to bear seeing others succeed. But Donghua Daoist appeared lighthearted, showing no change in expression as he continued to open. Missed. Until the 59.99 billionth. Another brilliant glow erupted, blinding to the eyes. Wow, what a master. What is this? A ring. Witnessing this scene, Ye Kai thought to himself, could it be the Qiankuan ring? Indeed it was, as he recognized the three characters on the ring, Qiankuan ring. Another innate treasure. Outside the shop, everyone felt a shiver. What? Is he really without desires? I doubt it. He must be pretending. He drew an innate treasure twice. Oh heavens, why do you favor this person so much? I can't accept. Immediately inside the shop, Donghua Daoist put away the Qian Kuan ring. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and then he moved away from here, heading towards the primordial purple energy blind box shelf area. Ye Kai followed him. Outside the shop, the crowd was in an uproar. What does this mean? Does he want to take the opportunity to draw the primordial purple energy? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe he can draw the primordial purple energy. Otherwise, I will castrate myself. If he draws the primordial purple energy, I will run 100 laps around the wilderness. Are you joking? How many years would it take you, a Tai Golden Immortal, to run a lap around the wilderness? You want to run 100 laps? Are you out of your mind? Don't boast everywhere. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal wouldn't dare to say they could run a lap. Just stop rambling. Continuing to open. Missed. After dozens of billions of attempts. Boom. The purple light, the blind box burst open. A mass of light suddenly fell into Donghua Daoist's hands. Immediately, the crowd outside erupted once again. It was boiling. Everyone at the scene gasped in shock. Except for Yao Qiong. My heavens. I can't believe my eyes. It's the primordial purple energy. Someone slapped me. I can't help but feel faint. How embarrassing. I can't help but be intoxicated seeing the primordial purple energy. That's primordial purple energy. I'm done. I'm paralyzed. Sitting on the ground. Truly shocking. That female immortal almost cried. The primordial purple energy was too overwhelming, making people tremble and convulse. Immortals like this were numerous, diverse in expressions. Some cried out for their parents. Some wept bitterly. Some slapped themselves. They were indeed acting like they were crazy. Meanwhile, deep within the purple sky palace. Hongjun, can you still be calm? It's primordial purple energy again. Even the Heavenly Dao can't stand it. Hurry and take action. Stop the Ye Kai. We can't let him release any more primordial purple energy. The excess primordial purple energy. It's a disaster. The more primordial purple energy that appears, the more the situation in the wilderness will change. Can we control it? If those wild saints intervene with us and become our enemies, it will be a major problem. The Heavenly Dao couldn't help but feel anxious. Yet Hongjun remained calm, saying, Heavenly Dao, you are still so anxious. What are you so anxious about? I've said it before. Don't panic. What kind of waves can wild primordial purple energy make? If the wild primordial purple energy self-destructs, it will be gone. That's all that matters. No need to be so serious. Let them open at will. How much they draw depends on whether they have the fate to become saints. Even if they become mixed element saints, so what? They are in the wilderness, strong as they may be, but can they consume more than us, the saints of the Heavenly Dao and the Heavenly Dao? Inside the shop, with a calm demeanor, Donghua Daoist put away the primordial purple energy and continued to draw, revealing no surprise or astonishment. This made Ye Kai doubt, is Donghua Daoist a robot? An artificial intelligence? How could he be so composed? Fixing his gaze on Donghua Daoist, Ye Kai could not detect any abnormalities. This guy had warmth, and his strength had reached the great Luo Golden Immortal's perfection. Seeing Donghua Daoist assimilate the primordial purple energy, his strength surged dramatically from the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the great Luo Golden Immortal's perfection. It was indeed a meteoric rise. Only the primordial purple energy could be that impressive. Open. Continue to draw. In the end, it was all for naught. Ye Kai felt a bit disappointed that he didn't win. What a pity. However, there were gains. The harvest from the Daoist Donghua allowed Ye Kai to acquire the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan circle, and a strand of primordial purple energy. With this, Ye Kai struck it rich. In his mind, the system interface popped up. Host Ye Kai. Items: primordial purple energy X2. Pangu Yuanshi X1. Magic treasures: innate treasure, Kunlun mirror, western plane, cloud banner, Qian Kuan Ding, Qian Kuan circle. Others none. Then, after bowing in courtesy, the Daoist Donghua exited the snack shop. He ignored the envious and jealous gazes of the powerful beings, still wearing a calm expression as he walked into the crowd, this time heading towards Yao Qiong. Approaching her, the Daoist Donghua said, Fellow Daoist, why not travel together? He actually just wanted to huddle for warmth. This intent was sensed by Yao Qiong, who nodded and replied, Good. Great kindness. The two stood together. It seemed they formed an alliance, making many who coveted their items wary and hesitant to act. Ye Kai stepped out of the snack shop. With a smile, he addressed the crowd. Everyone. Is there anyone else? Before he could finish, a cold and authoritative voice echoed from the void. It was Hongjun's voice. Everyone, please enter the Zixiao Palace to prepare. This statement resonated through the air like a divine decree, its echo lingering. It was hard to resist. At this moment, Ye Kai swallowed hard, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at the crowd, saying, Everyone, I apologize. The will of the sage cannot be defied. Please, everyone. His words were cut short as Ye Kai was left dumbfounded. He originally intended to go to the Zixiao Palace, but was held back. The gazes of those powerful beings turned furious, their anger ignited. Someone shouted Emperor Kaitian. We want the primordial purple energy. Don't go. Don't go. This person collapsed to the ground. They even tugged at Ye Kai's clothing, making it impossible for Ye Kai to move. This made Ye Kai quite troubled. What if he angered Hongjun? That wouldn't be good. Feeling conflicted, Ye Kai pulled the person aside and said, fellow Taoist, you absolutely cannot do this. Where is the golden knee? Don't do this. I feel guilty in my heart. However, that person stubbornly refused to let Ye Kai leave, gripping him tightly, crying uncontrollably, even snot dripping onto Ye Kai's sleeve, shouting, Emperor Kaitian, I beg you. I want the primordial purple energy. I have money to recharge. I won't go to listen to the sage Hongjun's teachings anymore. I just want the primordial purple energy. At once Ye Kai swallowed hard, feeling quite troubled, then looked towards the Zixiao Palace, and then at the crowd. The gazes of the crowd were unified. Don't leave. Ye Kai, you cannot go. You must stay to open the primordial purple energy. This scene left Ye Kai greatly shaken. His heart was filled with joy. Is this a successful pyramid scheme? Oh no, the persuasive power is just too strong. One must know opening a blind box yielded 2 strands of primordial purple energy. That truly is incredible. After this battle, the name of Emperor Kaitian Ye Kai will surely resound throughout the entire Honghuang. Fellow Taoist Ye Kai, we will not go to listen to the sage's teachings anymore. How can anything be better than the primordial purple energy? Hongjun shouted. Zhen Yuanzi immediately covered his mouth and whispered, brother, don't be the one to stick your neck out. It's easy to get shot down. You know it's one thing, why shout it out? One person shouted. Naturally others. Thus Kunping shouted, fellow Taoist Ye Kai, we had some misunderstandings earlier, but that is all in the past. Those were trivial matters. We'll wipe the slate clean. Right now we ask you, do not leave. Please continue to recharge for us. We want to open the primordial purple energy. Yes, we want to open the primordial purple energy. 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 In this scene stunned everyone, the situation spiraled out of control. It left Ye Kai feeling a bit at a loss. Simply do nothing. Let the Zixiao Palace handle it. Ye Kai wasn't foolish enough to ruin his reputation by persuading everyone not to open it. Go listen to the teachings. In your dreams. Meanwhile, deep within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun couldn't help but swallow hard, a bit dumbfounded, yet his expression remained unchanged, watching this scene clearly. This is going against the heavens. How can this group be so rebellious? The Heavenly Dao couldn't help but speak. However, Hongjun remained unfazed, saying, who told the allure of the primordial purple energy is too great. This is unavoidable. That guy Ye Kai seems to be avoiding confrontation. He doesn't take the lead to speak on our behalf. It seems he is wary of us. This matter would be better if our host stepped in. Thus Hongjun vanished, heading to the hall of the Zixiao Palace to give a lecture. Seeing Haotian and Yaoqi deeply asleep, Hongjun then spoke. Haotian, go. Wait. Yaoqi, you go instead. You go outside and explain the situation. Let those fellow Taoists calm down. The first to wake was Haotian, initially happy, then his expression turned sour. Yaoqi was overjoyed, immediately accepted the order, and ran out. This left Haotian feeling uneasy, grumbling about why the master doesn't trust me. Instead, he values Yaoqi so much. I am not convinced. While Hongjun's figure disappeared, returning to the core palace from before. Arriving at the square, Yaoqi scanned the crowd, then looked at Ye Kai and nodded, first bowing in respect to everyone. Greetings to everyone. I am Yaoqi, a disciple of the sage Hongjun. Everyone, the sage Hongjun has a decree, fellow Taoists. While the primordial purple energy is undoubtedly important, do not only focus on the present. You all need to see what the realm after the great Luo Jingxian is. This realm is a transitional bridge to becoming a sage. Without this realm, what use is there in obtaining the primordial purple energy? Furthermore, you can seek out fellow Taoist Ye Kai for the primordial purple energy after the teachings are finished. What's important now is to listen to the teachings. Please think twice before acting. Everyone, this is the message from my master. The message has been delivered. Making a gesture of invitation, respectful and courteous, Yaoqi's demeanor woke everyone up, bringing clarity. Indeed, sage. This is the sage's teaching place. We cannot disrespect the sage, can we? Emperor Jun said. Tai and Kunpeng nodded in agreement. However, some were unyielding. Hongjun shouted, no. I will not listen. I will not listen to the sage's teachings. I just want the primordial purple energy. Everyone must understand the sage's Dao will eventually spread throughout the Honghuang. But at this moment we must seize the opportunity. Following the luck and fortune of Taoist Donghua and Taoist Yao Qiong, we will certainly be able to open the primordial purple energy and the innate treasures. Everyone, whether you believe it or not, I certainly believe it. Striving to open the primordial purple energy is the way to go. As these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up with urgency. They were envious. Once again the scene spiraled out of control. The situation became even more urgent. Yes, what Taoist Hongyun said is what we say. We want the Primordial Purple Qi. Matters regarding the Dao will be discussed later. That's right. The Primordial Purple Qi surpasses everything. There's nothing that can hinder our unwavering love for the Primordial Purple Qi. I love the Primordial Purple Qi like a mouse loves rice, unwavering until death. Seeing this, Yuanshi was directly stunned. Staring wide-eyed, the whole person became numb. What? These people are too terrifying. How dare they defy the saint's decree? Are they trying to throw their lives away? With fear in her heart, Yuanshi turned her gaze to Ye Kai, but Ye Kai shrugged, indicating that he was also powerless. Fellow Taoists, you. Yuanshi began to speak, but before she could finish, she heard Ming's words. Ming's gaze was indifferent, with an intent to kill, his eyes blazing like he had been struck. Mingyi spoke firmly, saying, Taoist Yuanshi, it's not that we do not wish to listen to the saint's teachings. Rather, at this moment, we need to take advantage of our luck to cultivate the Primordial Purple Qi. We have great respect for the saint. In fact, the saint could postpone the lecture. There's no need to intervene. What do you all say? Seeing Hongyun about to respond to Mingyi's innuenzi, hurriedly smacked Hongyun on the head, covering his foul mouth. This guy still wanted to stir trouble. What kind of fuss is this? Letting Hongyun be unable to speak. At this moment, Shiha shouted, saying, that's right. Please, saint, reschedule the lecture. Let us all shout at once. Suddenly, Changshi shouted, please, saint, reschedule the lecture. Please, saint, reschedule the lecture. Everyone present shouted. Without exception, Yuanshi and Ye Kai just quietly watched. Everyone looked helpless. At this moment, the scene was becoming uncontrollable. Just then Hongjun made an appearance, materializing in the void with a cold gaze, expressionless, looking down at everyone. This made everyone quiet down. They dared not make a sound. Then Hongjun spoke, Taoist Ye Kai, please, let's talk over here. There's no way out now. Even if I speak, it might not help. Moreover, Hongjun is a saint. Surely he wouldn't kill someone just because they didn't listen to the Dao. That would ruin his reputation. Hongjun stepped forward, landing above the palace of Zixiao, one step to the left. Ye Kai, however, walked down below. With a bitter smile and embarrassment, he shouted at Hongjun, brother, I have lost all my powers. I can't. Almost Hongjun nearly fell from the top of the palace. Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe it. Thus Hongjun helplessly landed facing Ye Kai and said, Taoist, you really know how to leverage your position. I am deeply impressed by you. After this, you will be a celebrity, and congratulations. Shaking his head, Ye Kai said, stop flattering. Your expression while speaking is just like an AI. It's uncomfortable to watch. By the way, brother, how do you plan to resolve the situation outside? I really don't want to incur everyone's wrath. After all, everyone wants the Primordial Purple Qi. This is hard for me. Hongjun replied, Taoist. How about this? Let's first listen to the Dao. After the lecture, I will give my seat to you. You can entertain everyone in the Zixiao Palace. I absolutely have no objections. Is that okay? First the lecture, then the blind box. Instantly, Ye Kai nodded. It can only be this way. Thank you, brother Hongjun. After the lecture, I will give my seat to you. You can entertain everyone in the Zixiao Palace. I absolutely have no objections. He really spent a lot on this. But this guy is clever. This way is good. At least I won't offend anyone, nor will I lose customers. Walking up to everyone, Ye Kai shouted, everyone, I have exhausted my breath spoken until my mouth is dry. Finally, I have reached an agreement with the saint. The saint also agreed. After he finishes the lecture, we will open the blind boxes in the Zixiao Palace. Does everyone think this proposal is good? This is an excellent suggestion I thought of. Deep within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun almost fell off his cushion. This Ye Kai? Truly. Nonsense. What suggestion did Ye Kai think of? Clearly it was his own idea. On the square, everyone upon hearing Ye Kai's words felt as if the clouds had parted and the sun had emerged. Suddenly they were enlightened. They shouted in unison, we trust the words of the Heavenly Emperor. Taoist Ye Kai, please go ahead. The implication was, these powerhouses were being humble, allowing Ye Kai to be the first to enter the Zixiao Palace. But Ye Kai was clear as day in his heart who was first or second to enter the Zixiao Palace. Whoever it is the saint of the Heavenly Dao. But he didn't point it out. So Ye Kai spoke, everyone. Since even the saint is so sincere about letting the blind boxes be opened in the Zixiao Palace, we shouldn't waste the saint's goodwill. How about this? I propose that we race, compare fortunes, and see who can enter the Zixiao Palace first. After the lecture ends, whoever goes first will recharge and open the blind box. Is that okay? Immediately, everyone nodded. Someone suggested, Taoist Ye Kai, you count to 3. And then we charge. Giving face to Ye Kai. Truly. Then Ye Kai nodded at Yuanshi and looked at everyone, saying, great kindness. This is also a return gift to Hongjun. After all, the host Hongjun provided the venue of the Zixiao Palace. Without getting angry, he instead resolved the situation. Now Ye Kai must give face to Hongjun. He cannot let the trajectory deviate from the original plan of entering the Zixiao Palace to seize opportunities. Moreover, Ye Kai does not wish to be tainted by the Primordial Purple Qi of Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. Furthermore, he currently has no powers. Even if he entered, he worries about the Heavenly Dao cushion having some hidden hands. Fearing being tricked. Immediately, Ye Kai looked at everyone, then at the Zixiao Palace, made a gesture of a referee prepared, counted 3, 2, 1. Charge. The first, second, third. Pangu and the 3 pure ones. Using the Heaven and Earth Honghuang Pagoda, they knocked down many powerhouses claiming the top 3. And Dijuan and Tai Kunpeng, relying on the Chaos Bell, ran at high speed, knocking down those powerhouses occupying the 4th, 5th, and 6th spots. Nuwa was even fiercer, directly abandoning Fushi. The first to run. Perhaps Fushi told her to ignore him, he's a burden. So Nuwa directly surpassed Dijuan and the others, relying on the Primordial Cauldron, blasting open a path. What? The Great Cauldron. It's a congenital supreme treasure. How does she have a congenital supreme treasure? Dijuan was shocked. Others were equally astonished. This Nuwa is playing the pig to eat the tiger. Unexpectedly hiding a congenital supreme treasure. Just like that, the first batch sat in the front 7 positions. Others entered the Zixiao Palace and found places, then sat down. The first row, from left to right, Tong Tian Laozi Yuanshi, because Tongshan's strength is at the early stage of the great Luo Jingxian, while Laozi and Yuanshi are still at the perfect completion of Tai Jingxian. Thus Tong Tian was faster. He seized the first. Of course, it also benefited from Laozi's Heaven and Earth Honghuang Pagoda, clearing the way. Then the 4th was Nuwa. The row behind her was facing Fushi, as if Fushi was protecting her, afraid that someone would take Nuwa's position. The 5th was Dijuan. The 6th was Tai. The 7th was Kunpeng. The 8th was Hongjun. The 9th there was no 9th. The first row had 8 massive Heavenly Dao cushions. The cushions behind were a size smaller. It was evident. Ye Kai, however, was still in the square. Seeing Yaoqi looking like a little student, he opened his mouth. Brother Yaoqi. In an instant, Yaoqi's face darkened, her fists clenched, ready to explode, but she heard Ye Kai say, "Little beauty." Immediately smiling slightly, Yaoqi spoke Taoist. "What do you want? How? Want to bribe me? I won't be fooled. Give up on that thought." With a slight smile, Ye Kai said, "Sister Yaoqi, you are joking. Do you want to become stronger?" Then Yaoqi looked at Ye Kai meaningfully, her expression suspicious, as if looking at a fool. But Ye Kai didn't care how she looked, then walked beside her, placing his right hand on her small fragrant shoulder, just like long-lost old friends, with his left hand making a shushing gesture, causing the furious Yaoqi to immediately quiet down. Seeing Ye Kai's cautious expression, she became curious, wanting to see what Ye Kai was thinking. "This is the Primordial Purple Qi. Remember, it's the genuine and pure one. Take it well. I'm giving it to you. Remember, this is a token of our affection." Continuously pulling out 3 congenital supreme treasures along with the Primordial Purple Qi, Ye Kai Ye Kai forcefully placed these items into Yaoqi's left sleeve, then smilingly said, "It's a secret. Remember, this is our little secret. Don't tell anyone and don't expose it. Otherwise you're doomed." After speaking, Ye Kai left, entering the Zixiao Palace. Yaoqi, stunned, her eyes rounder than a globe, instinctively looked towards the disappearing Ye Kai, feeling the items in her left sleeve, her heart shocked, screaming, "Ah, it's real. Why? How?" The congenital supreme treasure, Kunlun mirror, Western plane, cloud banner, Chinkuan circle. He gave them all to me. Completely puzzled. What on earth is going on with Ye Kai? How could he give me so many congenital supreme treasures? He even gave the Primordial Purple Qi. Wait, wife, little wife. How domineering of him. Didn't even ask for my consent. Such a domineering man. Oh, so embarrassing. This Ye Kai is up to no good. But even as a Dao partner, it shouldn't be given like this. Upon entering, as he walked, Ye Kai scanned the entire room, noticing the kind expressions of the crowd, who all beckoned him to take a seat. However, Ye Kai politely declined with a nod, his gaze shifting to the front row, stirring a ripple of emotions within him. How could this be? Dijun and Tai Yi actually took their seats. This is extraordinary. Indeed, his arrival had changed certain things. Furthermore, their positions. Dijun and Tai Yi should never have sat in the front row. Then, as Ye Kai was about to casually find a mat to sit on before he could settle down, the imposing voice of Hongjun resounded. "Friend Ye Kai, please come forward and sit with me." Before Ye Kai could respond, Hongjun appeared, gesturing for him to come over. He was already sitting on the Heavenly Dao mat at the top, his expression devoid of any emotion, as if he were a machine. Yaoqi, on the other hand, arrived late, entering the Purple Cloud Palace. She pretended not to see Ye Kai and took her seat on one side of the sage's platform. Ignoring Heoshin's questioning gaze and subtle gestures, she left him greatly enraged. Hao Ian silently vowed, "I will make you kneel before me one day and sing my praises." How dare— Damn it, this woman is infuriating. She has no manners, no upbringing. Ugh. Ye Kai secretly glanced at Yaoqi, pleased to see her calm demeanor and excellent disguise. Impressive. This is a brilliant scheme that Ye Kai had contemplated for a long time. As for why he didn't choose Haoyan, difficult. Ye Kai felt that Haoyan was too hard to control, so he opted for Yao Qi after all. This is a brilliant scheme that Ye Kai had contemplated for a long time. As for why he didn't choose Haoyan, difficult. Ye Kai felt that Haoyan was too hard to control, so he opted for Yao Qi after all. She would eventually be the empress of the celestial court, and Haoyan, being the Jade Emperor, would undoubtedly be loyal to Hongjun. Hence, weighing the pros and cons, Yao Qi was the more suitable choice. Women are often more ruthless and steadfast, as long as you treat them well. This is Ye Kai's open scheme. Being candid with Yao Qi, I will give you what you desire, and you will. Seeing Hongjun's gaze, it seemed unavoidable, so Ye Kai, feeling helpless, walked towards the front row, glancing at Laozi and the others, and then headed to the sage's platform. He saluted Hongjun, cupping his hand. Sage, you are too kind. However, this is the sage's Dao field. You are the host and the lecturer. As an outsider, there's no need for me to overshadow you. I will just sit in the front row. Without waiting for Hongjun's approval, Ye Kai stepped down from the stage. He sat down next to Laozi, not on the Heavenly Dao mat, but directly on the floor, because Ye Kai felt that he didn't need that thing. He was here to listen to the Dao, wasn't he? No. Ye Kai was fully capable of executing Hongjun's method of severing the three corpses. Of course, his presence here also sent a signal to Hongjun. Buddy, you lecture as you wish. I promise not to reveal your techniques to anyone. Now you can rest assured. How you operate your Dao techniques is your business. Just focus on your own. This is the art of subtlety, a skilled exchange, sending signals. Thus Hongjun felt quite at ease, not worried that Ye Kai would expose the complete version of the severing three corpses technique to the masses. Great virtue. Hongjun was quite satisfied with Ye Kai's actions. After all, he was the lecturer, and adding another lecturer like Ye Kai? What kind of preaching would that be? So essentially Hongjun was testing Ye Kai. He spoke, everyone, the realm beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal will be opened soon. The crowd rejoiced. Can we finally advance? Wonderful. Everyone had been stuck at the Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal realms, suffering greatly. Sage's compassion. Sage, please begin your performance. Yet Ye Kai's gaze was filled with amusement as he looked at Hongjun, wondering when he would start. Or is he? Indeed, Hongjun was waiting for people. He did not respond to the crowd's anxious requests, which puzzled everyone. Could it be that the sage is unhappy? After everyone had been suspicious for half an hour, quietly waiting. Finally, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace opened, revealing four figures within. Human beings. Their yellowish skin and skinny bones resembled beggars, looking even worse, shabby and ragged. Their mouths were dry, lips cracked, and their faces were darker than coal, with hair falling out, leaving them bald. Moreover, their ears had shrunk and elongated, oddly shaped. Their bones were as thin as willow branches, and their shoes were grass sandals. Tattered ones with only 9 strands left. They had no magical treasures whatsoever. In a word, pitiful. 2 words, very pitiful. 3 words, too pitiful. So poor. Are they even human? Even Ye Kai couldn't help but gasp in shock upon seeing them. These two are true acting masters, absolute Oscar winners year after year. However, he had no intention of exposing these two. It should be known that these two were determined and ascetic. Although their actions were quite despicable, their spirit and courage were commendable. Without needing to guess, one could tell these two are Jie and Yuanshi, the future 2 saints of the Walk. They knelt, crying, bowing as they walked into the Purple Cloud Palace. Their sincere actions brought forth tears like a torrential downpour, creating a sea of tears that soaked the floor. This made many strong beings feel disgusted, fearing that the tears of these two would touch the edges of their garments, and they instinctively picked up their garments, keeping their distance to maintain a safe space. This truly annoyed the crowd. Upon reaching the front row seats, how outrageous! Crying and wailing, what kind of decorum is this? Unable to contain himself, Yuanshi was the first to scold the two loudly, saying, "This is the sage's Dao field, the Purple Cloud Palace. How dare you defile it? Stop your tears, cease your insincere actions. This disgraceful display is utterly shameful. Quickly get out, leave the Purple Cloud Palace. Do not disgust us and ruin our mood." At these words, the crowd erupted in applause. Yet Laozi remained calm like still water, saying, "Gentlemen, mind your image. Even if you are poor, there is no need to cry so tragically. Mind your appearance. This is the sage's Dao field. You should go clean yourselves up. I can smell your stench and feel nauseated. How about the other powerful beings? Yes, you smell terrible." Many strong beings shouted in dissatisfaction. "Get out. Do not be an eyesore here. You are ruining our appetites." Our mood was quite good, but it was ruined by these 2 dogs. Faced with the crowd's condemnation, Jie and Yuanshi cried, even more sorrowfully. "We traveled countless distances from the Western continent to arrive here, only to find that the Eastern deities are so narrow-minded and short-sighted. This is truly disappointing. Jiayin cried, tears streaming down his face, speaking with a heart-wrenching. Although he was unaware of the process and the journey, Ye Kai thought of Hongjun definitely related to him. That guy has caused trouble for the Western continent. This matter involves Hongjun's karma. Therefore Ye Kai looked at Hongjun with a half-smile, seeing his eternally cold expression, and inwardly complained, dead salted fish eyes, and that robotic gaze. How reminiscent of a farce. Those who are unaware would think the shattering of the Western continent had nothing to do with Hongjun. Before Hongjun could speak, Tong Tian erupted in anger. Do not speak nonsense. The shattering of the Western continent was naturally caused by your Western saints. It cannot be that our Eastern saints shattered yours. Such blatant distortion of truth. You are talking nonsense. The crowd shouted in unison. Yes, you are talking nonsense. Nonsense. In response, Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti's eyes turned red. They exchanged fierce glances and reached a certain consensus. Suddenly, it was Zhuan-Ti who charged forward, his body moving swiftly, crashing into the grand pillar of the Zixiao Palace. In an instant, the red cloud transformed into a stream of red light and shot out. The action was too swift. Even Jin Yuanzi couldn't catch Red Cloud in time. Witnessing the impulsiveness of Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi sighed a few times, feeling helpless. Oh brother, you love to meddle too much. You will suffer for it sooner or later. Alas. Sure enough, upon seeing someone take action, Zhuan-Ti suddenly slowed down the speed of his charge. He felt an immense joy, thinking that Red Cloud would stop him. But suddenly Red Cloud slammed on the brakes, landing on the ground. Oh, wait a minute. Such a powerful saint crashing into a pillar shouldn't be fatal. Instantly Zhuan-Ti was dumbfounded. Come and save me. I, he shouted in his heart. That was Zhuan-Ti's inner thoughts. Unfortunately, Red Cloud simply returned to his position, leaving Zhuan-Ti wondering who he truly was. Still not going for it. Immediately. Hurry and crash. You're so slow. Tai saw enough and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Kuan Peng hated Red Cloud for meddling. Seeing Tai call out, he stirred the pot, even more, shouting, Zhuan-Ti, why aren't you crashing into it already? Weren't you just so eager to rush at the pillar? Why are you walking over now instead of crashing into it? Hurry. And Di Jun, with a demeanor as light as a breeze, refined and gentle, said nothing, yet his gaze was sharp as a sword, observing. Tong Tian sneered, in my view, some people, apart from talking nonsense, only engage in reckless behavior. A mere pillar cannot kill a Tai, golden immortal. The weak can crash and die. I would consume the pillar. Truly a great sage, self-deceiving. Do you think everyone is a fool? Yuanshi nodded, sneering. My third brother's words are my words. I believe this behavior is merely an attempt to garner sympathy, malicious hype. They think everyone is ignorant. In truth, the clowns are themselves. Laozi remained calm, speechless. Then Jiayin looked at the first person. Seeing Laozi and others so cold-blooded, he suddenly noticed a particular individual, Ye Kai, who had no seat. Did the saints intentionally punish this person, refusing him a mat to sit on? At this moment, Jiayin shot Zhuan-Ti a glance, and Zhuan-Ti immediately fell to the ground, crying out, it pains me to the core. The floor of the Zixiao Palace is not slippery at all. I was scared and fell due to the pressure of the saints. The crowd could not help but feel a chill in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. An idiom to describe Zhuan-Ti putting on a show, desperately preserving face. Immediately Zhuan-Ti crawled, saying the pressure of the saints is terrifying. I can't even stand up. I can only crawl under the pressure of the saints. My admiration for my brother the saint is as boundless as the waters of the Yellow River, as endless as the waves of the Yangtze. Saint, you are like my father. I admire you as I would the great Pangu. Evil. Upon hearing Zhuan-Ti's flattery towards Hongjun, everyone felt like they would vomit, yet they dared not show it. Zhuan-Ti quickly crawled over to Ye Kai. Dao friend, is there something you need? Ye Kai smiled. Before Zhuan-Ti could respond, Jiayin fainted to the ground, crying out, so hungry. I can't hold on any longer. We walked countless extreme steps from the west to the east. I can't do it anymore. My chest feels like I can't breathe. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai smiled bitterly. Zhuan-Ti spoke, heartbroken, Dao friend, please have pity on my elder brother. He hasn't eaten in a long time. He is too tired. He is too hungry. He just wants a place to sit. I beg you. I on my own behalf beseech you. Seeing Ye Kai unmoved, Zhuan-Ti gritted his teeth. I represent all surviving saints from the western continent. I beg you. Dao friend. The crowd was furious upon seeing this, pointing fingers at Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin. You are too outrageous. That is the store owner. It is the emperor of creation, Ye Kai. How dare you set your sights on him? Ali Go Dan am the first to disagree. Speak up. Disagree. You must not let Ye Kai Dao friend give up his seat. Otherwise I Zhao Air Tai will annihilate you. Ye Kai Dao friend, do not give up your seat. Do not. I the third one disagree. 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 The scene instantly spiraled out of control. The crowd shouted. Except for those in the first row, everyone else disagreed. What is happening? Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin were dumbfounded. What is going on? Is Ye Kai this popular? So many people support him. They truly could not understand. Ye Kai meanwhile smiled wryly, calming the crowd with a hand gesture, saying, "Everyone has shown great kindness. However we practitioners confront heaven and earth, why should we care about a mere seat?" Seeing the crowd's discontented expressions, in truth, they were all eyeing Ye Kai's snack shop for this reason. Ye Kai understood this well. This is human nature seeking benefit and avoiding harm. What is advantageous to oneself is what one cares to protect. Ye Kai looked at Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, saying these two friends also have their difficulties. As the saying goes, having one more friend when out in the world opens up another path. For me, a mere seat is nothing, so why not let you have it? Seeing that the crowd was about to make a fuss and express their dissatisfaction, Ye Kai immediately addressed them. "Everyone, this is not pity. It is about giving and leaving a fragrance in the hand. Everyone experiences difficulties and setbacks at times, but as long as everyone in the world extends a hand and offers a bit of love, the world will transform into a perfect place. What is wrong with that? My dream is for the world to be united, for everyone to be like saints, and for the primordial chaos to be peaceful." Upon finishing this statement, the crowd stood in solemn respect. Ye Kai is truly a good person, a great benefactor. The dream of such a wise person is magnificent. No one refuted. Thus Ye Kai stood up, moving aside. Before it had even cooled, Jane sat down. This action caused the crowd's gazes to burn with fire. "Impudent. I said you could sit, and you just did. You." Tong Tian could no longer bear it, pointing at Jie Yin and shouting. Jie Yin clasped his hands and said to Ye Kai, "Dao friend, you are a good person. I have felt a good person for the first time. So there are saints in the East besides Hongjun. You are the second saint in my opinion. Your compassion has greatly been. I am in awe." This was heartfelt. Jie Yin's words came from the heart. His gratitude towards Ye Kai. Zhuan Ti also spoke. "Ye Kai, Dao friend, you are the savior of our West. We will sing your humble deeds for generations. We thank you. Thank your entire family." Ye Kai smiled wryly, and then sat beside Jie Yin. This audacious maneuver left Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti dumbfounded. Is this even possible? This. It was equivalent to Ye Kai originally sitting next to Laozi, now giving his original position to Jie Yin, and he continued to sit next to Jie Yin back and forth. Ye Kai was still sitting in the front row. The crowd felt speechless, secretly giving Ye Kai a thumbs up. Truly Ye Kai, the emperor of creation. His carefree demeanor was truly at ease. Then Zhuan Ti gritted his teeth, without saying a word. He sat next to Ye Kai. However, Ye Kai could not bear it, with Zhuan Ti on the left and Jie Yin on the right. This smell, too much of that. Stinky. More foul than chicken droppings, dog droppings, and duck droppings. But Ye Kai did not show it. Thus he said, "Everyone, I will go out for some fresh air." Evil. He suddenly stood up, almost about to vomit. The smell. Ye Kai was nearly overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, he found a spot at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace. Instantly Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian also caught a whiff. Nuwa covered her nose, dazed, saying, "I ate something bad in the past few days and my stomach is uncomfortable. I will go sit at the entrance for some fresh air." Then she picked up the Heavenly Dao mat and stood up, coming to sit next to Ye Kai. "I have nasal inflammation. I need to breathe fresh air. My son just died. I need clean air." And Dijun Tai Yi and Kuan Peng followed suit. They went to the entrance, sitting next to Nuwa in the original order. At this moment the three pure ones were enraged. "If we die, we die." Thus they followed suit. "I just spent 10 billion. My heart disease flared up. I lost 1 billion. I almost had a heart attack. I need to go to the entrance to calm down. My Pangu primordial spirit needs a lot of air. He needs to breathe." Thus the three pure ones also went to the entrance to line up. Only Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti were left in the first tier. This made them very happy. They shouted in their hearts, "You all can leave now. Ha ha ha. We are sitting in the front row, definitely a great opportunity." And there's Red Cloud. This guy was looking around, being pulled by Zhang Yuanzi, who quietly advised, "Don't cause trouble. Just sit in your... Don't follow the crowd blindly. Just sit still, sit it out." This time Red Cloud agreed. So he did not change his position. This scene suddenly made Hongjun feel a mental explosion, his head hurting. Yet again it was Ye Kai causing trouble. What was to be done? With resolve stirring within, Hongjun cast a long, meaningful gaze toward Ye Kai and the others standing before the Zixiao Palace gate, then declared, "Return and take your places in the first row." His eyes then shifted to Jane's row, and he continued, "You two, step forward." Trembling with apprehension, Jane and Zhuandi rose at once. They dared not disobey, for Hongjun was a sage. Their compliance was absolute. As the two stood frozen in anxiety, Hongjun turned his gaze toward Hao Yin and said, "Hao Yin, you shall go. Lead them to cleanse themselves thoroughly and dress appropriately." At once Hao Yin's face fell. Bitterness welled deep within. Such menial labor. Why must he do this? Hao Yin nearly wept, glancing at Hongjun. Yet his master's expression remained impassive, unyielding. His fate indeed was grim. Stealing a glance toward Yaoqi, Hao Yin found her gaze averted, ignoring him entirely. A surge of fury ignited within him, and he silently swore, "Yaoqi, you wretched concubine, you shall pay for this. How dare you let me shoulder such degrading tasks while refusing to intercede on my behalf before our master?" Realizing refusal was impossible, Hao Yin clenched his teeth, swallowed his indignation, and strode forward. "Understood, master." Leading the way, Hao Yin shot an irritated glance over his shoulder at Jane, and Junie trailing behind then barked, "Hurry up! What sluggishness is this? Do not delay our master's sacred matters. Are you even fit to serve as dogs beneath his feet?" They hurried to comply, seething inwardly. Rage surged so fiercely it seemed poised to shatter the heavens. Jane and Junie clenched their fists until nails pierced flesh, blood welling, but hidden tightly. The humiliation inflicted by Hao Yin burned deep into their hearts. This was unbearable. Even a palace attendant dared to humiliate them. Their fury exploded. But who were Jane and Junie? Masters of endurance, discipline, and concealment. The supreme actors of the primordial chaos. They revealed nothing to Hao Yin. Instead, their faces blossomed like chrysanthemums in spring. Warm, guileless smiles spread across their features as they chuckled warmly. "We are deeply grateful, senior brother." Seeing their obsequious demeanor only deepened Hao Yin's contempt. His wrath flared anew as he snapped, "Do not presume kinship. You are unworthy. Hurry up, or I'll drag you both to a cesspit to bathe and change." Swallowing resentment, Jane and Junie fell silent, choosing silence over further provocation. Exhausted. Was Hao Yin truly so arrogant as to bark orders at anyone? Unforgivable. This disgrace would be etched indelibly upon their souls. Soon, an hour passed. At last Hao Yin returned with the two. All took their seats. Ye Kai and the others had long since resumed their places in the first row, but this time Ye Kai had wisely chosen to sit beside Kunping. Thus the seating order of the first row became Jane, Junie, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Yuhua, Hongyun, Dijuan, Tai, Kunping, and Ye Kai. Observing this, Hongjun deemed it insufficient. His gaze swept across the assembled crowd, searching. All sat rigidly upright like students awaiting a teacher's call, fearful of being singled out. Not a sound stirred. Donghua, Yaoqiong, stepped forward. With a sweep of his hand, two cushions descended beside Jane. As Donghua and Yaoqiong rose and approached, Hongjun declared, "You possess extraordinary destiny. Henceforth you shall sit in the first row, and this arrangement shall remain immutable. To defy it is to invite my displeasure." The decree was final. Thus the sacred seats were ordained, known only to Hongjun and Ye Kai. As Yaoqiong and Donghua sat down, still puzzled, Hongjun continued, "Yaoqiong, that name is too common." He paused, pondering, then faltered. Naming proved unexpectedly difficult. Abandoning the effort, he turned his gaze toward Ye Kai, and all eyes followed. Yaoqiong inwardly despaired, "Whose proximity demands I change my name." "Very well, you are the sage Hongjun. Your will is law. I dare not object." Ye Kai inwardly cursed Hongjun, that crafty old sage, shifting this burden onto me. Aloud he said, "Esteemed Taoist friend, Yaoqiong hails from the western Kunlun Mountains, a lineage of noble birth and immense wealth. Prosperity and grandeur surround her. Let her surname be Shi, for the West. Prosperity and grandeur demand Wang as her given name, and as she is a divine immortalist Mu, mother, shall complete it Wang Mu. She as surname." Nearly fainted Yaoqiong, outraged. "Damned Ye Kai, you've driven me to madness. How audacious, to rename me so recklessly. She? Because I hail from the western Kunlun. By that logic, one born on Kunlun Mountain should bear Kun as surname. Yet none of the three pure ones, Pangu's heirs, bears such names. An excellent name, Shi Wangmu. Surname Shi." Tai clapped vigorously, exclaiming, "Like myself, I bear the surname Tai, and the given name Yi. How majestic!" His self-adulation drew silent collective derision from the assembly. Dijuan's lips twitched violently, pretending ignorance of Tai, as if silently declaring, "I am Dijuan. I bear the surname Di. You bear Tai. Are we no longer sons of the same mother? Half-brothers then?" Seeing Dijuan's expression, Tai frowned. "What ails my elder brother? He seems displeased." Kunping meanwhile fell into quiet self-doubt. "I am Kunping Laozu. Does that mean my surname is Kunping and my given name Laozu?" Thoughts churned differently in every heart. Hongjun nodded approvingly. "Shi Wangmu, it is settled." "Excellent." Turning to her, he declared, "Henceforth you shall be Shi Wangmu, the supreme matriarch of all divine immortalists in the primordial chaos. You shall govern and guide every female immortal throughout heaven and earth. You already possess the Primordial Purple Qi and a sovereign artifact of heaven and earth. There remains naught else I may bestow. Be a paragon, do not disappoint me." His words sent shockwaves rippling through the assembly. A thunderous uproar erupted. She was instantly elevated to the apex of all female immortals. Many female immortals felt profound despair, especially Nuwa, who quietly wept, "Why not me? Woe is me. In what way do I fall short of Shi Wangmu? Nuwa stole a glance toward Ye Kai, only to find him gazing intently at Shi Wangmu. Instantly her fury blazed. Damned Ye Kai, lusting after beauty, discarding the old for the new. You shall answer for this, your highness. Shi Wangmu's gaze met Ye Kai's, complex, unreadable joy, sorrow, resentment. Then she turned respectfully toward Hongjun and said, I obey the sage's decree. I shall fulfill this trust without fail. Thereupon every female immortal in the assembly raised her voice in unison, we obey the sage's decree. They bowed deeply toward Shi Wangmu. We greet the supreme matriarch. She returned the bow gracefully, gentle greetings to you all. Satisfied, Hongjun turned his attention to Donghua Daoist, deliberately ignoring Ye Kai, and said, Donghua, you were born upon Mount Huam, manifesting from the primordial Yang Qi, the first and most exalted of its kind. Your origin is supremely noble. I now appoint you Dongwangong, the sovereign patriarch of all male immortals in the primordial chaos. Strive ever onward. Do not grow arrogant or complacent. You already possess the primordial purple Qi and a sovereign artifact of heaven and earth. There remains nothing more I may grant you. Bear well the weight of my earnest expectations. Instantly, every gaze sharpened, astonishment flashing across countless faces. Dongwangong, to command all male immortals. Him, Donghua, is he truly worthy? Not merely many. All harbored deep-seated resentment. I thank the sage. I shall never betray this trust. Dongwangong beamed with elation, his heart soaring. Indeed, humility is the true path to supremacy. Ye Kai sighed inwardly. Hongjun truly is a master strategist. Once Shi Wangmu appears, Dongwangong follows seamlessly. He stepped forward first. Congratulations, esteemed Dongwangong. Dongwangong nodded graciously, then turned to the assembled male immortals and bowed. I rely upon your support henceforth. His words concluded. To remain unmoved would be to slight the sage himself. So though reluctant, they all bowed in unison. We greet Dongwangong. Relief washed over Dongwangong. He nodded solemnly. Hongjun explained, I appoint sovereign patriarch and matriarch because though I am a sage, the heavenly Dao of the primordial chaos remains incomplete. I must devote my full focus to restoring its perfection. Dongwangong and Shi Wangmu shall govern the primordial chaos in heaven's stead. They embody both the heavenly Dao and the sage's authority. Obey them without question. The heavenly Dao ensures the safety and stability of the primordial chaos. Understand its necessity. Where the heavenly Dao endures, beings abide in order, not chaos, not endless war. The heavenly Dao is order itself. Therefore do not transgress. As Taoist friend Ye Kai once said, 3 feet above a divine presence watches. That presence is the heavenly Dao. Awe filled every eye. No one dared scoff or dismiss the sage's words. The inviolable majesty of the heavenly Dao and the sage commanded absolute reverence. All sat ramrod straight. Ye Kai, however, paid no heed. He was tallying his gains. Within his mind, a system interface flickered into view. Host Ye Kai. Items: Primordial Purple Qi 1, Panga's Primordial Spirit 1. Artifacts: Sovereign Artifact, Qiankuan Ding. Other Pan Tao Tree. Wealth 101. 11 billion Supreme Grade Primordial Spirit Treasures. System repair progress 0. Indeed, the system had sacrificed itself. Only rare exceptional artifacts could restore it. There was no alternative. Thus, every artifact and treasure Ye Kai collected served one purpose: repairing the system. After the conclusion of this first sermon, the heavenly might disappeared. In other words, without the suppression of the heavenly Dao, all beings can easily gather 3 flowers atop the head, and 5 Qi returning to the origin, attaining the Deluo Golden Immortal. I hope you all take care. Hongjun's gaze was indifferent, devoid of expression, as he observed the excitement and agitation of the crowd. Continuing, this sermon is about the realms between the Deluo Golden Immortal and the saints. As everyone knows, traditionally, the Deluo Golden Immortal, the Honghuang Golden Immortal, the Honghuang Deluo Golden Immortal. However, this path has perished. Thus I, a prodigy of the heavens, created a new method, a new path. That is the Deluo Golden Immortal, the quasi-saint, and the saint. First, let me explain the quasi-saint in detail. Do not be agitated, do not rush. Seeing the crowd stir again, Hongjun pressed his hand down and said, the quasi-saint is the result of combining my method of slaying the 3 corpses where the evil thoughts are severed, thus becoming the evil thought Dao body, which is the early stage of the quasi-saint. Good thoughts are the good thought Dao body, which is the mid-stage of the quasi-saint. To sever the attachments is the late stage of the quasi-saint. When the 3 corpses merge as one, integrating into the body, that is the great perfection of the quasi-saint. At this point, one can utilize the power of destiny or merit along with other extraordinary items combined with the primordial purple aura to attain the saint. In battle, one can summon the 3 great Dao bodies to fight against enemies. How to sever? One can use the power of destiny merit, or even innate treasures or chaos treasures. Innate spiritual treasures cannot sever thoughts. The thoughts severed must be entrusted to magical treasures. It can be a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, or an innate treasure, or a chaos treasure. Of course, the stronger the magical treasure, the more powerful the Dao body will be. Hearing this, Ye Kai muttered to himself, Hongjun, you rascal. You didn't mention that the magical treasures must be of the same grade. If the magical treasure carrying the severed thoughts is not of the same level, then merging the three corpses will be challenging. Moreover, as everyone knows, top-grade innate spiritual treasures for severing corpses and thoughts are quite useless. In other words, even if one becomes a quasi-saint, they would be the weakest quasi-saint. Who can compare to the quasi-saints who have their Dao bodies entrusted with innate treasures? Later, any quasi-saint whose Dao body is entrusted with innate treasures would be referred to as a quasi-saint giant, a top-tier existence among quasi-saints. Those who use top-grade innate spiritual treasures are merely ordinary quasi-saints, equivalent to ordinary people among quasi-saints cannon fodder. Hearing the secrets of the quasi-saint, the crowd's eyes and expressions revealed shock and joy. Hongjun observed it all, and continued, as everyone knows. Magical treasures are divided into postnatal and innate. Postnatal treasures are insignificant. No need to mention them. And what we lack in the primordial era are top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Thus my creation of the method of slaying the three corpses is also due to the abundance of top-grade innate spiritual treasures, giving everyone hope to attain the quasi-saint. Innate spiritual treasures are divided into lower, middle, upper, and top grades. Lower grade innate spiritual treasures have 18 avenues of restrictions. Following this, there are 36, 72, and 108. Then what about innate treasures? Many people do not know how many avenues of restrictions there are. Pause. No one could answer. Yet Ye Kai was uninterested in raising his hand. He knew. Nodding, Hongjun said the reason innate treasures are powerful is naturally for a reason. You must understand that innate treasures are not self-generated by heaven and earth, but were born from the chaos after the world was shattered due to certain reasons. Many innate treasures that have yet to appear do not mean they do not exist. They simply have not come into being. Innate treasures possess 129,600 billion avenues of restriction power. Therefore, innate treasures are stronger than any magical treasure. As for chaos treasures, that is unknown. What? 129,600 billion. Facing this astonishing number, the crowd stared wide-eyed. Countless waves surged within their hearts. No wonder innate treasures are so terrifying. There is a terrifying reason for it. In the crowd, Tai displayed confidence and arrogance. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu were also present, both maintaining a low profile. Although many people secretly glanced over, they pretended not to see. Hongjun continued, all right. The reason I have mentioned so much about innate treasures is to tell you. Quasi-saints who slay the three corpses with innate treasures are significantly stronger than ordinary quasi-saints. Now let the sermon begin. Listen carefully. Instantly, as the words fell, Hongjun emitted a heavenly sound reciting the principles of the Dao. The earth erupted with golden lotuses, and purple energy surged. The entire purple cloud palace was enveloped in the mysterious ocean of the Dao. Many powerful beings listened and suddenly attained enlightenment. It happened. A large number of people attained the Deluo Golden Immortal. Almost all were Deluo Golden Immortals. And Ye Kai was also listening. As he listened, he also became a Deluo Golden Immortal. It was such a miraculous sermon from the saint. Even a pig could attain the Deluo Golden Immortal just by listening. Ye Kai observed that the crowd was engrossed in the world of the Dao, and he turned his inner gaze to his own Deluo Dao fruit. And indeed, within the Dao fruit were countless luminous spheres, each containing numerous illusory light sources, all from the myriad realms. Countless. There were numerous such luminous spheres densely packed. The internal world was vast beyond measure. And Ye Kai did not become infatuated. He thus utilized the pure, authentic primordial purple aura and the Pangu primordial spirit. Simultaneously, he forcefully severed the evil thoughts with the Qian Kuan Ding, immediately entrusting them to himself. And in an instant his cultivation soared to the early stage of the quasi-saint. The quasi-saint giant was formed. Of course, Ye Kai's sudden rise in strength was concealed due to the hidden mechanisms and functions that he possessed. In the quasi-saint Dao fruit, it remained as such, allowing every cell of Ye Kai's body to be filled with the countless myriad realms existing in numerous eternal divine countries, far too many. Every cell was countless universes, countless dimensions, countless worlds. Naturally, this went unnoticed by the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun. Having regained some strength, Ye Kai was not proud. After all, he had previously been a Hunyuan saint, and there was one point that Hongjun did not mention, which was that Ye Kai's pure, authentic, complete primordial purple aura could take shortcuts. Hongjun, oh Hongjun, Have you forgotten? The production of my primordial purple aura. As long as the three corps merge as one can utilize the authentic primordial purple aura to attain the Honghuang saint. Why would one still need destiny and merit and such items? Only those counterfeit versions of the Heavenly Dao primordial purple aura would need such things. Damn it. That old rascal Hongjun is digging pits for those natives of the primordial era to jump into. He truly has a wicked heart. He must be colluding with the Heavenly Dao. Ye Kai thought after all there were only so many primordial purple auras from the Heavenly Dao, and the supply was scarce. It was not easy. However, here Ye Kai could open blind boxes and potentially obtain primordial purple aura. At a glance, the first to sever thoughts was Nuwa, who became a quasi-saint giant due to the innate treasure the Hongming Ding. The second quasi-saint giant, Shiwang Mu, was even more terrifying, using 2 innate treasures to attain, directly at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint. The third quasi-saint giant, Dong Wanggong, also at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint. Then Tai also became a quasi-saint giant at the early stage of the quasi-saint, due to the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. And Laozi was not to be outdone, also utilizing the merit treasure, the Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda, to attain the quasi-saint giant early stage. This commotion awakened everyone. At this point Hongjun also concluded his sermon. Looking at everyone he spoke, good. As expected, it is the accumulation of thick and thin. Tai, Laozi, Dong Wanggong, Shiwang Mu, Nuwa, you all did well. This proves that the saint's sermon and teachings have an effect. This is the outcome, the result. The crowd's eyes were filled with envy, yearning for the quasi-saint. This is the effect of the innate treasures. They can be used to sever thoughts, and also to entrust Dao bodies. This is the quasi-saint. So amazing. The quasi-saint is countless times stronger than the Deluo Golden Immortal. Is this what a quasi-saint looks like? Even Ye Kai, who was once a quasi-saint, and is now a powerful quasi-saint, was still shocked by this scene. This era has finally arrived. The quasi-saint era. This quasi-saint era is not merely a counterpart to the primordial golden immortal. One must understand that a quasi-saint has cultivated 3 Dao bodies, which means 3 incarnations. Each incarnation's strength is equal to the main body. In other words, a quasi-saint is equivalent to the combined might of 4 primordial golden immortals. Moreover, the power of a quasi-saint is even more terrifying. They are incomparably stronger than a primordial golden immortal. Thus one could say that the quasi-saint era has been initiated by Hongjun. This is the terrifying aspect of the method to sever the 3 corpses. To put it metaphorically, if a primordial golden immortal is an atomic bomb, then a quasi-saint is a hydrogen bomb. It even surpasses the existence of a hydrogen bomb. Tai Yi and the other quasi-saint powerhouses shouted, while others called out, "Saint, be merciful." Tai Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of spiritual light, and he immediately fell to the ground shouting, "Saint, you are our reborn parents and benefactors. I, Tai Yi, am willing to wholeheartedly admire the saint shining like the brilliance of the sun. I wish to revere you, Master Hongjun, as the Dao Ancestor. I pay my respects to the Dao Ancestor Hongjun. I pay my respects to the Dao Ancestor." Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up, thinking that this was enough to express their utmost gratitude to the Saint Hongjun. Thus they all knelt down. They shouted, "Dao Ancestor! Dao Ancestor! Dao Ancestor!" Immediately Hongjun's expression was emotionless, but he pressed down a few times with his hands, and only then did everyone quiet down, rise, and sit properly. He continued, "Good. I accept this. From now on I shall be the Dao Ancestor Hongjun. You all should enjoy yourselves. I have mentioned that after the sermon the Zixiao Palace will be lent to you." Everyone rejoiced. They all stirred with excitement, and approached Ye Kai. Suddenly they were all dumbfounded, because it was Hongjun who spoke first, saying, "Dao friend, please." Hongjun stepped down and walked to the entrance of the snack shop, entering it. All eyes were on him. Ye Kai followed him into the shop, asking. Ye Kai smiled faintly, already guessing that this guy Hongjun would not be able to resist gambling. He then stood up, took out the snack shop, and placed it against the wall of the great hall. Ye Kai said to Hongjun, "Dao Ancestor, please." Hongjun stepped down and walked to the entrance of the snack shop, entering it. All eyes were on him. Ye Kai followed him into the shop, asking Hongjun, "Dao friend, are you the Heavenly Dao, or Hongjun?" At this moment within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun is Hongjun. The Heavenly Dao is the Heavenly Dao. As for outside the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun is the Heavenly Dao, and the Heavenly Dao is Hongjun. Do you understand, Dao friend? Where is the Heavenly Dao? Naturally it resides in the source space of the Heavenly Dao in the Zixiao Palace. It cannot be permanently attached to the main body of Hongjun, or it would be suffocated. Of course Hongjun's main body is also that of the Heavenly Dao. It can be said that Hongjun's body has control over it, and so does the Heavenly Dao. It's a split decision. Likewise, the source of the Heavenly Dao is also being contended and divided by Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. No wonder. Ye Kai nodded, counting the Chinquan bags that Hongjun handed over. While counting, he asked, "Why do you look like a dead fish completely devoid of desires? You show no emotions, no desires or feelings, and your face is as cold as data." Indeed, even trying to smile seemed impossible. Hongjun shook his head slightly, saying, "I have been assimilated by the Heavenly Dao, and the Heavenly Dao has also been assimilated by me. Therefore the Heavenly Dao possesses emotions like joy, anger, and sorrow. I have lost the desires of living beings." It's quite amusing, isn't it? After finishing the count, Ye Kai was nearly overwhelmed with excitement as he counted 50 trillion primeval, innate spiritual treasures, muttering to himself, "Hongjun, you are too wealthy. You are the richest in the wild. You hide it so deep." Meanwhile, outside the shop within the Zixiao Palace, those powerful beings were numb. They all felt envious. "Dao Ancestor, do you need a son? Do you need a successor? I want your will. You are too wealthy." Indeed, Master Hongjun is a figure from the beginning of creation until now and surely has a rich background. However, Hao Yin remained expressionless, pretending to be the crown prince while inwardly he cried, "I have no money. My monthly salary is 3,000. However, Hao Yin remained expressionless, pretending to be the crown prince while inwardly he cried, "I have no." However, Hao Yin remained expressionless, pretending to be the crown prince while inwardly he cried, "I have no money. My monthly salary is 3,000. How can I compare to the old master's wealth? No, 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 wah." As for Yao Tai, she felt indifferent. "Ye Kai, that guy really doesn't know he's been kicked in the head by a donkey, gifting me primordial purple energy and 3 innate supreme treasures. Moreover, that flag is so magical. It can conceal one's aura and freely edit my strength, making others mistakenly believe that I still have the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal at perfection." In fact, Yao Tai had to do this. She pretended to still have the strength of a great Luo golden immortal at perfection, because she did not have the innate treasures given by Hongjun. So what strength does Yao Tai possess at this moment? Naturally, she is a quasi-saint powerhouse, having merged the primordial purple energy and borrowed 3 innate supreme treasures. Can she be weak? Her strength is already at the late stage of quasi-saint, just accumulating her magical power to unify the 3 corpses. Thus, she could achieve the status of a primordial saint. Of course, Yao Tai still didn't know that the genuine primordial purple energy could directly allow one to attain the status of a primordial saint. She thought that one needed to rely on luck or merits to use the primordial purple energy to achieve saint. Seeing that Hongjun was still focused on his primordial purple energy blind box, Ye Kai was speechless. He was determined to continue until the end. Hongjun held the primordial purple energy blind box, opening it, not stopping, while saying, "Brother, do you think I can open it? I haven't opened a blind box in a long time, and I miss it." With a wry smile, Ye Kai replied, "Alas, things have changed. Remember when we raided tombs together? Those days of opening blind boxes. Indeed, they were nostalgic. Open your blind box. I feel that your chances are extremely high. Hongjun, my old brother." Indeed, Hongjun nodded. "That's right. Brother Ye Kai has the best luck. Since you say this, I believe it. I am grateful for your good words." He continued to open. Feeling a bit puzzled, Ye Kai asked, "Hongjun, my old brother, seriously, you already have the primordial purple energy of the Heavenly Dao. Why do you still want to open mine? Are you not afraid I will tamper with it?" Hongjun shook his head. "Brother, others may not trust you, but I trust you. Don't see me as the Heavenly Dao. However, my love for opening blind boxes is genuine. I can't. As for opening primordial purple energy, it's also because I want to obtain primordial purple energy. Things like these are better in abundance. Who would despise having too much primordial purple energy? Moreover, the primordial purple energy of the Heavenly Dao is too scarce. I need to accumulate some to cultivate more saints. Otherwise, one day, when you, brother Ye Kai, bring a legion of saints to attack both the Heavenly Dao and I will cry." This description made Ye Kai smile wryly. "Hongjun, my old brother, you are overthinking it." He thought to himself, "Hongjun, you are truly a talented strategist." At the moment when Ye Kai was lost in his beautiful daydreams, a loud boom erupted. The blind box burst forth with a purple light, and the purple aura surged. "My lord, we hit the jackpot." Hao Yin was the first to rush to the shop door, shouting with envy and longing in his eyes. The excitement was palpable. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. "What? The Dao Ancestor is so lucky. He really opened the primordial purple aura again." "I heard that the Dao Ancestor was the first to open the primordial purple aura. Truly a godly figure. Amazing. If the Dao Ancestor opens another blind box, I will surely be blessed by his luck. I pray for the Dao Ancestor to help me win." Thus the phrase, "I pray for the Dao Ancestor to help me win," became everyone's mantra, recited every time they opened a blind box. Many people struck gold. Inside the store, "Brother, I'm still doing well." After putting away the primordial purple aura, Hongjun showed no expression and continued to open blind boxes. With a calm face, he thought to himself. Ye Kai muttered, "Just keep winning. The more you win, the more I gain." So he continued to open. Indeed, More equipment continued to explode. Hongjun opened many times. In between he struck gold with primordial purple aura twice again. The powerful ones outside had already become numb, their nerves overwhelmed by the shock. Hongjun actually opened 3 primordial purple auras. After that, Hongjun finished his turns and bid farewell to Ye Kai, no longer lingering here. He returned to the deep palace. Hongjun, hurry up and show me. Let's study it. The Heavenly Dao was anxious. Thus Hongjun threw out the 3 primordial purple auras which floated in the void, while the Heavenly Dao carefully observed the primordial purple aura within Hongjun's body. This is a good thing. Indeed, this is the intact primordial purple aura. It contains 3,000 kinds of Dao, countless minor paths, but sadly everyone can only choose one. Perhaps this is also the reason why the authentic primordial purple aura can self-explode and dissipate. Can it be transformed into the Heavenly Dao version of primordial purple aura? Hongjun said yes. Are you sure you want to change it? Once changed, it can never revert to the complete primordial purple aura. Transforming it into the Heavenly Dao version of primordial purple aura is simple. You just damage it and add the power of the Heavenly Dao origin. The Heavenly Dao replied, change it. If not, how will we fill the ranks for the same position? Look, Sanxing Nuwa Hongyun Jijin Juanti, we need the current 7 Heavenly Dao primordial purple auras. We don't have any extras. But the Heavenly Order has changed. Now there are Dijuan Tai and Kuanpeng. This must fill the gap. So let's change it. It's just right to use the 3 primordial purple auras for those 3. Hongjun began to transform. The process was slow. It required great caution. Hongjun spoke up. Aren't you afraid of an imbalance of powers during the future witch and demon calamity? If that's the case, Dijuan Tai and Kuanpeng are all Heavenly Dao saints. What about the witch clan? The Heavenly Dao answered, the witch clan doesn't have a Heavenly Dao saint. Don't worry about that. Do you believe that Ye Kai will find a way to balance the powers of the witches and demons? Do you believe it? Hongjun asked, what if Ye Kai ignores this? The witch clan will definitely come. You can rest assured. Inside the Zixiao Palace, the snack shop. Everyone, it's been made clear beforehand. Whoever enters the Zixiao Palace first gets to open first. I won't hold back. Immediately, he emanated the pressure of the early Kwasa saint, but unfortunately, it was overshadowed by the Zixiao Palace. Laozi still exuded an intimidating presence, pulled out money and shouted, Ye Kai, my friend. I will recharge 50 billion. Under the helpless gazes of the crowd, Laozi entered the store. Ye Kai immediately recharged for him. Soon Laozi arrived at the magical artifact section, determined to focus on the innate supreme treasure. To slay the 3 corpses, I must use an innate supreme treasure. This is what I need right now. As for the primordial purple aura, we'll talk about it later. After weighing it in his heart, Laozi picked up the blind box and opened it. I pray for the Dao ancestor to help me win. He didn't win. Ye Kai watched and thought to himself, as expected, this guy Laozi is meticulous in his thinking. Knowing that the Kwasa Saint era has come, he must push his strength to the top. He should be pursuing ultimate power, so he chose the innate supreme treasure. He probably doesn't know the secret of the innate supreme treasure merging with the 3 corpses. Is this a case of trying too hard and failing? This is what happens when unintentional actions yield unexpected results. All eyes were on him. At that moment, boom. 1. Big brother. Incredible. Tong Tian gave a thumbs up from outside the store. Yuan Shi's expression was cold longing for the innate supreme treasure. The crowd gasped. It seems that Pangu and the 3 pure ones have something to gain every time. Truly a testament to the merits of the creation of heaven. Is it the blessing of the great god Pangu? What is that? What's happening? Ye Kai's heart surged with excitement as he focused on the treasure in Laozi's hand, muttering, what is this? What is going on? Didn't that old Hongjun open the Taiji diagram? The Pangu banner. How did Laozi open the Taiji diagram? Could it be that the system doesn't restrict the same type of innate supreme treasures? Isn't there a limit to 1 purchase? How strange. This means that there are 2 Taiji diagrams now. If the Taiji diagram also appears in the Honghuang homeland, that would be awkward. Just imagine the scene. Many natives of Honghuang wielding the Taiji diagram in battle. What the heck? Ye Kai couldn't even bear to think about it, and wanted to laugh. Meanwhile, deep in the palace, Hongjun exclaimed, how is this possible? Another Taiji diagram. What about this? Originally, he wanted to reward Laozi with the innate supreme treasure Taiji diagram when he accepted disciples in the future. Now this. What a joke. Heavenly Dao, could it be that the blind box produces innate supreme treasures in bulk? Could it be mass-producing Taiji diagrams and the like? This is the only explanation. Hongjun relaxed. It's possible. Innate supreme treasures may become commonplace in the future. The Heavenly Dao said, indeed the exquisite innate spirit treasures of Honghuang are flooding the market, and it's getting tiresome to see. If there are many innate supreme treasures that would be good, this means that those quasi-saints and saints are stronger, and we can reap more. Ha. They welcomed the development. For the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun, this is a good thing. Inside the store, he put away the Taiji diagram. Laozi continued to open, maintaining a calm demeanor, appearing indifferent and unmotivated. I pray for the Dao ancestor to help me win. He muttered this phrase. Laozi began to chant. This caught the attention of the powerful ones outside. Could it be that the Dao ancestor Hongjun is blessing him? Good. This method is excellent. Chanting while opening. By the end, he managed to win once. Laozi smiled as he walked out of the snack shop. Congratulations, big brother. Tong Tian congratulated. However, Yuanshi appeared deep in thought, burdened with worries, and said nothing, directly entering the shop, leaving Tong Tian puzzled by Yuanshi's reaction, while Laozi gently shook his head, knowing Yuanshi was proud and unwilling to admit defeat. He also said nothing. Friend, I will recharge 100 billion. Going all out, Yuanshi directly pulled out the money. Nodding, Ye Kai quickly handled the recharge. Yuanshi was determined to focus on the innate supreme treasure. Seeing this, Ye Kai didn't approach Yuanshi knowing he was in a bad mood, so why push his luck? So Ye Kai walked to the shop door only to see Hao Yin sneaking in and observing the blind box shelves inside. And Yaoqi stood on the other side of the door. Indeed, Hao Yin and she were the security forces. Perhaps this was the Zixiao Palace, and they saw how seriously Hongjun valued the snack shop, ensuring order. Ye Kai glanced at Hao Yin and asked, Hao Yin, my friend, since you follow Hongjun, you must be quite wealthy. How about it? Recharge and open a round. With a bitter face, Hao Yin shook his head. My friend, you're joking. Although Yaoqi and I are the Lord's attendants, we rarely leave the Zixiao Palace. Where would we get money? Moreover, the Lord doesn't pay us. Sigh, just a stipend of 3,000. What? 3,000? How stingy. After hearing Haoshin's words, Ye Kai felt that the heartless boss Hongjun was exploiting them. He then suddenly looked towards the beautiful Yaoqi, who also smiled bitterly, replying, I have 1,000. What? This? Ye Kai was shocked, as if a tsunami had erupted, feeling indignant for them. The evil capitalists. 1,000. So low. Even an intern's wage, isn't this absurdly low? Hongjun, how could you be so heartless? No wonder Yaoqi would be won over by me, haha. Hongjun, you never expected it. Yaoqi is already mine. A glint of cunning flashed in Ye Kai's eyes as he looked at Hao Yin and said, Friend, would you be interested in joining me, the Emperor? Immediately a look of disdain appeared on Haoshin's face, but he soon became intrigued as he heard Ye Kai say, a monthly salary of 300 million. Then he suddenly shuddered with excitement. Hao Yin struggled internally, battling with his thoughts, yet ultimately came to terms with reality, murmuring to himself, no way. What is Ye Kai compared to? Not even a sage. And what about Hongjun? He is indeed a sage. Even if there are many sages in the future, he will still be the foremost among them. Perhaps I could benefit from being with him, and I could also become a sage. Thus he directly refused, saying, You jest. I could never betray my master. My loyalty to my master is as steadfast as the heavens and the earth. In this life I shall only serve my master. Even if the heavens and the earth perish, my heart belongs to my master. In life I am my master's servant, and in death I am his ghost. Seeing Ye Kai's expression of disbelief, Hao Yin glanced around, noticing no one was listening, and continued, Friend, please refrain from saying such things in the future. It would not be good if someone overheard. I will not be tempted by wealth. Mere riches are like dirt, unworthy of my attention. Seeing Yaoqi listening intently, Ye Kai smirked and held up 5 fingers, saying, 500 million a month. All expenses covered, plus 30 days of paid vacation. Instantly Haoshin's heart changed drastically, but his face remained as calm as a still lake. Without a moment's thought, he shook his head in rejection, somewhat irked, stating, Friend, this is not about money. Ye Kai then raised 10 fingers, 1 billion a month. 3 days of work per week. For days off, 60 days of paid vacation. A year-end bonus of 100 billion. What? Even Yaoqi trembled, crossing her legs, unable to suppress a shiver. In her heart she screamed, Ye Kai, my love, I want it. Please give it to me. I am willing to be your employee. Soon Yaoqi dispelled her wandering thoughts, because she had already obtained what she desired. Money, as she had no interest in money. Haoshin's excitement caused him to nearly slip against the wall. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and feigned calmness, shaking his head again, saying, Friend, some things really have nothing to do with money. My love for my master is unparalleled. Loyalty is my life. I will not be tempted by you. Suddenly, Ye Kai raised both hands with 10 fingers, quietly saying, Hao Yin, my friend. This is on the original basis with a 16th salary, that's 500 billion. Moreover, you will be the general manager, essentially the deputy manager, and I will grant you a share. plus a strand of Honghuang Purple Qi and 3 innate treasures. How about that? What? Shares. This. And Honghuang Purple Qi and innate treasures. Free items. Hao Qian hesitated for a moment, but quickly rejected the offer, fearing that it would upset his master Hongjun. It's a life I've got to protect. Thus Hao Qian refused, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer. My heart and loyalty only belong to the Zixiao Palace. They belong to my master. Please no more. If you say more, I might just kneel and leave with Ye Kai." Ye Kai sighed internally, murmuring that Hao Qian was truly loyal to Hongjun. Even money couldn't sway him. However, this woman Yaoqi could be swayed. That's not too bad. This also put an end to Ye Kai's thoughts of luring Hao Qian away. Hao Qian then looked at Yaoqi, speaking in a sarcastic tone, "Junior sister. At this price from Ye Kai, why aren't you tempted?" Immediately she spat. "Humph, Hao Qian. I am not as materialistic as you. If they offer money, you hesitate. As for me, I won't even glance at Ye Kai's offer. I disdain it. I will only follow my master for life. Do not project your filthy thoughts and intentions onto me. We are not of the same ilk. Thank you. This reasoning is flawless." Upon hearing this, Ye Kai couldn't help but look at Yaoqi with admiration. This woman is definitely cut out for espionage. Impressive. He secretly gave Yaoqi a thumbs up. Suddenly a loud laugh echoed from inside the shop. It was Yuanshi. Ye Kai immediately walked over. "What the heck? Another Taiji diagram. What?" Ye Kai felt speechless. Is this system not serious? No differentiation at all. It's all just identical products. Another Taiji diagram. This is awkward. Indeed, as Yuanshi was startled, he looked at the Taiji diagram in his hand, momentarily stunned. In his heart, he helplessly thought, "Bro, it's not me. It's just a blind box, so whatever comes out is what it is. Don't blame me for also getting a Taiji diagram." Outside the shop, the crowd was astonished as they looked at Laozi. Laozi showed no change in expression. Tong Tian laughed heartily. "What is this?" "No worries, no worries. Perhaps my elder brother's Taiji diagram is male, while my second brother's is female. One male and one female, one yin and one yang. Everyone please do not take offense." The crowd nodded in agreement. "Tong Tian, you truly are knowledgeable. That makes sense. It's perfectly normal for treasures to have male and female forms." Yes, that's a reasonable statement. One righteous and one evil, one male and one female that is balance. Inside the shop, Yuanshi put away the Taiji diagram, continuing to draw. Not a winning draw. And finally he drew again. Ye Kai was suddenly startled, looking outside the hall, his gaze fixed on Laozi, who had a dark expression, then turned back to Yuanshi, smiling faintly. "Friend. He. Thus whatever comes out of the blind box is what it is. There is absolutely no intention of cheating. Moreover, think about it. Who would use an innate treasure to cheat?" Trembling, Yuanshi slowly took hold of the tower, nodding. "Ye Kai, my friend. This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to explain. After all, this is an innate treasure. I have no doubts about you. You overthink it." After saying that, he walked out of the shop. Upon reaching Laozi, Yuanshi saw the teasing expressions on everyone's faces and felt very speechless. He said to Laozi, "Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. It just happens to be like this when opening a blind box. It's possible. Who knew it would turn out to be yours again?" Coming to his senses, Tong Tian stepped forward, examining closely, and found nothing unusual, saying, "Brother, I can assure you, this second brother's heaven and earth Honghuang treasure tower is indeed an innate treasure, not a merit treasure. I can guarantee with my life." Then Laozi took out his merit treasure, the heaven and earth Honghuang treasure tower, and indeed the Honghuang Qi swirled around it, while Yuanshi's heaven and earth Honghuang treasure tower had no such Qi, which relieved him. He said, "Second brother, congratulations. You have obtained the heaven and earth Honghuang treasure tower." When mentioning the heaven and earth Honghuang treasure tower, Laozi's tone seemed to carry greater weight, as if hinting at something. What could it be? Seeing both Laozi and Yuanshi holding the heaven and earth Honghuang treasure tower, Ye Kai almost burst into laughter, but held it in, inwardly complaining about whether the system's production line was mistaken. Or was it deliberate? Or are they really mass-producing innate treasures in batches? Finally, Ye Kai couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Instantly, Laozi and Yuanshi glared at Ye Kai with dark expressions, while the crowd stifled their laughter, maintaining extreme restraint and pretending not to laugh, staring intently at Ye Kai, yet looking up at the sky on the verge of bursting into laughter. "Fellow Taoists, I am not laughing at you," Ye Kai insisted. "I am laughing at Jie Yin and Yuanshi. Look how they are picking their noses." Seeing the ill-humored glances from Laozi and Yuanshi, Ye Kai hurriedly pointed toward the crowd at Jie Yin and Yuanshi. Many turned to look, and indeed it was true. Those two were actually digging at their nostrils. Ye Kai doubled over in laughter, unable to contain himself, while Jie Yin and Yuanshi were startled. They stepped out to the shop entrance. Jie Yin said to Ye Kai, "Taoist, you have it wrong. My brother and I were mining for gold. Earlier, the aura of Yuanshi's Tiandi Xianhuang Pagoda erupted, and Laozi's Tiandi Xianhuang Pagoda released its Xianhuang Qi, which shot right into our nostrils. We were filled with reverence and honored, thus the motion of digging. The crowd inwardly scoffed at the bow. Believe your nonsense. With that, Yuanshi and Laozi's expressions softened, and their anger subsided. Jie and Zhuan Ti breathed a sigh of relief. Many disapproved of Ye Kai's tactic, but dared not take issue. After all, Ye Kai had ceded his seat earlier, such a favor could not be lightly rebuffed. Laozi looked at Yuanshi with a rueful, disappointed expression, as if lamenting that his young junior simply would not see reason. He does not grasp the point at all, someone muttered, calling him stubborn and foolish. Tongtian, however, laughed heartily and interjected, big brother. Second brother. In my view, you two are like Tiandi Xianhuang pagodas, a yin and a yang pair. Isn't that splendid? Instantly Laozi's face clouded. Tongtian's remark struck like salt into a wound. Laozi thought his younger brothers hopelessly dim-witted, far more foolish than even Yuanshi, so obtuse as to rub salt into an already aching place. Yet Laozi felt awkward asking Yuanshi outright, Yuanshi, might you rename your tower? He worried how the denizens of Honghuang would judge him. It felt petty to withhold a treasure's name from a brother. This was not a matter of filing a patent. Laozi cast his gaze at Ye Kai, gave a sly wink, and looked back and forth between his own pagoda and Yuanshi's, hinting, without words. Ye Kai immediately caught on. Ye Kai thought to himself, what pride this Laozi, too proud to speak, yet wanting the honor all the same. With a smile, Ye Kai said, gentlemen, there are always likenesses in the world, similar flowers, similar leaves, even fingerprints can be nearly identical. He let his gaze shift between Laozi's and Yuanshi's pagodas, and continued, the wares sold in this shop are properly named Tiandi Linglong pagodas. Observe, these Linglong pagodas lack the Xianhuang Qi, whereas Laozi Daoist pagoda exudes Xianhuang aura. That is the essential truth. At Ye Kai's words, realization dawned upon Yuanshi. He exclaimed, indeed, I see it clearly now. This pagoda is truly a Tiandi Linglong pagoda. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Yuanshi's tower lacked the Xianhuang aura. Everything made sense, two pagodas similar in appearance, yet different in essence. Laozi breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful look toward Ye Kai. They retrieved their treasures. Fellow Daoist, I must top up, someone announced. Tongtian, who could no longer contain himself, strode into the shop. Ye Kai followed. The top-up was completed quickly. To Ye's surprise, Tongtian, the supposed pauper, had only topped up 1 billion. Ye had half expected trillions and felt mildly disappointed. Tongtian laughed and dashed to the Xiantian's supreme treasure blind box shelf. Without hesitation, he seized a box and opened it. Ye Kai stepped to the door and called to Nuwa and Hongyun, you two go ahead. He explained to the others, Tongtian topped up 1 billion. It'll be done quickly, so 2 more people can go. Hongyun turned to Zhen Yuanzi and said, brother, lend me 1. At that remark, every eye fixed on Zhen Yuanzi. He pushed Hongyun aside and snapped, don't be ridiculous. I do not have that kind of money. I possess only 10 supreme innate treasures on my person. Do not come near me. We are not acquainted. Hongyun, offended, chewed her words and retorted coldly, fine, no loan then. It was merely a joke, such a fuss over nothing. The crowd realized they had been startled for nothing. Zhen Yuanzi was not as wealthy as imagined. Nuwa strode into the shop and addressed Ye Hei, what about the 2 million you owe me? She dared not top up herself, for her funds were pilfered from Fushi, who watched her every move with a fixed. If Nuwa dared to gamble and open a blind box, Fushi would surely come down upon her. Ye Kai laughed, oh, the 2 million you are owed. This will do. Nuwa Daoist, take this blind box. Thus the debt was repaid in kind. Nuwa's obligation was cleared. Grateful Nuwa lowered her eyes and whispered to Ye Kai, Ye Hei, do not speak much with Shi Wangmo. She is not to be trusted. Ye Kai merely smiled faintly and offered no commentary. Nuwa strode to the Xiantian's supreme treasure blind boxes, nodded to Tongtian, and each of them opened their boxes in turn. No interference between them. Seeing Nuwa's apparent improvidence, Hongyun's lips curved into a smile. With a grand gesture, she declared, fellow Daoists, I will top up 500 billion. Ye Kai's legs nearly trembled. Hongyun was unexpectedly so wealthy. It was an unforeseen. Outside the shop, a small commotion arose. Observers murmured in astonishment at Hongyun's display of, he seems to enjoy flaunting his riches. Zhen Yuanzi's face darkened. Brother Hongyun, why must you always be so ostentatious? Could you not be more discreet? In that instant, a brilliant light erupted within the shop, bathing the interior in radiance. The crowd gasped. Nuwa had obtained in Xiantian's supreme treasure. Exclamations filled the air, some in disbelief, some in envy. Fushi, overjoyed, dashed to the doorway and shouted, sister, come out and let me see the treasure. Ye Kai teased, you who scorned it all. Why so excited now? Fushi's face fell chastened. Indeed, he had always doubted Ye Kai's blind boxes, yet so many had obtained treasures, and his own sister had opened 2 Xiantian's supreme treasures. He sighed. He would have to cajole some money from his sister. She had practically emptied his treasury. Nuo laughed with delight. Yi Kai, I got it. The Xiantian Supreme Treasure Shana Sheiji 2. Yi Kai was astonished. He remembered Nuo having once used the Shana Sheiji 2, an innate spirit treasure, to obtain the chance to open blind boxes. That she had drawn the same artifact again was bewildering. Was this some decree of fate or the machination of the system? Yet had the system not already crashed and I saw it. Why are you shouting so loudly? With a pout, Yi Kai replied in silence, making her think there was something going on between them. Don't play dumb. Meanwhile, Tong Tian's eyes were filled with envy, but he didn't stop. He continued opening. After putting away the map of mountains and rivers, Nuo continued opening and soon finished her rounds. The subsequent openings were all failures. And Hongjun, without a word, rushed towards the treasure and opened it with all his might. His speed in unboxing was even faster than Tong Tian's. This made Tong Tian unable to help but twitch his mouth. Friend, are you unboxing or opening a parcel? Why so fast? Tong Tian was puzzled. Shaking his head, Hongyun's hands moved faster, and he said, Friend, you don't understand. The fastest thing about me is speed. It's all about speed. All right. Feeling speechless, Tong Tian didn't want to talk to this fool Hongyun. It was like pulling down his pants to fart. Nothing made sense. We're all on the same channel. Boom. What? Overjoyed, Tong Tian laughed heartily as he held up a glowing blind box, shouting at the entrance of the snack shop. I won. Everyone take a good look so you can see it clearly. The crowd cast envious glances, seeing Tong Tian acting smugly like a small person achieving success, which made them all internally boast. I was black-faced because Tong Tian opened the same magical treasure as me. Yuanshi swallowed hard, his mouth twitching as he spoke first. Heaven, earth, treasure, Tai Chi, map. Why? All three of us brothers have the Tai Chi map. Yi Kai was chatting with Nuo, looking at the map of mountains and rivers. Unexpectedly, their attention was drawn to Tong Tian, causing Yi Kai to twitch his mouth. Immediately, Yi Kai approached the shop's entrance, looked at the Tai Chi map in Tong Tian's hand, and said, It might be from the same mother. Be right. Following behind Yi Kai, Nuo heard his words and instantly lost her footing, slipping to the ground, crashing into Yi Kai's back, and in an instant she grabbed Yi Kai's clothing, hissing. All was torn off. Nuo fell to the ground, caught between Yi Kai's legs, and Yi Kai's clothing was completely gone. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Many female immortals blushed, spitting out a few words. Few. Open heaven, Emperor. Good man. Wow. 12-pack abs. So strong. My goodness. This muscle. Is it still muscle? So powerful. It's simply not Jodian Mountain. The male immortals, however, suppressed their laughter, almost bursting into laughter. Instantly, with a black face, Yi Kai hurriedly turned around, pulled Nuo up, took back his clothing, and immediately put it on, while Fushi pointed at Yi Kai and scolded. Yihei. You have quite the gall, daring to tease my sister. What are your intentions? Then, already dark-faced, now even darker, Yi Kai held back his anger, almost bursting out. So once stable, Nuo showed an apologetic expression, saying to Fushi, Brother, don't say such things. It was my accident. Yi Kai is still the victim. Old Yi, I'm sorry. My brother is like that, don't blame him. His brain is just one-track minded. Don't hold it against him. Originally, everyone watching the show was about to find justice for Yi Kai against Fushi, but seeing Nuo apologize, they felt it was inappropriate to blame Fushi. And Tong Tian laughed heartily, saying, It's all a misunderstanding. Everyone, I was just too excited. It's fine. This is the innate treasure, the Tai Chi map. Ha. All three of us brothers have the innate treasure, the Tai Chi map. Awesome. This is called brotherhood. The triplet Tai Chi map. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Laozi's expressions darkened. They both cursed Tong Tian for spouting nonsense in their hearts. Who wants the same magic treasure as you triplets? Immediately, Tong Tian burst into laughter again. Do you think I will open the heavenly yellow treasure pagoda again? Kik. Ahem. It was Laozi's cough. That murderous glare instantly made Tong Tian's laughter screech to a halt, hurriedly changing his words. Yes. The heavenly Linglong treasure pagoda. Cough. It was Yuanshi's cough. Unfortunately, Tong Tian ignored Yuanshi and walked in to put away the Tai Chi map, not looking back. And Yuanshi clenched his fist. Then Laozi patted Yuanshi on the shoulder, comforting him. Second brother. Third brother is just a bit crazy, don't take him too seriously. We are brothers. Is it not normal for magic treasures to be triplets? Yuanshi nodded in agreement, but inwardly, he cursed Laozi. I'll go to your mother, Laozi. How could you make me change the heavenly yellow treasure pagoda to the heavenly Linglong treasure pagoda? You are the double standard king. Only you are allowed to domineeringly use that tower name and not let me use it. You just can't stand what I do. Tong Tian returned to the shop, continuing to open. Seeing that Hongjun was still unboxing madly, he couldn't help but say, "Hongjun, my friend, unboxing is very important. It's not just about speed to get good results. You see me treating the blind box gently, like a mother caressing her baby, gentle, meticulous, caring." Sure enough, gentle, meticulous, caring. Suddenly the blind box exploded, bursting with light. Tong Tian's eyes widened. He was just acting pretentious out of spite for Hongjun, but unexpectedly, he opened an innate treasure. Bursting into laughter, Tong Tian laughed non-stop, holding the magical treasure high. Who else? Hongjun was dumbfounded. What? Is what Tong Tian said true? Did he really get it? So Hongyun's actions changed, becoming just like a mother treating a baby, opening. Persistence leads to victory. I am persistence. I am victory. Victory belongs to me. Persistence is me. I am seeing Hongjun muttering something. Tong Tian commented, "This kid is hopeless. Has he gone insane from unboxing?" Then, ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, he took the magical treasure and walked to the door. "Big brother, this is the heavenly yellow treasure pagoda. Everyone take a good look, haha. It's clear. It's not something I changed at will. I couldn't change it even if I wanted to. The tower's name is indeed the heavenly yellow treasure pagoda. Truly." The crowd's gaze turned to the tower body Tong Tian was pointing at. They all nodded. "It's true. It's really called the heavenly yellow treasure pagoda." His face was dark, blacker than coal. Laozi held back his anger, seeing Tong Tian being so ungrateful and opposing him. He did not dare to get angry, thus he spoke. "Where's the yellow energy?" Yuan sure fell silent, just watching the show, while Tong Tian laughed heartily. Maybe the yellow energy leaked out. The yellow energy doesn't necessarily stay in the pagoda all the time. Just like a tire may have air, it might also leak out. This explanation convinced the crowd, but Laozi clenched his fist, not saying anything. "Ye Kai, my friend, you say this innate treasure. The name right. What does it matter what it's called? You say whatever the innate treasure is called, just call it that. Magical treasures can have twins, triplets, and multiple births." Tong Tian said to Ye Kai, then put away the treasure and went back inside to continue opening. With a wry smile, Ye Kai said, "Magical treasures have spirits and naturally have their names. Everyone please don't blame me." After that, Tong Tian did not open anything else and left the store. Then Emperor Jun Tai and Kunping entered. Kunping shouted, "Ye Kai, my friend, although we had an unpleasant experience, we are strong. A mere descendant won't affect our business." Nodding, Ye Kai said loudly, "Kunping, my friend, you are the most righteous and generous person I have ever seen. No exceptions. Come recharge, let's charge. From now on we are friends." The two had their own schemes, understanding each other without words. "You come and go." The crowd thought they were as close as best friends. Only Yuan noticed a hint of cunning malice flashing in Kunping's eyes, which she captured, but she did not expose it. She thought to herself, "I should find a chance to remind Ye Hei to be wary of Kunping, this treacherous and sly little person. That's more like it, a harmonious appearance. Having one more friend means one more path." Dijun chuckled and said to Ye Kai, "Indeed." Ye Kai said the Kunping acted impulsively at the time. Now he has realized his mistake. From now on we are business partners, often collaborate. This is called a win-win cooperation. Taichi nodded vigorously, then took out a large sum of money, saying, "Ye Kai, my friend, I want to recharge. I want to recharge 80 billion. What? Seeing Taichi's extravagant display, Ye Kai, who was still laughing with Dijun and Kunping, suddenly felt breathless. He clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, "Taichi, my friend, it's coming right up. I will recharge it for you immediately." Without hesitation, he sorted the money, disregarding everything else, and quickly completed the recharge, handing the key to Taichi. With the Qiankuan bag in hand, Taichi hurried to the treasure area. "May the Dao ancestor bless my draw." He immediately started opening the blind box. His speed was astonishingly fast, faster than that red cloud fellow. In an instant, the two were competing with each other fiercely. Scrub-a-dub-dub. "Oh, scrub." Taichi suddenly stood up and started various poses while humming, floating, and dancing as he opened the blind box. This scene left everyone outside the store dumbfounded. What? Is Taichi really that foolish? What is he pretending to be, a rich man? Dijun sighed bitterly and said to Ye Kai, "My friend, I will recharge 50 billion. As he counted the money, Ye Kai replied, "Dijun, my friend, is your brother really a fellow compatriot from the Sunstar? You look a bit different though." With a bitter smile, Dijun replied, "It might be due to malnutrition after birth. Actually, we were indeed hatched from the same egg. More real than gold. He is my biological brother." Quickly completing the recharge, Ye Kai said, "All right. It was I who spoke too much." Dijun then hurriedly left to the area of innate treasures blind boxes. He said to Taichi's second brother, "Mind your image." He started opening blind boxes himself. Suppressing his excitement, he took it seriously. Dijun opened a box while observing Red Cloud, noticing how gentle he was. He couldn't help but frown. He then couldn't resist speaking. Red Cloud, why are you so effeminate? Mind your image. Red Cloud suddenly froze, his expression turning as cold as ice, and he coldly, if you keep talking no one will remember your parents are dead. How I choose to live is my own business. What does it have? Mind your own business, and take care of how your parents raised you to spew such nonsense. Dijun's face turned stern, deeper than an abyss. I want to kill him, but since this is a snack shop, I held back my anger. Taichi, however, was unsatisfied, landing on the ground, opening the blind box, and angrily scolding Red Cloud, you arrogant brat. You little rainbow brat. What kind of lineage do you have to dare insult my brother? Do you believe that once you leave the Zixiao Palace you won't even last a meter before you die? Try insulting me again, rainbow brat. As the first cloud of innate auspiciousness, Red Cloud did not expect Taichi to humiliate him so, and he immediately lashed out. Two scraggly birds. Are you noble? You are merely parasites of the Sun Star. Bah, what a joke. You think you can stand beside me here? He stormed a few steps away, showing a disgusted expression. While opening the blind box, Red Cloud kept a safe distance from Taichi and the others. At this moment, Kunpeng had already approached, and Ye Kai had recharged for him. Ye Kai then went to the door to chat with Hoodoo. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestors of sorcery gathered at the entrance waiting, because they wanted to enter the snack shop as soon as possible, so they cut in line. This made Xinyuanzi Mingi and Shihi very displeased, but with the 12 ancestors being so many, the others couldn't argue with them. Dijiang directly said, we 12 will enter the shop together, not one by one. This made everyone feel better, no longer fixating on the issue of cutting in line. My friend, aren't you worried they might ruin your shop? Glancing inside, he noticed Kunpeng and the others arguing with Red Cloud, who was glaring at Ye Kai. They're 3 against 1. Red Cloud has probably run out of insults. Zhurong said coldly, this Red Cloud truly has a foul mouth. He often insults others' entire families and their parents. Anyone would be angry in such a situation. Gong Gong nodded, although we can't stand those scraggly birds. When it comes to insults, Red Cloud indeed has the foulest mouth. His insults are too harsh. The other ancestors of sorcery nodded in agreement. Ye Kai chuckled, how they choose to speak is their own matter, their mouths are theirs, and I have no say in who they insult. As long as they don't smash the shelves or disturb the items in the store, they can argue all they want. Besides, this is a sage's dojo, they wouldn't dare go too far. They won't be too reckless. Of course I have ways to handle them. They wouldn't dare act up. His eyes sparkled with dazzling spiritual light as he looked at Hutu, sweeping his gaze across the ancestors. Ye Kai said meaningfully, everyone. Are you interested in the complete set of Pangu? 4 brain supplement, kidney blood, waste, wisdom, everything you, especially Pangus essence blood. You must need it a lot. I can guess that much. And Pangus, primordial spirit. I believe you have come to the right person. Indeed, I can open these items. Surprised. Unexpected. Immediately the ancestors of sorcery exchanged glances, reaching a it was still Hutu who should take the lead. After all, the money was controlled by Hutu. My friend. Who knows? With a slight smile, not admitting it, but it was obvious Hutu smiled. Boom. Kunpeng opened it. The source of light exploded from the blind box. In an instant, everyone was shocked, left dumbfounded, and Kunpeng burst into laughter. Ha ha. I opened it. I opened it. Uh-huh. He ran wildly, holding the glowing blind box and spinning around, even dancing around the shelves. Kunpeng was delighted, lost in the world of dancing, soon crashing into Red Cloud. Red Cloud stood up angrily, pointing at Kunpeng and shouting, Dogfish Pang. You dare to mock me. He swung his hand, wanting to strike Kunpeng. At that moment, Ye Kai shouted loudly, stop it. If a real fight broke out, it would be hard to settle. Thus Red Cloud realized and withdrew his hand. Continuing to open the blind box, he glared fiercely at Kunpeng, coldly mocking, Humph. Don't get too proud. Once we leave the Zixiao Palace, I will smash you with money. Ha! A mere clown. Who do you think you are scaring? I possess a congenital treasure now. Ha! Who do I fear? With the congenital treasure in hand, Kunpeng was overjoyed, displaying disdain towards Hongyun's provocation and threat. However, as he carefully examined the magical item, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? This? What is happening? Upon realizing, he leaped up in fury, pointing at Kunpeng's magical artifact, exclaiming, what? The Chaos Bell. How is that possible? Even Dijun couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with astonishment. This? It's astonishing. It's actually the congenital treasure, the Chaos Bell. Exactly the same as Tai's Chaos Bell. Suppressing his shock, Tai tentatively said, Kunpeng. Why not change its name? This can't be a twin Chaos Bell. Kunpeng shouted loudly, impossible. The name of the magical artifact is its name. How can it be changed randomly? The name cannot be altered. This treasure is the congenital treasure, the Chaos Bell. Tai, with a bitter face, was very dissatisfied, but it was futile. What the other party is called doesn't obstruct anyone. So everyone continued to open blind boxes. Boom. Just opened and hit it. It was Dijun who opened it. and just as Kunping was about to put away the chaos bell, he discovered that Dijuan also had a chaos bell and immediately froze. Swallowing hard, Kunping's hands trembled, and he burst into laughter, saying, "Dijuan, my friend. What? How do you also have a chaos bell?" Ha ha ha. Suddenly Tai looked up at the sky in silence. "Who has my chaos bell?" offended. "Whoa." Dijuan walked over holding the chaos bell and patted Tai's shoulder, saying, "Little brother, be consoled. This is fate. The chaos bell might be a triplet. Don't be troubled. The more congenital treasures we have, the stronger we become. What do you say?" Hearing Dijuan's comforting words, Tai felt better inside, nodded, and thought it through, then said loudly, "Brother, Kunping, let's form a Quasi-Saint Chaos Bell army together. Let's sweep through the primordial chaos." Upon hearing this, Dijuan and Kunping exchanged glances and put away their chaos bells, continuing to open blind boxes. Outside the store, everyone was numb. Then they discussed and expressed their opinions. This way a pattern emerges. The magical artifacts are not unique. They must exist in batches. So in the future, recognizing people through recognizing magical artifacts won't work. We can only recognize people and then recognize the magical artifacts. To avoid mistaking the wrong person. If you find the wrong partner, end up on the wrong cloud bed with a green top. After seeing this scene, Hoda said, "Yikai, do you think Hongjun can open a congenital treasure?" She and the other ancestral witches naturally did not wish for Dijuan and others to open so many congenital treasures. They had no good feelings towards Dijuan and the others. It seems both sides harbor hostility towards each other. Looking at Hongjun in the store, Yikai squinted and said, "I don't know. After all, Hongjun is rather unlucky. He is simply a good-natured person, yet annoying. His words are not very civilized. He loves to speak the truth, but it often sounds unpleasant. It won't work. I don't know if he can open it." Sure enough, Hongjun opened until the end, and got nothing. With a troubled frown, his face turned into that of a bitter melon. He walked out of the store. "Ah, heaven, you are unfair. Whoa, all the money went down the drain. I refuse to accept this." Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi came over and patted Hongyun's shoulder, saying, "Little brother, mind your mouth, and you will have good fortune." Sigh. Feeling a blockage in his heart, unable to vent his anger, Hongjun immediately felt defeated, squatting on the ground, not wanting to look at Jin Yuanzi drawing circles, not knowing who to curse. And among Dijuan and the other three, aside from Dijuan Kunping, hitting on one congenital treasure, they didn't get anything else. After using up their chances, they left the store, each with a flush of excitement. But Tai was downcast. It was only thanks to Dijuan constantly comforting his disappointment that he felt a bit better. Everyone sighed in their hearts indeed. There are times when one doesn't win. It's not guaranteed that entering the store will yield something. Everyone opened blind boxes. The key lies in mental quality. Not winning is common. Winning is a fortunate event. Regardless, the important thing is participation. Winning or losing is not important. What matters is having fun. Yikai guided everyone, and they all pondered, lost in confusion, with various expressions. Then Hodo entered the store, and the other ancestral witches were very sensible, waiting outside. After all, too many people can complicate matters. It's better to let a quiet atmosphere allow Hodo to perform. This is the structure. The witch clan values unity. Friend, among you, you seem the youngest, yet you seem to be the leader. Yikai was recharging while asking. The money he pulled out was substantial. A lot. Without calling out the price, Hodo wouldn't either. She was inside the store letting Yikai count. She said, "Knowing too much is actually not a good thing." With a cold snort, Yikai said, "What? Are you threatening me?" Hodo, brother too. "Do you think I, the emperor, fear the witch clan? I once opened the heavens with Pangu, who is your father." Then with a dark expression, Hoda's cold gaze fixed on Yikai, her delicate fist clenched tightly. And Yikai quickly made his calculation, saying, "A total of 30 trillion. His gaze towards Hodo turned fiery, filled with provocation and teasing as he said, "Rich lady, would you like to raise me? How much dowry does your witch clan provide?" "What? Dowry?" This Yikai is too bold, saying anything he wants. Hodo with a cold face took the blind box key and said, "More than you can imagine. By the way, how much is your bride price?" With a chuckle, Yikai said, "Countless congenital treasures till your hands cramp. The primordial purple energy is yours to take. The complete set of Pangu is just ordinary rations. Do you think my bride price is high?" Doubting, not believing it's impossible, he must be boasting. Hodo reacted to Yikai, feeling that he was talking nonsense, so she shook her head and said, "I don't believe you. I find it hard to believe you. I am too lazy to waste words with you. Are you coming?" Implicitly, Hodo asked Yikai, her eyes indicating, "Do you want to watch me open it?" "I am too lazy to waste words with you. Are you coming?" Implicitly, Hodo asked Yikai, her eyes indicating, "You guys are missing the complete set of Pangu, and you're lacking in techniques. Why not try some techniques? I know you don't lack magical artifacts. However, if you walk the path of slaying 3 corpses, you'll need congenital treasures to do it right." "No, Our witch clan's greatest strength is the Dao and body refinement. They arrived at the shelf of the complete set of Pangu blind boxes. Then she picked up a blind box and opened it. Boom. What? Ye Kai's pupils shrank at this moment. The first time opening, and she hit it. Her gaze was intensely focused on Hodo. Yet Hodo's expression remained calm, showing no laughter or any emotional fluctuation from hitting it. Outside the store, many ancestral witches were overjoyed. Aha! Good. Hutu is awesome. As expected of the little sister. So easily obtained. She grabbed it with blood dripping from her hand. It turned out to be Pangu's essence blood. Well done. The other powerful beings sneered in their hearts. All believed that Hutu was lucky. Boom. The second one Hoda hit again. Those powerful beings were all stirred up, shocked. They could no longer sit still, whispering among themselves. All were shaken. What? How is this possible? Again, it's Pangu's essence blood. How much has this Pangu lost blood? Or how much has he been drained? So much Pangu's essence blood. A wave has not settled down before another rises. Sure enough, the third blind box opened. Fourth, fifth, sixth, numb. Everyone was paralyzed, trembling all over and unable to stand, eventually squatting down and sitting on. Incredible. I'm exhausted from shock. This back soil is terrifying. It actually opened continue. I've hit it 129600 times. In other words, the back soil has opened 129600 drops of Pangu's essence blood. Leaning against the wall, my hands trembled with excitement. It's Ye Kai, he's not exhausted, he's exhilarated. Because the back soil opened Pangu's essence blood, Ye Kai received it simultaneously. This means he obtained 129600 drops of Pangu's essence blood. Silently mourning for Pangu in his heart, oh great Pangu. I hope you did not die from excessive blood loss. How many systems are imprisoning you, or are they keeping you locked up as a lab rat to draw blood? Your blood is so abundant. Thank you. Afterward, the back soil received this essence blood from Pangu, but realized it couldn't open anymore. She recalled Ye Kai's words. Consider the techniques. Does the witch clan lack techniques? Yes. So the back soil left here and headed for the technique area. Ye Kai followed. Without saying a word, he opened again, continuing to check blind boxes. No match. At the last moment, a bright light burst forth. What is it? Ye Kai looked closely at the book. Could it be 9 turns? Mystic art. He remembered that many in the primordial era the witch clan practiced this body refining technique. Unfortunately, it was too weak. Soon he noticed it was indeed 9 turns, but not 9 turns mystic art. Ye Kai murmured 9 turns chaos art. What kind of technique is this? Why have I never heard of it? However, he also has it. With this, the back soil obtained the technique, and he also received it simultaneously. He checked in his mind. Ye Kai was no longer calm. Because the 9 turns chaos art is divided into 9 realms. Purely body refining, enhancing the ultimate strength of the physical body, far superior to the previous indestructible golden body art. Once perfected, the physical body becomes immortal and indestructible, impervious to all laws. First turn golden immortal, second turn Tai golden immortal, third turn great Luo golden immortal, fourth turn quasi-saint, primordial golden immortal, fifth turn primordial saint, primordial great Luo golden immortal, sixth turn chaos great Luo golden immortal heavenly Dao, seventh turn Hongmeng great Luo golden immortal great Dao, eighth turn unknown, ninth turn unknown. However, this body refining technique also requires a strong divine soul to support it, which can only be Pangu's divine soul. Immediately he took a quick look and was astonished. Endless waves surged in his heart. It was too precious. The back soil quickly put it away. Then, bidding farewell to Ye Kai, she exited the snack shop. Many ancestor witches surrounded her. Before they could speak, the back soil said, "Let's go. Immediately we must return to the Pangu temple on Buzhou Mountain. Can't wait, get in the car." Seeing the back soil's serious and cautious demeanor, Di Jiang and the others quickly protected her and immediately set off, leaving the Zixiao palace. Departure. Everyone exchanged glances. What? Is it just that they opened a little more Pangu's essence blood? Is this necessary to make such a fuss about? As for what techniques were opened, everyone lost interest. After all, everyone in the world is optimistic about the method of slaying the 3 corpses. Watching the 12 ancestor witches leave, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu also left together. The 3 clear ones of Pangu looked at each other and also departed. Dijun Tai Yi and Kuan Peng also left. Each had their gains and needed to return to consolidate their cultivation. Staying here is not practical. As for Nuwa and Fushi, they exchanged glances, and Fushi said, "Sister, let's go. Why don't you try opening a few? Perhaps you can get an innate treasure." Fushi shook his head, sigh. Hongjun opened so many times and didn't hit once. This shows that luck is essential when opening blind boxes. It's not guaranteed just by going. Let's go. We should first return to the dojo to consolidate our strength. Digest the Saint's Law. Thus Niwa being pulled by Fushi looked reluctantly towards Ye Kai's direction only to see Ye Kai entertaining Zhen Yuanzi, not even glancing at her, and immediately, she coldly snorted and left with Fushi. Ye Kai secretly glanced in the direction of Niwa's departure, muttering in his heart, "Go away. Just go further away. Stop staring at me while looking at beauties. It's really annoying. I just recharged Jin Yuanzi. 200 billion. Recharged the underworld river. 100 billion. For Jane and Zhuanti, a total of 2. Indeed, it's 2 pieces of top-notch innate spiritual treasures. All my assets. No choice, I'm poor." This made Jane and Zhuanti look towards the eastern continent. Eastern land is flowing with riches. I must go to the eastern continent to plunder. Half an hour passed. The underworld river left the Zixiao palace with a bitter face, sighing, having not hit even one. Next, Jin Yuanzi walked out with a crying face. All his efforts were in vain. Hongjun stepped forward to comfort him. "Brother, did the clear wind and bright moon die? What's with that expression? Cheer up a bit." "Ha ha." Saying this, he laughed. This made Jin Yuanzi speechless, rolling his eyes at Hongjun, and left. Chasing from behind, Hongjun shouted, "Brother, I want to eat your ginseng fruit. Don't leave so quickly." Scram. Meanwhile, Jane and Zhuanti walked out laughing, bursting into laughter with orchid-like smiles on their faces. Holding high. Innate treasure. What? Innate treasure merit golden lotus. And there are 2 of them. These 2 guys. Did they hit the jackpot? They recharged just 2 and got it. Oh my god. Comparisons can be infuriating. Showing off, Jane and Zhuanti walked out of the Zixiao palace under everyone's gaze. How proud they are. So refreshing. It feels so good. Therefore, Ye Kai simply opened it all, allowing everyone to recharge a total of 500 billion. So many people, probably around 300 billion guests in the Zixiao palace, only added up to 500 billion. Sigh. Ye Kai was speechless. This was not about letting these people into the store, but Ye Kai took out the blind boxes for everyone to open themselves. As a result, with so many people, only one person hit. Ha ha ha. I, the mosquito Taoist, am taking off. Tiger, tiger, tiger. After a wild laugh, he left the mosquito Taoist soaring through the chaos sea with the innate treasure merit golden lotus above his head. Sigh. This mosquito hit the jackpot. Unexpectedly, like Jane and Zhuanti, he also opened the innate treasure merit golden lotus. So envious. It's a pity we have no fate with it. We'll have to save more money next time, and go to Ye Kai to open blind boxes. I must save money. To open blind boxes? Envious, very envious, those strong ones all left. Ye Kai packed up the snack shop, seeing Shi He and Changshi coming. He spoke, "Ladies, why didn't you recharge just now? I thought you weren't going to open. Just now there were too many people, it was inconvenient. Could you please come to the Tying Star? We didn't bring money when we went out, we left it at home. So can you go? We promised to recharge a lot." Nodding in agreement, she said yes. "Ye Kai, if you go, we will treat you to see the laurel tree. We have a lot of money. More than the ancestor witches." "What? More than the witch clans recharged this time?" This sentence made Ye Kai's heart stir, so he quickly whispered, "Ah, let's go. We must go." The 2 ladies invited, how can I disappoint their beautiful intentions? Immediately the 3 left the Zixiao palace, exited the Chaos Sea, and headed towards the Tying Star in the starry sky. Arriving at the Tying Star, thinking he must have seen it wrong, Ye Kai swallowed hard, gasping deeply as he gazed at the endless desolation, the vast and boundless surface of the moon, and stars everywhere, yellow sand, a hard-skinned surface, uneven and rugged, with towering super mountains stretching endlessly. Impossible to see the end. It was so immense, unimaginably larger than the universe where Earth resided. Even with Ye Kai's early-stage quasi-saint strength, he couldn't comprehend just how vast the Tying Star truly was. It made sense when he thought about it. Legend has it that the Tying Star is transformed from the right eye of the Pangu deity. Just how large is the eye of a deity? It's unimaginable. Is this it? Pointing at the desolate and uninhabited environment, Ye Kai's excitement abruptly hit the brakes. It was so cold, so sad, how he wished to leave. He exclaimed, Changshi, are you doing this on purpose? Deliberately setting me up? This is too desolate. It's simply a godforsaken place. Even the poorest rural areas are better than this. What have you done to me? He initially thought the Tying Star would be rich in resources, a place where talents gathered, where even if there weren't many people, there would at least be piles of supreme innate treasures, or bursting with exposed veins of minerals overflowing with wealth. In the end, things took a turn for the worse. This place was so trashy. I want to leave. Not a moment longer. Suddenly, he glanced slyly, stepped forward, and abruptly wrapped her right arm around Ye Kai's robust left arm, teasingly, causing Ye Kai's heart to race, secretly thinking the materials were good. Gazing up at the countless stars overhead, as numerous as grains of sand in the Ganges, he felt a sense of smoothness. Bare and glossy, Ye Kai immediately said, although it's desolate, it should signify something. Perhaps there are hidden mysteries. Not to be outdone Chang, she sidled up to Yi Kai's right side, speaking in a teasing manner. Yi Kai, I see you have 12-pack abs. You are strong. You must be very capable at work. Don't let the desolation of the Tying Star fool you don't know. Occasionally volcanic eruptions, sandstorms, and super hurricanes occur, always bringing forth some wealth. Those are supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Just think about the wealth waiting to be harvested. As they walked He and Chang, she pulled Yi Kai along, making him feel extremely pleased. Truly flanked by beauties. What a winner in life. These sisters are so warm and passionate. It doesn't seem too bad. This treatment for a noble guest is exceptional. Soon, the three of them entered the defensive barrier of the Tying Star. Instantly, it was just as desolate. There was nothing at all. This made Yi Kai want to leave. Although these two sisters used their charms, he still felt that this place was too poor. Is there really that much wealth here? Holding on to skepticism, they walked to the laurel tree, the core area of the Tying Star. Where do you usually sleep? Where do you meditate and cultivate? Yi Kai observed the surroundings, finding not a single place to stay, only a tree. How could people live here? He and Chang, she approached the laurel tree, touching the leaves, plucking a few, and playing with them. He tossed the leaves aside and said, we meditate, cultivate, and sleep in the tree. Is there a problem? What? How could such beautiful beings sleep in the wilderness? Yi Kai's mouth dropped open in shock. Seeing how lovely the sisters were, he couldn't bear it. Ladies, if not, I can help you build a palace. You would grant me half the ownership of the Tying Star. How about that? Upon hearing Yi Kai's words, he was overjoyed, exclaiming, Yi Kai, is it true? Can you really help me build a house? Just like the Zixiao Palace. Chang, she was excited. You can have the entire Tying Star. What? All of it? Yi Kai immediately shouted in agreement. Great. All of it. Are you sure? He and Chang, she exchanged glances and nodded. He happily said, for sure. The complete ownership of the Tying Star is yours, but of course the palace group near the laurel tree will belong to us sisters. The rest of the desolate lands will all be yours. Awesome. This is fantastic. Having acquired the rights to the Tying Star, Yi Kai burst out laughing. It was so effortlessly obtained. He maintained a calm demeanor, saying, leave it to me. I guarantee a one-ton replica of the Zixiao Palace. After saying this, Yi Kai summoned the chaos clock, the Taiji diagram, the heaven and earth, Honghuang Pagoda, the Mountain River Society map, the Qian Kuanding, and the Merit Golden Lotus. Not just one, but several of each innate treasure appeared in the void. Why are you both covering your mouths so often? What's wrong with me having a few more innate treasures? Seeing He and Chang, she suddenly covering their mouths, their eyes bulging with shock, Yi Kai added, don't be surprised. Do you think I'm going to do something to you? Don't sit on the ground. So timid. Why are you so shocked? Yi Kai suddenly smashed the chaos clock and the heaven and earth Honghuang Pagoda towards himself, then swiftly unleashed good intentions and obsessions. The two great Dao bodies quickly took form on two innate treasures, and in an instant an evil thought Dao body emerged, merging with the Honghuang Purple Qi, becoming one, transforming into flowing light that entered Yi Kai's main body. A beam of light shot out suddenly, not too large, and Yi Kai's imposing aura was instantly retracted. Oh no, why are you both lying on the ground? Chang, are you really that in awe of me? Why are you both lying on the ground? What kind of decorum is that? Seeing the two women's posture, Yi Kai quickly helped them up, saying, it's just a breakthrough. No need to be alarmed. After recovering from the shocking wave, he angrily pointed at Yi Kai. You bastard. What do you call this? A minor breakthrough. And you have so many innate treasures. I can't believe you. You actually broke through to the peak of Quasi Saint in one leap. You even have Honghuang Purple Qi. How many secrets do you really have? No, wait. You don't seem to be at the peak of Quasi Saint. You have achieved the unity of the three corpses. You are a saint. How can you become a saint without fortune or merit and still achieve it? This is impossible. Directly collapsing to the ground, Chang, she squeezed her legs together, twitching, while pointing at Yi Kai. Yi Kai, you are a saint. Is it really that easy to become a saint? Is this reasonable? It's not scientific. How did you do it? He was also curious, her curiosity overwhelming. Waving his hand to dismiss their questions, Yi Kai suddenly urged those innate treasures. What for? Naturally, to command them to work. Digging for materials. Transporting. Then lifting. The palace framework took shape. And then a massive palace was synthesized. 1, 2. The entire 3,000 palaces were completed. Still not satisfied. Therefore Yi Kai continued to carve. Constructing a gigantic square spanning 129600 light years. Boundless. Each brick was made from the finest innate spiritual treasures dug from the ground, truly countless, too many to count. This made Yi Kai burst into laughter. The interior of the Tying Star was filled with supreme innate spiritual treasures, as abundant as hair, immeasurable. He and Chang, she were truly talented for selling the Tying Star to him. Yi Kai, is there really that much wealth in the Tying Star? Realizing that the square and palace bricks were all made from supreme innate treasures, Shihi was eager. Could it be? You guessed correctly. Changshi also wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Ye Kai, who said, yes, you are both right. But remember this. Apart from the Taiyin Palace here, everything outside is my property, okay? You won't regret it. Facing Ye Kai's teasing gaze, Shihi blushed and said, who would regret it? We said it counts. But if you want to stay in the Taiyin Palace, you'll have to pay, right? Chang's eyes lit up as she said, 10 billion a day. What? Shocked, dumbfounded, Ye Kai's mouth gaped open. Stunned on the spot, while the laurel tree stood in the very core of the Taiyin Palace, he watched Shihi and Chang, she giggling, as they entered the Taiyin Palace. Ye Kai, are you coming? If you come, we can talk all night long about life. The voice of Shihi echoed from the palace complex to the plaza outside, stirring Ye Kai's heart. To go or not to go? I came here to make money. Ye Kai contemplated. The Taiyin Star is a property, and for a time it is a treasure trove. However, mining requires manpower and incurs high costs. Thus he abandoned the plan to mine the Taiyin Star and decided to lie back and earn money instead. Hence, gritting his teeth, he entered the palace complex. As long as it's about discussing life. All night. The prehistoric age is timeless. Ever since the first lecture at Zixiao Palace ended, everyone returned to their homes. Then they became fat and strong. In an instant, the Daoyuo golden immortals were everywhere, flying across the sky, and the Quasi Saints were equally plentiful everywhere. From then on, the prehistoric world entered a true Quasi Saint era. During this period, anyone who was not a Quasi Saint felt embarrassed to go out, embarrassed to call themselves a powerhouse. And for the sake of seizing resources, territories, money, and everything else, the prehistoric world fell into a long chaos of conflict and strife among various races. Everywhere there were disputes. You fight for me, I kill you, you kill me. Robbing and killing. It was so chaotic. Everything was in disarray. Robbing money was the most terrifying. As long as it was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, they would rob it. Although there were many such things in the prehistoric world, everyone was competing to accumulate this wealth. Moreover, they were all searching for money mines. Those celestial mines and spiritual mines originated from celestial veins and spiritual veins, and besides the good stuff, like celestial stones and spirit stones, many top-grade, innate spiritual treasures were hidden within. Thus the strong from each race scrambled for celestial veins and spiritual veins, as each of these veins could yield countless top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. This was also one of the reasons why the prehistoric world plunged into war. East Sea. Under Ao Guang's leadership, the entire East Sea Dragon clan surrendered to the Kunping clan. The Kunping ancestor, his face glowing red, became even more tyrannical with the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Ao Guang, I have long bestowed upon your clan the method to sever the 3 corpses. I hope you do not disappoint me. Without shedding blood, the East Sea Dragon clan was subdued, something the Kunping ancestor had anticipated. However, he sighed, lamenting that his eldest son died at the hands of Nuwa and Ye Kai, and swore, Ye Kai, wait for me, I will definitely destroy you sooner or later. Everything you have will belong to me. Huh? Yes, my lord. Trembling with fear, Ao Guang naturally dared not resist responding with trembling. He knelt on the sea with the entire dragon clan behind him, all Daoyuo golden immortals. Let's go. To the next one. The Kunping ancestor laughed loudly, transforming into a stream of light, with thousands of Kunping warriors following behind. Watching these figures disappear densely, Ao Guang finally stood up, his gaze complex but filled with shame. Thus he helplessly spoke, Sai. The Kunping clan is too overbearing. Unfortunately, my dragon clan lacks a Quasi Saint giant. Sai, what a pity. He was a Quasi Saint, but just an ordinary one. Moreover, the dragon clan was impoverished, lacking many top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Without enough magical treasures, they could not cultivate more Quasi Saints. As for the Daoyuo golden immortals, there were naturally many. But what use is that? This era belongs to the Quasi Saints. My king, our people went to investigate. It seems that in the prehistoric world, the Kunping clan is not the strongest. We heard that the East King and the West Queen are planning to gather many Quasi Saints. They seem to want to establish a power. Why not us? Someone suggested. Immediately, Ao Guang fell into deep thought, allowing the clansmen to rise and return first. He walked alone, contemplating. Could it be that the prehistoric world is changing again? Determined, he returned to the Dragon Palace. He summoned his think tank for discussion. In the end, they decided to remain inactive. After all, the Kunping clan wouldn't start a war to please the land anytime soon, competing for land and power. Moreover, it seems that the Kunping clan is aiming for the West Sea Dragon clan. The Sun Star. The Sun Palace has been established. Tai slammed the table in anger. Brother, don't you find this infuriating? This Kunping guy, ever since obtaining the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, has become so self-righteous. He has also grown cold towards us. We need to consolidate all powers, yet he only focuses on the Kunping clan. Oh, what a despicable, short-sighted creature. What waves can a mere Kunping clan stir up? We might as well establish the Supreme Demon Clan together. The Demon Clan, according to Emperor Jun's vision, was to integrate all races in the prehistoric world. Unfortunately, this plan was too grand to implement. They simply lacked people, lacking a leader, partners. The Kunping won't join forces. Then let's wait and see. Shaking his head deep in thought, Emperor Jun spoke. For now, let the Supreme Demon Clan rest. Our current power is thin. The Sun Star only has the two of us as deities. Thus, we need to go to the prehistoric world and recruit more races and strong beings. After hesitating, Tai had no choice. Alright, it can only be this way. I heard that the East King and the West Queen are consolidating their power, inviting many races. Oh, what do they want to do? Emperor Jun said, they should be looking to establish a force. Why not we invite Fuxi and Nuwa to see if we can investigate this matter together? Nodding, Tai said that currently we are all at the early stage of quiescence. We are not afraid to travel through the prehistoric world. Compromising. Moreover, they used the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, for severing corpses. As for Emperor Jun's Hichu and Luoshu, it was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure that he despised and tossed into a corner of the Sun Star, considering it trash. It's not as good as the innate supreme treasure. Thus the two set off from the Sun Star, heading to Fengwu Mountain. Upon arrival, Fuxi warmly welcomed them, and Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged fierce glances, showing a hint of waves. Fellow Taoists, don't be surprised. This is the innate supreme treasure, the Hongmeng Ding, given to me by Nuwa. Taking out the large cauldron and laughing aloud, Fuxi continued as he led Emperor Jun and Tai into the Dao Hall. I was lucky to break through to the early stage of quiescence. Immediately, Emperor Jun and Tai couldn't help but smile faintly. In their hearts, they thought having a good sister is winning without effort. Yet Nuwa wore a bitter expression upon seeing Emperor Jun and Tai enter the Dao Palace. She offered a greeting. Nuwa thought, sigh. It's all tears. Speaking too much brings tears. The Hongmeng Ding she gave to Fuxi. As long as Fuxi pursued the matter of stealing money. So annoying. In the end, Nuwa, with tears in her eyes, gave the Hongmeng Ding to Fuxi. Thus, at this moment, Fuxi was at the early stage of quiescence. While Nuwa remained at the early stage of quiescence, she transformed into the map of mountains and rivers to entrust her Dao body. After all, Fuxi is her own brother. She must take care of him. Nuwa was the first to speak. Why have you both come? What is your purpose? Fuxi was also curious. Seeing Nuwa's unfriendly gaze, Emperor Jun smiled bitterly, then said, Fellow Taoists, why not travel together through the prehistoric world, to see if we can find any innate supreme treasures, or to see what tricks the East King and the West Queen are. After a moment of silence, Nuwa thought to herself, where has that Yi Kai fellow gone? He hasn't shown up after all these years. Fuxi nodded, great idea. Let's go. He gave Nuwa a look. Nuwa, helpless, could only agree. After all, she couldn't stay in the Dao Hall every day, or she would get bored to death. Emperor Jun and Tai were overjoyed. The four set out from the Dao Hall, traveling together. Soon after, suddenly, they arrived at a lake. The environment here is beautiful, but it's not simple. Look, what is that? In the center of the lake, with astonishment in their eyes, Nuwa pointed from the shore at the shimmering green light in the lake, bursting forth into the void, resplendent and mysterious. What? It's a lotus pedestal. Fuxi was overjoyed and immediately looked at Emperor Jun and Tai, saying, why not each rely on your own abilities? Whoever arrives first gets it. Relying on fate. Suddenly Tai shot out. As soon as Fux's words fell, he took action. Instantly, Emperor Jun laughed loudly. Good. Great idea. Look for fate. The four transformed into streams of light at great speed, rushing toward the center of the lake. Suddenly, countless black rays of light burst forth from the surface of the lake. Bold, which demon dares to covet our clan's supreme treasure? At the forefront was an enormous creature circling above the lake. Behind him were many strong beings, all his kin. What? Fuxi and others were shocked. How can the Xuanwu clan be here? Quiescence. They are all quiescents. However, upon closer inspection, those Xuanwu were black, not the original kind. It was said that the Xuanwu clan was destroyed by the Kunping clan. Oh, why are there still Xuanwu here? Emperor Jun was also curious. These Xuanwu seemed to be tainted by demonic energy. He looked at the leading Xuanwu and spoke. Sir, it seems this lotus pedestal does not belong to your clan. This lake is not your clan's territory either. Isn't your Xuanwu clan in the northern continent or the northern sea? This is clearly the eastern continent. What you claim as a treasure belongs to your clan. I do not believe it. Before Emperor Jun could finish speaking, Tai roared loudly, rushing forward. This treasure is fated to be mine. It belongs to me, Tai. Instantly, the Xuanwu clan leader was furious and shouted, bold ant. Stop him. Thousands of Xuanwu quiescents erupted from the lake, charging at Tai. Ant. If you dare approach, you will die. We are many. Kill him. He possesses the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. He is Tai, and he is Emperor Jun. Suddenly transformed into a three-legged golden crow, the true fire of the sun burst forth, incinerating all steam, turning into a vast fog, shrouding the lake. Tai activated the Chaos Bell, smashing down massive Xuanwu, burning them to ashes. The cries of the Xuanwu clan's strong ones echoed as they were attacked by the true fire of the sun and the Chaos Bell. It was merciless. Emperor Jun, Fushi, and Nuwa all joined the fray, activating their respective innate supreme treasures. Charging forward. A mere Xuanwu, what does it matter if you are many? You are just ordinary quasi-saints. Everyone hold them off. Nuwa slipped away, letting Emperor Jun, Tai, and Fushi hold back the Xuanwu clan's quasi-saints. What? Emperor Jun and the others were stunned, witnessing Nuwa slip past, racing towards the center of the lake, while blocking the strong Xuanwu. While gazing at the huge lotus pedestal, the lotus pedestal floated in midair, radiating light, vibrant and sacred, as if it could not be violated. You won't last long. You will surely die. The Xuanwu clan leader shouted, feeling very anxious. The Xuanwu clan are survivors who escaped here. They never expected there would be an innate supreme treasure in this lake, so they waited for the lotus pedestal to mature to seize it. Boom. There were simply too many quasi-saints swarming like locusts. Although Emperor Jun and the others killed some, they could not kill them all. The Xuanwu clan would exhaust them. The battle was brutal, staining the lake's surface red, turning the water crimson. Corpses of Xuanwu floated everywhere like a hellish purgatory, a scene of devastation. Soon, originally victory was in sight, and as Nuwa approached the lotus platform, she was overjoyed, but suddenly activated her treasure to block that earth-shattering strike. Let her be shot back into the lake. It stirred up towering waves. Sister. Fushi was in a panic, his expression changing dramatically. Unfortunately, he was entangled by the powerful warriors of the Xuanwu tribe, unable to escape. Who? Jun and Tai were also unable to support Nuwa. They could only watch as Nuwa was struck down. The three of them were all engaged in battle against the quasi-saint powerful beings of the Xuanwu tribe. Fighting while retreating, they were getting farther away from the center of the lake. Quick retreat to the shore. However, some strong warriors of the Xuanwu tribe had already reached the center of the lake, and at that moment the one who struck down Nuwa revealed himself. Ha ha ha, what a lively scene here. How dare a mere quasi-saint in the early stage covet a congenital supreme treasure? Looking at the figure high above emerging in the void, the submerged Nuwa's expression turned to one of fear, glaring fiercely as she shot back, suspended in the air, confronting him from a distance. Dong Wang Gong. What do you want? This treasure was discovered by us first. It should belong to us. What? It's actually Jun and the others were all astonished. They were shocked. How is this possible? He is in the midstage of quasi-saint. After all, he possesses the congenital supreme treasures, Qiankuan Ding and Qiankuan Circle. This proves he is a mid-stage quasi-saint, which is very normal. How infuriating. He actually set his sights on this treasure. What should we do? Jun, the three of them were fighting while discussing. The Xuanwu tribe's leader was furious. Dong Wang Gong. How dare you? This is our clan's treasure. How dare you snatch it? There are more of us. Ignoring Nuwa's inquiry, Dong Wang Gong burst into laughter. More of you. So what? Do you think you can win by numbers? Old man, you are too naive. Do you think your numbers are your advantage? You are mistaken. Then looking towards the other shore, Dong Wang Gong shouted. Shi Wang Mu and all others. Suddenly, they moved. Countless figures appeared. So many, more than hair, gathering on Dong Wang Gong's side. The void was filled with quasi-saints. What? You. Everyone stopped. The powerful warriors of the Xuanwu tribe were dumbfounded, and the leader of the Xuanwu tribe also halted, his expression grim, as he looked at those quasi-saints. There were too many. If they were 300 trillion, then Dong Wang Gong's numbers would be 900 times that. They couldn't fight back. The opposing numbers were overwhelming. Xuanwu, how do you want to die now? Standing beside Dong Wang Gong was Shi Wang Mu, who spoke, her gaze cold, revealing a heavenly appearance, a human form spanning heaven and earth, questioning the leader of the Xuanwu tribe. Kneel down. Or die. Do you still dare to covet the treasure? In fact, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu had long arrived, but seeing that the lotus platform was not yet mature, they held back and hid on one side of the lake, observing carefully and waiting patiently. They never expected to intrude on Nuwa and the others. Jun and Tai smiled bitterly. Fushi then went to grab Nuwa, standing to the side. After all, there were too many people on Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu's side, and they didn't dare to act rashly. We dare not. We do not dare. The leader of the Xuanwu tribe immediately knelt down, trembling. Those tribesmen, unable to do anything, also knelt down on the lake's surface. At that moment, Dong Wang Gong gave a furious order. Leave none alive. What? The Xuanwu tribe's powerful warriors were alarmed. Their eyes filled with fear. You can't. We do not accept this. Shouting angrily, the leader of the Xuanwu tribe saw that those under Dong Wang had already made their move, ruthless and merciless, killing Xuanwu powerful warriors. Suddenly furious, tribesmen, let's fight them. Kill. If we can kill one, that's one less. Then, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Taking advantage of their numerical superiority, Dong Wang and Shi Wangmu witnessed it all, watching as their people slaughtered the Xuanwu powerful warriors, wiping them out completely. This is the Quasisane army. Terrifying indeed. The more people there are, the more frightening it becomes. Witnessing this brutal scene as the slaughter continued, Nuwa was dumbfounded. The Quasisane army is even more terrifying than the Honghuang Golden Immortals. They are simply demons. Fushi couldn't help but whisper, sister. Wait, don't mention anything about the Lotus Platform treasure. We can't fight them. Don't say anything rash. Dijun and Tai couldn't help but nod. They gasped in cold air. Seeing that many Quasisanes had taken down those from the Xuanwu tribe, they regrouped. Dong Wang looked at Shi Wangmu and asked, Dao friend, what should we do with the Lotus Platform? What? The Lotus Platform? Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Where is the Lotus Platform in the center of the lake? It disappeared. Even Shi Wangmu shouted, Who? Who exactly stole the Lotus Platform? It vanished without a trace, the cooked duck flying away. Those Quasisanes were stunned. Their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. Who could have taken the Lotus Platform right under the noses of Dong Wang and Shi Wangmu? Who is it? Even Dijun and the others couldn't help but gasp in cold air. Who did this? At this moment, in the center of the lake, the Lotus Platform was indeed gone, leaving only a trace of light and residue. Damn it, you rat. Come out. Roaring loudly, Dong Wang shouted in all directions, furious, shaking the air, but no one responded. Shi Wangmu's gaze was sharp as a sword, piercing in all directions, but found no abnormalities. Could it be a saint? Upon hearing this, Dong Wang shivered all over, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. Saints are... How could they covet a mere congenital supreme treasure? Don't speak carelessly, Shi Wangmu. Then Shi Wangmu shuddered, secretly muttering, Indeed. How could a saint covet this trivial Lotus Platform? What a pity. This is the innate supreme treasure, the transformative green lotus. Alas, such a pity for this treasure. Thus Shi Wangmu looked at Nuwa and said, Dao friend, why not join us? We have gathered many Quasisanes now. We plan to establish an immortal dynasty. What? An immortal dynasty? That gathers fortune. Nuwa was immediately tempted, looking at Fushi, who shook his head. She fell silent. With a grim face, a hint of fierceness flashed in Dong Wang's eyes as he looked at the corpses of the Xuanwu in the lake, saying fiercely, These Quasisane Xuanwu are unaware of their own death. They truly are clueless, daring to resist us. This is simply seeking their own death. As soon as these words were spoken, Dijun and Tai-Yi's eyes met in shock, looking at each other. Thus Dijun spoke, Dong Wang, we brothers have been looking for you. We especially want to join you. Since we can't win, let's join. Suddenly Fux's eyes lit up as he hurriedly clasped his hands. Dong Wang Dao friend, Shi Wangmu Dao friend. We siblings are also here to seek refuge with you alongside Dijun and Tai-Yi. Please take us in. The fate of the Xuanwu tribe serves as a living example. To resist now is to die. It's better to join first. We can make plans later. This was Fux's compromise. Then Shi Wangmu laughed heartily. Good. Very good. With the addition of 4 strong individuals, our establishment of the immortal dynasty will be like adding wings to a tiger. Dong Wang clapped his hands. Excellent. Thus Dong Wang and the others returned. They stayed in the western Kunlun for a while. Then they headed to the Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain is vast, with the Witch tribe occupying only a small part of it. There are still many unoccupied places. Therefore Dong Wang and Shi Wangmu gathered countless strong individuals here. They were all Quasisanes. I, Shi Wangmu, the leader of the female immortals, declare today at Buzhou Mountain. I, Dong Wang, the leader of the male immortals, declare today at Buzhou Mountain. Today we officially establish the immortal dynasty, named the Immortal Court Dynasty. All the many immortals of the primordial era are part of my immortal court. With the congenital supreme treasure Kunlun Mirror and Qiankuan Ding to suppress the fortune of the immortal dynasty, the immortal court is established. As soon as these words were spoken, they echoed across the sky of the primordial era. This declaration shocked the entire primordial era, sweeping across all directions. Numerous powerful beings and beings of the world were all discussing fervently. What? Have Dong Wang and Shi Wangmu gone mad? Are they establishing an immortal dynasty for fortune? But we are all Quasisanes. Why should we listen to them? Our clan is not part of the immortal court. We are free. It's impossible to join the immortal court. To hell with the immortal court. Joining the immortal court is great. I heard that the immortal court has a lot of money. There are wages. And you can become a Quasisane anytime. The immortal court. That's wonderful. As a loose cultivator, if I join, I will definitely receive certain resources, and breaking through to a higher realm of Quasi-Saint will be just around the corner. Some watched, some joined, some did not join. And the establishment of the Immortal Court stirred up a great wave in the Primordial era. The Immortal Court was established with a formal Quasi-Saint army. They began to occupy land, seize resources, vowing to unify the Primordial era, overpowering many tribes. And the Tian Star, the recently returned Yi Kai, was laughing uncontrollably. Just entered the Tian Palace, and neither Shi nor Chang Shi was around. Therefore Yi Kai left the palace complex and went to the square, but still did not see them. So he walked out of there, to the mining site. Sure enough, at that moment 2 female immortals dressed in white were mining. Inside the cave, in the deep mine, they were mining, occasionally bursting into laughter. They must have struck gold, looking at the piles of exquisite innate spiritual treasures scattered everywhere. Yi Kai entered the cave of Shi He and Chang Shi. He couldn't help but marvel at how abundant the mines were on Tian Star. Spirit veins and spiritual veins were everywhere, leading to abundant resources, including immortal stones and spirit stones, truly a treasure trove. These 2 crazy women, they are truly insane. Mining every day. Have they become addicted to it? As he walked, Yi Kai bitterly smiled and shook his head, realizing it was his influence that led them astray. Back then Yi Kai stayed in the Tian Palace for a long time. He ate and slept with them, and they had recharged a staggering 90 trillion in Yi Kai's snack shop. They had spent all their savings. They had unearthed an innate supreme treasure. All were moonlight treasure boxes. Later Yi Kai promised that as long as Shi He and Chang Shi mined, they would split the spoils 50-50. The 2 women naturally agreed. Thus Yi Kai demonstrated how to mine, opening up one mine after another, and then the 2 women went wild mining every day. Thinking about money made them crazy. How much have you 2 fairies mined? Seeing the 2 women desperately mining, Yi Kai smiled. It seems you've reaped quite a harvest. While continuously mining, occasionally unearthing tens of thousands of exquisite innate supreme treasures, Shi said to Yi Kai, "Old Yi, your mining skills are impressive. My sister and I find it very easy to mine now. It's truly like making money effortlessly." At this moment Shi was using the innate supreme treasure to carve a path, while she collected immortal stones and exquisite innate spiritual treasures, filling bags that she stacked by the cave wall, creating a mountain of them. You remember this, Yi? This is 50-50. You will regret it later. So much money. It is worth noting that Shi He and Chang Shi had accumulated 90 trillion over countless years on Tian Star only to spend it all. And now, wealth is surging, certainly even more, and according to Yi Kai's calculations, the exquisite innate spiritual treasures of Tian Star are truly beyond estimation. As long as you are happy. Yi Kai smiled. That said, do you really have to mine every day? Why not go back and sleep? She shook her head. Just you. You cowardly wimp. My sister and I have both shared a bed with you, yet you sigh. Even less than a beast. So disappointing, not daring to eat the tender meat delivered right to your door. With a cold disdain, Chang Shi revealed a contemptuous gaze, saying, Yi hate. Are you even a man? Why are you so hesitant? Indecisive? You are not manly at all. Truly a coward. Full of lust, but lacking courage. I spit. Having had physical intimacy, yet not breaking through to the championship. Yi Kai smiled bitterly, ignoring the 2 women's provocations, shaking his head and saying, Do you guys know? The Eastern King and the Western Queen have established the Immortal Court. What? The 2 women immediately stopped their work and ceased mining. They walked over, exiting the mine with Yi Kai. Upon arriving at the Tian Palace sleeping quarters, the 2 stripped off their dirty immortal robes in front of Yi Kai and walked naked to the bathing pool, rinsing off and soaking in the hot spring. Yi Kai was accustomed to this, having seen it countless times. Each time his blood-boiled heat surged directly to his head, and his nose bled profusely. Nosebleed. Yi hate. Come here. Chang Shi provocatively beckoned, occasionally lifting her hand above the water's surface, inviting Yi Kai to join them in the hot spring. They surely had soaked in the hot spring before, as the 3 often soaked in it daily. Yi Kai was used to this scene and spoke, Don't you want to join the Immortal Court? She shook her head, unraveling her long hair as she washed it, saying to Yi Kai, What good is joining the It is better to mine at home. As long as we accumulate enough money, we can open blind boxes. When the time comes, we will go for the Honghuang Purple Qi blind box. Seeing Yi Kai walk to the edge of the pool, Chang Shi pulled him over and began massaging his shoulders. Yi Kai smiled bitterly and obliged her, while Chang Shi said, Yi hey, we've mined so much money. We don't care about that Immortal Court nonsense. Should we open some blind boxes first? She nodded repeatedly. Yes. We have now mined 100 trillion. If it's 50-50, you get 50 trillion. My sister and I keep 50 trillion. If we recharge this, can we open innate supreme treasures? You should accumulate more magic treasures. Since you don't want to join the Immortal Court, just keep mining. You are truly lucky to be making money like this. If the strong from the primordial era knew how rich Tyne Star is, they would surely go mad trying to attack it. Upon seeing this, the two women ceased their plans to open blind boxes. Suddenly, a loud rumble. They were startled. The two quickly donned their immortal robes. Tidying their hair, they stepped out. Ye Kai followed behind them. They arrived at the square. What the heck? Eastern King, Western Queen, Chang, she exclaimed in shock. Looking at the super square filled with people, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Everyone. What are your intentions? This is Tyne Star. Are you planning to attack my palace's Taoist venue? Then the Western Queen stepped forward, gazing at the splendid, resplendent palace complex with envy, thinking about building one of her own. When she returned, she spoke. Changshi, now that the immortal court has been established, we invite you to join. Will you consider it? The Eastern King sneered, truly wealthy and extravagant. Every brick and tile of the square and palace complex is made of exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Fellow Taoists, join the immortal court. We are still colleagues. If you do not join, consider the consequences. We have just deployed the immortal court's army, and Tyne Star is the first stop. The very first. Of course, Jun of the Sun Star and Taoist Tai, you have already joined my immortal court. By the way, Taoist Fuxi and Nu Hua have also joined. At this moment, Jun and the other three stood among the army. Well, they were just foot soldiers. Because among the immortal court army, besides the Eastern King and Western Queen, everyone else was just foot soldiers. So arrogant. Impressive. If you do not join, my palace is not interested in your immortal court. He decisively rejected. Changshi nodded in agreement. What? Are you not afraid of death? The Western Queen felt a surge of anger, her tone turning cold. Ladies, think carefully before you speak. Our immortal court army currently has 129600 to the 129600th power of Quasi-Saints. Besides filling the Tyne Square, many Quasi-Saints were also surrounding the outer layers of Tyne Star. This is the immortal court army. In the primordial era, countless Quasi-Saints joined, and the immortal court also created thousands of Quasi-Saints. An endless stream of people are joining the army. Do not think you can escape. Changshi laughed coldly. In a furious rage, the Eastern King cursed the two disrespectful wenches who did not know their place, realizing he was only eyeing the resources of Tyne Star, not genuinely inviting the two women He and Changshi. Attack with full force. Tyne Palace. At a single command, countless Quasi-Saints launched a joint assault. Most of them were Quasi-Saints wielding exquisite innate spiritual treasures, attacking the defensive barrier of Tyne Palace. Boom. He and She managed to resist a few times before spitting blood, unable to hold on, and took refuge within the Tyne Star's barrier. Brother, these Eastern King and Western Queen are so domineering. It's simply unreasonable. Among the crowd, Nu Hua feigned a casual demeanor, whispering to Fuxi. Fuxi lowered his voice. Sister, do not exert all your strength. Just fight casually. This is called working without effort. As for whom the Eastern King and Western Queen attack, that is beyond our control. Let them do as they please. We will just slack off. Jun and Tai nodded in agreement. Why should they exhaust themselves to serve the Eastern King and Western Queen? Since joining the immortal court, we have received nothing. No innate supreme treasures. Just some trashy, exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Looking at Tyne Palace, which is made entirely of exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Alas, Tyne Star seems very wealthy. Is the desolate surface just an illusion? Could there be mines underground? The four were looking around, observing, unable to discern any secrets. Because Ye Kai's mines were all concealed by formations. Unless a saint comes, no other Quasi-Saint can see through it. Impudent. Who dares to be reckless on time? Seeing the commotion, Ye Kai stepped out, waving his hand, instantly killing all those Quasi-Saint powerhouses attacking Tyne Palace. What? With a single palm strike from afar, he killed 10 powerful Quasi-Saints. This scene caused the expressions of onlookers to change drastically, retreating a step, and then crashing to the ground, unable to move under the terrifying pressure, gasping for breath. Even though the Eastern King and Western Queen were mid-stage Quasi-Saint giants, they were also frightened to the ground by Ye Kai's astonishing pressure. Those Quasi-Saints surrounding Tyne Star also plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. With the power to grasp the stars and seize the sun and moon, there is no one in this world like me. As Ye Kai approached He and Chang, his gaze cold and sharp, sweeping over the various powerhouses lying on the ground, he let out a cold laugh. Who dares to stand tall above me? The desolate wasteland, the very surface of the lake where the creation blue lotus had previously vanished. When the Sanqing arrived, they were left dumbfounded. All that remains is a chaotic mess, the once beautiful and pristine celestial lake, now transformed into a stinking swamp littered with debris. It stinks so badly. It smells worse than chicken or duck droppings. The surface of the lake is covered with the rotting corpses of gigantic xuanwu with crows pecking at them and parasites everywhere. Each crow and parasite possesses the power of a Tai golden immortal feasting on the dead xuanwu bodies and the remains of a few celestial court experts. They have become their feast. I stood in the center of the lake, my gaze cold and indifferent, observing my surroundings, but seeing nothing. What on earth is going on? Why have I missed my chance? At this moment, the Taiji diagram is spinning, deducing the heavenly secrets, but even as I spin it at high speed, I still cannot discern anything. Looking up to the sky, I exclaimed. I clearly sensed it. The creation blue lotus is right here. But when we arrived, why was there not a trace left? Who could it be? Likewise, Yuanshi and Tantian are still using their Taiji diagrams to deduce the heavenly secrets. Still nothing can be calculated. In desperation, the three of us combined our efforts, merging the three Taiji diagrams, yet we still could not conclude anything. My gaze turned as cold as a 1,000-year-old spring. Yuanshi, supporting the Taiji diagram, coldly stating, "Alas, who could that thief be who stole our treasure? This is the innate supreme treasure, the creation blue lotus. This treasure is formed from the lotus seed of the chaotic supreme treasure, the chaotic blue lotus, and is exceptionally precious." Yuanshi thought to himself that if he could obtain this treasure, he would dismember it and take a portion to make a three-treasure jade rui. He even thought of a name. What a pity the creation blue lotus has vanished without a trace. Sighing helplessly, Tantian stood on the Taiji diagram and said, "If we could acquire the creation blue lotus, we could refine it into three treasures. I was thinking of naming one the Qingping sword. Such a pity. This treasure is fated to be beyond my reach. What a dilemma." With the Taiji diagram above my head, I murmured. I was even planning to name my unborn I would call it the Panlong staff. The three of them were unaware that a battle had taken place here. All they saw was the stench of the foul-smelling lake filled with the stench of corpses. Yuanshi asked, "Elder brother, should we join the celestial court?" After pondering for a moment, I shook my head and said, "No joining. The experts of the celestial court are like clouds. If we go, we would merely be living under their roof. We would receive no attention. It's better to travel through the wasteland." Tantian agreed. Exactly. What elder brother said makes sense. Power and influence are of little worth to us merely for a trivial amount of fortune. It's not worth it. Furthermore, in the celestial court, we won't have such freedom. We wouldn't be able to act freely. No, we won't go. In truth, the three of them were unaware of the importance of fortune, which is incredibly significant. In the future, the saints will compete for fortune. They will plunder the living. This is a tale for another time. Helplessly seeing that there were no benefits to be gained here, the Sanqing could only depart. They set off elsewhere to explore and search for treasures. Of course, it was also to unearth treasures, precious, innate spirit treasures. There are many mines at home, but they will seek out external treasures first. Who would dislike having too much money? The Tying Star. The scene turned cold and silent, quieter than a cicada in winter. The atmosphere was strange. They were all familiar faces. Stepping out of the barrier, Ye Kai wore a cold smile, with Shi He and Chang, she following closely behind. Before Ye Kai could speak in the crowd, Nuwa lay on the ground, immediately raising her hand and shouting, "Old Yi, I'm here. Hurry and help me up. I can't stand up." Instantly, everyone looked over. It was Nuwa. At this moment, everyone was lying on the ground due to Ye Kai's terrifying authority, causing all the Quasi saints to bow down. Thus, suddenly retracting his saintly aura, Ye Kai's figure flickered and vanished. In the blink of an eye, in less than a tenth of a second, it was discovered that Nuwa was already standing beside Ye Kai, while Shi He and Chang, she were filled with hostility, standing on the other side of Ye Kai, their gazes revealing malice. It seemed they were saying, "Nuwa, don't come and stake your claim on Ye Kai. We sisters have him covered." Nuwa directly ignored their provocation and hostility, resting her hand on Ye Kai's shoulder, squeezing his arm, as if they were long-lost brothers reunited. Her tone filled with humiliation and sorrow. "Old Yi, you have to help me vent my anger. Well, you don't know. The East King and the West Queen actually forced me along with my brother Dijuan and Tai. They threatened us and coerced us to join the Celestial Court. I'm suffering. Whoa." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and Nuwa leaned her head against Ye Kai's shoulder, which made Chang, she very angry. Chang, she immediately tried to pull Ye Kai away. "Get away. Ye Hei is ours." But Nuwa stubbornly clung to Ye Kai's arm, holding on tightly, raising her head defiantly to glare at Chang Shi and Shi He as if declaring her claim. Shi He shot a cold glare, refusing to back down against Nuwa, saying, "Nuwa, this is Tying Star. Please show some respect. Ye Kai is our most honored guest. Let her go." Seeing the three women in a standoff, Ye Kai simply pushed them all away, muttering in his heart, "Damn. Why are they so jealous? Women are truly troublesome." Thus Ye Kai disregarded the three women and let them argue, taking a few steps forward, standing in the void, gazing at the standing crowd, and said, "Ah, it turns out it's the East King and little Cece." Little Cece, upon hearing this name, made the West Queen almost spit blood, her heart filled with anger, covering her chest, exhaling a breath of foul air. She spoke, Emperor Qi, what are you doing? It seems we haven't offended you. Why did you kill someone from the celestial court? Words failed her. She did not dare to speak. Everyone knew that Yi Qi must be a saint. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? But no one dared to say it outright. The East King, however, awkwardly smiled. Yi Qi, my friend, it's all a misunderstanding. If we in the celestial court had known you were here, we would have surely come to greet you with smiles. How could we dare to act against you? Before the East King could continue, Tai rushed over, looking up at Yi Qi in the void, waving his hand. Brother Yi, I want to recharge. I want to recharge 500 billion. I have money. What? Tai's bold move stunned everyone. Suddenly landing, Yi Qi directly took out a snack store, addressing Tai. Hey, my old brother. Why didn't you say so sooner? Come, let's recharge inside. As he spoke, the two of them slung their arms over each other's shoulders and entered the store, leaving a group of dumbfounded quasi-saints. Swallowing hard. Brother, I want to recharge 800 billion. His eyes lit up, unable to help but admire Tai's clever maneuver. Dijuan immediately followed suit and entered the store. Meanwhile, Fushi gritted his teeth and followed, shouting, Brother Yi, I want to recharge 1,000 billion. All this was to open blind boxes, hoping to obtain innate treasures. Furthermore, Fushi saw through Tai and Dijuan's intentions. On the surface, it was to open blind boxes, but secretly, it was an opportunity to leave the celestial court, as this might lead to obtaining treasures. Truly a threefold gain. What a good idea. With grim faces, the East King and West Queen exchanged glances, both filled with rage. Their anger surged to the heavens. But did they dare to oppose it? They did not. East King, what should we do? Should we just let Dijuan, Tai, Yuanshi, and Fushi leave? She was truly unwilling, West Queen quietly asked. She and the East King had already planned to eliminate these for when the time was ripe and seize their innate treasures. They had been secretly plotting or let them perish on the battlefield unnoticed by anyone. Unexpectedly, Yi Qi appeared here, ruining her and the East King's plans. The nails of her fists dug into the flesh, splattering blood. The East King held back his anger, saying to West Queen, at this moment, we are helpless against Yi Qi. His strength is surely that of a saint. This fellow is pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger. Truly despicable. We cannot offend him now. We must not tear our faces with him. Moreover, for now our goal is to seize the land of the wasteland. We should let Tien Star go for now. As for Dijuan and the others, we should let them go for the time being. Once we have unified the 4 seas and 8 wastes, we will take down the Tien and the sun. Following this, the West Queen nodded. Good. Then let's retreat. Soon the East King and West Queen of the Celestial Court, leading the Celestial Army, withdrew from Tien Star. They headed towards the wasteland. Perhaps towards the ocean. Did they just retreat like this? She gazed at the multitude of celestial quasi-saints, leaving like a tide, all disappearing from view. She swallowed hard. If these people went mad and truly launched a fierce attack on the Tien Palace, it would inevitably be broken. By then she and She would be doomed. Fortunately, Yi Qi is here. Shi and Yuanshi bickered, watching the celestial army retreat. They all exchanged glances filled with emotion. Terrified, Yuanshi shouted, don't be smug, Yi Qi is mine. She snorted coldly and entered the snack store. Yuanshi, unwilling to fall behind. When I met Yi Qi, you were still under the laurel tree eating fertilizer. Trying to snatch him from me, you're dreaming. After saying that, she also entered the snack store. Meanwhile, Shi's gaze was resolute. Yi Qi, I will definitely obtain both your heart and your person. I will definitely get it. She also entered the snack store, going to watch the excitement. After the 3 fairies entered the store, Yi Qi had already prepared money for Dijuan, Tai, and Fushi. Each of them took their blind box keys and headed to the area for the innate treasure blind boxes. They opened the boxes with fervor. Meanwhile, Yi Qi leaned against the shelf, watching intently. Shi walked in and approached Yi Qi, asking, Yi Qi, what do you think they will open? Yuanshi quietly approached Fushi under Yi Qi's gaze and whispered, brother, how come you have so many precious innate spiritual treasures again? Weren't you supposed to have emptied your treasury? How do you have money? Upon hearing this, Fux's hand trembled while opening the blind box, almost dropping it, and he replied absent-mindedly, you don't know this. Dijuan chuckled silently. Tai, being straightforward, turned and said, Yuanshi, you are too honest. After we joined the immortal court, the 3 of us teamed up to seek the Eastern King and the Western Queen for precious innate treasures. In the end, they refused to give us anything. So we strolled around the treasury of the immortal court. It was a bit disappointing. Each of us only managed to... Fushi, trying to suppress his laughter, said, indeed. It's a pity that there were too few items in the treasury. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have cleared it out. What a shame. Yuanshi looked at them with a mix of surprise and speechlessness. Why didn't they invite her for such a thing? Then Fushi explained, sister, you're a woman. It's inconvenient for you to do things. You might get scared easily, and it's easy to be discovered. So we sneaked in. Even if we were discovered, we could still run away. Don't forget Daijin's transformation technique is the top speed in the wilderness. Indeed, the transformation technique is quite impressive. The speed of the three-legged golden crow is comparable to that of the Kuenping. Nuwa became speechless and quickly distanced herself from them. Those three thieves were too bold. How dare they stroll through the treasury of the immortal court? Truly unbelievable. Then Nuwa approached Ye Kai and asked Ye Hei, "Why didn't you come to find me? I miss you so much." Seeing Nuwa wanting to hug Ye Kai, Changshi quickly stepped in front of him, glaring at Nuwa. "What do you think you're doing? Hands off. Please have some self-respect, you." Shia sneered, "Some people just don't understand the difference between men and women. Truly shameless." Nuwa shot a furious glare at Shia. "Say that again, and see what happens." "I won't be polite." "How will you not be polite? This is the Tying Palace. You can get out of here." "What?" Headache, it was too much. Ye Kai walked away, ignoring the three women. They were too troublesome. He then approached Fushi, who was opening the blind box with utmost respect, as if he was paying homage to his ancestors, muttering, "May the Dao ancestor bless me with good fortune." "Old brother, didn't you look down on blind boxes?" "What's this?" Ye Kai said with a teasing smile. "Why don't you ask your sister for some money? Charge more, maybe it will make you believe that blind boxes can yield innate treasures." Seeing Ye Kai walking away, Nuwa coldly snorted at Shiha and Changshi, ignoring them, and walked to Fushi, saying, "Brother, why don't you charge more?" "What? Is this sister still my sister? When others say recharge, she says to charge for herself." Fushi looked at Nuwa in amazement, sighing inwardly, "Sister, aren't you just too disappointing? Can't you have some judgment? What if you get sold and end up counting money for someone else?" So Nuwa cast a charming glance at Ye Kai and rolled her eyes at him, saying, "I'm willing." "Is that okay?" "What?" Fushi was stunned. How could this sister help Ye Kai? No way. He had to keep her away from this wicked merchant. Ye Kai is not a good person. Boom. While still lost in thought about how to keep his sister Nuwa away from Ye Kai, a brilliant light suddenly erupted as Fux's blind box exploded. He opened his eyes wide in shock, exclaiming, "Wow. I won." Instantly, Dijuan and Taiyi's attention was drawn to him. Then the two were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened as they exclaimed in surprise, "Chaos Bell." That's right. This time Fushi opened the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Soon Ye Kai fully recharged Shiha and Changshi. The two women, ecstatic, dashed toward the Primordial Chaos Qi mystery boxes. Without hesitation, they tore open the boxes. Primordial Chaos Qi, little kitten, come straight into your auntie's plate. Primordial Chaos Qi, tiny puppy, come swiftly into my sister's wok lid. Shiha and Changshi frantically unboxed, faster than lightning, their hands a blur, outpacing even the swiftest miners. Even Ye Kai, standing at the shop entrance watching for the first time, marveled aloud. Truly, in the realm of martial arts, speed alone is invincible. Quietly approaching from behind, Nuwa leaned in until her forehead nearly touched Ye Kai's ear, when suddenly he turned his head. In that instant their lips met, mouth to mouth, breath to breath. Her eyes flew wide open, rounder than goose eggs, stunned into absolute silence, utterly speechless. Ye Kai, seizing the moment, drew a sharp breath and deepened the kiss, his tongue slipping past her delicate teeth, swirling gently before withdrawing, then lingering with a soft, deliberate lick. Seeing Nuwa dazed and motionless, Ye Kai swiftly tugged at her arm, to prevent anyone else from, especially Fushi. If he witnessed Ye Kai kissing Nuwa, he'd surely draw his great blade and hunt him down without mercy. Blushing crimson with fury, Nuwa hammered her fists against Ye Kai's chest, only for him to catch her wrists. Her face flushed deeper than ripe tomatoes, burning all the way to her ears and neck, mortified beyond words. She glared up at him. "Release me now. If my brother sees this, you're finished. Don't you fear?" Shiha and Changshi, growing jealous. Glancing around and seeing everyone absorbed in their mystery boxes, Ye Kai's courage surged. He seized Nuwa and pulled her firmly against his chest, then lowered his head, pressing close. Nuwa's gaze blazed with indignation. She struggled to wrench free, but Ye Kai held her wrists fast, igniting her fury anew. "You?" Before she could utter another word, Ye Kai silenced her with a fierce, commanding kiss. Her lips sealed her breath stolen, fueling both her outrage and a thrilling, forbidden surge within. "I love this." Her eyes darted nervously in every direction, terrified of being seen. Meanwhile, Ye Kai loosened one hand, using the other to gently restrain both of hers, while his freed hand traced slow, deliberate paths across her. Her legs clenched tight, on the verge of crying out, when Ye Kai abruptly released her. Then, as if nothing had happened, he strode calmly toward Shiha, his mind roaring inwardly, "Damn. Remarkable." Even more astonishing than Shiha and Changshi, where they are like one durian, she is like two. A grin spread across his face as he recalled exploring Liushi River. The river ran deep and swift, a stark contrast to the gentle stream he previously explored with Shiha and Changshi. Yet whether mighty river or modest brook, both were wonders of nature's artistry. Just as Ye Kai reached Shiha, a thunderous burst erupted, violet light blazing forth. It was Changshi and Shiha. Both unveiled legendary treasures simultaneously. Whoa! Primordial Chaos Qi. Truly twin blossoms. Their fortune aligns as perfectly as fate itself. What uncanny luck. Ye Kai's eyes gleamed. 2 authentic strands of Primordial Chaos Qi now graced his possession. Nuwa, still flustered from earlier, rushed over, only to see Shiha and Changshi each holding aloft a strand of Primordial Chaos Qi. Her heart twisted with sudden sharp sorrow. Her gaze upon Ye Kai turned bittersweet. Moisture shimmered in her eyes, tears threatening to spill. Pouting, she whispered, "Old Ye, I've made up my mind. I want it too. I demand Primordial Chaos Qi. I'll recharge and open my own." Snapping out of their euphoria, Shiha and Changshi swiftly absorbed their Primordial Chaos Qi into their bodies. Their eyes fell upon Nuwa, cold, disdainful. She scoffed, "TCH. Can't bear to see us succeed. We've drawn Primordial Chaos Qi, yet some others may never even glimpse it. Recharge? Huh. Let's go, little sister. We'll hunt for innate supreme treasures instead." Satisfied with their twin windfall, Shiha tugged Changshi away toward the innate supreme treasure boxes, casting Nuwa a look dripping with mockery. Dijuan, Tai, and Fushi remained oblivious. Shiha and Changshi's triumph unfolded in just 3 seconds, and they stood far enough away to escape notice. Lost in their own mystery box frenzy, Dijuan and the others paid no heed to others' affairs. "Esteemed immortal maidens, what brings you here?" Spotting the sisters' approach, Dijuan's eyes lit with excitement. Still unboxing, he smiled warmly. "Please, honored maidens, be our guests." Tai's gaze flickered with delight, boldness swelling within him, as he boldly asked, "Immortal maidens, your beauty astounds heaven and earth. Are you still unwed? Why not unite sun and moon? With such a union, we shall reign supreme over the Honghuang." Changshi, immortal maiden, you shall wed me. Shiha, immortal maiden, you shall wed my elder brother. At those words, Fushi's eyes flashed, panic rising in his thoughts. "Then what of me? What of me? Introduce someone to me too. I'm still a lone dog." His expression darkened, deeper than an abyss, gloom settling heavily. Shiha and Changshi simply chose a quiet spot and resumed unboxing. Shiha addressed Dijuan and the others with polite firmness. "We beg your pardon. Your 3-legged golden crows shine with celestial nobility, while we are but humble country folk. We dare not presume such honor. Please seek elsewhere. We wish you no ill will." Tai's face soured, his voice edged with resentment. "Immortal maidens, it is we who favor you, not the other way around. Why refuse so hastily? Our brotherhood is destined to rule the Honghuang. Moreover, we sit in the front row of Zixiao Palace, a clear sign of the sage's esteem. Pray reconsider." Dijuan's heart tightened. This public rejection stung deeply, the first time he'd ever been so openly spurned. Changshi let out a cold laugh. "Tai, my sister has spoken plainly. We will never enter such a union. Abandon hope, once and for all. We hold no affection for you. Do you understand? None whatsoever. No resonance, no spark. Nothing. A toad dreaming of swan's flesh, delusional beyond measure. A waking fantasy." Seeing their resolve unshakable, Tai's face flushed purple with suppressed rage. Pretending to be above it all. "You'll regret this day. TCH. 2 mangy crows. No one cares." Shiha retorted, icy scorn lacing every syllable. Had this not been a snack shop, Tai would have already summoned the chaotic bell to hunt down these audacious women. Dijuan's face hardened, silent, seething, unwilling to utter another word. "One woman, what does it matter? I'll have as many as I desire. These lowborn maids feign virtue, thinking themselves exalted. They're mere vagabonds from the moon star, whereas we, the 3-legged golden crows, embody true nobility. To be chosen by us is their lifelong honor." Fushi pretended not to see, knowing full well his own chances had vanished. Hearing the sister's blunt refusal, Fushi knew his own hopes were futile, and wisely chose not to invite further humiliation. Ye Kai, listening intently, chuckled inwardly. "Dijuan. Tai, my apologies, but those women are already claimed by this sovereign. Their loyalty lies solely with me. How could they ever consider another?" Noticing Nuwa's furrowed brow, Ye Kai spread his hands. "What's with that look? I share nothing with them. I merely reside temporarily on the moon star. We are entirely innocent. Surely you can tell. They remain untouched maidens." Indeed, Nuwa could sense it. Yet that very certainty only deepened her suspicion. What then is wrong with this man? "I don't believe you for a second. Tell me, what about Primordial Chaos Qi? Do you possess any? Give me one." Ye Kai sneered inwardly. Give? Not a chance. I own only one, earned through every last coin I possessed. I scraped together everything just to draw a single strand. A simple lie, effortlessly delivered. Yuan nodded slowly. Yes, it made sense. Primordial Chaos Qi was near impossible to obtain. Ye Kai couldn't possibly possess more than one. Her gaze shifted between Shiha's group and Ye Kai himself. I refuse to believe they'll draw an innate supreme treasure. No sooner had the words left her lips. Light erupted radiant and triumphant. They had drawn it. Who among them had succeeded? Ha ha ha. This is killing me with laughter. I cannot believe it. What has been revealed? Look at this. Holding the treasure she had drawn, laughing like a madwoman, Changshi doubled over her laughter, nearly choking. Between gasps she managed Hongjun. What? This? Dijuan and Fux's eyes widened in astonishment. Tai wore a bitter look and lamented, alas, my Hongjun. How can you have so many brothers and sisters? How many siblings are you? A new wave of commotion rose even before the previous one subsided. It was Shiha. She had drawn one too. Nuwa stepped forward to look on, her eyes green with envy. Watching Ye Kai approach, her gaze brimmed with grievance. She was plainly displeased with him. Can't you at least acknowledge it a little? Ignoring them outright, Ye Kai simply smiled at Shiha and Changs's Hongjun and said congratulations. The two women promptly put their Hongjungs away and gave Ye Kai thumbs up, then resumed opening their boxes. After a while, Dijuan burst into roaring laughter. He had drawn one. What is this? He asked, staring, but unable to discern its nature. Tai leaned in for a closer look. It was a banner. On its cloth were 3 characters of unfathomable profundity. He cried out in amazement, this is wonderful, brother. This is Pangu Fan. The legend says that when the primordial axe shattered, part became the Hongjun, part the Taiji diagram, and part the Pangu Fan. How splendid. Congratulations, big brother. Fux's eyes gleamed with covetousness as he said, the Pangu Fan is formidable. Rumor has it the Pangu Fan can tear the Hongjun void, shatter time and space, command the myriad laws, and open heaven and earth. Ye Kai then produced a banner as well, or rather he renamed it. It was now the Renhuang Fan. Seeing everyone's curiosity, he explained, this is Renhuang Fan. It commands the myriad races, gathers fate's momentum, and cleaves with the power of a human emperor. The women stared at the Renhuang Fan, looking it over from every angle. Doesn't it all look like the Pangu Fan? Only the name differs. What's going on? Tai pointed and called out. Fushi nodded in agreement. Dijuan laughed heartily and declared, what a Renhuang Fan. Far grander than the Pangu Fan. I am impressed, and my Pangu Fan must yield. He shot Tai a look that seemed to warn, don't argue. Whatever Ye Kai said went unquestioned. Tai understood at once and fell silent, then opened his own blind box. Half an hour passed. Everyone had used up their allotted draws. Dijuan and Tai departed for their sun star to seclude themselves. When they next emerged, they planned to recruit forces and clash with the Xianting. They sought to avenge past humiliation. Fushi returned alone to Fengwu Mountain to seclude. Nuwa refused to go back. She insisted on following Ye Kai. She wanted to scavenge benefits. Shiha and Changshi attempted to detain Ye Kai, but he declined, closed his little snack shop, and told them, my beauties, I must expand my business across Honghuang. You too, keep mining, understand? They understood immediately and nodded, then retreated into seclusion. In the days to come, their task was to mine and hoard wealth. Moreover, the two women had obtained Hongmeng Ziki, a Hongjun, and a moonlight treasure box. Their power would leap to a new plateau. Nuwa, however, did not grasp any of it. She followed Ye Kai as they departed. The two stood upon the Renhuang Fan and sped through the star-strewn sky. Nuwa asked, Old you, what are you planning to mine? I don't understand. Are you all conspiring something? You even kept it from me. Given our relationship, is there such distrust? Ye Kai shook his head with a faint smile and said, that is Shiha and Changs's Taiyin star secret. Don't pry, I won't betray their privacy. Nuwa was half convinced, but still pouted. Then a sly light flickered in her eyes as she asked, Yihei you, did you steal that Zhaohua Qinglian? Promise me you won't tell anyone. It's our secret. She had guessed correctly. Ye Kai moved closer, pinned her gently to the Renhuang Fan, and demanded, how did you figure it out? Nuwa pushed him away and rose. Seeing Ye Kai stand, she said, in Honghuang, aside from Hongjun, Daozu, you alone are a sage. Tell me honestly, who else could have stolen a treasure right under a quasi-saint's nose? They joked and laughed together as they sped toward the vastness of Honghuang. The Xianting armies divided their forces. Shi Wangmu led half the troops from the eastern continents down south, while Dong Wang Gong pressed northward. He pushed his way to the Beihai. Above the ocean, Dong Wang Gong flew so swiftly that he outpaced the Xianting army and rode alone at the vanguard. Suddenly flying over the sea, two Kunpeng quasi-saints cried, bold wretch, stop. If you do not halt, we will show no mercy. They warned Dong Wang Gong for invading their waters. But who would expect Dong Wang Gong to heed them? Without a word, he unleashed his Chinko Ding, and with a single smash struck the two quasi-saints down dead. Trash, he spat. You feathered brutes dare bark at me. Seeing their kin slain, Kunpeng reinforcements arrived furious, drew their treasures, and surged to attack. They numbered vast. 300 billion quasi-saints cried, kill him. Avenge our people. He carries a primal treasure. Seize it and feast upon him. They proclaimed Beihai as Kunping territory. Anyone who entered was an enemy to be slain without mercy. A titanic clash ensued. One by one the quasi-saints were struck down by Dong Wanggong's Qinkuan Ding and Qinkuan Quan. Men fell and were maimed. The onslaught lasted only a few dozen seconds. The Kunping clan. Impressive. Dong Wanggong snarled. A swarm of ants thinking themselves quasi-saints. Know this, quasi-saints have giants above them. Ants, meet your end. On the sea's surface, some wounded Kunping quasi-saints lay broken. Dong Wanggong watched with grim displeasure. No one was supposed to escape his palm. If even one fled, how could he maintain his command? The survivors begged, spare us. We are crippled. Do not finish us off. They urged others to inform the Kunping ancestor that Dong Wanggong had slaughtered their kin and to flee. Escape was impossible. Dong Wanggong cut them down without pity. Soon the Xianting army arrived and stood over the blood-smeared sea and Kunping corpses, sneering at the clan's fate. Dong Wanggong issued a single order: everyone trample the Beihai, annihilate the Kunping clan. A vast army of quasi-saints surged into the heart of Beihai. Far west, the Kunping ancestor had just led his quasi-saint host to destroy the Shihai dragon clan. Those Shihai reptiles fought stubbornly. Such arrogance. A few Daluo golden immortals dared resist the might of the Kunping. They were asking for death. Indeed, under the Kunping ancestor's command, the Kunping quasi-saints did not merely slay the true dragons, they devoured them. Whenever a quasi-saint saw a true dragon, they ate it. Under their leadership, the true dragons of the Western Sea were hunted as prey and consumed entirely. Thus, the Western Sea Dragon clan was exterminated. Their next target was the Nanhai. The Kunping declared the Donghai and Shihai as their domains and eyed the south. These rash dragons are stubborn bones. Must I personally ride forth? The Kunping ancestor's gaze turned southward, murderous. The quasi-saints behind him bristled with eager bloodlust. War profiteers ready to reap plunder and spoil. Warfare brought land resources and treasures. Thus, the Kunping quasi-saints delighted in battle. Just as the Kunping ancestor prepared to march on the Nanhai, a battered Kunping envoy stumbled forth. He fell to his knees before the ancestor and wailed upon the waves, "Ancestor, all is lost. Everything is finished. Our homeland, the ancestral Baiming, and the Beihai are gone." The ancestor's face went dark with ill omen as he demanded an explanation. The broken envoy sobbed, voice trembling. It was Dong Wanggong, Xianting. He led half the Xianting quasi-saint army, swept across the northern continent, invaded our Beihai, and even breached our ancestral Baiming. Our clan was slaughtered to the last. I alone escaped. The news struck like a thunderclap. The Kunping ancestor nearly fainted. Hearing such shattering tidings left him stupefied and drained. Cries rose among the ranks. Mother, father, my newborn. He was just born. I just married. Haven't even consummated. The camp erupted in chaos as the quasi-saints collapsed into bitter wailing grief. They wept as though dying. Entire families were gone, fortunes extinguished, everything lost. There was nothing left but emptiness. The boundless sea. A sea more terrifying than the sea itself. Its waters are unnaturally light. Feathers sink upon its surface. This is the northern abyss. Dong Wanggong led the Celestial Court's quasi-sage legion across the northern sea, sweeping all races dwelling in the northern sea were subsumed under the Kunping clan, through surrender, alliance, or absorption, falling entirely under its dominion and command. At last they reached the heart of the northern abyss, the ancestral holy land of the Kunping clan. This sacred ground had been cultivated for eons by the primordial Kunping patriarch himself. Its accumulated treasures, undoubtedly immense, and Dong Wanggong's quasi-sage legion, having ravaged their way forward, reaped staggering spoils. Each warrior's pouch overflowed with riches, their hearts swelled with fervent loyalty toward Dong Wanggong, whom they revered as a second father. Since joining the Celestial Court, a fortune had crowned them, prosperity had elevated them to the pinnacle of existence. Many warriors rose from destitute Daluo immortals to quasi-sages founding their own races, backed by loyal kin and shielded by the Celestial Court, thus ruling unchecked across the primordial chaos. Indeed, every mighty warrior commanded a colossal race behind him. And now within the ancestral heartland of the northern abyss, speak. Where is your treasure vault? Tai Xian, a formidable quasi-sage and one of Dong Wanggong's most trusted generals, stood in judgment over a captured Kunping quasi-sage. His gaze was glacial, his expression cruel and unyielding. Speak. Where lies your vault? The entire northern sea, including the northern abyss itself, has fallen beneath the Celestial Court's dominion. Your Kunping clan is finished. Tai Xian roared, then drove his boot hard into the captive's groin, grinding it viciously, eliciting a shriek of unbearable agony. The sickening crunch of shattering essence echoed. Kuan Yu, This proud Kunpeng quasi-sage endured the torment with clenched teeth and eyes blazing with indomitable defiance. The Kunpeng shall never be enslaved. The Kunpeng clan shall never perish. My father, the primordial Kunpeng patriarch, is already returning, and when he arrives, your celestial court shall meet its doom. You dared tread upon the northern abyss. You slaughtered our elders, our warriors, our kin. You are doomed. I am the son of the primordial Kunpeng patriarch. I would rather die than betray the vault's location. Kun Yu laughed, a raw, soul-rending howl, only to be trampled again and again until his very essence ruptured, golden ichor spilling across the earth, pain searing down to the marrow of his soul. Enraged beyond measure, he cried, a true scholar may be slain, but never humiliated. You quasi-sages have abandoned martial virtue. You outraged the Kunpeng beyond endurance. With that, Tai Xian summoned his great sword and thrust it deep into Kun Yu's vital core. Speak, or I shall end you. Kun Yu lifted his head defiantly. Come then, strike me down. Kill me, prince of the Kunpeng. Yet I shall die without revealing our vault. Your celestial court shall never claim our treasures. His laughter rang out, harsh and triumphant, until Dong Wanggong strode forth from the Kunpeng throne. At the sight of him, Tai Xian trembled violently, paralyzed by terror. Kun Yu fixed Dong Wanggong with a glare of pure contempt. Wretched Dong Wanggong, filthy mongrel. Born low, you merely stumbled upon fortune like a common scavenger. Without such luck, you'd never have risen to quasi-sage supremacy. What arrogance fuels your pride? What triumph justifies your vanity? Wait, my father comes soon to obliterate you all. Before he could utter another word, Dong Wanggong hurled the heaven and earth ring, its impact instantaneous and absolute. The ring crushed Kun Yu outright. It rebounded neatly into Dong Wanggong's palm. His eyes, sharp as drawn swords, pierced Tai Xian as he said coldly, fool. Why waste breath listening to his empty rants? If he refuses to speak, kill him. Is this truth so difficult for you to grasp? Tai Xian recoiled in shock, then bowed deeply. Yes, your majesty. Your wisdom is absolute. I shall remember well. Dong Wanggong returned to the throne and proclaimed aloud, O venerable sages of the Kunpeng clan, I am Dong Wanggong of the celestial court. Instantly, every surviving Kunpeng, elders, infants, the infirm, the young, the strong, turned their gaze upon him. Their eyes burned not with fear, but with undiluted hatred, hungering to devour him, thirsting for his blood. He was their clan's greatest enemy, each face etched forever into their memory. Who among you knows the reveal it, and I shall bestow upon you a primordial supreme treasure alongside 129,600,000,000 peerless primordial spirit treasures. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating, then erupted into chaotic murmurs. My lord, I know, I demand my reward. A Deluo immortal, a Kunpeng youth, leapt to his feet. Thunder cracked overhead. A Kunpeng quasi-sage incensed struck the boy down with a single blow, reducing him to crimson pulp, and bellowed, who dares speak? I shall annihilate them. Tai Xian, without waiting for Dong Wanggong's command, ordered 2 soldiers to seize the offending quasi-sage, drag him away. 2 quasi-sage soldiers stepped forward, seized the captive, and fetched a massive cauldron. They pinned him down before the entire Kunpeng assembly, plucking his feathers, draining his blood, all performed with deliberate ritual cruelty. A warning writ in flesh and fire. May you suffer eternal damnation, gasped the quasi-sage, then fell still. Flames roared to life, broth simmered, rich, savory aromas of marrow, bone, and tender meat rose like incense into the air. Eat. Next, Tai Xian and his soldiers began ladling steaming Kunpeng broth, gnawing bones, devouring meat, feasting with grim relish. He wore the smirk of a petty tyrant offering a bowl to Dong Wanggong. Your majesty, please partake. Dong Wanggong accepted, tasted it, and nodded approvingly. Tai Xian, you show remarkable discernment. Excellent. Thus shall it be. Disobedience merits boiling. And this Kunpeng broth, exquisitely flavorful. With one hand tearing at roasted Kunpeng flesh, the other crunching on charred bone, Dong Wanggong watched as scores of quasi-sage soldiers raised their bowls and drank deep. That spectacle sent shivers through the remaining Kunpeng, eyes bloodshot with horror and rage. I know. Please, spare me. A Kunpeng woman screamed, rising in terror, only to be struck down instantly by another quasi-sage. She perished on the spot. Boil him, Tai Xian commanded. The offending quasi-sage was dragged off and soon boiled alive. In time, 3 trillion Kunpeng quasi-sages met the same fate. Some betrayed their kin, others lied under interrogation, and all were boiled without mercy. Who else knows? Remain silent, and all shall be boiled. Tai Xian's icy gaze swept across the cowering survivors. We truly do not know. Great Lord, have mercy, they pleaded. Tai Xian hardened his heart. Boiled. The celestial court hosts a Kunpeng banquet. Besides stewing, we roast, stir-fry, and steam, every preparation perfected. Their cries faded, then ceased, as the celestial court's legions slaughtered the last Kunpeng, transforming them into sustenance. They feasted 3 months long, until no visible Kunpeng remained. Those who hid were hunted down, unearthed, and devoured. No crevice, no void, no illusion could shield them from the celestial court's quasi-sage hunters. Nowhere remained to flee. The Kunpeng clan was utterly extinguished. Their ancestral land stood desolate, occupied only by quasi-sages of the celestial court, scouring every inch. Yet after endless searching they found nothing. At last, with no recourse, Dong Wangong withdrew the celestial court's forces. The Kunpeng presence in the northern sea and northern abyss had been eradicated. These lands now belonged to the celestial court. Moments later, 2 figures emerged, materializing from the void itself. Yihei, where precisely is the Kunpeng vault? Even you cannot locate it. Beside Ye Kai stood Nu Wa, her brow furrowed in quiet wonder. Where had the primordial Kunpeng patriarch concealed his hoard? Ye Kai had arrived before the celestial court's advance, his sage-level perception failing utterly to detect the vault. He had hoped to exploit their coercion, yet even that yielded no revelation. Chin resting thoughtfully in his palm, Ye Kai first gazed toward the departing celestial court, nearly smiling, then turned sharply toward an ancient well. Movement. Instantly he pulled Nu Wa into the void, concealing them within a dimension so profound that even sages would need meticulous scrutiny to perceive them. No being, not yet, could see them. In the void the two pressed close together in an intimate posture, yet Ye Kai's hands did not cease their restless searching. Nu Wa shot him a fierce glare, but let him proceed unchecked, her gaze fixed instead upon the ancestral land of the Kunpeng clan. This space is sealed. No sound escapes beyond it. Ye Kai has shrouded it completely. Only the two of them can hear, and though muffled they may still perceive events unfolding outside. What? Peering through the veil, Nu Wa beheld a youth emerging from that well. Logically the well was utterly ordinary, merely several thousand li deep, no deeper than a fingertip, holding nothing remarkable. Yet she frowned in bewilderment. How could a Kunpeng emerge from such a place? Is this youth a great Luo, immortal? What is happening? What does he intend? His eyes burned with searing hatred. Fury directed heavenward. Heaven is unjust. Why must my clan suffer utter annihilation? I must find Patriarch Kunpeng and deliver this dire news to him. He will surely obliterate the celestial court. The youth whirled sharply, intent on rushing to warn the high command, when suddenly he froze in disbelief, trembling fingers pointing skyward. What? You, how have you returned? Dong Wangong's frost-laced smile held only contempt. I had quite forgotten. Could any survivors have slipped through? Indeed, they have. Tell me now, where lies your clan's treasury? The youth spat back in outrage. You dream. I would rather die than speak. Dong Wangong's face darkened. A cold laugh escaped his lips, hiding in a well. Excellent. Excellent indeed. With a thunderous palm strike he smashed downward. Boom. No. My kin. 3 trillion Kunpeng. Children, all of them. All infants. Dong Wangong, you shall perish accursed. Before the youth finished his curse, another crushing blow silenced him forever. Nu Wa, watching from the void, drew a sharp breath. Dong Wangong, how ruthless. He spares not even children. This man is monstrous. Ye Kai, wiping 2 cauldron lids clean with his hands, replied, ruthless. Are you too tender-hearted? This is the primordial chaos, not some utopian realm. Here it is devour or be devoured, kill or be killed. Where is cruelty in survival? Who ever spared whom? Woman, set aside your misplaced compassion, or you shall lose yourself entirely. Nu Wa nodded, then swatted away Ye Kai's hands with a glance of mild reproof. Straightening her immortal robes, she said, speak. Are there any Kunpeng left alive? As he placed a hand upon her shoulder and resumed his task, Nu Wa attempted to pull away, but found herself powerless against his strength. She yielded, sinking softly into his embrace as he murmured, just watch closely. Indeed, after Dong Wangong departed, a long silence fell, until another Kunpeng youth emerged from a shallow pool, shouting, east of the river for 30 years, west for 30 more. Never scorn the impoverished youth. I've actually transmigrated. Dong Wangong reappeared, bellowing, where is the Kunpeng clan's treasury? Speak now, or you die. The youth recoiled in terror. What? Dong Wangong, esteemed master, please spare. A single clap, and the youth crumpled lifeless. Dong Wangong vanished once more. Time passed. Then an elder Kunpeng stepped forth, raising his voice to the heavens. 3 myriad years in the North Sea, 3 myriad in the South. Never scorned the impoverished middle-aged. What? Dong Wangong, why is he here? Is this not the North Sea, the sacred domain of Patriarch Kunpeng himself? Has the divine beast calamity not yet begun? Why is he so powerful? No, he's at the midstage of quasi-sagehood. Where is my golden opportunity? Where is my system elder? Save me. Act. In sheer panic, the elder rambled incoherently, only to be struck down by Dong Wangong's sudden return. And many more followed. A maiden emerged from a scrap of paper, crying, "Where is my lord of the northern garrison? Rally your troops, save your majesty." She too fell beneath Dong Wangong's returning strike. Then, an old woman appeared. "I, Wu Zetian, have arrived in the primordial chaos. I shall restore the great Zhou." Another strike ended her words. "Enough. The Kunpeng clan haunts me like a grudge. I shall obliterate your ancestral land." He returned 129,600,000,000,000 times. Numb relentless, slaughtering countless hidden Kunpeng who spoke nonsense. He had gone utterly mad with slaughter. Thus he activated 2 innate supreme treasures and shattered the Kunpeng ancestral land beyond repair. Upon departing, he abandoned all thought of their treasury, forever. Long afterward, from a muddy crevice among the ruins, an aged Kunpeng emerged. "Why did I transmigrate as an elder? I came from 1945. What?" From the void Ye Kai strode forth, and with a gesture summoned a colossal golden hand that seized the elderly Kunpeng midair. "What? Bagalu, Dong Wangong has left. How dare you appear? Who are you? Release me at once. Release me, oh!" The elder cried out. Ye Kai's expression hardened as he demanded an odd number plus, and even yields an odd. What results when odd meets odd, or even meets even? Even. The elder laughed aloud. Beside Ye Kai, Nuwa stood utterly bewildered. What were these odd and even? Laughing heartily, Ye Kai released the elder who landed before him and rose slowly to his feet. The elder's eyes gleamed with delight. Ye Kai too smiled warmly, and asked again, when did the Qing dynasty fall? The elder burst into uproarious laughter. February 12, 1912. They locked eyes across the distance, and burst into shared laughter. Fellow countrymen. Astonishment bloomed into overwhelming joy. "Which year did you transmigrate from?" Tears welled, nearly falling, as Ye Kai, elated and trembling, exclaimed, 2026. "And you, fellow countrymen, what year?" Wiping his eyes, the elder wept openly. "So you're from the future, post 1945. Fellow, I am from 1945. All I wish is to live. Why did Dong Wangong slaughter us all? What sin did we commit? What crime did the Kunpeng clan commit? Fellow countrymen, can you take me to Patriarch Kunpeng? I must tell him Dong Wangong slaughtered our people. Why is survival so cruel? Why is it this hard? We only wish to live. What wrong did we do?" Watching Ye Kai converse with the elder, Nuwa scratched her head. "Are you truly a fellow countryman of Yihei? From where do you hail?" The elder stiffened, his gaze turning wary toward Nuwa, then back to Ye Kai. "Fellow countryman. This woman means ill. Hand her over. I know how to make her suffer." Nuwa recoiled in shock. Her eyes darted to Ye Kai, yet he remained serene, his smile unchanged. Gazing steadily at the elder, Ye Kai asked, "Fellow countryman, you arrived from 1945? What was the situation there?" After a moment's reflection, the elder grew animated. "I don't know. I transmigrated in July 1945. Did the Empire ultimately prevail?" "What? The Empire? The Empire? The Empire? So, it is as I suspected, those Japanese devils, still coveting conquest, still plotting our ruin." Ye Kai threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Japanese devils, meet your end. Oh, fellow countrymen, which side are you on? You Chaos Bell? No, it's Donghuang Tai. You are Donghuang Tai." The elder recoiled in horror at the sight of the Chaos Bell, turned and fled, glancing back wildly. "You're Chinese. You're tricking me. Ah." With a thunderous impact, the Chaos Bell crushed the elder dead. Ye Kai strode forward, glaring at the bell sunken deep into the earth, still unsatisfied. He stomped down with full force, driving it 3 myriad light years beneath the surface. Still unappeased, he summoned the human sovereign banner. Whoosh! The human sovereign banner shrieked as Ye Kai bellowed, "Human sovereign banner, seize this accursed Japanese devil." Instantly the banner stirred, its pull as voracious as a black hole, sucking every shred of pulverized flesh beneath the Chaos Bell into its folds. Even the elder's nascent soul, reforming in the nether, was drawn inside. There he screamed in defiance. "Did the Empire fall? I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept it." And mimed harakiri. Ye Kai watched the banner intently, leaving no margin for error, only exhaling in relief once the banner had utterly eradicated the Japanese devil. He muttered quietly, "One sight, one kill." Then he soared upward, treading upon the Chaos Bell, the human sovereign banner clenched in hand. Nuwa rushed forward as he emerged, her eyes clouded with concern. "Why were you so enraged? What if you've been trapped underground? Calm yourself. Anger harms your body. Don't distress me. I nearly lost my wits." Ye Kai chuckled softly, stowing away both treasures. Seeing her genuine anxiety, warmth stirred within him. "This man was pure evil. I have erased him. Moreover, I may now know where the Kunpeng clan's treasury lies. Come with me. Yihei." Wait, I haven't boarded yet." Nuwa stared in dismay, waving frantically. "I can't keep pace. I'm only at the early stage quasi-sage level." "No matter. I'll carry you instead." As he launched skyward and realized Niwa couldn't match his speed, he circled back, hoisting her onto his back. She nestled comfortably against him, feeling his steadfast strength, deeply cherished. Together they blazed forth as twin streaks of light, plunging from the heavens into the ocean's abyss, diving ever deeper. The celestial army of the immortal court, after departing from the North Sea, marched forth like a swarm of locusts invading the East Sea. Their overwhelming presence left the dragon clan in shock, their faces paling in fear. Thus the scouts of the East Sea Dragon clan hurriedly relayed this news back to the Dragon Palace. Everyone, follow this king to welcome our royal teacher. This left the celestial army's quasi-saints somewhat bewildered. They had initially intended to sweep through and annihilate the dragon clan, yet the dragons displayed such This left the celestial army's quasi-saints somewhat bewildered. They had initially intended to sweep through and annihilate the dragon clan, yet the dragons displayed such understanding and thoughtfulness. How could one bring themselves to act against them? Even more absurdly, the true dragons came with their entire clans, each bringing local specialties and all their possessions to seek refuge. Many true dragon families even presented their matriarchs to the celestial quasi-saints, offering dragon maidens, dragon mothers, dragon grandmothers, and even great-grandmothers. Welcome, welcome. Heartfelt welcome. Welcome, welcome. Heartfelt welcome. Welcome, welcome. Heartfelt. A long line formed at the Dragon Palace with true dragons enthusiastically kneeling to welcome the celestial army's arrival. It was an exceptionally long line. This left the celestial quasi-saints feeling flattered and deeply appreciated. Royal teacher, you have finally arrived. Whoa, we have been waiting too long for the celestial soldiers and generals of the immortal court. We have suffered. Finally hope has arrived. We pay our respects to the royal teacher and to the celestial soldiers and generals. Honghuang suddenly knelt down. With a devout gaze and a submissive posture, he was particularly earnest. Soon everyone in the dragon clan followed suit, all kneeling in submission. We pay our respects to the royal teacher and to the celestial soldiers and generals. We pay our respects to the royal teacher and to the celestial soldiers and generals. We pay our respects to the royal teacher and to the celestial soldiers and generals. Ha ha ha, Dragon King, you are too courteous. We feel undeserving. As the top lackey of the East, King Tai Xian naturally had the authority to handle this matter. He quickly reached out both hands, gesturing for Honghuang to rise. The celestial quasi-saints felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. Is this the Dragon Clan? Hardly anything special. The once dominant Dragon Clan of the Dragon Han Calamity, now kneeling at the feet of us quasi-saint powerhouses. Ha ha ha, this is so gratifying. However, suddenly amidst the kneeling crowd of dragons, a little girl stood up, crying with an exceptionally sorrowful expression, bursting into tears and fury. Why didn't you come sooner? If you had come sooner, my whole family wouldn't have been killed by the Kunpeng clan. Why didn't you come sooner? Why? It was you who caused the death of my entire family. If you had come sooner, my whole family wouldn't have died. My father and mother wouldn't have died. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone in the room transformed dramatically, waves of shock coursing through their eyes. Their bodies trembled, frightened, as if facing a great enemy. Even Honghuang's eyes bulged at this moment, and he swiftly took to the air, swiping with his dragon claws. He immediately grabbed the little girl. He brought her down and pressed her against Tai Xian's side, with Honghuang kneeling. Royal teacher. Master, this person is a spy from the Kunpeng clan, deliberately sowing discord between us and the immortal court's peace. We the Dragon Clan have no association with this person. Hearing this, the originally happy celestial quasi-saints turned from joy to indifference, murderous intent erupting, anger surging in their minds, their faces radiating endless coldness, while Tai Xian's cold and sharp gaze fixed terrifyingly on Honghuang, his voice icy as a cold spring. Honghuang, do you think I am a fool? Or do you believe that the celestial quasi-saints' countless quasi-saint powerhouses are all blind and foolish? Sitting on pins and needles, Honghuang was so frightened he felt like he was dancing on the edge of a precipice, his lips quivering, stammering, Master, we dragons are fools. Don't joke around. We dragons are nothing. Just treat us as if we are. However, just as Honghuang was lowering himself, another youth in the kneeling dragon crowd suddenly shouted angrily, farting. Honghuang, you traitor of the Dragon Clan. You seek glory for yourself, recognizing thieves as your fathers. How could you surrender to the Kunpeng clan and then to the immortal court? You are a lackey of 3 surnames. I spit. I feel disgusted by your actions. You are too repulsive. You disgust us true dragons. We will not follow your lead. Change your surname. We will not change our surname. 3 surname lackey. You are so lowly, switching sides and selling out. How can you deserve the title of Dragon King? Do you live up to the ancestors of the Dragon Clan? Do you live up to the ancestor dragon? What? This person's words pierced like a knife into the hearts of all the Dragon Clan members. Heart-wrenching pain. Oh Dragon Clan, my beloved Dragon Clan, what has it become? Unfortunately, the youth was stunned. He was dumbfounded as no one came to help him to echo him. To join him in condemning Dragon King Honghuang, he angrily pointed at the crowd. You, have you knelt for too long? Can't you stand up? Do you even know your surname? Fellow clan, I beg you to stand up. Stand up. As he spoke, tears streamed down like a torrential downpour. Heartbroken, like a helpless little dog in the rain, he was so sad. He was utterly despairing of Dragon King Honghuang and furious at the Dragon Clan's impotence. Truly a group of worthless fools. The Immortal Court is here to annex the Dragon Clan. They are all birds of a feather with the Kunping clan. They are wolves among tigers and leopards. They will devour us. They will consume us completely. You must rise and resist. Ao Zhantian will fight. Seeing no one responding, the youth Ao Zhantian was utterly dejected. Suddenly his eyes turned cold, filled with hatred, and he transformed into a five-clawed golden dragon charging at Honghuang, Immortal Core to die. Fuck you. What? Are you crazy? Do you dare? Everyone was shocked, frozen in place, witnessing the youth's assault. Honghuang furiously shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you trying to kill me?" Immediately the youth Ao Zhantian erupted in fury. "I'm going to kill you. It is you who led the Dragon Clan into the mire. Die, Honghuang." Boom. Honghuang was sent flying, transforming into a five-clawed golden dragon, shooting backwards. He fiercely charged at Ao Zhantian. The two erupted into battle. Meanwhile, the kneeling Dragon Clan members suddenly stirred, frightened, and scattering everywhere to avoid the terrifying clash of the two. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Ha ha ha. Everyone enjoy the performance of the reptiles. Tai Shin clapped, watching the show with many celestial quasi-saints. The battle between Honghuang and the youth periodically applauding and laughing heartily. Shouting, "Go for it. Go for it." The Dragon Clan members, however, wore expressions as heavy as dead water in a stagnant pond, as if they had lost their parents. Their gazes were grim. Above the South Sea, the Kunping clan rushing back, the quasi-saints hastily made their way from the South Sea to the South Sea. Still in the South Sea, traveling takes time. Therefore everyone was desperately hurrying. Ancestor, how long will this take? When can we return to the North Ming? We are anxious. We are all anxious. Ancestor, hurry up. We are so anxious. Our family must still be alive. The Celestial Court would not dare to kill them. They must be in the hands of the Celestial Court, living in peace. The Celestial Court is only threatening us. They must be trying to win over our Kunping clan. We should rush back now. We can negotiate with the Celestial Court. They will surely release our clansmen. The crowd murmured, all pressing the Kunping ancestor for answers. They were flying over the surface of the sea. Countless strong members of the Kunping clan looked at the Kunping ancestor. Their eyes filled with earnestness. Internally, they felt bitter and angry, yet the Kunping ancestor endured, for he had many descendants and clansmen. With consorts as numerous as the hairs on a cow, possessing countless female Kunping, he felt heartbroken, yet he knew deep down that those who were still alive were a wishful thinking. They were surely all dead. He would not believe that the people of the Celestial Court would let the Kunping clan's members go. So while claiming to be rushing, the Kunping ancestor led the quasi-saint army of the Kunping clan in circles around the South Sea, going round and round, still circling the sea. He had no intention of entering the East Sea or returning to the North Ming. He believed that going back to the North Ming was also a dead end. How strong is the Celestial Court, really? The Kunping ancestor felt uncertain. Then, faced with the numerous questions from the quasi-saints, he scolded sharply. Are you trying to teach this ancestor how to do things?